The castle of Skora sits high on the cliffs, cold and completely out of reach for anyone living below. In this world, the sky belongs to the rich, while the rest are left to rot in the dark. Something is shifting under this pile of trash and broken wagon wheels. A hand clawing its way out of the freezing mud, desperate to breathe. This is Vlad. He's an orphan, a slum dog, and right now, he's dragging himself out of the debris with a sword gripped in his hand like his life depends on it. His eyes are glowing a brilliant, unnatural blue, reflecting a light that shouldn't belong to a kid from the gutter. He's looking for a way out, and he knows he won't find it by being passive. He's kneeling in the snow, staring at the blade. He calls it a star, the only thing capable of cutting through the absolute dark of his reality. He makes his way to a backstreet smithy, where a single warm light cuts through the freezing night air of the slums. On the wall hangs a beautifully crafted knight's sword. It's clean, elegant, and completely out of place in a dirty workshop like this. Vlad just stands there, completely mesmerized. He whispers that no matter how many times he looks at it, the weapon still looks incredibly cool. Before he can get lost in his thoughts, a voice calls him out from the dark. It's Jemina, his childhood friend, and she already knows he's slacking off again. She stands there with her arms crossed, looking at him with a mix of frustration and genuine concern. She asks him if he's aware of how incredibly distracted he's been lately. Vlad tries to brush it off, complaining that he rarely gets a single moment to rest. But Jemina isn't letting him off the hook. She warns him that people in the slums are starting to talk. When Vlad asks what they're saying, Jemina leans in. She asks if he still hears those strange voices every time he holds something as simple as a stick. She sighs, wondering what kind of terrible sin Vlad must have committed in his past life to end up with a curse like this. And honestly, she's not entirely wrong to worry. Not long ago, Vlad was struck by a bolt of black lightning from a completely clear sky, a freak accident that changed his entire biology. Jemina tells him he needs to stay put at their candle shop. The town has a new bishop who used to be a high-ranking inquisitor, and if he catches wind of Vlad's peculiar signs, it's an immediate trip to the burning stake. Vlad mutters a curse, but Jemina snaps at him to stop inviting misfortune. Vlad thinks she's being paranoid, but in a place like this, paranoia is the only reason people survive to C20. Jemina points out that half the slums saw him get struck by that lightning, and if the church targets him, he's done. Vlad dismisses it, claiming he won't get dragged to a cell just for looking at a sword. She tells him to just buy the damn thing on credit then, but Vlad knows the backstreet blacksmith isn't running a charity. Jemina asks how much the old man is even asking for it. Vlad drops the bomb. 5 gold coins. That is an astronomical amount of money for a slum dweller. Vlad smirks, saying that for 5 gold, he could eat and party for a whole year instead of buying a piece of iron. The elderly blacksmith overhears them and immediately loses his mind. He screams at them, demanding to know who they are calling a piece of iron. He charges out of his workshop, waving his hammer and screaming at them to get lost, calling them backstreet bastards who don't deserve to even look at his work. Vlad calmly asks who else is going to buy a knight's sword in a dirty alleyway, asking if the old man has finally gone senile. The blacksmith looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel. Jemina joins the shouting match, asking why he's even making swords for knights when he's practically on his deathbed anyway. The old man barks back, telling her he's making it because his life is almost over. He tells her to go back to her shop and wash dishes like the failure she is. Jemina is absolutely furious, screaming that she is a fully grown woman. Before a full-blown riot starts, Vlad places a hand on Jemina's head and starts dragging her away, apologizing to the old man as they make their exit. The blacksmith watches them leave, grumbling that Jemina has never truly starved a day in her life, which is why she's so full of attitude. But his words trigger a memory. Years ago, during a brutal winter, young Vlad, young Jemina, and young Ned huddled under a single tattered blanket, barely surviving on the scraps Vlad sacrificed for them. The old man turns back to his shop, but stops when he notices a deep footprint pressed into the dried mud where Vlad was standing. He looks out the door, sighing. He thinks Vlad should stop dreaming of swords and focus on surviving, because ambition in the slums is nothing but a death sentence. The old man grips the hilt of his masterpiece. He knows people born in the gutter almost never escape, which is why he refuses to sell this sword to anyone who doesn't have the strength to break their chains. He stares at the sharp edge of the blade. He's determined not to let his final, greatest creation rot in a back alley. Meanwhile, Vlad and Jemina walk through the dark, narrow streets. Vlad looks up at the glowing sky, thinking about how the stars look exactly the same, even when you're looking at them from a gutter, because some things are meant to shine on their own, no matter how much dirt you throw over them. This is Skora, a massive trading hub governed by the prestigious House of Bayezid, known across the land as the Lighthouse of the North. But under all that golden prestige lies a massive, sprawling shadow. The slums, a dumping ground where the city hides all of its ugly, dirty secrets. They walk past a local tavern and brothel called Rose's Smile, a loud, chaotic place where the desperate go to forget their lives. Suddenly, a massive, shirtless mercenary drags a woman onto the second-floor balcony by her hair, screaming that she scammed him. He rants that he's been a mercenary for 20 years and won't be fooled by fake drugs or cheap tricks. In this part of town, violence is the default language. Vlad arrives at the tavern carrying a fresh crate of candles. The mercenary spots him and immediately demands he go fetch the madam. The brute screams that if they want gold coins for their services, they need to actually deliver, accusing Vlad's shop of selling scam candles. Vlad's expression goes completely cold. His eyes begin to glow with that sharp, icy blue light again. The mercenary keeps shouting, complaining that the timer candle he bought burned out the second he took his shirt off. Vlad calmly asks what kind of fun he was expecting to have with a single 5-minute candle. Vlad tells him that if he's too broke to afford proper service, he should go home. The mercenary looks like he's about to explode. Vlad sighs, completely annoyed by the drama. He points toward the large grandfather clock standing in the tavern. He proposes a bet. They will light a candle right now. If it doesn't last a full 5 minutes, the mercenary can do whatever he wants. But if it does, Vlad looks him dead in the eye and tells him he's going to beat him to death. The sheer confidence in his voice is terrifying. The mercenary freezes. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as he realizes this kid isn't bluffing. For a split second, a massive, towering shadow with glowing blue eyes seems to loom behind Vlad, projecting an aura of absolute dread. Vlad crouches down on the wooden floor, strikes a match, and lights the candle. He asks the brute who the real scammer is. The clock begins to tick. The entire tavern goes dead silent as the mercenary stands on the stairs, sweating bullets. Everyone is watching. Vlad's eyes remain fixed and glowing, completely unfazed by the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The candle finally burns down to a stub and goes out. The mercenary looks at the clock, his face pale with realization. He clenches his teeth, desperately trying to calculate the time, but deep down, he knows he lost the bet. Before he can even utter a word, Vlad's wooden staff cracks violently across his jaw, sending a spray of blood into the air. Vlad pins him against the wooden railing, his glowing eyes boring into the man's soul. He whispers that the 5 minutes are officially up. He doesn't give the brute a chance to recover, swinging his staff with brutal, practiced precision. Mercenary crashes down the wooden stairs, his massive body tumbling like a sack of potatoes. Vlad stands at the top of the stairs, looking down at him. He calmly tells the man that his life is forfeit today. The mercenary covers his bloody face, whimpering and begging the kid to wait. The tough guy act is completely gone. But Vlad has zero mercy for bullies. He rains down a flurry of strikes, asking how a 20-year veteran could be this soft. He strikes him again, bringing up the mercenary's comment about his mother. Vlad tells him it's really rude to bring up mothers to an orphan. The entire tavern watches in absolute silence as Vlad finishes the beatdown, telling the rest of the scum in the room to pipe down. The next morning, the sun rises over the quiet timber-framed buildings of Skora, but the peace won't last long. Inside a private room, a man is calmly slicing a sausage. Vlad sits nearby, realizing something is off about the candle from last night. This is Jorge, the local boss of the tavern. He's quietly chewing his food, listening to the report. Suddenly, a woman's voice screams in rage, demanding to know who dared to mess with the sacred rose candle. Vlad sits at the table, asking how they are supposed to find the culprit behind the candle scam. Madam Marcella, the owner of Rose's Smile, leans in with a playful smile and says, "It's me." Vlad's face completely drops. This is Marcella. She admits she intentionally shortened the candle because she wanted to scam some extra cash out of the drunk mercenaries. Vlad stares in utter disbelief. He realizes he just brutally beat an innocent customer to cover up his own boss's financial scam. He walks down the stairs, rubbing his neck. He wonders what an employee is even supposed to do when the boss is the one running the con. As he reaches the bottom, Jorge and his thugs block his path. Jorge smiles smugly, calling Vlad their poster child and congratulating him on yesterday's work. Jorge crossed his arms, saying it's a shame he wasn't there to witness the glorious beatdown himself. He surrounds Vlad with his men, suggesting that since Vlad made some good tips, he should share the wealth with his seniors. Vlad's eyes glow with a dangerous blue light. Jorge raises his hands in mock defense, telling Vlad there's no need to make a scary face because he wants to offer a deal. Vlad asks what kind of deal a parasite like Jorge could possibly offer. A buzzcut thug steps forward with a sickening, predatory grin on his face. He drags out a badly beaten boy by his hair. It's Ned, Vlad's childhood friend, covered in bruises and trembling in fear. Jorge smirks, offering to sell Ned's freedom back to Vlad for 40 silver coins. The thug sneers, hinting that if Vlad doesn't pay, they might have to start cutting off Ned's fingers and ankles to teach him a lesson. Vlad closes his eyes and lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He tosses his entire pouch of 40 silver coins onto the floor. He looks at Ned and tells him that next time, he should just let them kill him instead of making Vlad waste his hard-earned money. The thugs laugh, pocketing the coins and mocking Vlad for always playing protector to the street urchins. Ned tearfully apologizes, sobbing that he was just trying to steal a little bit of food to get by. Vlad's eyes glow with a quiet, heavy intensity. He looks at his friend and asks him where he is injured. Ned whispers that he's fine. Vlad snaps at him to get lost before he loses his temper and tramples him himself. Ned runs off, leaving Vlad standing alone. Vlad mutters that his dream of buying that 5-gold sword just got pushed miles away. He stands on a balcony overlooking the harbor, his silhouette dark against the bright blue sky. The reality of his poverty is a heavy, crushing weight. Down at the docks, ships are being loaded. A hand is busy writing down transactions in a ledger. This is Harbin, a clerk working for the powerful whale hunter family. He remarks that Ned got incredibly lucky. Because years ago, when Ned was caught stealing by the church, the bishop had his finger and ankle brutally severed as a public warning. Harbin looks up from his desk, asking Vlad about the rumors surrounding Rose's Smile and the short-burning candles. He points out that Madame Marcella is a clever businesswoman. She wouldn't risk her reputation over a cheap candle scam unless she was desperate. Vlad agrees, noting that even Jorge seemed to be in on the rush for quick cash. Harbin narrows his eyes. He says that 9 times out of 10, When people like Marcella resort to cheap scams, it means they need money. And they need it immediately. He warns Vlad to be extremely careful. Because there is only one reason why criminal organizations in the slums suddenly start aggressively gathering funds. War. An all-out, bloody turf war between the rival factions of Squara. The slums are ruled by 5 distinct bosses. The first is Jorge, known as the Prostitute's Knight. Then there's Black Bear, the ruthless gambler, and Captain Hoover, the whale hunter who controls the docks. Finally, One-Armed Jack, a brutal man who hoards wealth like a dragon. Harbin's warning echoes in Vlad's mind. The darkest aspects of life always creep up on you when you least expect it. Just like right now. Vlad turns around to find his path completely blocked by a massive, silent crowd of thugs. From the shadows, a cold, gravelly voice calls out to him. It's One-Armed Jack himself, his massive steel hook reflecting the dim light. He grins, demanding to know where Vlad's boss is. Vlad stares back, his blue eyes igniting with defiance as Jack's amber eye glints in the dark. Jack's smile widens into a sinister grin. In the slums, ruin never gives you a warning before it strikes. One-Armed Jack is hovering over Vlad like a sleep paralysis demon. Vlad doesn't even flinch. He immediately asks if this sudden visit means a gang war is about to tear the slums apart. Jack's lieutenant doesn't appreciate a mere candle seller asking high-level political questions. He steps in, screaming in Vlad's face, demanding to know where Jorge is. Vlad locks his face into a blank slate. He plays the harmless, low-level worker card, claiming he just sells candles and doesn't know anything about the boss's whereabouts. The lieutenant is not buying the innocent act for a second. Vlad's calm demeanor is actively insulting to a guy who is used to making people beg for their lives. The guy slams his fist down, completely shattering the wooden table to make a point. It's a classic intimidation tactic, meant to break Vlad's composure. The impact sends Vlad's inventory flying through the air. All those candles, the ones Vlad sacrificed his childhood savings to make, are now just collateral damage. The entire tavern goes dead silent. In the slums, when a high-ranking thug starts breaking furniture, you look at the floor and pray you aren't next. The patrons are frozen. They know exactly how fast these standoffs turn into a bloodbath, and nobody wants to get caught in the crossfire of a gang war. The lieutenant looks down at the mess, grumbling that today's business is ruined. He's trying to assert absolute dominance, but Vlad's quiet silence is driving him insane. He points directly at Vlad's foot, ordering him to move. It's a petty power play, a test to see if Vlad will bend the knee and submit to the disrespect. Vlad's eyes ignite with that cold, supernatural blue light. He doesn't back down. Instead, he tells the giant to get rid of his foot. That's the breaking point. The lieutenant's face contorts in pure, unadulterated rage. No street thug can let a teenager talk to them like that and keep their reputation. He launches a brutal downward kick aimed straight at Vlad's head. This isn't a simple bar fight anymore. It's a statement of absolute violence. But Vlad is already moving. He's not panicking because he's spent his entire life calculating survival in these exact gutters, and he has a wooden staff in his grip. Vlad swings the staff with perfect, brutal precision, catching the lieutenant midair. The impact cracks through the room, cutting the giant's momentum completely. Vlad doesn't hesitate or celebrate. He immediately pivots, his eyes glowing with that eerie blue light as he prepares for the next threat. A second thug lunges, but Vlad is already there, swinging his staff in a devastating arc that guarantees an instant shutdown. Crowd's jaws are collectively on the floor. This kid just systematically dismantled 2 of One-Armed Jack's personal enforcers with a piece of wood. The slums only respect one thing, and it isn't moral superiority. It's the law of the backstreets. The winner stays on top, and the loser stays on the floor. Vlad stands over them, completely calm, holding his staff like a seasoned executioner. Another thug draws an axe, screaming at Vlad for having the audacity to fight back in front of the big boss. Suddenly, Jack's massive metal hook drops into the frame, and a single word echoes, "Stop." The entire room freezes instantly. Jack looks down at his hook, completely amused. Blood is not even angry his men got packed up. Honestly, he's just impressed by Vlad's potential. Jack smirks, joking about his prosthetic making a clinking sound. Vlad deadpans that he doesn't discriminate against the disabled, the absolute confidence of a kid with nothing to lose. Jack bursts into a massive, booming laugh. This kid is too wild to kill, so he tells him they'll have a private chat later. But beneath the laughter, Jack's eyes glow red. He's trying to remember which of the street orphans he recruited in the past, realizing they all died too early to matter. Before Jack can dig deeper into his memories, a familiar voice cuts through the tension from the tavern entrance. The temperature in the room drops. The playful relationship is officially over, replaced by cold gang politics. Jorge enters the tavern, clad in his pristine white and gold armor. He smirks, trying to play the polite host, offering to grill some meat for his rival. Jack's lieutenant smirks back, reminding Jorge that they aren't actually friends, and suggests they take their business upstairs. Jack agrees, dismissing the food entirely. He just wants alcohol, the kind of heavy drinking that usually precedes a massive slaughter. The enforcers mutter about Marcella's famous hospitality as they head up. They want a taste of the tavern's offerings before the war starts. As the bosses leave the room, Vlad finally lets his guard down. He collapses onto a stool, sweating and realizing just how close he came to getting slaughtered. He looks down at his shattered crate of candles. His entire livelihood, destroyed in a matter of seconds because 2 rich bosses decided to have a turf dispute. Jack stops on the stairs, calling back to Vlad. He mentions that Jorge has been bragging about his rising star. Jack tells Vlad he has an eye for talent, offering him a spot in his crew if he's tired of smelling like candle wax. Vlad politely declines, telling him he's fine where he is because Jorge's gang keeps him fed and housed. Jack just laughs, loving the kid's hustle, and flips a small golden object. Vlad catches it. It's a solid gold coin. Vlad is stunned. This is more money than a slum kid sees in a year, and he tries to protest. Jack tells him he can get this kind of money every single day if he joins him. It's a blatant bribe, a reminder of who holds the real power. Jack smirks, declaring himself the money grubber. In the slums, gold is the only god that actually answers prayers. The bosses head upstairs, leaving Vlad holding the gold coin. The power dynamic in this town is shifting rapidly, and Vlad is caught right in the middle. The patrons immediately start whispering about whether the talks will go well. Suddenly, a red-haired woman calls Vlad's name from the balcony. It's one of Marcella's girls. She gestures over her shoulder and tells Vlad that Jorge wants him upstairs immediately. Vlad heads up, his mind racing. He knows this meeting wasn't a friendly chat. It was a declaration of terms. As soon as he walks in, Jorge hands him a beautifully crafted silver dagger. It's a high-quality weapon, far too advanced for a street kid. Jorge's face is dead serious. He tells Vlad to keep this weapon on him at all times from now on. The atmosphere in the room is suffocating. Vlad can tell just by looking at the senior members that the peace talks were an absolute disaster. The negotiation between Jorge and Jack wasn't a compromise. It was a countdown to a bloodbath. The meeting was a total catastrophe. The fragile peace of the Squara slums has officially shattered like glass. The senior boss tells Vlad to stop selling candles immediately. Bruv is completely confused, asking if he's supposed to start patrolling or collecting protection money. The senior boss explains the real threat. Jack is bringing in outside mercenaries, including a man who used to be a fully knighted swordsman. Vlad asks if this mercenary is like Jorge. Jorge confirms it with a solemn nod. Jack commands an overwhelming army of thugs, and now he has real military power. Even to Jorge, who was once a proud knight, Jack's sheer numbers and brutality have always been an insurmountable wall. A flock of sheep cannot stand against a wolf, but if Jack brings in a knight-level swordsman of his own, the balance of power in the slums will drop in a flash. The senior boss looks at Vlad and tells him this is why they need him. He's getting his first official combat mission soon. Vlad is completely stunned. He's being pulled directly into the front lines of a gang war before he's even learned how to hold a real sword. Vlad thinks of Harbin, a disabled clerk who lost his finger but used his intellect to survive and earn respect under Captain Hoover. Vlad resolves that he will do the same. He will learn, adapt, and rise to a higher place through sheer effort, using whatever tools he has. Later that night, Vlad retreats to a ruined yard to practice. Suddenly, the voice echoes in his head, telling him to narrow his elbows. Vlad is incredibly annoyed. This entity has been backseat driving his physical movements ever since he got struck. 1 month ago, a black lightning bolt struck him from a clear sky, and that's when the mental commentary began. Vlad thinks of the voice as a curse, a literal whisper of devils. He decides he needs to buy holy water to cleanse his head before he even thinks about buying a real sword. He shakes his head, trying to ignore the entity. He's heard that the more you interact with these voices, the tighter they cling to your soul. But the voice doesn't care. It guides him gently anyway, telling him to focus all his mind and power into one final strike. And strike. Narrow it. The command echoes, and Vlad's eyes flare with that brilliant, supernatural blue light. Vlad freezes, holding his wooden training sword perfectly vertical, his mind completely clear of the slum politics and the impending war. He swings. The downward strike unleashes a massive, blinding column of blue energy that tears through the desolate yard. Even the voice in his head goes quiet for a second, whispering in genuine surprise that this strike was entirely different. Vlad stands in the fading blue light, sweating and trembling. He realizes his previous movements were just simple swings, but this is the way of the sword. True, high-level martial arts manifested through a wooden stick. Vlad stands as a dark silhouette against the blinding energy. He clutches his chest, thinking in absolute terror. What the hell is in my head? His face is half-shadowed, wide-eyed with pure shock. He wanted to buy holy water to cure his brain, but now he's holding a power that could change his entire destiny. We start in the freezing mountains under a full moon, where a mysterious voice warns us that age cannot be deceived. Deep in the snowy forest, a white-haired man wipes fresh blood from a sword, complaining about the winter wind. He hears footsteps. A dark smirk spreads across his face as his purple eyes flare with pure malice. He slides his blood-stained blade back into its sheath, entirely unfazed by whoever is lurking in the dark. He tells the intruder to stop right there. Out of the shadows steps Vlad, asking if he's Stanga. The killer immediately lies, claiming he is Stanga and recognizing Vlad as his guide from the streets. The imposter notes Vlad's noble blonde hair and blue eyes before Vlad hands over a letter from Jorge. The killer reads the document, smirking as he realizes Jorge is desperately begging for this dead knight's help. Vlad, completely oblivious to the bloody corpse nearby, offers to guide him back to the hideout by tomorrow. The fake Stanga sighs. Vlad immediately doubts this guy's competence, hoping he at least knows the way back. The killer sneers, mocking Vlad's intelligence for making so much noise in the quiet winter woods. His purple eyes flare with terrifying intent as he directly threatens to kill Vlad if they get lost. Vlad doesn't back down. He calmly tells the man to follow him, determined to succeed on his first mission. Vlad wonders why this old man is so relaxed after receiving a death threat, while the killer quietly smirks. As they trek through the deep snow, The killer silently evaluates Vlad as a promising prospect for Jorge. He decides Vlad is a young street kid who might actually be worth molding into something useful. They seek shelter from the freezing mountain winds inside a dark rocky cave, lighting a small campfire. Vlad stares intensely at his companion. The armored killer, now wearing reading glasses, asks why he's staring. He asks if Vlad has ever seen a retired knight up close before, looking down his nose. Calling Vlad a total country bumpkin, he asks where he's from. Vlad quietly replies that he's from Dacia. Vlad spots a distant mountain village, but the irritable killer just threatens to chop him down right here. Vlad tries to ease the tension by offering some raw meat, complaining that the old man has no humor. The killer eyes the food, but Vlad flatly tells him none of it is for him. The killer grumbles and skewers his own raw meat over the roaring flames, letting it sizzle. He takes a bite, immediately gagging at the foul smell, before asking if Vlad has any questions. He smugly offers to trade one answer for every piece of Vlad's superior beef jerky. Vlad calmly chews his jerky, telling him he could have just asked, but the proud killer snaps back defensively. Crossing his arms, the fake knight lectures Vlad on how true knights only accept fair compensation. Vlad points out he's retired, but the killer cuts him off, demanding his name and age instead. Vlad says he's 42, then looks up with glowing blue eyes, asking if the man can use aura. The killer smirks, claiming all knights can use aura, but utilizing it in battle is different. He challenges Vlad, asking if he can actually use it, and Vlad hesitates, unsure how to respond. Vlad's left eye suddenly flares with brilliant blue light as the voice in his head commands him. The killer watches Vlad's glowing eye in silence, continuing his lecture about a knight's proper compensation. He grips his sword hilt, claiming that sometimes even a proud knight needs to cheer himself up. Complaining about eating dry jerky, he prepares to show off, and Vlad watches with absolute childlike excitement. The killer stands and holds his sword vertically, his right eye flaring with a dangerous purple light. Vlad asks why he closes his left eye, completely fascinated by the high-level martial preparation. The killer focuses, reflecting his soul's inner world onto the imaginary water surface beneath his feet. Both of his eyes erupt with brilliant blue light, telling the kid to watch very closely. A massive column of blue aura bursts from the blade, radiating the true power of a knight. Vlad shields his face from the blinding energy, his left eye flaring with a distinct crosshair pupil. Under the full moon, the killer stands triumphantly, his sword enveloped in a magnificent, swirling blue aura. The display of power fades, and we transition to the dark, quiet stone walls of Skora at night. They arrive at the courtyard. Vlad complains about feeling like a bum, but the killer shrugs it off. The killer explains they must enter in secret, avoiding the main gate to protect their knightly honor. Vlad agrees that a knight is easily identified, and the killer promises him a hot bath inside. They creep through a dark, narrow alleyway, noting how eerily quiet the entire area is. Suddenly, both of them freeze. Vlad immediately senses that something is terribly wrong in this silence. Vlad looks down, realizing the enemy has already struck. The courtyard is littered with bloody, dead guards. Seeing the slaughter, the killer offers to show Vlad the secret back door used by their group. Vlad runs toward the main gate instead, shouting that he'll draw the enemy's attention away as a diversion. Vlad reaches a blood-splattered wooden door, breathing heavily as hot steam rises from his exhausted body. He pushes the door open, finding the tavern completely ruined and covered in fresh pools of blood. Inside the private room, Marcella warns a heavily bandaged, shirtless Jorge that Jack made the first move. Vlad asks if Jorge is alright. Jorge admits fighting a real knight-level opponent took a massive toll. Meanwhile, back outside, the white-haired killer asks a guard if they successfully brought the target in. Vlad assumes his guest has arrived safely, while Jorge vows to settle the score with Jack tomorrow. Jorge looks at his bandaged hands, determined to win, then asks Vlad how their new ally looked. Vlad reassures him, saying the retired knight seems like a genuinely good and highly reliable person. Vlad internally reflects on how nimble and powerful the man's body seemed during their snowy trek. Vlad boasts that the man can use aura beautifully, but Jorge's face instantly pales in absolute horror. Vlad hears footsteps creaking up the stairs, smiling as he assumes their savior is finally here. Jorge grabs Vlad, his voice trembling as he asks if the man actually used real aura. Vlad steps forward, gripping his sword hilt to protect his boss as Jorge delivers the terrifying truth. Jorge reveals that the real Stanga doesn't know how to use aura at all. Vlad freezes in shock. The door creaks open. The white-haired assassin stands in the doorway, holding a fresh, blood-stained sword. His right eye flares with a corrupt purple light. He smirks at the injured Jorge. It's been a while, senior. A dark leather glove slowly drags a white cloth down a blood-slicked blade. Godwin is feeling his age, his joints creaking in the freezing mountain air as he cleans his weapon. He sits in the quiet of the snowy forest, entirely detached from the violence he just committed. The blood of his target is still warm on his hand. The real Stanga lies dead in the snow, eyes rolled back. Godwin wonders if the kid who came to find him was genuinely stupid or just completely blind. Back in the hideout, Godwin stands in the arched doorway. Jorge, shirtless and heavily bandaged, holds his sword, immediately recognizing the threat. Godwin notes how much Jorge has changed since deserting. Jorge wants to know why Godwin has hunted him down now, only to hear 3 devastating words. Count Gaidar is dead. The news hits heavily. In his mind, Jorge sees the old Count lying in his cold stone sarcophagus, hands clasped over his sword. Godwin casually pours a drink, explaining that the Count's death is being kept secret due to political complications. His left eye flares with a corrupt purple light. He raises the glass with a hand still stained in fresh blood. It's a calculated, mocking gesture designed to push Jorge over the edge. Godwin offers a mock toast to their dead leader, his face showing absolutely no remorse for the chaos he is unleashing. Jorge snaps. He grits his teeth in a blind rage and reaches for his sword, unable to stomach Godwin's disrespect. Jorge lunges forward with everything he has left, his bare, tense chest closing the distance in a fraction of a second. Godwin doesn't even move. He just watches Jorge's reflection hurtle toward him through the amber liquid, adding that the toast is also for the new Count, Siegmund. The mention of Siegmund, the man who likely orchestrated this entire tragedy, drives Jorge's blade forward with explosive, desperate force. Shards of glass and golden alcohol scatter through the air as Marcella and Vlad watch the two veteran warriors clash in absolute shock. Godwin parries the strike easily, delivering Siegmund's first official order, the deserted knight, Jorge, must return to base immediately. Jorge screams Godwin's name, rejecting the command with every fiber of his being. Siegmund is a tyrant, not his liege. The impact of their blades creates a blinding flash. Godwin smirks, knowing the new Count never actually expected Jorge to come back alive anyway. They lock blades, the metallic screech echoing through the room. Vlad watches the exchange, realizing the terrifying gap in power between these two men. Godwin speaks with cold authority, reminding Jorge of the hierarchy. But Jorge's loyalty died the moment his honor was compromised. The sheer pressure of Godwin's physical strength forces Jorge back. Godwin is treating this like a routine chore, completely unfazed by Jorge's emotional fury. Godwin's purple eye gleams in the darkness. He knows Jorge has no cards left to play, and this entire rebellion is just a slow suicide. Their struggle spills into the storage racks, shattering wood, and sending barrels crashing to the floor as the structural integrity of the hideout begins to fail. The violence escalates rapidly. Godwin moves with the precise, lethal efficiency of a man who has spent decades surviving on the battlefield. Godwin launches a devastating mid-air kick, utilizing his entire body weight to shatter Jorge's guard and send him crashing through the debris. Vlad tries to intervene, but the sheer force of the impact sends him flying backward, his boots sliding uselessly across the splintering floor. Seeing the ceiling beams splintering, Vlad lunges to grab Marcella, pulling her out of the way of the falling timber just in time. Vlad carries Marcella through the doorway to the safety of the balcony, desperately shouting to the rest of the gang below that they are under attack. Downstairs, the gang members hear the commotion. The man with the earring gestures wildly, trying to organize a defense as the ceiling groans above them. Vlad looks back into the ruined room, his eyes wide with panic. He can see Jorge is completely cornered and running out of time. Vlad leaps back into the fray, locking swords with Godwin in a desperate bid to buy Jorge a few precious seconds to recover. Vlad's left eye flares blue as he struggles against Godwin's monstrous strength. Marcella screams in terror from the balcony, watching the ceiling collapse. Godwin drops down like an apex predator. The gang members can only watch in absolute horror as Vlad is enveloped in a strange, crackling blue aura. Godwin looks down at the bleeding Jorge, mockingly pointing out that his junior has always had a habit of making incredibly foolish decisions. A sudden, violent shockwave rips through the center of the room, throwing the remaining gang members off their feet as smoke fills the air. Godwin is momentarily caught in the blast, coughing heavily as he pushes himself up from the splintered floorboards, his armor covered in soot. Vlad stands over him, sword drawn, his posture rigid as he tries to process the sheer scale of the violence that just occurred. Godwin's purple eyes narrow. He realizes this kid isn't just some random street urchin. There is something deeply unnatural about the way he holds his blade. A silver dagger flies through the smoke. Godwin reacts instantly, deflecting the projectile with a precise, metallic clink of his sword. The deflection is effortless. Vlad's eyes widen in shock at the speed of the mercenary, who looks back with cold, murderous intent. Godwin lunges forward, his blade aimed directly at Jorge. Vlad screams for his boss to dodge, his voice cracking with desperation. Vlad's eye flares with panic as he watches Jorge struggle to even stand, his body completely broken from the previous clashes. Godwin sweeps his blade in a wide arc, clearing the space around him with a brutal, heavy strike that echoes through the ruined building. Jorge tries to drag himself forward, his fingers clawing at the dust-covered floorboards as Godwin slowly approaches his defenseless target. Godwin stands over his former comrade, telling him that none of this would have happened if he had just followed his orders back then. Jorge looks up through the blood and sweat, spitting back that he is a human being, not some mindless dog trained to follow corrupt commands. Godwin's expression remains completely cold. He tells Jorge that he is wrong. He isn't just a person. He is a knight, bound to the system. Jorge grits his teeth, his body trembling with rage as the remaining gang members step forward, desperately trying to protect their fallen leader. Godwin sighs, his posture relaxed despite being outnumbered. He mutters that this night has dragged on far too long, and he is ready to end it. He closes his eyes for a brief second, a chilling display of absolute confidence. He wants to finish his job and finally get some rest. Vlad charges forward, his boots pounding against the wooden floor. His left eye is glowing with a brilliant, volatile blue light. He raises his sword, and a colossal pillar of blue energy erupts from the blade, illuminating the entire ruined room in a blinding flash. Blood has triggered something he can't control. The sheer volume of magical energy overflowing from the blade leaves Vlad screaming in panic. The voice in his head screams a frantic warning, but it's too late. The power has already broken past Vlad's limits. Vlad screams as the raw, unrefined magic tears through his body, threatening to consume everything around him in a massive explosion. The sheer pressure of the expanding energy binds everyone in the room, freezing the gang members in place as the air grows heavy. Even Godwin is forced to grit his teeth against the overwhelming pressure, his purple eyes widening as he realizes the kid is channeling true power. Vlad is swept up in the center of the magical storm, his body suspended in the air as wild arcs of blue energy crackle violently. Complex, glowing geometric sigils manifest in the air, the ancient language of the sword path aligning to unleash a devastating strike. Vlad shields his face as the magical pressure reaches its absolute peak, sending massive beams of blue light tearing through the roof of the hideout. The building's structural framework completely gives way under the force of the blast, collapsing into a chaotic heap of timber and dust. The dust slowly settles over the ruined interior. Vlad kneels amidst the wreckage, clutching his head in agony as his left eye glows faintly. Vlad looks up and freezes. A massive, dark exclamation mark floats in his vision, a chilling, game-like warning system notifying him of the absolute slaughter. He curses under his breath, his body trembling as he looks through the rising smoke and realizes the cost of his uncontrolled outburst. He spots a massive pool of blood on the floor. Panic seizes him, and he screams Jorge's name into the silent, ruined room. In this moment of despair, Vlad's mind drifts to the man who saved him from starvation in the freezing back alleys of Skora. Jorge was his anchor, the one person who acknowledged his existence and represented the absolute peak of strength in Vlad's childhood world. That childhood illusion is violently shattered. Under the cold blue moonlight, Godwin stands victoriously, holding the unconscious, bloodied Jorge by his hair. The sight of his protector completely broken triggers a primal trauma within Vlad, his world instantly collapsing into a dark, suffocating rage. Consumed by fury, Vlad's eyes glow a solid, blinding white. The voice in his head screams at him to stop, but Vlad is past listening. With a guttural scream, Vlad lunges forward, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength and anger into a single, desperate downward swing. He unleashes a massive, crescent-shaped energy slash that tears through the air, aiming to slice Godwin in half. Godwin easily parries the blow, but he is internally stunned. He wonders how a mere street rookie could possibly possess the legendary way of the sword. Vlad grits his teeth, his face smudged with dirt as he struggles against the overwhelming physical superiority of a true, knight-level combatant. Godwin smirks, a terrifying shadow cutting across his scarred face. He is genuinely impressed by the sheer, unpolished talent standing in front of him. Vlad swings again, screaming in a desperate attempt to break Godwin's guard, but raw emotion cannot bridge the massive gap in training. Godwin counters with blinding speed, a sudden flash of light illuminating the room as he slips past Vlad's wild strike. With a swift, brutal strike, Godwin knocks Vlad backward, sending the boy crashing heavily onto the dusty, ruined floorboards. Godwin notes that Vlad is a natural. The boy instinctively twisted his body midair to absorb the brunt of the impact, saving his own life. Vlad lies collapsed in the dirt, gasping for air. The voice in his head frantically urges him to stay conscious, refusing to let such a rare talent die here. Godwin looks down at the defeated boy, silently contemplating the massive potential he just witnessed. He knows this sprout will eventually hunt him down. The moment triggers a memory of Godwin's own youth, standing in a sunlit clearing while his own mentor casually lectured him on the joy of watching potential grow. Godwin smirks, making his decision. He decides to spare Vlad's life, finding the prospect of a future rematch far too entertaining to pass up. Godwin stands over the trembling boy, calmly stating that knights only take fair compensation. Vlad looks up through his tears, entirely confused. Godwin admits he lied. His name isn't Stanga, and he isn't 42. Bruv really just used a dead man's identity to walk straight into their house. Since the compensation Vlad received was based on a lie, Godwin tosses a gold coin back to the floor. But he is keeping Jorge as his actual prize. He turns to leave, dragging the unconscious leader of the gang behind him. Vlad is left kneeling in the dirt, completely powerless to stop him. Vlad stares at the mercenary with absolute, unadulterated hatred, whispering a solemn promise through his teeth. I'm going to kill you. Godwin warns him not to throw his life away over a piece of beef jerky. He turns and walks away, his heavy footsteps echoing through the ruined room. Vlad drags himself up, screaming Godwin's name with every single drop of air left in his lungs, cementing his blood oath of vengeance. Godwin's voice echoes back from the shadows of the stone corridor, mockingly accepting the challenge. He welcomes the hunt. Tears of rage stream down Vlad's face as he lets out a final, desperate scream into the empty, ruined hideout. The war has only just begun. Vlad is dragging his broken body through the freezing snow, with Jemina desperately holding him up. He is severely wounded from the building collapse, and if he collapses here, Jack's mercenaries will find them and end this before it even begins. Their boots stumble blindly through the frozen mud. Vlad clutches his side, his shirt already soaked in fresh, warm blood. One wrong step and his internal injuries will bleed out right here in the gutter. He is gasping for air, his vision starting to blur. The physical toll of unleashing the way of the sword, without any proper training, is literally tearing his young body apart from the inside out. In his fading consciousness, a cold memory of a dark-haired woman stands over him. Her voice demands that he get up, because in the slums of Squara, lying down on the floor is synonymous with dying. She doesn't offer him comfort or a hand to help him up. She offers a harsh survival reality check. If Vlad stays down, he simply becomes another nameless corpse buried under the winter snow. Her eyes are completely devoid of pity as she strikes him in his memory, forcing his mind back into his body. Pain is the only anchor that keeps you awake when your physical form is shutting down. She demands to know if he truly understands the fundamental difference between the gutter rats of the slums and the wealthy nobles living across the cobblestone streets. Vlad looks up from the floor, desperate and broken. The lesson is simple. Those with status have a safety net to catch them, while those in the slums are operating without a harness. It all comes down to opportunities. The wealthy can fail 100 times, lose fortunes, and still wake up in a warm bed because their class protects them from the consequences of their mistakes. But for the orphans of Squara, failure isn't a learning experience, it is a death sentence. The ruined hideout is a visual reminder of what happens when a slum gang tries to step out of line. A hand grips the dark fabric of a cloak tightly. If they fail even once, there is no second chance, no recovery. They were born into a world where survival is a daily negotiation with death. She grabs him, forcing him to look at her. He cannot afford to waste the single, desperate opportunity he has been given to escape this cycle of poverty and violence. Vlad's eyes flare with that unnatural blue light as he struggles on the cold ground. The physical toll of the awakening is clear, but his resolve is the only thing keeping his heart beating. Back in the freezing reality of the stone corridor, Jimena is begging him to rest, but Vlad refuses. Stopping now means letting Godwin get away with Jorge, and Vlad would rather die than let his savior be dragged off. He clenches his fist, trying to summon any ounce of strength left. But the universe doesn't care about his resolve. A thug spots them in the archway, shouting to his crew that they've found Jorge's kid. Jimena screams for him to run as they bolt down the corridor. The nest of their safe house is completely broken, and they are officially prey out in the open. The narrator notes that no matter how young a bird is, there comes a time when it is forced to leave the nest. For Vlad, that transition is happening under the threat of a rusty blade. They sprint through the narrow stone alleys, the heavy footsteps of Jack's mercenaries echoing right behind them. If they get caught, Vlad's talent is snuffed out before he ever learns how to use it. High-angle view of the snowy streets. 7 armed men are fanning out, searching the corners. The entire slum is crawling with predators looking for a bounty. One of Jack's lieutenants is barking orders, promising a heavy compensation for Vlad's head. He's still furious about how Vlad embarrassed his men in the tavern earlier. The scarred thug clenches his fist, his face contorted in rage. They split up, confident that 2 injured teenagers couldn't have made it far in this freezing weather. Close-up of the heavy iron shackles on a wooden door. The lock has been hastily smashed, revealing a dark, dusty passage leading into a hidden cellar. Pressed against the cold wood, Vlad grips his dagger, his knuckles white. He knows their stamina is depleted. Running blindly will only lead them into a dead end. He tells Jimena to hide behind the door and wait until the streets go quiet. He's planning to act as bait, prioritizing her survival over his own life, just like he did when they were children. Vlad's face is hollow with exhaustion. He explains that moving together makes them an easy target. Jimena, terrified of losing another friend to the violence of the city, refuses to leave his side. He reminds her of Marcella's promise to help them escape the town. He tells her to head to the convent or Harbin's shop before dawn, trying to secure her safety before the final confrontation. Jimena screams in frustration, refusing to abandon him. Vlad is completely out of options, and Bruv is really losing his mind, trying to make her understand the gravity of their situation. Vlad snaps, asking if he looks like he's in any condition to protect her. The brutal honesty hurts, and tears well up in Jimena's eyes as she realizes how powerless they truly are. A sudden voice cuts through the darkness, freezing them in place. Jimena's survival instincts kick in instantly as she reaches for a knife on the nearby table. A warm, flickering lantern light illuminates the corridor. Standing there is the elderly blacksmith, his eyes wide with shock as he recognizes the 2 runaways. He demands to know why they are here, while Jimena keeps her knife pointed at his chest, her hands trembling but resolute. The blacksmith is just trying to sleep, and Blood really has to deal with 2 bleeding teenagers invading his workshop with a butter knife. Jimena is hysterical, screaming that she will actually stab him if he takes a step. The old man just stares at her, seeing right through her desperate bluff. The silence stretches between them. The blacksmith looks at the blood on Vlad's shirt, then at the terror in Jimena's eyes, and realizes the gravity of what has happened. He calmly tells her to put down the knife, but Jimena has a different plan. She glares at the beautiful knight's sword mounted on his wall and demands it. The old man is stunned. He warns her that taking that weapon and heading outside the town walls is a suicide mission for kids who don't know how to wield it. Jimena doesn't care about the warnings. She screams that she isn't joking. Vlad tries to intervene, begging her to drop the weapon before she makes things worse. She demands the sword again, her voice cracking. She remarks that this desperate, ugly struggle is the true nature of those born in the back alleys. The blacksmith looks at her. He knows the desperation of the slums all too well, the lengths to which people will go just to secure a single day of survival. Jimena looks down at the knife, her resolve hardening. If she has to sacrifice her dignity to save Vlad, she will do it without a second thought. Tears stream down her cheeks as she raises the blade. The old man watches, expecting her to attack him, but her target is different. With a sharp cry, She grabs her own hair and slices it off with the knife. Vlad screams her name in absolute horror. The old blacksmith's eyes widen. In this world, a woman's hair is her pride, her identity, and she just sheared it off in a single, desperate motion. Vlad can only watch in silence, his blue eyes reflecting the sheer weight of her sacrifice. She's giving up everything she has left to buy him a chance. Jemina stands with her head shorn, holding the long, vibrant red locks in her hand like a trophy of her own desperation. She offers the hair to the blacksmith, crying as she promises to pay him the rest of the 5 gold coins when she is able. She clutches the severed hair to her chest, begging him to take it. It's the only currency of value she possesses in this godforsaken gutter. She drops the red hair at his feet, pleading with him to give the knight's sword to Vlad so he can survive the night. The blacksmith looks at Vlad, asking if he's really going through with this. Vlad's firm yes cements his resolve. The old man realizes this boy is trying to do what he never could. Vlad stands ready, clutching his dagger. The blacksmith sees his own unfulfilled youth in the boy, the burning desire to break free from the slums, no matter the cost. The old man pinches his bridge, sighing at the sheer stubbornness of youth. He grumbles about how kids always make things difficult for adults. He turns back into the shadows, telling them to follow him. He has decided to risk his own life to help them escape. Under the cover of the falling snow, the blacksmith pulls a heavy wooden cart filled with junk through the narrow, freezing streets. He tells his hidden cargo to stop complaining and keep quiet. But their luck runs out instantly as a voice calls out from the snow, stopping them in their tracks. 3 of Jack's thugs confront the old man, demanding to know why he's out hauling garbage in the middle of a gang war. The blacksmith tries to remain calm as one of the thugs approaches the cart, asking why he's disposing of trash at this hour. The old man immediately explodes into a senile rage, shouting that their gang war has blocked the alleys and left his shop piling up with useless junk. The thug is taken aback by the old man's temper, but the mysterious hooded figure among them senses something is off and asks about the helper. The blacksmith quick talks, claiming he hired a kid for a piece of bread because his back was hurting, demanding they help him push if they're so curious. The thug isn't fully convinced and steps forward to inspect the helper under the hood. Vlad prepares to strike, his hand gripping the hilt. Before the thug can react, Vlad presses the cold steel of his blade against the man's throat, telling him not to make a sound. In a flash of motion, Vlad executes a swift, non-lethal strike to disable the threat, leaving the old blacksmith watching in tense silence. A close-up of a pink-haired thug complaining about how hard it is to secure a simple meal in this town. Vlad stands over the shivering, defeated guard, coldly telling him to get lost before he decides to finish the job. The blacksmith screams at the remaining thugs, playing up the distraction. He mentions that Jorge's golden-haired kid is the only one missing, redirecting their focus. He commands the guards to check the cart thoroughly, acting completely innocent while Vlad hides silently beneath the piles of heavy iron debris. Vlad lies perfectly still under the trash, his blue eye glowing in the darkness. Jemina and the blacksmith hold their breath as the guards approach. The guard with the sword decides against digging through the dirty cart, telling his partner to move on and search elsewhere. The blacksmith continues pushing, his heart hammering. He knows there is no turning back now. They are completely committed to this escape. Suddenly, the spear-wielding guard stops, his eyes narrowing as he looks back at the cart. He suspects something is hidden beneath the surface. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the guard stands over the cart, his shadow looming over the hidden Vlad. Beneath the junk, Vlad tightly grips his sword, preparing for the worst. He knows if he is discovered here, he will have to slaughter his way out. The guard suddenly drives his long spear straight down into the pile of debris with a violent thrust, looking to pierce any hidden cargo. The blacksmith and the pink-haired kid freeze in terror, expecting a scream of pain from beneath the iron junk. But there is only silence. Vlad's glowing blue eye remains steady in the dark. He either caught the spearhead or avoided it by inches. The spear-wielding guard pulls his weapon back, looking down. He remarks that there must be a reason for their desperate flight. He tells them to go on, intentionally turning a blind eye to the escape. The blacksmith quickly starts pulling the heavy cart away before he changes his mind. A brief memory flashes in Vlad's mind. A young boy with a bruised face explaining that this is how he's paying back a debt of 40 silver coins to Jorge. The guard, Otar, watches them go. He let Vlad escape because Jorge once spared his family over a debt, showing that mercy eventually comes full circle. They finally reach the massive, fortified stone gate at the edge of Skora, the cold winter wind howling through the iron bars. The blacksmith leads them to the dark disposal tunnel. He tells them this is where the town throws its trash, but tonight, it's their exit. Jemina whispers her final goodbye. She tells him to stay healthy as a swirling, magical draft of cold air sweeps through the deep stone shaft, swallowing Vlad's silhouette. Vlad grips his new sword as he slides down into the dark abyss. The narrator notes that this boy's journey has officially become the old blacksmith's legacy. Jemina clasps her hands, praying for his survival. Deep in the snowy ruins below, a brilliant, mystical blue light begins to pulse. The full moon shines down on the quiet, snow-covered battlefield, marking the end of Vlad's life as a mere slum candle seller. High above the jagged mountain peaks, the cold steel of the blacksmith's masterpiece reflects a warm, unnatural glow. In the quiet darkness of the cavern, a disembodied voice echoes in Vlad's mind, asking if he can finally hear it clearly. Vlad sits in the dark, holding the hilt. A strange, glowing blue text box appears before him, confirming the entity's presence. Vlad asks who the voice belongs to, but the entity admits it doesn't even know its own identity, despite its vast knowledge of the blade. Vlad smiles, entirely unfazed by the mystery. He suggests a simple deal. They will help each other survive this unforgiving world. He raises the sword vertically, declaring that he will be the entity's memory, and the entity will be his weapon. Close-up of his glowing blue eye. He states coldly that he doesn't care if the voice belongs to a demon, as long as it gives him power. Under the massive full moon, a towering, spectral blue figure outlines itself behind the kneeling boy, cementing their unnatural pact. Vlad bares his teeth in a grimace of pure determination. He explains that the only thing he truly fears is remaining powerless and becoming nothing. The spectral knight raises a massive, beautifully detailed blue sword, accepting the terms of their contract. Standing on a glowing, blue ripple of energy, Vlad grips his weapon. The slum boy is gone. The star-embracing swordmaster has officially awakened. A month into the winter campaign, and the valley is completely buried. This is the staging ground for House Bayezid's monster hunt. Inside the command tent, a hand moves a white game piece across the map. Joseph Bayezid is playing a high-stakes political chess game. Meet Joseph Bayezid, the second son of a brutal noble family. He's staring at his perfect battle map, but his face is pure tension. In a succession war, a campaign going too smoothly is a trap. His loyal, eye-patched knight Jair enters the tent to break the silence. Joseph doesn't even look up from his desk. Jair stands straight, immediately picking up on his master's dark mood. He knows exactly how much pressure Joseph is under. When everything goes exactly as planned, you start looking for the hidden dagger. Joseph knows his political enemies aren't this incompetent. Casualties are all expendable mercenaries, but the regular soldiers are deserting. That mediocrity is going to ruin Joseph's reputation. If Joseph's father and the vassals think he's weak, his campaign for the succession ends before it even starts. And if Joseph falls, his half-brother Ludgear is waiting in the shadows to take everything. This is a zero-sum game. In the House of Bayezid, losing the succession doesn't mean retirement. It means absolute destruction. The family banner flies over a legacy built entirely on blood. They value military might above all else. Their father literally slaughtered his own brothers to take the throne. That's the family tradition Joseph is trying to survive. Joseph needs a powerful, loyal weapon to secure his position. That's when Jair mentions a highly unusual mercenary. Joseph's mind immediately jumps to paranoia. He thinks his brother Ludgear sent a spy to sabotage him. Jair tells him it's not a spy. It's something far more bizarre, and Joseph needs to see the proof himself. The proof is a pile of dead goblins. Specifically, the terrifyingly precise cuts on their gray-skinned bodies. Joseph holds a cloth to his nose, inspecting the first batch. He dismisses them as sloppy, amateurish hacks. But as they walk down the line of hanging corpses, Jair urges him to look closer. The further Joseph walks, the cleaner the cuts get. The sloppy swings are rapidly turning into something precise. He stops at a massive hobgoblin. The trajectory of the cuts is identical, but the execution has completely evolved. Joseph turns to his knight, his voice actually shaking. He asks if a single person did all of this. Jair confirms it. The sloppy corpse was from a month ago. The perfect one was killed yesterday. A month. It took this anonymous mercenary only 4 weeks to go from a complete amateur to a lethal swordsman. That level of growth is monstrous. Joseph immediately demands to know the name of this hidden genius. To understand how he got here, we have to go back to the front lines deep in the snowy forest. The extermination campaign is actively raging, with mercenaries and monsters clashing in a chaotic, bloody mess. Soldiers are desperately trying to hold the line, screaming at their squads to tighten the encirclement. They think they're about to wrap up the battle. They are incredibly, hilariously wrong, because a massive, red-eyed hobgoblin just shattered their formation, bringing a giant wooden club to a spear fight. A massive shadow looms over the goateed soldier. The sheer scale of this beast instantly breaks their morale. A sudden, blinding flash of impact forces the mercenaries back as the monster unleashes pure violence. The hobgoblin pins a screaming soldier to the bloodstained snow. The defensive line is completely gone. The beast lets out a deafening roar, turning its red eyes toward the terrified survivors. It lunges, tossing soldiers aside like ragdolls. This is what happens when you cheap out on mercenary contracts. The goateed soldier screams for a retreat. Even the commander on horseback is frozen in shock. Commander tries to yell at his fleeing men, but bro really thinks a speech is going to stop a 9-foot monster. The mercenaries argue right back. They point out that they weren't paid enough to fight a hobgoblin, and honestly, if the nobles want this handled, they should send an actual knight. Before the commander can even reply, the hobgoblin lunges and knocks him clean off his horse. The monster roars in triumph over the fallen leader. The mercenaries are ready to run for their lives. The commander groans in the snow, completely defeated. But through the panic, a slow, steady pair of boots crunches through the drifts. Vlad walks calmly toward the beast, his hand resting on the hilt of his 5-gold sword. A soldier calls out in confusion. Vlad draws his blade, his eyes flaring with that familiar, brilliant blue light. He corrects the soldier. It's the Riemann of prayers. He's been practicing this exact technique for a month. This is his chance to prove his covenant with the voice actually works. Vlad lunges downward from above, his blade cutting a sharp arc through the freezing air. He swings, but the hobgoblin's thick skin is too tough. The strike barely grazes the monster's back. The beast roars in fury. Vlad immediately realizes his cut was too shallow, and the monster is already counterattacking. He nimbly dodges the massive club, his focus entirely locked on the beast's movements. Vlad slides low across the snow, executing rapid, sweeping strikes, but he can't find a clean opening. He retreats, gritting his teeth in frustration. The voice in his head immediately starts talking trash about his execution. Vlad snaps back internally. He's not a cheat code genius. He actually has to work to make this foreign style his own. The hobgoblin charges again, but a glowing blue trajectory symbol suddenly maps itself out in Vlad's vision. Vlad breathes, aligning his body perfectly with the glowing guide. He's letting the voice run the calculations. The monster raises its club for a final, crushing blow, completely unaware that it's walking into a perfect counter. Vlad strikes. The collision of steel and wood unleashes a massive, if brief, explosion of snow and energy. The hobgoblin is forced back, bracing its massive club against the ground to stay upright. Vlad leaps high into the air, the cold wind whipping through his hair. This is the decisive moment. He swings downward, a magnificent column of glowing blue aura erupting from his blade. The strike connects with absolute, divine precision. Vlad whispers the name of the style, Riemann. Back in the present, Joseph Bayezid is completely hooked. He commands Jair to find this mysterious mercenary immediately. Jair bows in respect. He knows his master has finally found the perfect blade to survive the upcoming succession war. Joseph stares at the perfect blue sword path left on the hobgoblin's corpse, his mind racing. To go from sloppy backstreet swings to a perfect sword path in 30 days is impossible. Joseph smirks. He has to have this monster. Vlad stands in the fading blue light, his glowing eyes locked forward. The slum boy has officially caught the attention of the Empire. The battle is over, but the cleanup in the freezing northern snow is just starting. Unnamed mercenaries are tossing the gray-skinned hobgoblin corpses into a wooden cart, complaining about the lack of valuable loot. One overexcited mercenary with a mustache runs up to Vlad, calling him captain and gushing about how amazing his swordsmanship was. Vlad doesn't even look up, dryly telling the man to shut up and go gather the things he just slashed. The mustache mercenary smirks, claiming nobody in the camp would dare touch Vlad's kills anyway. But then he leans in, asking what Vlad plans to do next now that the monster extermination campaign is wrapping up. He straight up proposes a partnership, Vlad's god-tier sword skills combined with his brains. Vlad doesn't even slow down, deadpanning that his personal creed is to never make eye contact with scammers. The mercenary's friendly act vanishes instantly. He stares at Vlad's back, realizing something is off about the kid's mercenary badge, thinking to himself that Vlad can't use that fake ID forever. He catches up and whispers that he knows a professional counterfeiter named Got who can forge a perfect badge. Vlad stops dead in his tracks. Vlad turns around, and his eyes flare with a terrifying, glowing blue light. He delivers a cold, lethal warning. If the man's tongue gets too loose, his head is going to get loose next. The mercenary's face goes pale, sweat dripping down his cheek under the crushing weight of Vlad's aura. He immediately tries to play it off as friendly advice, stammering that being a low-ranking Decurion is a waste of Vlad's talent. Vlad's expression remains razor-sharp as he tells the man to shut his mouth and clean up the rest of the field if he wants to keep his head attached to his body. The terrified scammer instantly folds. Vlad watches him scurry off, internally noting that he really needs to teach this guy a proper lesson later. He turns and heads deep into the quiet, snowy forest. Other mercenaries watch him leave, wondering if Riemann, the fake name Vlad is using, is going off to prey again. They've grown to respect his quiet, bizarrely disciplined routine. Vlad kneels in the deep snow, planting his sword vertically into the frozen ground. To the onlookers, he looks like a tragic, noble knight from a painting, completely out of place in a dirty mercenary camp. They whisper among themselves, convinced that a guy who looks this majestic while kneeling in a freezing forest must secretly be a noble who fell from grace. In reality, Vlad is internally screaming. He's scowling in absolute frustration because he still can't execute his sword strikes perfectly in one clean shot. The mysterious voice in his head immediately starts backseat driving, calling him an idiot and claiming the secret to one shot, one kill, always comes when you least expect it. The voice gives him the most useless, abstract tutorial ever. Just lift the sword, lean your body so they go SSK, and then go whoosh. Vlad is just standing there like, are we seriously doing onomatopoeia training right now? The voice gets mad that Vlad isn't understanding, while Vlad is left standing in the snow, grumbling, whoosh, squook hook, SSK, like a lunatic. The grind is real, but the teacher is terrible. From a distance, the other mercenaries just watch him mutter to himself, thinking he's having a profound, highly spiritual conversation with the heavens. Back at the grand military encampment, rows of wooden tables and white canvas tents are nestled under the massive, sunlit northern mountain peaks. Vlad sits down for lunch and stares suspiciously at his bowl of thick, gelatinous, dark brown stew, seriously questioning what kind of mystery meat he's about to put in his mouth. Another mercenary shrugs and says free food is free food, especially since noble employers like House Bayezid almost never provide actual meals to cheap mercenaries. Vlad finishes his bowl, bids them farewell, and walks away toward the clerical tents. Behind him, the men gossip, assuming their mysterious captain is heading back to the priest. Vlad heads toward the blue tent marked with a white cross, wondering if he should actually try praying, while the voice dryly points out he's already failing the vibe check just by asking. The elderly priest Andrea spots him from the entrance, his face lighting up with a warm, welcoming smile as he invites Riemann inside. Vlad enters and bows respectfully. Priest Andrea remarks on how cold it must have been for Vlad to go out and pray in the deep snow last night. Vlad puts on his most pious, holy face, telling the priest that the cold doesn't matter when you're held in the Lord's arms, while internally cursing out the voice's useless, whoosh, SSK tutorials. Priest Andrea laughs heartily, completely charmed, telling Vlad he acts more like a priest than he does. Vlad's poker face is honestly undefeated at this point. A young acolyte named Jiang enters to announce that breakfast is ready. The table is set with fresh bread, cheese, and soup, looking infinitely better than the camp's mystery meat. Andrea places his hands on Vlad's shoulders, insisting they eat together. Vlad tries to politely decline, but the priest immediately transitions into leading a prayer. Vlad clasps his hands and recites a flawless, deeply moving blessing, thanking God for the food and praying for the strength to do good. Andrea is completely moved by the boy's apparent purity. As Vlad kneels before the glowing yellow cross, the priest watches him, convinced he is looking at a truly faithful, honest soul. But the narrator notes that even in this peaceful, humble place, Vlad's soul is bound to a different destiny, a vision of a blood-stained battlefield covered in embedded swords under a dark, chaotic sky. Andrea finishes the prayer with an amen and happily tells Vlad to start eating. Vlad immediately digs into the fresh wheat bread and warm soup, internally celebrating because he's finally eating actual human food instead of gray sludge. But the peaceful lunch is cut short. Andrea mentions Vlad's incredible, rapidly evolving swordsmanship, revealing that his skills have officially reached the ears of Sir Joseph Bayezid. The priest explains that Sir Jair, Joseph's terrifying personal knight, came by 2 days ago inquiring about him. Vlad tries to act casually surprised, but the panic is definitely setting in. Andrea smiles warmly, telling Vlad he highly recommended him to the nobles. Vlad's face freezes, his mouth full of bread as he realizes his quiet cover has just been completely blown. The priest happily talks about how the House of Bayezid is a prestigious noble family, and how landing a job with them would rescue Vlad from his current miserable mercenary life. Vlad swallows his food hard. He is in absolute, silent panic. The priest thinks he's helping, but he's actually fast-tracking Vlad to a noble interrogation. Vlad walks back out into the snowy forest under a clear blue sky, his mind racing as he mutters that this situation has gotten incredibly difficult. He kneels in the snow, realizing his desperate need to practice his swordsmanship has drawn way too much attention. He wonders if staying close to the priest was a massive tactical error. Vlad looks down at his blade. He had a specific reason for hanging around the church. He needed to confirm if the black lightning and the voice in his head made him some kind of evil, demonic existence. Priest Andrea is highly renowned for his immense divine power. Since the holy priest didn't sense any evil or corruption in Vlad, Vlad finally had proof that his soul was still clean. Now, the risk of staying is too high. Vlad contemplates running away immediately, but the voice chimes in, suggesting the nobles might turn a blind eye to his fake ID because of his talent. Vlad shoots that down instantly. If the nobles investigate his background, they'll discover he killed a mercenary in Shoera, which means he'll face identity forgery and murder charges. The voice casually calls him a heinous criminal. Vlad points an accusatory finger at his own sword, reminding the voice that it's an accomplice in all of his crimes. The voice agrees that running away is the smartest play, so Vlad resolves to slip away tonight. His plan is to drag the counterfeiter god along to forge a new identity badge. But before he can even finish the thought, the voice suddenly warns him. I think it's going to be difficult to run. The voice warns that a massive presence is approaching from behind, an energy level belonging to at least an advanced knight. Through the snowy trees, a dark, menacing silhouette appears. Vlad reacts on pure instinct, spinning around and lunging with a desperate strike, but the figure parries it effortlessly. It's Sir Jair, the eye-patched knight of Bayezid, who just mutters, "Huh?" Vlad is stunned, realizing Jair completely read his presence. Meanwhile, Jair looks down at the kid, internally noting that Vlad's combat reflexes are even better than he anticipated. Jair sheathes his massive blade and calmly announces that Sir Joseph wants to see him. Vlad is hit with a wave of instant regret, wishing he had run away without overthinking. But Vlad refuses to show weakness. He channels his inner gambler, reminding himself that an unwavering poker face is the ultimate defense. He looks Jair in the eye and smoothly replies that it's an honor. Jair asks if Vlad knew he was coming. Vlad calmly lies, saying the priest warned him, though he didn't expect the knight to arrive this early. Vlad is trying to play cool, but the stakes are life and death. Jair is quietly impressed by how relaxed this young, low-ranking mercenary is standing before him. He simply commands Vlad to follow him and turns his back. As they walk through the deep snow, Vlad watches the knight's back, his hand hovering near his sword hilt as he desperately calculates his chances. The voice immediately shuts down any thoughts of escape, warning Vlad that a knight of Jair's caliber will take his head off before Vlad can even take 3 steps in the snow. Vlad lets out a quiet, frustrated sigh. He is completely trapped, forced to walk directly into the lion's den with a fake identity and a stolen sword. He lets go of his sword hilt and accepts his fate. There's no running. He has to play this game to the very end and hope his poker face holds up. They arrive at the grand, blue and white command tent. Inside, Sir Joseph Bayezid is reading a book. He looks up with a polite, aristocratic smile, welcoming Vlad. Vlad bows deeply, playing the part of the respectful mercenary to perfection. Joseph asks if he's faced any inconveniences during the campaign, maintaining a friendly, noble facade. Vlad expresses his gratitude, but Joseph is quietly analyzing him. Looking at Vlad's striking blonde hair and blue eyes, Joseph notes he looks more like a fallen noble than a common thug. He casually asks, "Your name is Riemann?" Vlad replies with a polite, "Yes, sir." But the moment the words leave his mouth, Joseph slams his book shut and mutters that he should have told Vlad something earlier. Before Vlad can even react, Jair's heavy, armored hand slams down on his shoulder in a crushing grip. Blood is caught dead to rights, his left eye instantly flaring with a brilliant blue light as his survival instincts scream. Jair's right eye glows with a menacing green light, his voice dropping to a low, icy growl as he declares that he absolutely despises liars. The trap snaps shut. Jair looks down at the frozen, terrified youth and speaks his forbidden, true name, Vlad of Shoera. The fake identity is shattered, and Vlad is officially cornered by the Empire. Joseph Bayezid sits at his desk, laid back but completely in control of the room. He is laying out everything his intelligence network dug up on Vlad's past, stripping away the boy's cover story. He knows about the slums, and he knows about Vlad's mother working as a red light worker. But there is one piece of the puzzle still missing. Joseph leans forward, asking if Vlad even knows who his own father is. Joseph's gaze is cold and condescending, expecting the gutter rat to break under the weight of his own low birth. But Vlad doesn't flinch. His eyes flare with that brilliant, defiant blue light as he fires back, mocking Joseph for asking such a stupid question to a red light worker's son. Jair doesn't tolerate disrespect toward his master. Before Vlad can even finish his sentence, the eye-patched knight moves with blinding speed, striking Vlad's lower back with a heavy burst of blue aura. The impact is brutal, sending Vlad crashing heavily to his knees on the tiled floor. The sheer physical disparity between a street rat and an advanced knight is laid bare in an instant. One casual strike is all it takes to put Vlad in his place. Jair stands over him like an absolute wall, telling him to know his limits. But Vlad has spent his entire life surviving things that should have killed him, so he clenches his teeth, forces his body back up, and mutters a cold no. Joseph is actually amused by this display of pure, stubborn survival instinct. He walks over, noting that Vlad's entire Riemann identity is a sham, likely stolen from some dead mercenary in a ditch. Joseph looks down with those glowing purple eyes, demanding to know the truth. He knows Vlad fled Shoera, but what he really wants to know is where a common street urchin learned high-level swordsmanship. Vlad's mind is racing as he stares back, sweat dripping down his cheek. He knows that if he mentions the voice in his head, they will view him as a demon-possessed madman and execute him on the spot. So he has to construct a flawless lie right now. Jair slowly draws his sword to keep the pressure on, the metallic ring of the blade filling the quiet tent. Vlad clenches his jaw tightly, his survival instincts screaming as he prepares to deliver his fabricated story. Vlad kneels, channeling his blue lightning aura to make his lie look like a genuine martial awakening. He tells Joseph that his skills came to him like a sudden lightning strike. Joseph listens intently as Vlad describes a mysterious, unnamed master who supposedly trained him and then vanished without a trace. Vlad keeps his expression completely locked down, explaining that this master refused to reveal his identity but left him with a singular legacy. To make the lie believable, Vlad visualizes a legendary, muscular warrior surrounded by jagged blue energy. He claims this master told him his swordsmanship was a secret art that should never be shown to another living soul. Vlad's eyes are completely steady as he finishes the story. Joseph watches him closely, trying to spot a single tremor or hesitation, but Vlad's absolute commitment to his own survival makes the lie indistinguishable from the truth. The tension suddenly breaks as Joseph accepts the explanation, even apologizing for his knight's rough handling. Vlad internally lets out a massive sigh of relief, realizing his gamble actually worked, before playing along and admitting he is in a desperate spot. Joseph sees a golden opportunity here. He doesn't care about Vlad's crimes or his fake identity. He only cares about securing a powerful new weapon for his struggle against his brother Luckier. Joseph extends his hand, offering Vlad everything a slum orphan could ever dream of: authority, freedom, survival, and the path to becoming a true knight. Joseph officially offers his backing under the crest of House Bayezid, promising to elevate Vlad to a position where no one from the slums can ever touch him again. The deal is struck in the glowing blue light of the command tent. Vlad is no longer just a runaway street rat. He is now a secret asset bound to the second son of House Bayezid. The scene shifts to the snowy training grounds, where Vlad's brutal daily training under Jair begins. Their wooden swords clash with a sharp crack, the impact sending vibrations up Vlad's arms. A crowd of mercenaries gathers in the snow to watch the one-sided beatdown, gossiping about whether the street kid has actually been taken in as Jair's personal disciple. Jair is using these sessions to test the absolute limits of Vlad's physical endurance, showing no mercy as he forces the boy to defend himself against a veteran's weight. Vlad is forced into a defensive crouch, his wooden blade splintering under the sheer force of Jair's overhead strike as he groans in pain. Jair mocks him openly during the fight, calling his skills mediocre and asking how he expects to stand proud in front of Joseph with such shoddy swordplay. Vlad tries to analyze the combat while under constant pressure, realizing that Jair's movements are too fast to dodge and his strikes are too heavy to block directly. Instead of giving up, Vlad's eyes narrow as he searches for a gap in the knight's defense, resolving to find a way to redirect the kinetic energy of the blows. He braces himself, locking his wooden sword against Jair's incoming strike to absorb the initial impact. Vlad nimbly slides his blade along Jair's weapon, turning the defense into a rapid, sweeping counteroffensive. He lunges forward with a powerful downward swing, the wooden blade cutting a sharp arc through the cold winter air. The watching mercenaries cheer in surprise as Vlad actually manages to break through the defensive line and force a direct clash. Jair sheaths his training weapons, ending the morning session and leaving Vlad collapsed in the snow, panting heavily and frustrated that he couldn't land a clean hit. Jair stoically commands Vlad to prepare for this twice every single day, completely ignoring the boy's physical exhaustion. Vlad is stunned by the brutal workload, but he forces his aching body up and follows the knight back toward the main camp. As they walk, Vlad realizes that Jair isn't actually offering any advice or teaching him techniques. Bruv is literally just using him as a punching bag. But Vlad keeps his poker face perfectly intact, politely thanking Jair for the sparring session while harboring a deep, silent resentment. Later, Vlad practices the movements alone in the snow. He realizes that even though Jair is brutal, the constant physical beatings are naturally trimming away the useless, excess movements from his sword path. Vlad stands alone under the cold sky, accepting the harsh reality of his situation. There are no allies for him in this camp, and his survival depends entirely on his own strength. Back inside the command tent, Jair reports his findings to Joseph, admitting that the street kid's raw talent is genuinely impressive. Joseph is thrilled by the report. He realizes that Vlad's growth rate is so monstrous that if he had been born into a noble house, the Count himself would have taken notice. Jair warns him that Vlad is still an arrogant street rat who doesn't know his limits, but Joseph dismisses the concern, noting that a gutter upbringing makes such defiance natural. Jair insists that a sword without absolute loyalty cannot be trusted, suggesting they use a strict hand to teach the boy proper etiquette and submission. Joseph reflects on Vlad's character, realizing that he actually prefers Vlad's open hostility over a fake, polite submission. He smiles a dark, calculating smile, glad that the boy revealed his true, untamed nature right from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Vlad stands in the freezing night, his eyes glowing blue as he resolves to endure whatever training it takes to secure his ultimate revenge against Godwin. Joseph and Jair agree that a purely transactional relationship is the best way to handle Vlad for now, giving the boy what he wants in exchange for his lethal talent. To Joseph, Vlad is nothing more than a wild, dangerous wolf that needs to be brought to heel. He resolves not to rush the process, knowing that taming a beast like Vlad requires a very specific, careful approach. Joseph's smile turns incredibly ominous as he plans to build a cage so massive and subtle that the wolf will mistake it for absolute freedom. The scene transitions to the dark, freezing night sky over the northern forest, where a thick, unnatural fog begins to roll in over the skeletal trees. A young mercenary guard, one of the former street urchins from Shoera, shivers violently on patrol, complaining about the sudden, biting cold. The guard grips his spear, grumbling in jealousy as he thinks about Vlad's sudden rise to becoming Jair's personal training partner. He approaches a burning brazier to warm his hands, spotting Sir Roderick, a heavily armored senior knight, patrolling the perimeter. Roderick tells the guard that everything is quiet and commands him to stay alert and keep working hard. The guard salutes respectfully as Roderick turns and walks away into the deep, foggy woods. The guard watches the knight depart, glad that the strict senior won't be back to check on him anytime soon. Leaning his spear against a tree, the guard decides to close his eyes and doze off for just a few minutes. Suddenly, a desperate, echoing voice startles him awake, crying out from the thick fog that she is looking for her child. The guard looks around in confusion, spotting a distant, dark silhouette standing completely still in the snowy clearing. The mysterious voice abruptly cuts off into a chilling, dead silence, leaving the guard deeply unsettled as he wonders why she stopped speaking. Gulping down his fear, the guard grips his spear tightly and begins to creep cautiously through the snow, following the fresh footprints. He suddenly spots Sir Roderick walking deeper into the dark, foggy woods instead of heading back toward the safety of the campsite. The guard realizes with mounting dread that Roderick is heading directly away from the camp, moving towards something hidden in the deep forest. As he gets closer, he freezes in absolute horror. A dark, smoky, demonic aura is visibly swirling around the knight's silver armor. Suddenly, Roderick collapses to his knees, clutching his head in agony as a violent explosion of purple energy and blinding white light consumes his body. A horrific, monstrous scream of pure agony echoes through the silent, foggy forest, signaling that a terrifying, malevolent force has officially breached the encampment. Vlad is out here stretching his shoulders, covered in a light sweat, and complaining that his daily beatings are too intense. But the voice inside his head has absolutely zero sympathy, reminding him that getting hands thrown at you by a top-tier knight like Sir Jair is a once-in-a-lifetime learning opportunity. The voice is trying to sell this as a masterclass, but Vlad's internal monologue is too real. To him, Sir Jair wasn't teaching him the fine art of the blade. Big Man just wanted an excuse to use him as a physical punching bag. The entity keeps lecturing him about willpower and raising the quality of combat, but Vlad is completely checked out. He just stands there with the stick on his shoulders, entirely exhausted, muttering that this whole arrangement just makes him depressed. Before Vlad can even finish his silent existential crisis, a frantic whisper cuts through the cold air. Someone is calling out his fake mercenary name, Riemann, before frantically correcting themselves. Vlad looks over and spots God, the former Shoera Street kid who got recruited as a guard, hiding behind a pine tree like a sketchy cartoon character. God is looking around like he's trying to buy something illegal, whispering that the main subjugation squad isn't back yet, and that he's planning to desert tonight. Vlad asks what he's talking about, and God gets incredibly defensive, claiming he only tracked Vlad down to give him a heads up out of pure courtesy before he hits the road. God is completely confused by Vlad's calm reaction, but Vlad's expression goes ice cold. He warns the kid that whatever is lurking in the dark woods isn't something to joke about. God leans in, the shadows from the trees making him look 10 years older as he drops the real bomb. Whatever they are hunting out here is completely cursed. That instantly gets Vlad's attention. His eyes widen because he knows exactly what kind of supernatural nonsense usually follows the word cursed in this world. God explains that all those deserters who supposedly ran away despite the solid pay didn't actually leave on their own 2 feet. The forest itself literally took them. He's not talking about guys breaking contract to go drink in a tavern. These men are straight up gone, and God claims he witnessed the abduction with his own eyes. God describes it as a literal ghost that snatches people from the tree line. His face pale, as we see the terrifying mental image of the entity looming over him. Vlad stands there in silence, his hand resting on his wooden training blade as he tries to process whether this kid has actually lost his mind. Vlad physically grabs Got by his wrist to snap him out of his panic, telling him to stop spreading wild rumors, but Got just screams back in desperation. That's when Got drops the name that actually matters. Sir Roderick, one of the fully armored knights stationed at the camp, went missing just yesterday. Got confirms it, adding that he did some digging on his own and noticed a highly specific, terrifying pattern among all the victims. Every single soldier who has vanished into these woods since the campaign started shared one physical trait. They all had black hair. God is completely losing it, screaming a string of curses because he realized his own dark hair basically makes him a walking target. He's bitterly regretting his decision to stay and warn Vlad, realizing that his attempt at being a good friend might have just signed his own death warrant. Sir Jair, watching this unfold from his horse, asks Vlad if the kid's story is reliable, and Vlad honestly admits that while God is a coward, he's not delusional. Jair goes quiet, realizing that Sir Joseph is going to view this bizarre supernatural anomaly as a political opportunity to outshine his rival brother. The stakes are massive here. If Joseph can solve a supernatural curse that is actively swallowing soldiers, his claim to the succession becomes untouchable. Jair mutters that the other knights stationed at the post were completely incompetent anyway, which is why the entity was able to snatch Roderick so easily. With a high-ranking knight gone, Jair knows they have to send in their actual heavy hitters, just as Got points out the search party gathering in the distance. One of Roderick's loyal followers, Aaron, bows respectfully to Jair, who immediately demands to know how a whole knight disappeared without leaving a single footprint. Aaron confirms the worst. Even their most experienced scouts couldn't find a single track, as if Roderick was literally lifted straight out of the snow. It's a highly unnatural situation that points directly toward high-level magic or a localized curse. Jair decides he needs to see this anomaly with his own eyes, ordering the search party to split into groups of 3 but stay within visual range. The soldiers salute and disperse into the frozen woods, the warm orange sunset casting long, ominous shadows across the snow. Meanwhile, God is still trudging through the snow, muttering to himself about how Vlad completely scammed him into joining this death march. God complains that Vlad used his friendly warning against him, but Vlad just tells him to shut up and keep his eyes open, promising a reward if they survive. Jair rides up to their group, asking if they've spotted any clues, but God just sighs and shakes his head. Jair calls the search useless, but Vlad offers a classic slum dweller perspective. In the backstreets, if you want information, you just grab a random suspect and beat them until they talk. Jair dryly dismisses Vlad's street logic, noting that they are rapidly running out of daylight. He contemplates calling off the search for the night, but suddenly stops as his keen senses pick up something unusual. He looks down at a massive, frozen riverbed winding through the valley and asks if anyone checked the opposite bank. God immediately objects, pointing out that Roderick's squad had no reason to cross the ice since the monster subjugation was in the opposite direction. But Jair reasons that since the forest was completely clean, the river is the only logical place left to check, ordering the mercenaries to prepare to cross. Despite his intense fear, God has no choice but to salute and follow the knight's direct command. The ice under their boots is thin and visibly fractured, a clear sign that the winter freeze is beginning to thaw. One of the scouts suggests that if they spread their weight across the surface, the ice should hold. The mercenaries begin to cautiously make their way onto the frozen river, tension thick in the air. Jair stands on the ice, directing the men to divide into 3 distinct groups to minimize the risk of a collapse. As they step onto the translucent ice, Got lets out a low groan of pure anxiety. Got whispers that his survival instincts are screaming at him, but Vlad dryly tells him he's just being a coward. Got snaps back, pointing out that unlike a monstrous talent like Vlad, normal people have to rely on their gut feelings to survive. He looks down at the ice, his face pale as his dread reaches a boiling point. He insists that crossing this river is a massive mistake, but Vlad's gaze remains completely unsympathetic. Vlad delivers a cold, blunt reality check. If Got tries to desert now, the military will execute him long before the curse can touch him. Vlad makes it clear that he will personally beat God if he tries to run, leaving the kid with 0 options. Got reluctantly trudges forward, his boots dragging through the snow as he mutters in defeat. Suddenly, a sharp, crystalline cracking sound echoes from directly beneath their feet. Got panics, asking if the ice is going to shatter, but Vlad just threatens to personally throw him into the freezing water if he doesn't shut up. Got completely collapses onto his hands and knees, paralyzed by fear, forcing Vlad to grab him by the collar to drag him forward. But Got's scream of absolute, primal terror cuts through the quiet canyon, stopping Vlad in his tracks. Vlad grumbles, looking down at the struggling kid, but then his own eyes lock onto what Got is staring at. Trapped directly beneath the translucent, glowing blue eyes are dozens of pale, frozen human faces staring straight up at them. The soldiers scream in horror as they realize the entire riverbed is packed with waterlogged bodies, their hands clawing against the frozen barrier. The sheer volume of corpses is staggering, a silent, frozen graveyard resting right beneath their boots. Before they can even react, the ice begins to violently fracture, jagged lines spiderwebbing across the entire river. The soldiers scramble in absolute panic, screaming at everyone to get to the bank as the ground collapses beneath them. With a deafening crash, a massive, pale hand shatters the ice, followed by a snarling, gray-skinned figure with glowing white eyes lunging out of the freezing water. The search party is instantly surrounded on all sides, trapped in the center of the collapsing river as a massive horde of undead claws its way out of the depths. The mercenaries scream for Jair's guidance, but Vlad's gaze goes cold as he realizes this entire situation was a meticulously planned ambush. Sir Jair confirms the grim reality. Someone knew exactly where they would search and set this frozen death trap specifically for them. As the final rays of the sun slip below the mountains, the dark forest belongs entirely to the dead. The pitch-black shadows of the canyon erupt with hundreds of glowing blue eyes, sealing their escape. And with a blood-curdling screech, the horde lunges forward, dragging the search party into a desperate fight for survival. The cold northern camp fades into a quiet sanctuary. A golden cross stands illuminated by candlelight, carrying a desperate prayer. Years ago, a young Vlad knelt in a warm, golden church, seeking divine guidance alongside a faithful old priest. The peaceful silence breaks. Vlad notices the priest trembling violently, his holy devotion suddenly replaced by sheer, wordless terror. Inside the sacred chalice, the holy water begins to ripple, glowing with a strange, unnatural blue light. A childhood nightmare is repeating itself right now. A dark, corrupting smoke swirls out of the sacred gold cup. Deep within a chilling, blue abyss, a mysterious voice echoes through the dark, searching for an unnamed child. A spectral woman cloaked in a violent purple aura hovers in the void, her tragic cry dripping with malice. Back on the ice, chaos erupts. A decaying corpse lunges, and a terrified mercenary screams for his captain. The cold-blooded reality of the ambush hits. A snarling undead beast with glowing blue eyes locks onto its prey. Vlad moves instantly. He swings his massive, glowing blade, cutting through the freezing air to strike the monster down. The strain is immense. Vlad gasps for air, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the sheer brutality of this endless fight. More corpses flood the ice. Vlad draws his weapon, his focus sharpening as his survival instincts completely take over. He unleashes a devastating, circular slash, carving a brilliant arc of blue light that tears through the charging horde. The corruption is spreading. A severed, decaying arm attaches to a soldier's chest, dragging him into absolute nightmare. Panic paralyzes the mercenaries. Vlad stands firm amidst the snow, but his allies are completely losing their minds. Vlad grits his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. If he panics now, they all die in this gutter. He assesses the battlefield. They are completely blocked, and his thoughts immediately shift to Jair's survival. He swings again, a relentless storm of steel and blue light keeping the decaying monsters from dragging him under. Nearby, Sir Jair is breathing heavily, his experienced eyes scanning the chaotic battlefield with growing distress. The defense is crumbling. Undead claws clamp onto screaming soldiers, dragging them down into the freezing water. Jair realizes they cannot hold this broken line much longer. Jair grits his teeth in frustration. This isn't a random monster attack, it's a meticulously calculated trap. He grips his hilt. The target of this ambush isn't the mercenaries, it's the leadership back at the camp. Brilliant, glowing green energy begins to spark from Jair's eye patch, signaling he is ready to go all out. He lunges forward, his entire body enveloped in a fierce green aura as he drives back the encroaching dead. The battlefield is illuminated by a blinding green light. Jair unleashes his power, carving a path through the monsters. His gaze is razor-sharp. Jair's green eye flares with absolute authority, preparing to execute a high-level knightly technique. The clash is deafening. Undead jaws snap in the dark, but Jair's technique holds the line against them. A massive wave of green energy erupts, slicing through the rotting flesh of the lunging beasts. Jair forms a perfect, protective green energy barrier, giving the surviving mercenaries a desperate chance to group up. The men find hope, believing the knight's presence guarantees their survival. But the dark storm is only growing. As Jair fights, a massive, shadowy clawed hand looms in the foreground, indicating a far greater horror approaches. Jair turns to Vlad, using his true origin to command him. Sure as blood. Fulfill your contract. Vlad freezes mid-strike, shocked that his secret identity has been roared across the battlefield in front of everyone. Jair commands him to retreat instantly to defend the camp and protect Sir Joseph from the impending threat. This is the core of their deal. Vlad must protect the young lord, or his survival here ends. Vlad locks in. He shouts his agreement and commands a terrified Got to follow him back to camp. Vlad sprints away, leaving Got scrambling to keep up on the slick ice. Behind them, Jair watches their retreat, whispering a silent prayer for their safe return. The shadow looms larger. Jair prays for the boy's safety as the freezing wind howls through the canyon. Jair turns back to the fight, but a sudden, chilling presence behind him forces his eyes wide in shock. He faces a massive, armored figure. It is Sir Roderick, fully turned into a pale, undead monster, surrounded by a snarling pack of glowing-eyed beasts. The corrupted knight stands as a hollow shell of his former self, a tragic symbol of the forest's curse. Back at the main camp, Sir Joseph sits quietly inside his warm tent, entirely unaware of the slaughter. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams pierce the quiet night, shattering his concentration and echoing through the canvas walls. Joseph stands up in alarm, suspecting an ambush. The tent flap bursts open as Borden, the middle-aged commander, stumbles inside, gasping for breath. Joseph demands answers, but Borden is too consumed by panic and heavy breathing to explain the situation clearly. Joseph's patience wears thin. Borden stammers that the young lord's safety must be prioritized over everything else. Borden looks up, his face pale with sweat as he faces the cold fury of his leader. Bro really fled a battle without his weapon. Joseph is disgusted by the absolute cowardice of his commander. Joseph's eyes narrow with lethal intent. He reminds Borden that the late count was far too soft, but he won't hesitate to hang a coward. Borden falls to his knees, weeping in apology, as urgent voices call out from the corridor outside. Priest Andrea enters the tent, leading a small group of survivors seeking shelter from the rising chaos outside. Joseph turns to the priest, demanding a report. Andrea's face is pale as he delivers a chilling answer. Andrea holds out the Holy Bible. The sacred pages are trembling violently as the ink itself begins to warp and shift under a dark influence. A massive, glowing blue scroll of magical script unfurls in the air, signaling a catastrophic presence is approaching. Andrea is begging for an exorcism, but Joseph is a swordsman, not a priest. He can't slash a ghost. The priest resolves to use his divine power, though he doubts it will be enough to stop it. Joseph realizes their defenses are paper-thin. None of his remaining men can use aura to defend them. Having no other choice, Joseph draws his weapon and commands his remaining forces to follow him outside. He steps onto the balcony and freezes. A thick, unnatural white mist is rapidly blanketing the entire camp. Below, the soldiers are collapsing in agony, clawing at their heads as they experience horrific, shared hallucinations. Joseph quickly covers his face, realizing the mist itself is a weapon designed to break their minds. He grits his teeth. This is a targeted strike, and they are completely cornered on this balcony. A dark, amorphous shadow loomed in the mist, its glowing white eyes locking onto its true target. The entity whispers its terrifying, possessive call, sending a physical shiver of dread through the surviving group. The spectral figure hovers closer, searching. Andrea and the young child watch in absolute, paralyzed horror. Every soldier on the balcony freezes, their movements completely halted by the sheer weight of the presence. Pale, bare feet hover above the mist as the spectral woman in white searches for her child. Her face distorts into a horrific, gaping mouth. The group gasps in shock as the entity manifests. The monster reaches down with a clawed hand, locking its glowing purple eyes onto Joseph with absolute certainty. Joseph stands frozen under the purple light, realizing the terrifying entity was hunting him this entire time. A pale, clawed hand reaches out from the dark, purple-tinted mist. It descends straight into a sizzling, magical light. The spectral woman screams, her mouth wide open with jagged teeth. She is completely enveloped in a fiery, golden aura. "Child, my child." Her voice echoes through a dark, jagged bubble, hovering directly over the glowing holy script on the priest's forehead. Priest Andrea prays desperately, sweat dripping down his face. Beside him, young Jang chants with all his remaining strength. They stand together under the golden runic barrier. But the spectral woman is closing in from the shadows, relentless. Joseph's brow furrows. He realizes they are completely helpless without Sir Jair. Is this really how it ends? Cade and Maxim lie unconscious in the dirt. They weren't strong enough to receive the priest's holy protection. The monster reaches out, her skeletal face contorted in rage. She only wants her child, and she will tear this camp apart to find him. Joseph looks down, the horrifying truth settling in. This curse wasn't random. It was designed specifically for him. The clawed hand presses against the golden barrier, sizzling with raw power. Joseph stares, wondering who could have sent this nightmare. Suddenly, a violent cough breaks the chant. Jang spits dark blood, his physical limits completely shattered by the magical strain. "Hold your position, Jang." Priest Andrea begs, praying for dawn to break before the barrier completely collapses. The spectral hand claws at the golden light. Jang weeps, blood on his lips as his physical body gives out. Jang kneels in the center of the fading golden aura, chanting a final, desperate prayer as the runes float around him. With a deafening shriek, the spectral woman prepares to shatter the barrier. The defensive line is completely broken. Is this the end? The soldiers whisper in despair. The deacon has reached his limit, and the holy hymn is fading. Joseph grits his teeth. They can't wait for dawn. If the barrier falls now, they all die in the dark. The spectral woman lunges, her hollow eyes locking onto Joseph. But a sudden, brilliant blue light cuts through the mist. She shrieks in terror as a sword blade, glowing with intense blue energy, intercepts her clawed hand. Vlad has returned to the camp, his eyes glowing with a sharp, cold blue light as he holds the line. The voice speaks in his head, warning him that normal weapons are completely useless against this cursed entity. "Are you capable of using aura?" the voice asks. Vlad stares at the glowing blade, his mind racing. Are you kidding me? Vlad grumbles internally. He knows blood is asking for a miracle in the middle of a war zone. He grips the hilt tightly. What is it? He asks, desperate for any option that keeps him breathing. The voice offers a dangerous bargain. If you allow me to take over your body for a while. Vlad looks up, his mind reeling. Is it even possible to let another entity pilot his own physical body? I can use aura myself, the voice explains, but I don't know if your human body can handle the strain. The physical cost is high. If Vlad agrees, the sheer output of power will leave his body completely paralyzed. Therefore, I wouldn't recommend it, the voice warns. But Vlad knows he has absolutely no other choice. Vlad takes a deep breath, his resolve solidifying. Let's do it. He commands, preparing for the transition. He thinks of his promise to Joseph. He isn't fighting for loyalty. He is offering his faith to secure his survival. I'm offering my faith instead of loyalty, Vlad declares, stepping directly into the path of the monster. I shall respect your decision, the voice replies, unleashing a massive surge of blue magical energy. Vlad leaps high into the air, diving downward toward the screaming spectral woman with his sword raised. She roars in fury, her skeletal jaws wide as the blonde youth descends from the dark sky. Now's the time. Close your right eye, the voice commands. Vlad squeezes his eye shut, focusing his mind. A massive, jagged bolt of blue lightning strikes downward, shattering the darkness of the camp. Is this truly? The narrator whispers as the boundary of mortal swordsmanship is completely shattered. Vlad enters the world of voices, his mind suspended in a swirling vortex of brilliant blue. A spectral woman is caught in the center of the blast, her dark form dissolving under the raw power. Priest Andrea, Borden, and Joseph watch in paralyzed shock. They have never witnessed such monstrous talent in a rookie. But the power takes its toll. Vlad crashes heavily to the stone floor, his body trembling violently. Arg! Vlad screams in agony as blue electrical energy crackles across his torso, paralyzing his muscles. Joseph runs forward, shouting his name. But Vlad is completely inverted in pain, his body shutting down. That just now was definitely a trace of aura. Joseph thinks, realizing the terrifying price Vlad had to pay. But the curse isn't broken. The spectral woman crawls forward, her skeletal hand reaching for the helpless youth. Borden sprints forward, his face pale with terror. He cannot let his master die here. Joseph catches the falling youth, dragging his dead weight. Vlad, hold on to me, he shouts, refusing to abandon his investment. The spectral woman screams, her dark, decaying hand reaching through the mist. She is locking onto her targets. Purple energy surges, paralyzing Joseph's body. He grits his teeth, cursing his own weakness as the cold grip tightens. Borden screams, his eyes wide as he witnesses the curse taking hold of his lord. With a desperate lunge, Borden reaches out and grabs Joseph's cloak, pulling him back with all his might. Please forgive my insolence. Borden bellows, tackling Joseph out of the way just as a blast of dark magic erupts. The impact throws them violently through the air. The spectral woman shrieks, her prey slipping right out of her grasp. She screams in pure, unadulterated torment, dark tears streaming down her pale, skeletal face as she closes in. Priest Andrea watches in absolute dread as Joseph and Borden crash heavily onto the frozen ground behind him. Joseph groans, looking at Vlad. For the first time, he is genuinely glad this dangerous street rat is on his side. Vlad drags his paralyzed body to the priest, holding his sword horizontally. Father, please bestow your blessing onto my sword. Vlad's gaze is heavy. He knows this spirit isn't just an enemy. She is a victim of the slum's cruelty. To seal the holy ritual, Vlad grips the bare steel with his hand. Blood drips down the cold blade. Priest Andrea recites the holy blessing. The bloodstained steel erupts with a pure, brilliant white light of purification. Sword in hand, Vlad steps forward. His eyes are cold, but his heart is heavy with what he must do. He stands over her, the holy blade pointed down. The light illuminates her tattered white dress in the snow. Please help me find my child, she weeps, reaching out with her clawed hand. Vlad looks down, completely silent. As her spirit wavers, the dark memory of her past floods the space, showing Vlad the horror of her life. Years ago, she was locked away in a dark, damp basement below the city, screaming behind iron bars. Her fragile child was left abandoned on the freezing stone floor, slowly dying right before her helpless eyes. She could do nothing but beg and plead for mercy, her world completely destroyed by the cruelty of the nobles. That horrific trauma was what bound her soul to this world, transforming her grief into a terrifying, vengeful curse. Vlad raises the holy weapon, whispering a final, merciful command. May you rest in peace. He plunges the blade down. Her final, fading question echoes through the quiet night. Where are you? The holy light pierces her chest, breaking the dark curse and releasing her soul from its eternal torment. Her skeletal face softens, turning peaceful as a single, clean tear washes away the blood of her corruption. Her spirit departs into the vast, starry sky over the northern mountains, finally free. My child. Vlad kneels alone in the quiet snow, head bowed over his sword. He won the battle, but the weight of the slums never leaves him. We are looking at a dark, ethereal void where a lone silhouette is suspended in a sea of glowing purple mist. The battle on the frozen river is over, but the residual energy of the spectral woman's curse is still lingering in the atmosphere, leaving a cold, heavy silence in its wake. Deep in the shadow of the forest, The dark summoner who orchestrated this entire nightmare sits hunched over his wooden box. Dark, smoky purple energy rises from the latches, wrapping around his fingers like black flames as he tries to maintain his grip on the forbidden magic. The pale-skinned mage smiles a thin, sinister smile under his dark hood, entirely convinced that his curse is an absolute trap that nobody can break. But his arrogance is about to hit a brick wall, because he doesn't know who he's actually dealing with. The dark, viscous smoke continues to swirl upward from the wooden box as the summoner channels his energy, completely unaware that his connection to the spectral woman is rapidly dissolving. His eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock as the connection completely severs. He realizes he can't feel her presence anymore, sweating as he panics, wondering who could have possibly defeated a high-level curse of this scale. Sitting in the freezing snow, the summoner tries to calculate his next move, realizing that only a knight capable of forming their own world could have broken his magic. He thinks Sir Jair must have been the one, completely unaware of the monstrous talent Vlad possesses. Before he can even stand, a brilliant green glowing sword cuts through the dark mist. Sir Jair stands over him, his left eye flaring with intense green light as he points his blade directly at the summoner's throat, calling him out as the rat manipulating the dead. The summoner stands frozen, raising his hands in a desperate, defensive gesture as the glowing green edge of Jair's blade hovers inches from his face, completely ending his leverage. Under a clear blue sky, Sir Joseph Bezid looks down at the captured mage, asking a simple, cold question to confirm if this is the mastermind behind the ambush. Jair doesn't play games. He grabs the summoner by his dark hair and pulls his head back, revealing a bloodied, beaten face to Joseph. The dark-haired noble looks down with absolute disgust, confirming this is the coward who hid in the shadows to manipulate the dead. Jair sheaths his weapon and looks down, his mind turning to the wooden box. He realizes this tragic, cursed object is exactly what the spectral woman was desperately searching for before she was laid to rest. Jair carries the rectangular wooden box under his arm as they prepare to dismantle the camp. The box is decorated with ornate gold-colored metal corner brackets, holding a dark, heavy secret. Joseph takes the box, his gloved hands tracing the cold wood as he observes that it looks exactly like a child's coffin. He instructs Jair to forward it to the priest, resolving to investigate the dark origins of this curse once they return to Varna. Jair bows respectfully as Joseph admits that their military conquest was a total failure. Despite clearing the monsters, the heavy casualties and the demonic infiltration have ruined any chance of a clean victory for Joseph's political standing. But as Joseph looks out over the snowy valley, his internal thoughts reveal a strange, unexpected peace. He is relieved because the threat to his life has been neutralized, and he immediately asks Jair how Vlad is recovering. Joseph smiles a subtle, knowing smile. The conquest was a political failure, but he knows he has found something far more valuable, a monstrously talented sword that he can use to secure his survival against his half-brother, Luckier. In his mind's eye, Joseph envisions the blonde-haired youth standing in a dark void, surrounded by swirling blue energy and lightning like sparks. He realizes that Vlad is a weapon that shines brighter than any knight he has ever seen. The vision fades, and we see a clean white boot with dark buckles resting on the reflective floor of a medical tent. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes snap open. He sits up quickly, his messy blonde hair falling over his face as he gasps in shock, realizing he has been asleep for 3 straight days after the battle. He sits in a daze, holding his sheathed sword horizontally across his lap. The voice echoes in his mind, warning him to be careful next time, admitting that the physical side effects of body possession were far greater than anticipated. Vlad slumps back slightly, feeling relieved that his companions didn't just pack up and throw him into a wagon like luggage. The voice reassures him that Joseph specifically waited for him to recover, showing a deep, calculating concern for his well-being. Vlad drags his sore, aching limbs out of bed, grabbing his sword and strapping it to his hip. He looks down with weary, tired eyes, trying to process the immense physical toll of channeling aura. Vlad looks around the quiet, empty tent, realizing that the medical post is completely deserted. He steps outside into the freezing, snowy camp, finding the wooden tables and benches abandoned under the cool blue sky. He assumes it's only natural for the mercenaries to flee after witnessing a high-level demonic curse. Suddenly, Got runs toward him through the snow, holding his spear and shouting in relief. Vlad looks back at his subordinate with a flat, cynical expression, dryly reminding him that he was the very first one to run away when the fighting started. Got grinned toothfully, rubbing the back of his neck as he shamelessly brings up the extra pay Vlad promised. He babbles about carrying Vlad back to the post and risking his life on the ice, trying to secure his coin. Got gestures wildly, telling Vlad not to forget his promise. Vlad looks at him, entirely exhausted by the chatter, and dryly replies, "All right." Vlad raises his gloved hand to quiet the noisy soldier, promising to put in a good word for him with the noble bosses once they return. Got's expression turns serious as he delivers his message, informing Vlad that Sir Jair ordered him to report the moment Vlad woke up. He tells Vlad that Sir Joseph is waiting in the command tent. Got waves as Vlad walks away, but Vlad only grumbles under his breath about how incredibly noisy his companion is, keeping his stoic facade intact. Vlad approaches the large blue and white command tent of House Bayezid, where the gold-colored crest of a sword and castle hangs from a tall pole, indicating the high stakes of the meeting inside. Inside the tent, rich red wine pours from a dark bottle into a clear glass. Joseph is preparing a welcoming drink for the young mercenary who saved his life. Vlad looks at the glass, mentioning that while he worked in a pleasure house back in Shoera, he has never tasted wine this expensive, calling it liquor for the nobles. Joseph holds the bottle, his dark eyes studying the youth, while Jair stands silently behind him in his gray plate armor. Joseph thanks Vlad for his actions, noting that Vlad easily could have run away from the curse. Vlad looks directly into Joseph's eyes, his expression serious as he points out that they had a contract, and he is a man who honors his word. Joseph smiles, acknowledging the verbal agreement. He notes that Vlad chose to pledge his faith rather than hollow loyalty, which makes him far more reliable than any typical subordinate. Joseph observes the blonde youth, realizing that Vlad actually fulfilled his word. His internal thoughts reveal a dark, possessive resolve. He knows he cannot afford to lose a weapon of this caliber, and he must make Vlad his subordinate. Joseph's eyes narrow with calculating intensity. Vlad stands as blue energy crackles faintly around his hands, sensing the predatory nature of the noble's offer. Joseph resolves to bind the boy to his family. Vlad grips the hilt of his sword, which is engulfed in blue magical flames. He declares that it is now his turn to fulfill his end of the bargain, ready to accept the noble's support to rise out of the gutter. Joseph slides the glass of wine forward, his voice smooth and welcoming as he offers to officially reward Vlad for his incredible actions. Vlad sits under the massive blue and gold Bayezid banner. Joseph officially invites him to join the Bayezid family, offering him the authority, freedom, and knighthood he needs to escape his past. The scene transitions to an aerial view of Varna, the grand religious capital of Bayezid, with its steep brown-tiled roofs, white-walled timber houses, and massive stone defensive walls. At the city's edge, Jair reports to Joseph that the mercenaries have been dismissed. Joseph decides to spend the night in Varna to write his official conquest report, preparing for the political battle ahead. Jair looks at Vlad, who is staring wide-eyed at the bustling streets. Jair asks if it's his first time in the city, and Vlad replies that anywhere outside the slums is a first to him. Jair smirks at the response, calling him a country bumpkin. Joseph steps forward, offering Vlad the day off to explore the city before they meet at the city hall for dinner. Vlad bows his head, thanking them. Joseph warns him not to get lost, treating him like a promising student, while Jair watches silently. Vlad watches them walk away, his brow furrowing in annoyance as he mutters under his breath about that old man Jair, showing his typical cynical attitude. As he walks through the city square, the voice comments that Jair seems just as fond of him as Joseph is. Vlad dryly replies that they might end up killing him with their affection, before deciding to find something delicious to eat with his earnings. Vlad wonders what Varna is famous for, when suddenly, a pale hand reaches out and firmly grabs his gloved wrist, catching him completely off guard. Vlad spins around, his combat instincts flaring, only to find a young deacon boy in clerical robes looking up at him. Vlad relaxes and asks if he can help. The young boy smiles warmly, delivering an official invitation from the local priest who wants to meet the young hero of the conquest. Vlad looks surprised that the priest wants to see him, while a tall stone spire of Varna's central cathedral rises into the bright blue sky in the background. Vlad and the boy stand before the massive, breathtaking entrance of Varna's central cathedral, a towering Gothic structure illuminated by a brilliant, divine light. Vlad looks up in absolute awe, muttering that the cathedral is massive compared to the small, run-down chapel back in Shoera. The young boy gestures proudly, explaining that while the political capital is Sutrama, Varna is the true religious capital of the Bayezid territory. The boy instructs Vlad to wait inside, and Vlad walks down the grand, carpeted corridor, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. Vlad enters the grand sanctuary, looking up at a massive, golden cross structure that emits a radiant, star-like light flare. He stands completely alone in the center of the massive, golden-lit cathedral, overwhelmed by the sheer scale and sanctity of the altar. As he stands in the silent hall, a sudden wave of irony washes over him. He reflects on his stolen identity, Reman of prayers, feeling the deep hypocrisy of never having prayed once in his life. Vlad clutches the back of his neck, his eyes shadowed with a deep sense of guilt over his forgery, when suddenly, a warm voice calls out, apologizing for keeping him waiting. Vlad spins around to see Priest Andrea standing before him in white clerical robes. Vlad quickly bows his head politely, thanking the priest for the invitation. Priest Andrea smiles warmly with his eyes closed, telling Vlad not to mention it, before reaching into his robes to offer him a small object. The priest hands Vlad a small, thin, rectangular wooden identity tag, explaining that it is his official registration document. Vlad takes the tag, staring at the smooth wood in surprise. Andrea explains that while Joseph likely prepared one, an official identity tag is normally bestowed by the church to carry the Lord's blessing. Vlad turns the tag over, his eyes widening in shock as he reads the Latin text. The document is officially guaranteed and sealed by the church. There is a close-up of the wooden plaque. The name printed at the bottom as his official guarantor is none other than Priest Andrea, himself, a highly respected religious figure. Andrea reaches out and warmly holds Vlad's hands, his face filled with gentle compassion. He tells Vlad never to hesitate to visit when he is having a hard time. The priest declares that from now on, he will act as Vlad's official guarantor. Vlad looks up, his light blue eyes shining with deep emotion as he whispers, "Father." In that moment, a vivid memory flashes through Vlad's mind. Years ago, as a tattered, unregistered orphan crouching on a cold stone ledge in the freezing slums of Shoera, he believed a kid like him would never have a place in the world. But now, Priest Andrea lays his hand gently on Vlad's head in a solemn blessing. The narrator observes that Vlad has finally found a guarantor, registering his name to the world. He is no longer just an unregistered street rat from the alley. Vlad kneels alone in front of the massive window, the intense golden sunlight pouring through the glass and enveloping his silhouette in a warm, celestial halo as he holds his sword close to his chest. The shadow of his feet rests on the stone floor, completely solid and defined. He has finally carved out his place in the world. He is no longer an invisible orphan. He is sure as Vlad. The county of Bayezid isn't just some small estate. It's a massive, powerful territory divided into 3 main cities and 12 sprawling villages. First, you have the trade capital, keeping the money flowing through the busy harbors. Then, Varna, the religious heart where Vlad just got registered. And finally, Kshatrama, the main capital. This is the political nerve center of the entire region, where the actual power players reside. The carriage rolls through the massive stone gates of the Bayezid estate, draped in the family's blue and gold banners. This place is a fortress of classical stone and high society wealth, a massive shift from the freezing, dirty slums Vlad grew up in. Jair immediately lays down the law. He reminds them they are representing Joseph now, so they need to act like they have some home training. Vlad plays along with a quiet, "Yes, sir," while Jair mentions that servants will be bringing them some snacks shortly. But Jair stops mid-sentence. He looks at these 2 street kids and realizes letting them loose on a buffet is a terrible idea. He tells them to ignore the food entirely because eating like starving savages will start rumors. Vlad, who is perpetually broke and hungry, tries to negotiate. Jair shuts that down immediately. No snacks. The heavy doors slide open, and God is already losing his mind at the sheer scale of the interior. God looks at the gold chandeliers and velvet sofas, completely awed by how the other half lives. It's a different world. An unfamiliar voice cuts through the quiet room, agreeing with God's observation. Someone was already in here, waiting in the shadows. A tall silhouette steps away from the bright window. Vlad's survival instincts kick in immediately. He was hoping to finally relax, but the piece is already over. As the man steps closer, Vlad's left eye flares. He recognizes the physical features, but the sheer presence is completely foreign. It's Ludgir Bayezid, the eldest son. He looks down at them with absolute, quiet intensity, demanding to know who they are. Vlad stands perfectly still, his body tensing as the air in the room grows heavy. Vlad is sweating. Behind Ludgir, a massive, terrifying, beast-like shadow with glowing orange eyes looms in his perception. This man's aura is so oppressive it feels lethal. God is absolutely terrified by the pressure. He bows immediately, stammering his name and explaining they accompanied Joseph. Ludgir acknowledges God's name, then turns his dark, heavy gaze directly onto Vlad, waiting for the blonde youth to introduce himself. Vlad doesn't look down. He looks straight back into those oppressive eyes and states his name clearly, Vlad of Shoera. Ludgir claims he's never heard of him, but internally, he is highly impressed. He notes that Vlad's eyes are full of unyielding spirit. Vlad didn't flinch or bow under his aura. Ludgir realizes his younger brother Joseph has managed to secure an incredibly valuable subordinate. A faint, amused smirk touches Ludgir's lips. He likes the kid. Meanwhile, Vlad's hand is still tightly clenched against his tunic, ready for a fight. To break the ice, Ludgir casually extends his hand, offering them a handful of peanuts. Vlad looks at the offering and flatly declines, stating they were told not to eat anything. That looks like his soul just left his body. Vlad doubles down, repeating Jair's exact instructions. God is internally screaming, convinced Vlad is actively trying to get them executed by a high noble. God is in physical agony over the disrespect. Ludgir is left standing there looking incredibly awkward, holding his rejected peanuts. The narrator notes that Vlad's very first act upon arriving at the family estate was rejecting the eldest son's hospitality. Ludgir just quietly munches on his own peanuts. Meanwhile, in the main library, Count Bayezid is reviewing the reports. He asks about the name Joseph brought back. The Count notes that Joseph has never brought anyone home besides Jair, the guardian knight his mother, Madame provided. The Count promises to reward Joseph if he successfully raises this talented street kid into a proper knight of the Bayezid family. But the Count's tone shifts. He sternly reminds Joseph that while wielding a blade isn't his specialty, he must remember whose territory he resides in. He asks about Joseph's notoriously fragile health. Joseph quietly insists he is fine, maintaining his polite, distant composure. The Count dismisses him. Joseph bows respectfully, wishing his father well before turning to exit. Joseph walks away, his heavy, uneven limp echoing through the quiet, grand room as his father watches in silence. Every step is a reminder of the physical limitations Joseph has had to fight his entire life. Ragmus resolves to prepare a restorative tonic for the young master. The Count agrees, noting how protective Joseph's mother, Madame Oksana, is over her son. The Count turns the conversation to the actual report of the Northern Campaign, asking his advisor for his honest thoughts on the anomalies. Ragmus warns him that the strange phenomena occurring in Varna cannot be taken lightly. Something highly unnatural is spreading. The Count's anger flares. He cannot tolerate dark sorcery being exercised within his sovereign borders. Ragmus explains the reports of a direct connection between the rising undead and high-level curses targeting specific individuals. The Count deduces that they are dealing with either an exceptionally powerful wizard or a coordinated secret organization. If it's an organized group, the threat to the territory's stability is massive. Ragmus confirms the grim assessment. The Count's hand tightens on his armrest. No matter who they are, the law of the land remains absolute. He declares that the Bayezid family will continue to reign unrivaled, and they will systematically eliminate anyone who threatens their peace. He orders his forces to hunt down the conspirators immediately, especially those who dared to target his son Joseph. The Count stands as a figure of absolute, terrifying power, his glowing white eyes reflecting his unyielding resolve to crush any threat. Outside, the quiet night settles over the grand estate, but the political storm is already brewing. Jair and Joseph finally return to the waiting room, apologizing for keeping their guests waiting so long. Joseph addresses God directly, promising to handle his rewards tomorrow. God is internally weeping from hunger, but maintains a polite salute. God is dismissed to his quarters to rest, leaving Vlad alone with the noble and his guardian knight. Joseph sits down, his tone turning serious as he initiates the real negotiation with the young swordsman. He reminds Vlad of his pledge to act as his personal sword in exchange for his support and protection. But Joseph points out the core contradiction. Vlad wants freedom, yet he pledged absolute service. Joseph demands clarity. A sword that seeks its own path cannot be fully trusted or wielded effectively. He demands to know exactly what task Vlad intends to accomplish with the freedom he is requesting. Vlad remains silent for a long moment, his left eye flaring with that familiar, intense blue light. He decides to offer absolute, dangerous honesty. He starts to ask about a specific target. He asks if Joseph knows a knight named Godwin, the man who destroyed his childhood world and took his mentor. The question hangs in the quiet room. Vlad's quest for vengeance has officially entered the halls of nobility. Joseph sits in his carved armchair, looking at Vlad's back. He admits to himself he completely underestimated this kid. He drops the name that has been driving Vlad's entire existence. Godwin, the Knight of Gaidar. Vlad's mind instantly pulls him back to that freezing night. The night Godwin dragged Jorge away like a trophy. Vlad doesn't deny it. His eye flares blue as he admits he still feels a twisted admiration for the man's strength. Joseph clasps his hands, delivering a cold truth. Godwin's faction is currently way beyond his political reach. Vlad looks down, completely unsurprised. He knew Joseph, as a second son, had serious limits to his power. The rumors in the house are true. Joseph is just a son, but at least he doesn't bullshit his allies. Joseph shifts his strategy. He leans forward, proposing a massive 7-year contract to tie Vlad to his service. Vlad is stunned. Joseph admits that making this offer meant putting aside his pride as a high noble. Joseph knows he's taking a massive gamble, but his gut tells him Vlad's loyalty is worth the investment. He promises Vlad absolute security, food, clothes, and high-level training to make him an unmatched knight. That single word hits Vlad like a truck. A knight, the ultimate symbol of strength he's wanted since the gutters. But the security comes with a leash. Joseph expects absolute loyalty and obedience, explicitly banning any premature moves on Godwin. To seal the deal, Joseph drops a massive piece of leverage. Gemina is safe inside a church monastery. Vlad freezes. Knowing Gemina is safe lifts an incredible weight off his shoulders, but his focus remains locked. Joseph asks what Vlad actually hopes to achieve. Vlad responds that the sword isn't his only weapon. Joseph clasps his hands, waiting for the final answer. The terms are on the table. Later, Joseph stares at his reflection in the glass, realizing Vlad's ambitions are far deeper than simple survival. Jair steps out of the shadows, questioning why his master went so far to secure a single street rat. Joseph smirks. Finding raw talent is easy, but finding someone capable of awakening it is a different game. Jair asks if Vlad will actually deliver. Joseph's gaze remains cold and calculating. Joseph remembers what he saw in Varna, Vlad channeling a terrifying, divine energy that shouldn't belong to a mortal. He knows Vlad is a wild, rebellious beast who won't be easily tamed by simple noble commands. But Joseph is patient. He plans to use these 7 years to slowly slip a collar over the wolf's neck. The more difficult the beast is to tame, the more satisfying the control will be when he finally submits. Joseph realizes Vlad isn't just looking for food and shelter. He is chasing something as distant as the moon. He stands alone in the quiet moonlight, fully prepared to build a cage large enough to contain the boy's ambition. The next morning, the bright sun illuminates the massive, classical-style barracks of the Bayezid estate. Jair leads Vlad to a sparse, clean room with a simple bed, warning him it's a bit shabby. For a kid who slept in freezing mud, a clean floor and a real bed feel like an absolute palace. Jair is caught off guard, realizing he briefly forgot just how deep in the gutter Vlad actually started. Our blood really rejected the boss's brother's peanuts because Jair told him not to eat anything. Now he's sweating bullets. Jair tells him to let it go, while Vlad silently grumbles about the physical beating he received for it anyway. Jair orders him to meet at the exercise hall for their brutal, twice-daily sparring sessions. A soft, elegant voice halts them. It is Lady Oksana, Joseph's highly protective mother, flanked by her attendants. Jair quickly whispers to Vlad to show proper respect, keeping his posture formal. Jair bows deeply, introducing the young savior, who pulled his master back from the brink of death. Oksana studies the quiet, bowed youth, curious about the boy her son personally brought into the household. Vlad keeps his head down, but his curiosity gets the better of him as he steals a quick glance at the noblewoman. Oksana looks at him with a warm, gentle smile, her yellow eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Vlad's face flushes a bright pink as the noblewoman steps directly into his personal space, completely overwhelming him. She thanks him for saving her son, while Vlad stammers out a polite, flustered response to her grace. Oksana promises him a generous reward, noting that his actions carry far more weight than he realizes. She gently runs her hand through his messy blonde hair, commenting on how beautifully it complements his blue eyes. She kneads his shoulders, noting his broad build and promising to arrange new, high-quality clothing for him. Vlad bows his head in absolute, red-faced embarrassment, stammering out his thanks to the amused noblewoman. Lady Oksana dismisses them with a gentle smile, allowing Jair to guide the flustered youth toward the dining hall. Jair lets out a sigh, teasing Vlad for his sudden shyness around women. Vlad admits he has never interacted with a noblewoman, while Jair secretly confesses he is equally uncomfortable around her. Jair orders him to get his meal, sending him toward the bustling barracks dining hall. Vlad enters the crowded dining hall. Suddenly, a thick, viscous stream of liquid drips from a trainee's mouth. The spit lands with a soft, sickening splash directly into Vlad's wooden bowl of soup. Two arrogant trainees in blue uniforms stand over Vlad's table, smirking as they wait for his reaction. Never won a real fight, but this bruv is explaining dining etiquette like he is selling a masterclass on it. The dining hall erupts into mocking laughter, but Vlad remains completely still, his left eye flaring with a cold, blue light. Vlad slowly dips his spoon into the ruined soup, his mind analyzing the threat with absolute, detached calculation. He realizes these affluent trainees are trying to assert dominance immediately, testing the new street rat's limits. The bully's smile falters, unsettled by Vlad's unnatural calm. Vlad remembers Jair's warning not to ruin Joseph's reputation. Vlad realizes he cannot use physical violence here, forcing him to find a psychological way to completely crush them. The bully sneers and turns to walk away, warning Vlad to look forward to his upcoming hazing. Vlad's voice cuts through the room, asking for his name. The startled bully turns back in confusion. Vlad looks up, his eye flaring with a brilliant, suffocating wave of pure, unadulterated murderous intent. The bully freezes, sweat dripping as the chilling aura paralyzes him, forcing him to stammer out his name, Sobanin. Vlad commits the name to memory, silently promising future retribution as the other trainees watch in stunned silence. Vlad stands in the dark, tense dining hall, his glowing blue eyes warning everyone that the gutter wolf is not to be trifled with. Count Bayezid is walking toward the training grounds, flanked by his guards and his advisor, Ragmus. The rhythmic, sharp sound of his boots echoes along the stone walkway of the grand estate. The Count stops at the balcony, looking down at the training yard below. He notes that the trainees are already busy with their sparring sessions. Count Bayezid decides they should watch for a bit. Ragmus bows, agreeing immediately. The Count is a man of few words, but his eyes are sharp. The Count's gaze locks onto a specific blonde youth practicing below. He instantly wonders if this is the child Joseph brought back. Out in the yard, Vlad stands holding his sword. The other trainees have already heard rumors about the blonde kid from the slums. Ragmus remarks that the boy looks incredibly sharp. The Count murmurs in curiosity as Ragmus points out a hidden observer. A close-up of the Count's red gemstone brooch. Below, the trainees are practicing, completely unaware that someone is lurking in the shadows. It's Sir Jair, peering from behind a stone pillar. The Count immediately realizes Jair is keeping a close watch on his new disciple. The Count smirks. He knows Jair wouldn't be lurking here unless Vlad was genuinely worth the trouble. Vlad steps forward, entirely focused. He invites his opponents to show him what they've got, ready to put his training to the test. Vlad moves. Fast. A brilliant blue energy arc cuts through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. The blades clash. Vlad isn't just swinging. He's executing the precise movements he practiced in the forest. Vlad easily parries the first strike. These noble trainees might have formal instruction, but they lack his survival instincts. It's a vertical sequence of rapid-fire clashes. Vlad is taking on multiple opponents at once, his movements perfectly fluid. One of the trainees grimaces in frustration, completely unable to bypass Vlad's guard. Vlad dryly mocks his aggression. The opponent swings wildly. The onlookers are stunned by how reckless the trainee is acting against someone half his size. Up on the balcony, Ragmus asks if they should intervene, but the Count stops him. He wants to see how far the boy will go. Count Bayezid notes that Vlad has guts. He is actively testing everything he learned in a real, high-stakes sparring match. Vlad blocks another heavy strike. In his head, the voice begins to lecture him on the fundamentals of combat. Vlad's foot slams into the stone. The voice emphasizes that fear is projected not just by the blade, but by footwork. Vlad's left eye flares with a brilliant blue light. He locks his gaze onto his target, fully utilizing the voice's advice. The opponent lunges with a shout, but the voice reminds Vlad that movement alone is enough to control the enemy. The trainee's heavy strike hits nothing but dirt. Vlad has already repositioned, leaving his opponent completely off balance. Vlad parries close up, then delivers a devastating, heavy counterstrike that shatters the trainee's defense. Vlad lunges forward like lightning, his blue glowing eye locking onto his next target with absolute, lethal intent. The trainee collapses to his knees, clutching his stomach in agony. Before he can recover, Vlad's hand grips his hair. Vlad pulls the trainee's head back, identifying him as Sobanin's lackey, the kid who was laughing during yesterday's cafeteria incident. Vlad stares down at him, his voice cold. He asks if the lackey still finds his misery amusing, daring him to laugh now. A terrifying close-up of Vlad's vertical blue pupil. This isn't a friendly spar anymore. It's a message to the entire barracks. My blood really just executed a textbook combo in the middle of a friendly spar. This is wild. The surrounding trainees freeze in absolute horror. The crowd is completely paralyzed. Ragmus watches with deep concern, worried the sparring has turned into a bloodbath. Count Bayezid commands Ragmus to leave them. He knows that a true knight requires this level of ruthless determination to survive. The Count walks away, explaining that a soft training environment only produces weak soldiers. He respects Vlad's violence. The Count smirks, noting Vlad looks entirely satisfied with the result. Ragmus, holding his ledger, can only agree. Jair smirks from his hiding spot, highly amused. The training instructor finally rushes into the yard, screaming for them to stop. The instructor is furious, demanding to know if Vlad is openly ignoring his direct commands. Vlad stops, releasing his grip. He clutches a bleeding puncture wound on his arm, the physical price of his reckless style. Vlad stands tall over the defeated, face-down trainee. He has established absolute dominance in the training yard. Vlad offers a flat, entirely insincere apology, claiming he simply got carried away during the excitement. The instructor sweats under Vlad's terrifying gaze. Vlad turns and walks away, the silent crowd parting like the Red Sea. Vlad walks past the seated, bleeding trainee, then locks eyes with Sobanin, who is watching him with gritted teeth. Vlad tells Sobanin to send his regards to his lackey, warning him that he tends to lose control when he's focused. Vlad continues walking, his boots clicking. He tells Sobanin to expect a much worse fate if he ever tries to cross him again. Vlad glances at his bleeding arm, delivering a cryptic threat. He'll call Sobanin the next time his soup lacks flavor. Sobanin is completely paralyzed with fear. He realizes the new kid from the slums is a genuine, unhinged monster. Vlad smirks as he departs. The trainees whisper in dread that Joseph has brought a literal mad dog into their barracks. Later in the dining hall, God sits across from Vlad, asking about the rumors of him beating up all the wealthy trainees. God asks if Vlad is truly okay working in the stables, worried his violent reputation will get them kicked out. Vlad calmly replies that these are the stables of the prestigious Lord of Bayezid. God snaps, telling him that's not the point. God warns him that picking fights with noble heirs is practically a crime. Vlad replies that violence comes naturally to him. God is silenced by Vlad's logic. Vlad explains he beat them discreetly during sparring, and they were the ones who initiated the hazing. God asks how any of this is natural. Vlad points to the quiet hall, noting no one is bothering them. Suddenly, a trainee approaches. It's Potri Kanor, a round-faced boy holding a heavy tray. He nervously introduces himself to the terrifying new recruit. Vlad demands to know his business, his suspicious gaze instantly putting the nervous boy on the defensive. Vlad flatly tells him to sit or get lost. Potri is suddenly overjoyed, blushing as he realizes he's allowed to stay. Potri sits next to Vlad, thanking him profusely. Vlad continues eating, maintaining his quiet, stoic posture. Potri reveals he's always had to eat alone in the toilets because the other wealthy trainees reject him. Potri explains that his father supplies all the meat to the estate, and his family is in the animal meat industry. Potri offers his precious sausage to Vlad. Vlad immediately looks suspicious, wondering what the boy is scheming. Vlad asks if Potri genuinely believed he could bribe the mad dog of the slums with a mere piece of meat. A dramatic, sparkling reveal of a massive storage room filled with high-quality, hanging sausages and cuts of meat. Potri explains that his father sent him far too much meat to eat alone, and he needs help finishing it. Vlad looks at the wealthy trainees. He realizes that as a slum orphan, he can't connect with them through normal social means. He realizes that if he wants to survive here, he needs a network, and this meat industry kid is the perfect ally, fam. Potri is ecstatic, his face lighting up with genuine joy at finally finding a friend in the barracks. Vlad puts his arm around Potri, while Got looks on in absolute, drooling awe at the massive wall of sausages. The narrator delivers a dry, final observation. Vlad's sudden change of heart was definitely, absolutely not because of the sausages. We start with a low angle on Sir Jair's heavy boots clicking down the grand, blue-carpeted hallway of the Bayezid estate. He is already realizing that babysitting a street rat while serving Sir Joseph's political ambitions is going to cost him his sanity. Jair walks alone, his mind drifting back to his injured comrades, Cade and Maxim. He needs them back on active duty because carrying Joseph's weight entirely on his own shoulders is a heavy lift. His quiet walk is cut short when a voice calls out. Jair stops, his right eye widening in genuine surprise as he turns to see Sir Gregory, a loud, boisterous knight draped in a fur-collared cloak, asking why he is in such a massive rush. The instant recognition hits, and Jair's face drops into pure, unadulterated exhaustion. His mouth says, "Oh, Sir Gregory," but his brain is screaming, "Oh no, not this guy, please." Gregory is not even offended. He just laughs at Jair's transparent face, teasing him for being way too honest about how much he hates this encounter. Gregory claims he is busy, which is classic talk for someone who actually has all the time in the world to gossip, before assuming Jair is just running errands for Sir Joseph. He leans in, smugly suggesting that a highly respected knight, like Jair, should really get around to training an apprentice before it is too late. Jair dryly tells him to have fun raising his own, internally wondering why this man is suddenly obsessed with mentorship, while Gregory complains that his nephew Potri has gotten a bit too big and needs to lose weight. Sensing a hidden agenda, Jair demands to know what the actual point of this conversation is, prompting Gregory to finally drop the act and bring up Vlad. Gregory starts hyping up Vlad's skills, calling him tough and full of guts, trying to butter Gyre up before making his real pitch. Gregory laughs it off, claiming that as senior knights, they shouldn't openly interfere in the personal squabbles of the trainees because it ruins their professional reputation. He reveals the real issue. Vlad has apparently befriended Potri, which is shocking because Potri is normally an isolated, snobbish kid who doesn't make friends. Because Potri is his nephew, Gregory wants Gyre to order Vlad to act as the boy's personal shield so he doesn't get pulverized by the other trainees, admitting the other kids refuse to help. Gyre narrows his green eye, completely unimpressed by the appeal to family values. He immediately asks the only question that matters in the barracks. Is this favor going to be free? Gregory slams his fist into his palm, showing he is dead serious, and promises to owe Gyre a massive, high-level nightly favor if Vlad keeps his nephew safe. Gyre looks out over the balcony, entirely realistic about his lack of control over Vlad. He points out that the kid is a rebel who doesn't even take his direct orders seriously. Gregory completely ignores the warning, laughing and pointing down at the courtyard while declaring that Vlad is destined for greatness, leaving Gyre sighing in frustration. Meanwhile, down in the stables, we have a major crisis of authority. A brown horse is staring at Vlad like he is a biological hazard, and the stable keeper has to tell him that the animal is absolutely not having it. The keeper explains that these aren't wild beasts, they are highly trained, gentle animals that normally love humans, making Vlad's rejection by them incredibly bizarre. He emphasizes that this isn't a skill issue or a lack of technique. The moment Vlad even walks near them, the horses experience pure, unadulterated primal panic. Vlad sits in silent defeat as the keeper mentions the other staff are gossiping about it, his internal thoughts confirming that this animal-repelling aura has plagued him his entire life. He remembers his childhood in Shoera, where every stray dog and cat would hiss and howl in terror whenever he walked by, proving his very presence radiates a strange, predatory pressure. But then a massive contradiction hits him. He remembers riding Sir Gyre's horse during their frantic, midnight escape from the undead horde in Varna. That beast had galloped through the freezing snow under a dark sky, completely ignoring Vlad's aura because the terror of the pursuing undead was apparently a much bigger motivator. The stable keeper clarifies the mystery. That wasn't a normal animal. It was Gyre's personal mount, an incredibly expensive, highly disciplined warhorse trained to ignore spiritual pressure. Vlad sinks into a deeper spiral of embarrassment. He realizes he can't exactly go to Gyre and explain that his street rat body is too elite for budget horses and that he can only ride luxury mounts. His mental crisis is cut short when a maid with a green ribbon in her hair approaches their table, quietly interrupting his suffering. She delivers the summons. Lady Oksana, the terrifyingly elegant matriarch of the house, wants to see him immediately. Vlad looks up, his blue eyes wide with a mix of confusion and immediate anxiety, wondering what the noblewoman could possibly want with him now. He is brought into her lavishly furnished chambers, where the sheer wealth of the gold-trimmed mirrors and velvet chairs is enough to make a slum orphan feel completely out of place. Lady Oksana smiles gently, observing his new, tailored clothes and noting that the elegant garments completely hide his rough backstreet origins. Vlad stands there, completely blushing and flustered. She looks down at his stiff, awkward posture, instructing her tailor that Vlad is only 17 and still growing, so they need to prepare a larger size. She fondly recalls that her son Joseph had his own massive growth spurt at that age, promising to arrange a brand new wardrobe for Vlad once the summer arrives. She lectures him on the importance of seasonal fabrics to preserve a warrior's stamina, prompting Vlad to bow deeply, his face burning red as he stammers out his gratitude. Her expression turns incredibly soft and maternal as she tells him that she is the one who should be grateful, since Vlad saved her son's life in the northern forests. Realizing she has taken up his valuable training time, she gently dismisses him back to his duties, and Vlad bows one last time before escaping the room. The heavy wooden door clicks shut, and Vlad is finally free from the suffocating pressure of noble hospitality. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his temple and admitting to himself that he is absolutely not built for dealing with highborn ladies. He looks down at his fine, silver-embroidered tunic, realizing the fabric is so soft and comfortable that it feels like a total lie. It's a stolen identity, just like his fake mercenary badge. Walking down the quiet, blue-toned corridor, a profound sense of isolation settles over him. He's surrounded by luxury, but he feels like a ghost walking in someone else's house. He realizes that despite his best efforts to play the part of a refined, noble guest, his soul is rejecting this comfortable lifestyle. It feels like he is growing soft, losing the sharp edge that kept him alive in the slums. He thinks about his soul gaining weight, but his internal crisis is shattered by a violent, echoing impact from the courtyard below. He rushes to the window and looks down to see Sobanin, the arrogant trainee who tried to ruin his soup, brutally beating Potri Kanor, screaming at him for hanging out with a street rat. Sobanin's face is contorted in pure, malicious fury, his eyes wide as he screams at the defenseless boy, determined to assert his dominance over the barracks. He grabs Potri by his hair, mocking him for trying to find a friend in Vlad, proving that even in a noble estate, the strong will always prey on the weak. Sobanin unleashes a brutal flurry of strikes, screaming that trash belongs with trash, while Potri can only curl up in the dirt and shield his face. He stands victoriously over the bleeding boy, entirely satisfied with his display of petty authority. Vlad watches from behind the window grid, his expression turning entirely cold. He realizes that whether they are rich or poor, bullies will always prey on the weak. His left eye flares with a cold, brilliant blue light. The comfortable noble facade is officially gone. The street rat is back, and he's looking for blood. He strips off the expensive, silver-embroidered garments Lady Oksana gave him and drapes his dark training cloak over his shoulders. Those fancy clothes are too soft for what he's about to do. He stands in the bright hallway, a dark silhouette of absolute, quiet menace. He's done trying to fit into their peaceful world. Night falls over the training barracks, the quiet stone structures bathed in a cool, ominous blue moonlight. Vlad walks down the dark corridor and knocks firmly on a wooden door. A trembling, terrified voice from inside asks who it is, and Vlad simply replies, "It's me." He pushes the door open, stepping into the dim room to face his bruised friend. Potri looks up in shock, whispering his name, while Vlad stares back with an unyielding, serious expression, asking what he is doing hiding in the dark. Potri's face is a horrific mess of purple bruises and cuts. He looks down in deep shame, muttering that he is only there to take back the meat he offered earlier. Vlad doesn't offer sympathy. He simply points a gloved finger at the massive cured ham hanging from the ceiling and demands it. Potri is stunned, asking if he really wants the entire thing, his heart sinking as he realizes Vlad might just be another parasite exploiting him. Vlad flatly says, "Yeah," confirming Potri's worst fears. The boy closes his eyes in bitter disappointment, thinking he was stupid to hope for a real friend in this place. Potri resigns himself to his isolation, realizing that to everyone else in these barracks, he is nothing but a walking supply of free meat. But instead of stealing his food, Vlad hand-delivers a heavy brown bag filled with fresh rations, catching Potri completely off guard. Vlad tells him not to look so pathetic, explaining that he is only taking what is fair payment for what he is about to do. As Potri stares in confusion, Vlad's eyes glow in the shadows. He mentions that a certain knight he once knew taught him a very specific rule of transaction, a rule that was forged in the blood and betrayal of his childhood. A knight should only take what he actually deserves. And right now, Vlad is about to earn his share. Vlad walks out into the misty courtyard, where Sobanin and 14 of his armed lackeys are waiting for him with wooden training swords. Completely outnumbered, Vlad doesn't even flinch. He dryly observes that even the lowliest street thugs in Shoera wouldn't be this pathetic. Sobanin bares his teeth, screaming at him to shut his mouth, his pride completely wounded by the street rat's absolute lack of fear. Vlad smirks, his left eye flaring with a brilliant, predatory blue light. He gestures for them to come at him all at once, unlocking his inner, main character behavior. Enraged by the disrespect, Sobanin screams for his men to beat him to death, and the 14 trainees charge forward in a blind rage. Vlad's smirk widens in the dark. He is incredibly glad he took off those expensive noble garments, because tonight, the courtyard is getting painted red. He raises his training sword, his left eye burning with the divine power of the voice. The hunt is officially on, and there will be no survivors. Vlad is not playing around. He immediately starts cracking jaws, sending blood splattering as these trainees realize they picked the wrong fight. Honestly, Blood thought he was just dealing with another soft noble kid, but Vlad is handing out swift, violent reality checks. The trainees try to rally, screaming at each other not to back down because Vlad bypassed their guard. But their defensive line is already in shambles. They simply cannot keep up with his speed. They try to coordinate a massive encirclement, but Vlad's eyes are already flaring with that familiar, predatory blue light. He swings his sword in a wide, sweeping arc, completely dismantling their formation before they can even set their feet. One of Sobanin's lackeys is utterly paralyzed, realizing Vlad is operating on a completely different level than during their light sparring sessions. He's sweating bullets, wondering how a street-born novice can possess this kind of lethal, refined movement. Sobanin sees his entire gang on the verge of a collective panic attack, so he lunges forward, screaming that he will personally kill anyone who runs. The desperation is real. If they lose to a single alley rat, their standing in the barracks is completely ruined. Vlad doesn't give them a second to breathe. He lunges directly at his next target, their wooden blades clashing in a blur of high-speed motion. With his eyes glowing with the raw power of the voice, Vlad looks his opponent dead in the face and asks, "Have you ever killed anyone?" It's a chilling reminder that while these noble kids are playing soldier, Vlad has actually survived the lethal reality of the slums. The trainee completely loses his mind at the question, screaming in anger and confusion as he swings with everything he has. He's trying to mask his terror with raw aggression, but he's already emotionally compromised. Their wooden swords collide with a massive, echoing whoosh of energy. Vlad is deliberately testing his limits here, using the clash to feel out his opponent's center of gravity. During the clash, Vlad's mind drifts back to the northern conquest. Back then, he only knew how to swing with raw, desperate strength, but now he's learning how to actually fight with intent. Vlad moves fluidly through the air, surrounded by a current of blue energy. The voice echoes in his head, confirming that Jair's brutal training is finally paying off. He is learning how to control the pace of the battle. The trainee is left completely off balance, gasping in frustration as Vlad easily confines his movements. Vlad is dictating the entire flow of the engagement now, leaving his opponent zero room to counter. The opponent's eyes widen in absolute shock as Vlad's internal monologue clicks. He finally understands the core concepts of pace, space, and flow that Jair was trying to beat into him. Vlad nimbly maneuvers behind his target, his movement depicted by a sharp blue energy arc. He is no longer just reacting. He is actively manipulating the space around him. He executes a flawless, high-speed strike. By mastering the flow of his attacks, Vlad ensures that every single movement transitions seamlessly into the next. The brown-haired trainee crashes heavily to the stone floor, letting out a pained scream. The sheer physical impact of Vlad's strike has completely shattered his defense. The boy is left gasping on the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Vlad stands over him, his wooden sword radiating a cold, blue magical aura that signals the absolute end of the fight. The fallen trainee looks up, tears streaming down his face as a shadow falls over him. The realization of his complete helplessness is written all over his face. Vlad grits his teeth, his expression intense as he prepares to deliver a final, decisive blow to ensure this bully never tries to touch his allies again. He strikes him down with a brutal, cracking impact, completely silencing any lingering resistance. Vlad is not playing by noble rules. He is using the unforgiving law of the backstreets. The remaining trainees watch in paralyzed terror, one of them literally weeping and trembling on the ground. They realize too late that this street rat is a genuine monster. Vlad stands victorious over the fallen bully, pointing his sword vertically near his throat. Honestly, and now he's praying for his life on the cold stone floor. Vlad looks down with glowing, vertical-pupiled blue eyes, delivering a cold, quiet threat. He commands them to stay out of his sight, and to never lay a finger on Potri Canor again. The terrified trainee nods frantically, tears streaming down his face. He knows with absolute certainty that Vlad would have taken his life without a second thought. Vlad stands quietly under the cold light of the full moon, holding his sword. He is slowly adapting to the harsh, martial reality of the Bayezid household. As Vlad walks away, he thinks to himself. Vlad advances on them, his face twisted into a menacing smile. The trainees can only shiver as a final, crushing impact silences the rest of the gang. The entire 14-man ambush has been completely dismantled. From a high window of the estate, Count Bayezid watches the fading blue magical energy of Vlad's strike illuminate the dark courtyard. The Count smiles a calm, knowing smile, muttering, "Magnificent." He is highly pleased with the raw, monstrous determination the boy has displayed. The scene transitions to the Grand Hall of Kshatrama, where the monthly gathering of the knights is underway. Count Bayezid sits upon the throne, while the leader of the knights, Antalis, holds an unrolled scroll. Symmetrical rows of knights stand facing each other. On one side are the supporters of the eldest son, Lutgir Bayezid, who are visibly irritated that their schedules were reorganized for an upcoming mission. On the opposite side stand Joseph's supporters, looking exceptionally calm and content. Their political standing has been significantly elevated by the success of the Northern campaign. Sir Gregory stands neutrally in the center. He is a key political figure who represents the wealthy factions of the territory. Antalis continues reading from the scroll, announcing the departure of Lutgir's knights. The succession struggle between the brothers is actively shaping the household's military movements. Count Bayezid, his formal coat adorned with a prominent red gem brooch, announces the distribution of holy relics provided by the church. Lutgir's knights look on with furrowed brows, their irritation palpable as they witness Joseph's faction gaining more influence. Meanwhile, Joseph's knights look exceptionally pleased, silently enjoying their sudden rise in prestige. The Count smirks, well aware that Joseph's knights were looked down upon until recently. The political balance of the household is rapidly shifting. The Count sits at the table, looking directly forward with a slight smile. One of Joseph's black-haired knights is visibly startled, shocked to see the stern Count showing favor to their faction. The black-haired knight quickly looks down as Antalis officially concludes the monthly meeting. The grand crystal chandelier hangs above as the knights begin to disperse, their heavy footsteps echoing through the formal hall. One of Lutgir's supporters grumbles in irritation, complaining that Joseph has brought an uncontrollable, wild dog into the estate. Sir Jair walks past them, a subtle smirk on his face that only further agitates the rival faction. The irritated knight glares at Jair's back, muttering that the apprentice has clearly taken after his arrogant master. Sir Gregory catches up to Jair in the hallway, laughing about how annoyed the rival faction looks. Jair plays dumb, but Gregory reveals that the rumors of Vlad's massive fight in the barracks have already spread throughout the entire estate. Gregory notes that even the training instructor admitted Vlad is completely beyond the norm. Jair quietly agrees, knowing firsthand how difficult Vlad can be to manage. Gregory then clenches his fist against his palm, officially offering his service once to Joseph's faction as payment for Vlad protecting his nephew Potri. Jair walks away, raising his hand in farewell. Gregory insists he doesn't mind if the task is highly challenging, showing his genuine gratitude. Jair smirks proudly to himself. He is highly pleased with Vlad's performance, taking personal credit for the boy's lethal efficiency since he was the one who trained him. Scene shifts to a quiet, private room where a magnificent suit of armor crafted from gray orc leather stands mounted on a mannequin. Sir Joseph, Sir Jair, and a mustachioed knight stand looking at a wooden chest. Joseph reveals that Count Bayezid personally sent this armor as a gift for Vlad. The mustachioed knight is astonished, noting that such splendid armor is far too valuable to be bestowed upon a mere apprentice. Jair explains that the armor is crafted from the leather of a northern gray orc, while Joseph quietly confirms the origin. A gray orc warrior stands in a snowy mountain landscape. This rare, durable leather is a symbol of prestige, marking the wearer as a true warrior of the north. Joseph smiles, noting that his father was clearly very pleased with Vlad's combat prowess and determination. Joseph crosses his arms, pointing out that Vlad has managed to prove his worth and earn the Count's official acknowledgement within a single month. The mustachioed knight agrees that no other apprentice can compare to him, while Jar notes the rumors have already solidified Vlad's reputation. Joseph reaches into his tunic and holds up a white envelope sealed with a red wax stamp featuring a tree-like design, declaring that they cannot afford to remain idle. Joseph holds the envelope steady, his expression serious as Jar looks down at the seal. Joseph looks directly at his loyal knight, asking if they are ready to respond to this highly unusual summons. Jar smirks, his green eye glowing as he declares that he is more than ready, having restrained himself while cleaning up Vlad's messes. Joseph officially declares their next destination. They will be traveling to the region of DMR. The stylized white tree symbol of the invitation looms over Joseph, Jair, and Gregory, signaling the start of a dangerous new political arc. The camera focuses on the sword hilt at Jair's hip next to Joseph. They are stepping out of the safety of the estate, heading directly into a nest of political intrigue and conflict. The green carriage of House Bayezid rolls steadily along the dusty dirt road of the open countryside, cutting through vast green fields under a brilliant, blazing sun. Joseph Bayezid is taking Vlad and Jair straight into a hornet's nest of noble politics, and the quiet scenery is just a mask for the tension brewing inside. Inside the dimly lit carriage, Joseph leans back against the plush leather seats, resting his chin on his gloved hand, while Vlad sits opposite him in full plate armor. Joseph is using this travel time to groom Vlad, explaining that DMR is famous for its lemons and serves as a vital trade gateway to the middle regions. Joseph explains that this geographical positioning makes DMR a critical strategic asset for the Northern Lords. Vlad, his hand resting on his sword hilt, asks if this geopolitical value is the real reason Joseph ordered Jair to lead their vanguard here. Joseph smiles a thin, calculating smile, telling Vlad that a smart noble never lets a good crisis go to waste, especially when the crisis belongs to someone else. He reveals that the ruling Hainel family of DMR is currently tearing itself apart in a brutal succession dispute. Joseph notes that an invitation from a desperate heir is basically a golden ticket to gain massive political leverage. Vlad looks away, muttering that the world of nobles is incredibly complicated, realizing their high society politics are just glorified, expensive gang wars. Joseph looks directly at Vlad, explaining that blood disputes are the most common and inevitable conflicts among the high nobility. In this world, the closest relatives are often the most lethal enemies because they share the same claim to the family's wealth. Joseph stares downward, his dark eyes completely calm and detached as he calculates his next moves. He doesn't care about the morality of the succession, he only cares about how much leverage he can extract from the winner. The reflection of a young woman with long, straight dark hair appears in an ornate, gold-framed mirror. This is Alyssa Hainel, the legitimate heir of the late Duke of Hainel, whose entire future is currently hanging by a thread. Alyssa's profile in the mirror shows her isolation. Her uncle, Andre Hainel, is actively trying to ruin her by claiming she was born out of wedlock. In noble society, a whisper of illegitimacy is a death sentence to one's inheritance rights. An empty, high-backed stone throne sits illuminated by a cold, dramatic spotlight in the grand hall. Because Alyssa is a woman, the patriarchal laws of her family restrict her direct political influence, forcing her to find another way to defend her birthright. To prove her legitimacy, Alyssa has been forced to challenge her uncle's faction to a brutal, church-sanctioned group duel. This is the law of the land. When politics fail, the gods are called to judge the truth through the clash of cold steel. Joseph reflects on his ambiguous relationship with Alyssa, noting she is technically his third cousin on his mother's side. He has no reason to doubt her legitimacy, but her desperation is the perfect tool for his own advancement. Joseph tells Vlad that his father, Count Bayezid, has officially approved his plan to intervene in the duel and make the Hainel family permanently indebted to them. Vlad listens quietly, realizing the sheer scale of the trap Joseph is setting. Vlad looks out the window, watching Sir Jair ride alongside the carriage on his massive brown warhorse. Vlad is filled with deep respect, marveling at how a knight can be trusted to represent the honor of an entirely different noble house in a trial by combat. Jair rides with absolute authority, his dark silhouette framed against the glowing green hills. The visual contrast between the seasoned knight and the young, unrefined apprentice highlights the massive gap Vlad still needs to bridge. Jair suddenly glares back through the glass window, his brow furrowed in irritation as he demands to know why Vlad is staring at him so impudently. Vlad flinches, instantly sweating as he tries to read his master's mood. Jair barks at him, pointing out the absurdity of an apprentice sitting comfortably inside a luxurious carriage while his master is outside riding a horse through the dust. Vlad lowers his head, offering a quiet, submissive apology. Jair's irritation boils over, a sharp cracking sound effect emphasizing his anger. He snaps that he was proud of Vlad for beating the other trainees, but finding out Vlad can't even ride a basic horse is a complete embarrassment, bruv. Vlad sits in the corner of the carriage, looking thoroughly gloomy as he mutters that he could ride just fine if he had an expensive horse. He's referring to his animal-repelling aura, which makes normal horses completely reject him. Jair yells through the window, telling Vlad that the expensive warhorse costs significantly more than Vlad's entire life is worth. Below, Vlad's hand presses against his chest as his heart begins to beat at a dangerously rapid pace. Vlad stares down in confusion, his chest tightening as his heartbeat thumps violently against his armor. This isn't just anxiety, The latent, explosive power of the black lightning is starting to put a severe physical strain on his young body, blood. Vlad wonders if his physical distress is a reaction to the constant, suffocating pressure of being trapped between Joseph's calculating manipulation and Jaire's relentless, aggressive training sessions. Sir Jaire looks back with a stern, unyielding expression. Vlad realizes that in this high-society world of knights and nobles, he is completely alone, with no one to rely on but his own strength and the entity in his head. Suddenly, Vlad's eyes flare with a brilliant blue light as a violent, low rumbling sound vibrates through the carriage frame. This is a sudden, massive disruption in the surrounding earth. Jaire and the mustachioed commander, Borden, instantly react to the shaking ground. Jaire's expression turns grave as he orders the caravan to halt and commands the guards to dismount their horses immediately. The carriage screeches to a halt as the horses whinny in panic. Jaire glares toward the grassy field, sensing a massive, hostile presence moving rapidly beneath the soil. Jaire shouts for everyone to get off their horses to avoid being thrown. The armored guards scramble in panic, realizing a normal earthquake doesn't move in a single, targeted line like this. Vlad doesn't hesitate. He kicks the carriage door open with a loud crash, lunging forward to grab Sir Joseph and pull him out of the vehicle just as the ground beneath the wheels begins to fracture. They tumble onto the grassy field. Joseph quickly regains his composure, standing up to dust off his fur-collared cloak while telling Vlad that his concern is appreciated, but there is absolutely no need to panic. Joseph asks excuse me, as the rumbling intensifies. Beside them, Borden lets out a weary sigh of relief as the immediate danger to the carriage passes, but the real threat is just beginning. The guards kneel in defensive stances in the grass. Vlad stands panting, muttering that this is the very first time he has ever experienced an earthquake, his eyes scanning the horizon. Vlad realizes this is definitely not a natural disaster. He points toward the field, where a massive path of upturned, shattered earth is cutting rapidly through the green hills toward them. The ground violently tears open, throwing massive boulders and dirt into the air as a colossal ridge of earth rises like a jagged spine across the landscape. A massive, armored giant death worm erupts from the soil, its circular, tooth-filled mouth roaring in a display of primeval hunger. Joseph explains that these monsters are the legendary remnants of the fallen dragon. Vlad stares up in absolute, paralyzed awe, repeating the phrase, remnants of the fallen dragon, as his light blue eyes catch the creature's terrifying scale. This is the raw, monstrous reality of the world outside the slums. Joseph smirks, entirely unfazed by the beast's appearance. Vlad looks up at the sky, his mind racing as he realizes the sheer scale of the dangers they will face as they descend into the territories of the south. Shortly afterward, the caravan arrives at Diamar, the sole fortified city of the Hainel family, its stone walls rising defensively against the rolling green hills. The medieval city is bathed in the warm, golden light of the setting sun. The carriage parks outside the grand stone palace, where several noble attendants wait to receive the Bayezid delegation. Joseph turns to Vlad and announces that he is free to move on his own for the rest of the day, and he can bring Got with him. Vlad is startled, asking if he is truly allowed to wander by himself. Joseph tells him to go, wander freely, and observe as much of the city and its people as he can. Vlad looks slightly confused, unaccustomed to such leniency from his noble employer. Vlad asks for confirmation, his voice tense as he asks if Joseph is truly granting him this level of freedom within a rival noble's territory. Joseph looks down at him, asking if there's a problem with the arrangement. Vlad quickly adopts his polite poker face, stammering that he would love to explore, but doesn't understand the sudden generosity. Joseph explains his strategic reasoning. This group duel is a rare opportunity to observe high-level knights of varying expertise. He wants Vlad to study their movements and techniques firsthand. In Joseph's mind, knights clash in a swirling vortex of magical energy. He knows that experiencing combat firsthand once is infinitely more valuable than discussing strategy 10 times. Vlad listens intently, his blue eyes focused as he processes Joseph's instructions. He realizes Joseph is actively investing in his education as a warrior. Joseph's internal thoughts reveal his possessive ambition. He has already resolved to make Vlad his personal, loyal subordinate, and expanding the boy's knowledge is the first step in forging his ultimate weapon. Jaire steps forward, sternly warning Vlad to avoid getting into trouble or getting beaten up by the local trainees, ordering him to meet for a brutal sparring session tonight to warm up. Jaire mocks Vlad's horse riding skills again, stating there is no way to trust an apprentice who can't even handle a horse. Vlad looks down, his expression dejected under his master's harsh words. Jaire commands Vlad to report to him every single evening, especially if he notices any suspicious or unusual movements within the Diamar estate. Vlad bows, replying, "Yes, Sir Jaire." Left alone in the grand hallway, Vlad lets out a long breath. He looks around, thinking that since he has finally been granted some temporary freedom, he should explore this ancient estate. Vlad walks through the grand, sunlit hall, looking around at the aged architecture. He notes that the Diamar estate is significantly smaller and more worn down than the luxurious Bayezid residence. Vlad stands by an arched window, looking out at the stone courtyard. He contemplates the city's economy, wondering if their reliance on the lemon trade means the Hainel family is currently facing a severe financial crisis. Vlad's hand rests on the hilt of his sword, his fingers tightening against the leather wrap as a strange, cold sensation washes over him. Vlad looks toward the window, his eyes widening in sudden, shocking recognition. A bead of sweat drips down his temple as he realizes the surrounding landscape feels deeply familiar. Vlad looks out at a solitary, white, leafless tree standing on top of a distant hill. Suddenly, the voice echoes clearly in his mind, offering to share its memories of this graveyard if Vlad hands over his sword. An internal vision of a quiet, melancholic graveyard under the shadow of the white tree appears. The voice declares that it is finally time to return the favor, indicating a past connection to this place. The scene shifts to the blue-lit grand hall of the estate, where the formal political negotiations between the families are about to begin. André Haenel, the calculating uncle, welcomes Sir Joseph Bayezid to the estate, thanking him for making the long journey to assist them in their time of need. Joseph stands in the center of the hall, while Alyssa sits silently upon the high-backed throne in the background, her face completely cast in shadow. Joseph places his hand over his chest, playing the role of the pious, helpful ally. He smoothly declares that it is only right for Bayezid to support their family during this crisis. Alyssa sits motionless on her throne, her blue and white gown catching the light. She is a silent pawn in this high-stakes political game, her legitimacy actively disputed. Joseph looks at her, explaining that the Duke of Bayezid has officially granted permission for their intervention, and all that remains is her decision to accept their terms. Joseph's hand clenches tightly against his side, a subtle visual cue of his underlying aggression. He adds that everything will unfold according to their wishes, provided she wins the duel. Joseph closes his eyes, a calm, reassuring smile on his face as he tells her she has absolutely nothing to worry about under their protection. The golden sword crest of House Bayezid looms behind Joseph. He confidently assures her that the sword of Bayezid will always emerge victorious in battle. The intricate silver embroidery on Joseph's elegant blue tunic is shown in detail, emphasizing his high noble status and the wealth backing his promises. Following the audience, Joseph and André walk down the grand stone staircase of the manor under the warm, orange sunset. André warns him not to underestimate Alyssa's resolve. André explains that Alyssa has proven to be an incredibly strong, vigorous, and unwavering woman, refusing to back down even under the immense pressure of the succession dispute. Joseph agrees, noting that she didn't leave a single opening for them to seize the political advantage during their initial meeting. Joseph's face is shown in close-up, a dark, calculating smirk playing on his lips. He declares that regardless of her strength, they will proceed with their hidden agenda exactly as intended, ready to exploit the duel for their own gain. The quiet, golden warmth of a sunset bathes the solitary graveyard on the hills of Diamar. Vlad stands amidst the weathered stone markers, his blonde hair catching the fading light as he looks out over the landscape. Memories are the only things that truly continue when everything else is gone. The grave markers stand as silent scars on this hill. Humans are obsessed with leaving behind traces when they are terrified of being forgotten. He stares down at the dry, fallen leaves blanketed over the stone. Vlad's thinking about his own mother. He never had this kind of closure or a place to mourn her. He drops to one knee, his dark leather and metal armor shifting softly. If you are going to walk on someone's land, you pay your respects. He starts brushing the dry leaves away from the stone. His gloved hand sweeps the stone slab clean. It's a quiet, solemn moment of respect for the dead, a stark contrast to the violent underworld he left behind. Then he gets self-conscious. Bro really had a whole emotional monologue alone in a cemetery. He looks away, sweating at his own sentimentality. He draws his sword with a sharp, clean metallic ring. He's skipping the grand night trials below just to pay his respects in this quiet place. Vlad plants the blade firmly in the earth and bows his head. He clasps both hands over the hilt, offering a silent prayer in the fading twilight. Air suddenly grows heavy. A tall, muscular, semi-transparent figure outlined in brilliant, glowing blue light materializes directly behind him, radiating pure, ancient energy. The voice remembers this place. Years ago, under a much smaller tree, he stood on this very hill with someone else. The memory is a blur, but the connection is real. Suddenly, a sharp blue light flares around Vlad's face, breaking his concentration. The voice senses a powerful presence watching them from the surrounding forest. It asks to borrow Vlad's body to investigate. Vlad agrees. He takes a deep, steadying breath to prepare himself before letting the entity take the reins of his physical form. The possession is instant. Blue magical energy crackles violently through his veins, his eyes snapping open with a blinding, supernatural light. Grips the hilt. A massive, vertical column of blue-green energy erupts into the sky with a powerful whoosh, shattering the quiet evening. The sudden, violent discharge of magic startles Vlad's consciousness. He has no idea what kind of power they just unleashed. Out of the forest canopy rises a colossal, white-scaled serpentine spirit with glowing blue eyes and intricate markings. The majestic beast hovers in the air, surrounded by a vibrant green and yellow magical aura. It is a literal guardian spirit of the land. The serpent flickers its tongue, its massive eyes locking onto the glowing energy radiating from Vlad's possessed body. Vlad is completely dumbfounded. He's seeing way too many mystical, terrifying things lately for a kid who grew up in the slums. The serpent looms over him. The voice explains that the beast isn't looking at Vlad, it's looking at the ancient soul residing inside him. The serpent coils itself gently around a massive pine tree. Vlad asks if it's going to attack, but the voice is entirely unbothered. Vlad's eyes glow blue as he processes this. How does the voice know so much about this ancient, imposing guardian? Despite the creature's terrifying size, Vlad doesn't feel any malice. The energy radiating from the spirit feels incredibly warm and protective. Suddenly, footsteps rustle the grass. A soft, poetic voice echoes through the graveyard, breaking the silence of the hillside. The magical energy dissipates instantly. Vlad spins around, his combat instincts flaring as he searches for the source of the voice. The spectral serpent vanishes into thin air, leaving Vlad standing alone on the hillside as the golden sunset light fades. Standing on the path is a young woman with long, light blue hair, carrying a cleaning bucket. She demands to know his business. This is a restricted area reserved only for the Hanel family. Vlad realizes he's trespassing on sacred noble ground. He quickly sheathes his sword and tries to play it cool. He claims he was just looking for a quiet place to pray. To prove his story, he flashes his church identity tag. He's officially registered as Priest Andrea's faithful squire, not a thief. The blue-haired woman inspects the wooden tag. The church's seal is legitimate, so she reluctantly accepts his explanation. An awkward silence settles over the graveyard. The wind rustles the trees as they stand there staring at each other. Vlad's anxiety starts redlining. Trespassing on a noble gravesite is a serious offense. If she talks, Joseph's reputation is ruined. He imagines Jair finding out and absolutely obliterating him. He needs to secure this girl's silence immediately. To keep her happy, Vlad extends his hand and offers to help her with the chores. He assumes she is just a simple servant hired to maintain the noble family's private cemetery. He points out that he already cleaned up some of the leaves earlier. She's amused by his sudden, desperate diligence. He explains it's only right to show respect to the land's owners. She lets out a soft, surprised hum. He grabs the bucket. He'll do the hard labor, but in exchange, he wants her to keep his trespassing a secret. He begs her not to tell Jair. If the old man finds out, the resulting fuss will be legendary. She smiles, thoroughly entertained by the situation. She tells him she'll consider it based on his cleaning performance. Vlad is internally screaming. Why do pretty girls always make his life so incredibly difficult? He starts scrubbing the stone furiously. The blue-haired woman watches, hiding a soft, quiet chuckle behind her hand. Leaves drift lazily through the warm, orange sunset sky. She stands in the golden light, watching him work. It's a peaceful, quiet moment before the storm of the upcoming duel. The next day, the quiet of the estate is shattered by the thunderous clashing of wooden practice weapons. Vlad watches from the shadows, his eyes glowing blue. The sheer power of the knight's warm-up spar is staggering. This is a completely different level of combat. He realizes how much he still has to learn to survive. Two heavily armored knights clash in the courtyard, their strikes sending shockwaves of dust through the air. Sir Brodan, a mustachioed knight, stands nearby. He explains that Sir Pablo's shield techniques are seasoned enough to deflect anything. Vlad watches, sweating. The knight they are facing is a literal monster, a veteran of the central regions. Pablo raises his shield, deflecting a heavy blow with perfect form. The defensive mastery is flawless. Vlad leans against the wall, his confidence taking a massive hit. To become a knight, he has to match this level. Brodan claps his shoulder, joking that he's a knight too. Vlad mutters that not all knights are created equal. Later, Vlad kneels alone in the barracks. He finally understands his true rank in this massive, unforgiving world. He lets out a long sigh. The path ahead of him is incredibly long, and he has barely started his journey. The day of the duel. The empty throne stands waiting under the blue curtains, representing the family's power vacuum. In the prep room, Vlad pulls the leather straps of Jair's armor tight. The tension is palpable. Vlad glances toward the door. Andre Hanel stands with his supporters, plotting to usurp his niece's succession rights. Jair adjusts his eye patch and tells Vlad to watch closely. A duel of this caliber is a rare learning opportunity. Jair's tone turns unusually gentle, advising Vlad that he doesn't need to be anxious about yesterday's training. Vlad looks surprised. Jair smirks, teasing him about how obvious his anxiety is on his face. Vlad has a sweat drop. He's thinking about the gap between his skills and the monstrous knights he saw. Vlad recalls the combat scene. He was honestly shocked by their monstrous skills, realizing his own limitations. Jair lectures him. A child must start by taking steps. They're not capable of running yet. Jair continues. It's only natural for the journey to be longer the higher your goals are. Vlad closes his eyes, his expression turning serene as he accepts his master's advice. Understood. Suddenly, the announcer shouts. All shall pay respects. Vlad turns his head as the massive double doors open. Vlad watches the entrance. He thinks about the Hanel heir, remembering they are supposed to be young. The clicking of formal shoes echoes. Vlad looks up, his face pale with sudden, shocking recognition. The announcer roars. Lady Alyssa Hanel has entered. Alyssa stands revealed in her blue and white gown. Blood realized he's in deep trouble. Vlad stares at her dress in absolute, paralyzing panic. He just treated the head of the Hanel family like a maid. Vlad bows his head, completely defeated. He is officially cooked. Vlad walks beside Lady Alyssa Hanel down the grand hall of the Diamar estate. This matters because Vlad is stepping into the highest tier of nobility, far from his slum origins, and any slip-up here exposes his forged identity. Alyssa glances sideways at Vlad, and he instantly flinches. If she calls him out right now for his disrespectful behavior in the graveyard, his entire contract with Joseph Bayezid collapses before it even begins. Vlad is internally panicking, sweating bullets as he realizes she recognized him. Blood really thought he could just play the quiet squire after treating the most powerful heir in Diamar like a common maid. Alyssa glides past him and takes her seat on the high-backed throne. She keeps her composure, which is the only reason Vlad isn't being dragged out by the guards right now. The presiding priest announces the start of the succession duel. This matters because the entire political future of the Haenel family, and Joseph's plan to make them indebted to him, rests on the outcome of these matches. The official declares the formal vow, calling upon the gods and the sun as witnesses. In a world where noble lineage is everything, this duel is the only legal way to settle Andre's claims of Alyssa's illegitimacy. Alyssa stands with her spiky-haired relative, a vibrant blue aura swirling around them. She knows that if her champions lose today, her uncle Andre will seize DMR, and she will likely face exile or death. 6 armored knights stand in 2 symmetrical rows, a single sword planted between them. This is a group-based trial of martial strength, where the losers forfeit their political rights entirely. The empty throne sits in the cold blue light. The narrator reflects on the pale blue blood of nobility, which carries a burden of duty that commoners will never understand. A white cloak flutters in the wind. Alyssa is determined to prove her legitimacy and preserve her family's honor, refusing to let her uncle Andre usurp her birthright. The first match ends in disaster for Alyssa's faction as her lord throws in the towel, screaming for the fight to stop. This sudden defeat puts her side at an immediate numerical disadvantage. Sir Duncan, Alyssa's veteran champion, stands panting and bleeding from his forehead. He wants to keep fighting, knowing that his defeat directly weakens Alyssa's political standing. The cleric-like official steps forward, dropping a white towel to declare the match officially over. Duncan is forced to stand down, his physical sacrifice rendered useless by his lord's surrender. Sjard, the younger knight representing the opposing faction, smirks as he tells his former master to admit defeat. This is a psychological blow, showing how the younger generation of knights has abandoned the traditional code. Sir Duncan closes his eyes in bitter humiliation, wondering if he can even call himself a master anymore. His defeat symbolizes the decline of the old guard against Andre's ruthless new allies. Sjard mocks Duncan's past teachings, claiming the master raised a warrior who has now become the sword to slay him. It's a brutal reminder of how loyalty has been corrupted for political gain in DMR. Duncan grits his teeth in misery as the official formally declares Sjard the winner. This first loss immediately increases the pressure on Sir Jair, who must win the next match to keep Alyssa's hopes alive. Andre Haenel claps and laughs, celebrating the victory with Sir Ender. Their conspiracy is unfolding perfectly, and they are already anticipating absolute control over the territory. The announcer calls the next participants forward. A dark-haired knight and a mustachioed fighter step into the arena, their plate armor clanking heavily. The official recites the strict rules. The use of aura is completely prohibited, and any serious injury or surrender ends the match. This matters because Jair must rely purely on physical swordplay to win. Sir Jair looks down at Vlad, ordering him to watch and learn. This is where Vlad's real education begins, observing a master knight in a high-stakes, life-or-death environment. Vlad watches in surprise as Jair's sword erupts with a brilliant blue light. Jair is using this duel as a live demonstration to show Vlad how a true knight controls the battlefield. Jair refers to his mustachioed opponent as a pig, showing absolute confidence. He wants Vlad to see the psychological gap between a master and a mediocre fighter. Jair stands calmly behind the armored opponent as the match begins. His relaxed posture is a calculated move to bait the enemy into an aggressive, reckless attack. Jair executes a swift, fluid swing, moving faster than the mustachioed knight can react. The mustachioed opponent screams in pain as Jair's blade connects. The strike is precise, designed to damage the opponent's posture without violating the rule against serious injury. The opponent recovers, gritting his teeth and believing he can still win if he increases his speed. He is completely misreading Jair's defensive strategy. The mustachioed knight lunges forward, swinging his massive broadsword with a desperate cry. He is relying on raw, brute strength, which is exactly what Jair wants. The opponent unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes, his movements creating wide trails of blue light in the air. He is burning through his stamina, leaving himself vulnerable to a counter. Close up on Jair's calm, focused face. He easily maneuvers through the incoming strikes, completely unfazed by the opponent's aggressive display. High-angle view of the clashing blades. Jair is systematically analyzing the opponent's rhythm, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Andre's supporters cheer, believing their champion is pushing Jair into a corner. They are completely blind to the technical reality of the fight. Vlad watches from the sidelines, immediately questioning their analysis. He has trained under Jair long enough to know that the master is never truly cornered. Vlad realizes the tide of the fight is flowing strangely, and that the mustachioed knight must feel the silent, creeping dread of Jair's trap. The opponent sweats profusely, panicking internally as he realizes none of his attacks are connecting. He is fighting a ghost, his confidence rapidly evaporating. Jair whispers a mocking "oh" as he dodges another wild swing. He is completely playing with his opponent, breaking his spirit before delivering the final blow. The enraged opponent swings blindly, completely abandoning his defensive posture in a desperate attempt to land a hit. Jair parries the blow with effortless, blinding speed. The movement is so fast that the opponent's sword is instantly deflected. Vlad watches with wide eyes. The narrator warns that the true lesson Jair wanted to show him is about to unfold. Their swords clash in a brilliant burst of blue energy, the sheer force of the impact vibrating through the stone arena. The mustachioed knight's eyes widen in sudden, paralyzing shock as his guard is completely shattered. The opponent screams in pain as Jair delivers a precise, crushing strike that bypasses his armor. The opponent is thrown back by the impact. The narrator asks if Vlad was able to witness the essence of the technique. The narrator explains that Jair is forcing his opponent to miss by deflecting his attacks, introducing the fundamental concept of the counter. The counter is defined as a high-level defensive maneuver that neutralizes the enemy's attack and immediately transitions into a lethal assault. Vlad stands in absolute shock as an unknown voice echoes through the arena. He has finally witnessed the practical application of the sword pacing Jair taught him. Jair's sword strikes the ground with a heavy thud, sending a shockwave of dust and debris radiating outward. The mustachioed knight kneels on the stone floor, trembling in terror as he looks up at the towering, dark-haired master. The defeated soldier realizes Jair is an insurmountable wall, his spirit completely crushed by the effortless display of dominance. The soldier lowers his head, whispering his surrender. Jair's victory ties the succession duel, keeping Alyssa's faction in the game. The announcer declares Jair the winner, and Alyssa lets out a quiet sigh of relief, her chest rising as she recovers her composure. Andre's faction grits their teeth in silent irritation as Jair walks back to the preparation area, his expression entirely neutral. Jair asks Vlad if he learned anything. Vlad bows his head, thanking him for the live demonstration of high-level pacing. The announcer calls the final, decisive match, Shajad of Ubair versus Pablo of Arnstein. This match will decide the ruler of Diamar. Pablo of Arnstein introduces himself, his expression serious and determined as he prepares to fight for Alyssa's legitimacy. Shajad of Ubair smirks dismissively, claiming there is no need for introductions since they have already met. He is highly confident in his superior skill. They stand facing each other, the tension in the arena reaching a fever pitch as the final duel is set to begin. Shajad analyzes Pablo, noting that while Pablo is a strong contender, he is still on a lower level than himself. Shajad prepares his stance, his internal thoughts revealing his absolute certainty of victory. Alyssa watches from her throne as Shajad suddenly bows deeply to her. Sir Joseph Bayezid watches from the sidelines, his eyes narrowing as he notices Shajad's unusual movements. Joseph wonders why Shajad is bidding farewell before the match has even begun, sensing an imminent betrayal. Shajad of Ubair suddenly declares his forfeit, leaving Alyssa shocked and pale on her throne. Vlad and the other knights freeze in absolute shock as Joseph's expression turns dark and intense. Andre Haenel claps mockingly, laughing as he declares the duel over, in the very beginning to bypass the martial trial entirely. Joseph realizes the depth of the conspiracy, calculating that Andre must have infiltrated the roster with 4 men to guarantee a default victory. Andre Haenel demands an immediate oath of allegiance from Alyssa's faction, claiming the forfeit legally solidifies his succession. Andre gestures mockingly toward Joseph, asserting that the forfeit cannot be undone and Alyssa's claim is dead. Andre dismisses Joseph's silent fury, telling him the duel is over and he expects absolute compliance. Joseph's eyes flare with a brilliant blue aura as he warns Andre that House Bayezid will not tolerate this outcome. Sir Joseph's hand clenches his sword hilt in silent, trembling fury, the veins on his hand bulging as he prepares to unleash his family's might. The tension in the Grand Hall of Diamar is suffocating as the central nobles scramble to prevent an all-out civil war between the regions. Knowing that if the friction between the north and the center boils over right here, the entire kingdom's stability collapses. Andre Haenel is looking for any excuse to delegitimize, which, by the unwritten laws of succession, means she cannot legally field a champion, ending her family's rule on a technicality. But before Andre can claim his easy victory, Joseph's cold voice cuts through the room like a blade, completely shifting the political landscape by offering a champion to fight on Alyssa's behalf, bypassing the restrictions, and throwing a massive wrench into the conspiracy by nominating Vlad of Shoera as their official representative. Vlad instantly panics, realizing that if he loses this match, he won't just ruin Joseph's plans, he'll be executed on the spot. Andre loses his mind, screaming that a common street rat has no right to stand in a sacred arena of nobles. But the central faction's legalistic rules state that anyone holding a sword can participate, meaning Andre's technicality has backfired. Andre tries to appeal to class solidarity, arguing that letting a peasant fight a knight completely defile the nobility's honor, which immediately triggers Joseph's absolute fury, turning the argument back on Andre's blatant disrespect toward the Bayezid name. Joseph is not playing games. He is using his family's massive military leverage to force this trial to happen, guaranteeing Vlad's honor with his own name, leaving the tournament officials with absolutely no legal choice but to comply. Andre is absolutely disgusted, while Vlad frantically turns to Jair, realizing he has just been thrown to the wolves, asking if he's actually expected to survive a real, lethal duel against a seasoned veteran. Jair really tells him, "I'll step in if you're about to die," and Blood is out here sweating bullets because almost dying is still on the table, leaving Vlad in pure, sweating silence as he realizes the sheer gap between training and a fight to the death. Before Vlad can protest, Joseph pulls him into what looks like a warm, supportive embrace. But this isn't a moment of genuine affection. It's a highly strategic, low-profile huddle. Joseph whispers the real, cold objective directly into Vlad's ear. Just manage for 10 minutes. This entire duel is a stall tactic. Borden is already executing a backup plan, and Vlad is the sacrificial lamb buying them time. Vlad realizes the crushing weight of his role, asking if 10 minutes is even physically possible, before locking in his resolve, knowing that his survival and his 7-year contract depend entirely on this moment. He bows to his master, accepting the suicide mission with absolute, professional discipline, and steps onto the blue carpet, walking toward the high throne under Lady Alyssa's anxious gaze. The entire hall falls silent as the two factions watch the ultimate political gamble unfold on the stone floor. Vlad introduces himself, discarding his false identity to stand proudly as Vlad of Shoera, drawing his sword with a clean metallic ring, ready to face the consequences of his slum upbringing. His opponent, Sir Pablo of Arnstein, plants his massive star emblem shield into the stone with a deafening thud, declaring Vlad completely unworthy of even hearing his name, treating the match as a disgusting insult to his knightly status. The word unworthy strikes a deep, dormant nerve inside Vlad, igniting a lifetime of suppressed rage. As his mind flashes back to the glowing castle of Skora, that distant, beautiful world that always looked down on him. He spent his childhood in the freezing, trash-filled gutters of the slums, constantly told he was nothing. But he refused to die quietly in the dark then, and he certainly doesn't plan on ending his journey as a nobody now. His eyes burn with the blue light of the voice, challenging the very foundation of noble superiority. A spectator sneers that Bayezid's status has fallen, but Vlad ignores the noise, telling Pablo to bring his full, lethal force, which Pablo gladly accepts, resolving to crush this arrogant street rat before he can grow into a real threat. The arena is charged with raw, violent intent as both fighters prepare to cross the point of no return. Vlad exhales a long, cold breath, focusing his mind on the absolute peak of his training. Today, the boy from the gutters is seizing his own right to shine, stepping into the light on his own terms, and clashing swords with a true knight, the impact sending a shower of sparks echoing through the silent hall. Vlad moves with a speed that defies his lack of formal experience, pressing the attack, fighting not just to survive, but to protect the honor of the faction that gave him a name. He systematically targets Pablo's left side, knowing that a knight accustomed to carrying a heavy shield will instinctively struggle to defend it. The spectators are absolutely stunned by Vlad's precision, realizing this is no ordinary greenhorn, while Pablo himself is forced onto the defensive, realizing he is dealing with a natural-born killer. A massive, spectral wolf looms behind Vlad, reflecting the raw, predatory instinct driving his blade. But Pablo is a seasoned veteran. He knows that raw talent without experience is just a fast way to get killed. Vlad senses a sudden, chilling shift in the air as Pablo prepares to unleash his true, knightly strength. Pablo swings his blade, unleashing a massive wave of compressed energy that completely dominates the space, warning Vlad that his raw energy is impressive, but his skills are still far too unripened to match a master. Vlad is forced into a low crouch, holding his sword horizontally as Pablo's crushing downward pressure threatens to shatter his bones. Every muscle in Vlad's body is screaming, the impact feeling less like a sword and more like a falling mountain. Pablo doesn't give him a single second to breathe, immediately raising his sword for a final, decisive execution. Their blades collide again, the violent impact sending shockwaves of dust and debris across the arena floor. As the voice screams in Vlad's mind, desperately warning him that blocking this monster head-on is a suicide mission. He must find a way to deflect the raw momentum, or his sword, and his arms, will be completely broken. But the physical gap is too wide. Vlad's defensive posture is systematically dismantled. He is launched violently backward through the air, completely losing his footing. Vlad crashes heavily onto the stone floor, the wind completely knocked out of his lungs. Pablo walks forward with slow, deliberate steps, knowing the match is effectively over. Vlad struggles to one knee, using his blade to keep from collapsing, his body completely battered. Pablo looks down at him, his initial contempt replaced by a genuine, quiet respect for the boy's resilience. He tells Vlad he was a worthy opponent, acknowledging that standing up to a knight at his age is a massive feat, and sheathes his sword mid-fight to give him a life lesson, like bro is trying to start a self-improvement podcast instead of finishing his job. But Vlad's eyes flare with a brilliant, dangerous blue light. He has no intention of accepting a patronizing defeat. A sudden, explosive surge of magical energy erupts from his body, freezing the entire room in shock. As Vlad lunges forward in a low, blinding sweep, channeling everything he has left into a single strike. The conspirators gasp in absolute horror, realizing the match isn't over, it's just beginning. Lady Alyssa leans forward from her throne, her eyes wide as she witnesses the impossible. Pablo spins around in sheer terror, realizing too late that he has walked straight into a trap. As the spectral image of Sir Jair looms behind Vlad, guiding his hands to execute the perfect, flawless counter technique. Vlad's blade erupts with brilliant blue light, deflecting Pablo's momentum to deliver a devastating, final blow. The entire arena has gone dead silent because what just happened defies every established law of their sheltered, noble combat. And the spectators are already trying to rationalize it as a fluke, whispering that Vlad can't even lift his blade right now. But Vlad isn't listening to their coping. He knows his body is screaming from the strain, yet his mind is sharper than ever. While Sir Pablo of Arnstein stands there completely frozen, unable to comprehend how a street kid with 2 months of training just parried his life's work, asking himself why this terrifying, unrefined talent had to belong to a nobody from the slums. Like, bruv, why is it only you? Wondering if Vlad has finally passed out from the sheer physical toll, unaware that the voice is already taking the reins. And as Vlad's consciousness slips away, he isn't just fainting, he's diving deep into the memories that define his entire existence. Returning to the cold, dark void where his journey first began, stripped of every right a human should have. Recalling the absolute misery of the Skawara slums, where even standing on the frozen mud felt like a crime, and how he spent his childhood staring at things he could never afford, desperately craving the power to change his fate, dreaming of the day he could finally claim the right to step out of the shadows and into the light. Looking back at the wretched wooden shacks of his childhood, only to turn his gaze toward the horizon, where the golden spires of the Skawara castle mocked him from the sky, representing a world he was forbidden to touch, promising himself that no matter what it took, he would claw his way up to that shining beacon. And that raw, desperate ambition is exactly what's fueling the brilliant, terrifying power about to bloom within him. A power so ancient and pure that the sheltered knights in this arena have never seen anything like it. As the blue magical energy of the voice completely envelopes his body, locking him into a perfect combat stance, shattering the air with a violent shockwave as the two blades collide with absolute force, leaving the noble spectators completely paralyzed, unable to process the monstrous energy radiating from a mere squire. Algyr watches from the sidelines, remembering the brutal training sessions where he tried to teach this kid the basics, never expecting that Vlad would bypass his lessons entirely and tap directly into advanced combat pacing, realizing with a mix of pride and dread that the boy is already executing techniques way beyond his level. Noticing that the raw, desperate edge of Vlad's strikes has vanished, replaced by a cold, settled resolve, which makes him wonder exactly what kind of monster he has unleashed upon the noble world, and where this terrifying ambition will ultimately lead the boy once he outgrows his cage. As the blade in Vlad's hands begins to vibrate with a low, ominous hum that resonates through the stone floor, forcing Pablo to realize that this isn't a normal swordplay match anymore. The weapon itself is howling. And if this is the moment Vlad's talent finally blooms, Pablo knows he cannot afford to hold back, resolving to meet this monstrous potential with the full, unyielding duty of a true knight, unleashing a devastating clash of golden and blue energy that threatens to tear the arena apart. As Pablo pushes his physical limits, desperate to draw out the full depth of Vlad's hidden world, clashing again and again in a blinding display of raw, unfiltered martial talent, leaving the conspirators in the gallery sweating, realizing their carefully planned succession trap is completely falling apart. Al-Shajjad of Ubayr watches in absolute silence, recognizing the terrifying scale of the power before him, and even the veteran knights can see the premonition of a new legend unfolding right in front of them, forcing Pablo to abandon his offensive and scream for a shield to survive the onslaught, as his squire desperately slides the star emblem shield across the stone floor, allowing Pablo to brace himself just as Vlad's blade descends with crushing force, standing proud behind his defense, declaring his name to the only opponent who has truly pushed him to his limits, demanding to know the identity of the hungry wolf who has dared to challenge his right to stand in the light. And Vlad, his eyes blazing with the electric blue light of the voice, prepares to answer, not as a nameless street rat crawling through the mud of the Skawara alleys, but as a warrior who has earned his place through blood, sweat, and absolute defiance, walking out of the dark shadows of his past and stepping directly onto the grand stage, proving once and for all that his rights are not granted by noble birth, but carved out with his own hands, standing before the shining castle of his ambitions as a true equal, as his left eye flares with a brilliant, blinding blue light, signaling the absolute awakening of his power, unleashing a colossal column of magical energy that illuminates the entire hall, screaming his true identity to the heavens, Vlad of Shoera, blinding the spectators with a radiant flash that forces Lady Alyssa to shield her eyes in awe, leaving the hostile nobles completely powerless to stop the divine manifestation of his aura, while Pablo, his own golden eye flaring with respect, lunges forward to meet the strike head-on, roaring Vlad's name as they clash in a final, explosive meeting of wills, shattering the space between them with a violent discharge of electrical energy. As the blue and golden currents collide, neutralizing each other in a magnificent display, leaving only golden light particles drifting softly through the silent hall, as the violent magical storm finally dissipates into nothingness, and Vlad's bloodstained hand slowly slips from the hilt of his sword, as Pablo gently supports the unconscious boy, whispering a quiet word of respect for the fight he gave him. But the peaceful silence is immediately shattered by the salty nobles screaming about disqualification. And this salty blood in the blue tunic is immediately crying about the rules, completely blind to the talent that just bloomed, while Joseph watches their desperate coping with absolute, cold contempt. And Pablo realizes that these corrupt politicians can only think of their petty gains, completely blind to the beautiful talent that just bloomed. As Joseph and Jair step onto the arena floor to reclaim their sleeping champion, exchanging formal, respectful words with Pablo, who did his duty to protect the boy's potential, before Joseph turns his gaze to the sweating priest, delivering a devastating legal question, asking whether the arbitrary rules of this duel outrank the sacred, royal authority of the Swordmaster's Code, completely trapping the priest in a theological and political deadlock, leaving the holy official trembling in absolute panic because there is no right answer. Referencing the legendary title of the Swordmaster, an honor possessed by only one person in human history, a sacred code established by the founding king himself that directly binds all knights to a higher duty, which means Joseph has just legally paralyzed Andre Haenel's faction, forcing them to choose between heresy or submission, leaving Andre with no choice but to postpone the duel's result until the Holy See and the Royal Palace respond, successfully buying the time Joseph needed to execute his hidden plan outside the arena. While Vlad rests peacefully, his internal world finally aligning with his grand ambition, recalling the ancient vow of the knights to protect and nurture the potential of the young, a sacred promise sealed by the founding king's own blade, establishing a legacy of honor that outlives any corrupt political conspiracy. And in the quiet depths of his awakening soul, Vlad stands before the glowing hilt of his weapon, finally accepting the burden of the power he was gifted, binding himself to the first code of Frausen as a true warrior of the light. Bright morning sun over the grand stone towers of DMR, but inside the guest wing, the physical toll of matching swords with an actual knight finally catches up to Vlad as he slowly drags himself back to consciousness, dry-mouthed and desperately calling for a cup of water while every single joint in his body screams in absolute, agonizing protest. The hand offering him a drink doesn't belong to God, though, causing Vlad's survival instincts to spike. The moment he realizes Sir Joseph is personally playing nurse beside his bed, forcing out a raspy, defensive apology, which the young lord smoothly dismisses, showing an unsettling level of care for a street kid he intends to use as a political weapon, admitting he never expected Vlad to push a seasoned knight like Pablo to the absolute limit. This reckless display of raw talent actually worked, completely freezing the succession duel, because the unwritten rules of their noble games were instantly overridden by the absolute legal authority of the swordmaster's discipline. This ancient martial law is the exact system the voice warned Vlad about during his training, confirming that to officially step into the world of knights, Vlad must eventually bind his soul to this very same discipline, which triggers a sudden, idealized vision of his ultimate dream, standing tall as a certified knight under a burning sky. Joseph warns him that their stay in DMR is strictly temporary, advising him to recover quickly. But Vlad's desperate street-bred urge to prove his utility immediately kicks in, making him claim he's ready, which Joseph flatly shuts down, because a broken tool is useless for the grand chessboard he's playing. Behind that polite noble smile, Joseph is just calculating the exact financial and political return on his investment. While outside, the quiet sunset over DMR reveals a city slowly emptying of its fair-weather noble guests, leaving Lady Alyssa Hainel to watch the quiet streets with a heavy, isolating sense of guilt, especially knowing her uncle Andre has already requested personal protection from the church to seal her downfall. The betrayal by her own flesh and blood has completely crushed her spirit, forcing her to realize that she has to put her grief aside and completely seize control of DMR's assets to survive the coming storm. But the reality of governing is brutal, and she immediately pivots to their failing agricultural yields, wondering if a massive shift to barley farming is the only way to save their bankrupt treasury. Sir Duncan advises caution, knowing that shifting an entire city's economy mid-crisis is a death sentence, leaving Alyssa to realize that surviving one political mountain only reveals a massive range of new trials. But a sudden, bizarre realization breaks her out of her administrative dread, reminding her of the ridiculous rumor about Joseph's highly praised, monstrously talented new squire, prompting Duncan to confirm that basic horsemanship is an absolute, non-negotiable virtue of a true knight, which makes Alyssa smile, realizing the universe balanced Vlad's terrifying combat talent with a hilarious flaw, leaving Duncan completely confused by her sudden, quiet amusement at the boy's expense. Cut to the training yard, where Vlad's attempt to master horse riding ends in another spectacular, an incredibly painful gravity check, leaving him groaning face down in the dirt while Sir Jair watches with absolute, soul-crushing disappointment, like bro really thought he was going to buy his way out of basic training with a more expensive horse. Before Vlad can even scramble up, Jair's green aura flares with terrifying, violent intent, as he delivers a swift, disciplinary strike to the boy's skull to beat some basic common sense into him. Vlad lies there nursing his bruised pride, desperately trying to rationalize why he could ride Jair's horse, while the stable hand struggles to calm the terrified beast, completely baffled by its sudden panic, not realizing that Vlad's raw, predatory momentum acts as a natural, terrifying repellent to animals. Jair calls it a day, realizing that forcing the issue right now is entirely useless, indefinitely postpones the training, ignoring Vlad's frustrated protests about his delayed progress. Vlad grumbles about the constant delays, but Jair knows some problems can't be solved by raw effort, deciding they will address his animal-repelling aura once they return to the safety of Shatrama. Jair walks away to attend to Joseph's covert orders, leaving the stable hand to complain about the horse's growing terror, prompting Vlad to sarcastically suggest riding a cow instead, which earns him a sharp, defensive lecture about agricultural differences from the exhausted stable worker. Another wealthy trainee passes by, mockingly advising Vlad to just stick to luxurious carriages, leaving Vlad to stand in the quiet yard, deeply frustrated by his physical limitations while the voice explains that his untamed presence is simply too intense for beasts to handle, confirming that mastering horsemanship requires him to learn how to actively suppress his momentum, which is a high-level application of aura control that Vlad's current, unrefined reserves can't support, forcing him to accept the bitter reality of Jair's advice about learning to walk before he can run. But Vlad's street-bred impatience makes him want to attempt the impossible one last time, staring at the distant white tree as the sun finally sets on their brief stay in DMR. Meanwhile, inside the quiet corridors of the estate, a heavy, tense atmosphere begins to build. As a masked figure moves silently through the golden light, preparing to execute a lethal and decisive strike against the political conspirators who threaten Joseph's plans. Shajad of Ubayr walks confidently through the grand hall, completely unaware of the shadow, internally mocking Vlad as a mere slave who got lucky, which is wild confidence for a man who is about to get his entire career archived in 5 seconds. A sudden, quiet movement in the shadows makes his boots click to a sudden, paralyzed halt. As Sir Jair steps out, pointing a cold, polished blade directly at his throat, Shajad adopts a calm, mocking facade, trying to laugh off the lethal ambush. But Jair's green eye flares with absolute, cold-blooded intent, refusing to play any games. Shajad wonders why Jair is wasting his holiday executing wet work in a quiet hall. But Jair's single-minded loyalty to Joseph means that traitors don't get to enjoy their holidays. Shajad tries to appeal to their shared profession as mercenaries who are just doing a job, gently tapping the flat of Jair's sword with a dismissive, arrogant gesture, unleashing a violent, dark purple magical aura to prepare for a sudden, desperate counterattack. But Jair's body instantly erupts with a massive, crushing green aura, deadpanning, that when his master commands him to bark, he has no choice but to bite. Shajad thinks his fancy title protects him from the consequences of selling out his own family, but Jair is drawing a hard boundary. Completely unfazed by the political chicken Shajad is trying to play, because when you betray Sir Joseph, you forfeit your right to a polite conversation. And Shajad tries to laugh it off as if they're just two professionals discussing a contract. But Jair knows exactly what kind of monster he's dealing with, reminding him that a mercenary without loyalty is just a rabid dog waiting to be put down, no matter how much his noble employers try to protect him. So Shajad tries to drop a heavy threat about starting a war between the northern and central houses, hoping the sheer scale of the conflict will make Jair back off. But Jair doesn't do politics, delivering a brutal, bone-shattering left hook that completely shuts down the negotiation, proving that in the Bayezid household, actions speak infinitely louder than any empty threats about diplomatic immunity. And as Shajad crashes against the stone wall, Jair reminds him that Joseph's good nature is the only reason he's still breathing, leaving Shajad staring up at the edge of a blade that could end his entire lineage in a single, silent stroke, which instantly drains whatever smug confidence the traitor had left, forcing him to realize he has absolutely no cards left to play. But Jair isn't finished sending his message, unleashing another heavy strike to ensure the lesson is permanently beaten into him, sending Shajad collapsing to the floor in a heap of broken pride and ruined armor, gasping for air while Jair stands over him like an absolute wall of pure, unyielding authority, forcing Shajad to beg for mercy, realizing that the old rules of noble chivalry don't apply when you cross the Bayezid's personal guard. And Jair promises him that this isn't just a beating, it's a down payment on the debt he owes for trying to ruin the succession duel. But as Shajad crawls away, he spits out a chilling warning about the changing political tides of the kingdom, hinting that the old alliances are fracturing, and that a massive war is brewing just beyond the horizon, leaving Jair to watch him retreat into the shadows, knowing that every word of that warning is entirely true. And a violent, bloody premonition flashes through his mind, showing the horrific cost of the coming conflict, where entire castles will burn and knights will be slaughtered in a desperate struggle for absolute control of the north. Meanwhile, Vlad is completely oblivious to the shadow war happening in the corridors, focusing entirely on his own path to power, seeking out the quiet graveyard on the hill at sunset to fulfill his promise to the voice, wondering if the ancient spirit they encountered before is actually a key to unlocking the true potential of his sword. So he kneels in silent prayer, desperate to escape before Lady Alyssa or anyone else spots him trespassing on restricted ground. And as he yields control to the entity in his head, his senses instantly align with a power far older than any human kingdom, summoning the massive, white serpentine spirit that has been watching over this land for centuries, leaving Vlad completely paralyzed with awe as the colossal beast coils around his fragile human form, realizing that despite its terrifying size, the creature harbors absolutely no malice toward him, because it doesn't see a slum-born peasant. It recognizes the ancient soul of the voice resting inside him. And as the serpent leans in close, its warm presence confirms that Vlad has tapped into a forgotten mystery, which the voice explains is just another form of the world's natural flow, far beyond the comprehension of mortal minds, coiling upward to manifest a sacred, protective energy that will shield Vlad from the corrupting influence of his own power, letting out a soft, echoing hiss that vibrates through his very bones, as a brilliant wave of pure, elemental magic erupts from the soil, transforming the spirit into a magnificent tree of solid blue light that towers over the graveyard, wrapping Vlad in a warm, protective barrier that finally stabilizes his erratic, animal-repelling momentum, leaving him in absolute awe of a power that makes the petty conflicts of noble succession look completely insignificant, as the legendary protection of the spirit binds itself directly to his soul, marking him as a true warrior of the north. The next morning, the magical illusions fade, returning Vlad to the cold reality of noble politics, as the Bayezid faction prepares to depart the Diamar estate to return to the capital, surrounded by silent spectators who are still reeling from the shocking events of the succession duel. And Sir Joseph bids a polite, calculated farewell to Lady Alyssa, ensuring the Hainel household remains heavily indebted to his family. But before they can board the carriage, Andre Haenel unexpectedly calls Vlad forward to receive a final reward. Vlad immediately freezes in shock, his mind racing with anxiety as he wonders what the nobles could possibly want with him now. But Joseph simply smiles and nudges him forward, knowing that any public recognition will only elevate their faction standing. Vlad is escorted back into the Grand Stone Hall, standing before the young heir and her loyal protector, Sir Duncan, kneeling reverently on one knee as Alyssa expresses her deepest gratitude for his honorable actions in the arena, praising his courage and declaring that his spirit was more noble than that of any true knight who fought that day, before reaching out to present him with an intricately embroidered purple pouch, wanting to publicly tie her family's name to the rising star of the Bayezid household, which Joseph instantly recognizes as a brilliant, highly calculated political move by a very smart woman, using Vlad as a public bridge between their families to secure her own position against her treacherous uncle, while Vlad just stands there staring at the pouch, completely terrified of accepting such an expensive noble artifact, until Jair whispers a stern warning from behind, reminding him that rejecting a noble's gift is a massive breach of etiquette. So Vlad reluctantly reaches out to take it, desperately trying to avoid another beating like the one he got after rejecting Lucky Year's peanuts. But the second his hands touch the fabric, the entire room falls into a suffocating, dead silence, leaving Joseph and Jair looking like they just witnessed a public execution, their faces completely pale with stress, as Sir Duncan stammers in absolute disbelief that a peasant would make such a massive, unforgivable mistake. Because in the high society of the center, there are two very specific ways to receive a lady's hand towel. Either accepting it on the tip of your sword, which represents a contract of knightly honor, or taking it directly hand to hand, which is a formal, public declaration of romantic courtship. Bruv, he literally just proposed to the sole heir of the Haenel family in front of her entire court, and he has absolutely no idea what he just did. Muttering a polite, confused thank you while everyone behind him is internally screaming in sheer, hysterical panic, holding the purple pouch like a hot potato while the weight of his accidental courtship settles over the room. And as the carriage finally rolls away from DMR, the sheer absurdity of the situation begins to set in, with Sir Joseph sitting in the corner, unable to suppress a highly amused, cynical smirk at the absolute chaos Vlad just caused, while Vlad sits opposite him, looking completely miserable and wishing the ground would swallow him whole, as Jair furiously screams at him to never touch anything a noble offers without looking at him first. But Joseph places a hand on his shoulder, laughing and offering his genuine congratulations, explaining that because he accepted the honor of a high noble, his political standing has completely shifted, leaving our boy standing in absolute, paralyzing shock as he realizes his mistake just earned him the official rank of Associate Knight, fam. Vlad's brain completely short-circuits at the promotion, because going from a back-alley orphan to an actual Associate Knight in a single day is a wild speedrun, bruv. But Sir Joseph Bayezid is quick to clarify that this isn't just an empty honorary badge, as Vlad will now command genuine, knight-level authority. Though Vlad immediately clocks the catch, realizing Alyssa Haenel's political influence is still heavily localized to DMR, since she only recently secured her title, meaning her backing won't protect him if he steps out of her family's borders. Which makes perfect sense, because survival in this world is never handed out for free, and Vlad is too street-smart to expect a free lunch. Yet his gaze keeps drifting back to the delicate purple fabric resting in his hands, as Joseph delivers a cold, dead serious warning that this isn't a mere souvenir, but the physical weight of Alyssa's entire political honor. And when Vlad asks what happens if he loses it, Joseph's flat response is a terrifying reminder of noble stakes. If Vlad messes up this accidental courtship, he is entirely on his own, leaving our boy sweating bullets, because he knows exactly how fast a noble family will execute a commoner for defiling their name. But the tension shifts instantly when Joseph pulls out a formal certificate of borrowing, revealing a massive 10,000 gold debt, which Vlad immediately recognizes as a fake IOU designed to act as a dark insurance policy. The sheer scale of the sum still makes him choke, because 10,000 gold is an impossible amount of money. But Joseph explains the brutal, calculated logic of the contract. If Alyssa had lost her succession duel to her uncle Ender, she was prepared to surrender her entire life to House Bayezid, using the fake debt to legally slip away from her uncle's murderous reach, proving that even her desperation was thoroughly weaponized, allowing Bayezid to hold her as political hostage and squeeze her uncle's faction dry, which is the exact moment Vlad realizes that noble actions are never driven by emotional whims, but by cold, calculated strategic leverage designed to secure survival. Until a sudden, sharp rustle from the treeline breaks his train of thought, his instincts instantly locking onto the shift in the wind, as Joseph calmly notes that they are no longer alone on this quiet road. And a massive wall of dust erupts from the forest edge as a dark, heavily armed cavalry unit bursts onto the field, surrounding their carriage with terrifying speed, forcing Vlad to reach for his weapon, expecting a brutal, back-alley ambush from rival mercenaries, only for Joseph to physically stay his hand, his calm smile showing that this entire threat is actually under his direct payroll, revealing a dark, preemptive strike force he had quietly deployed into the shadows before the succession duel even began, as the riders halt in a flawless, silent defensive line, and their commander steps forward to report that his bloody business is officially concluded, revealing Godwin, the legendary hidden sword of Bayezid, kneeling before a heavy, blood-soaked sack, which Joseph inspects with cold satisfaction, noting that Godwin utilized his borrowed authority to execute the task perfectly. But as Godwin stands, his eyes lock onto Vlad, his battle-hardened instincts instantly flaring with alarm. Because he recognizes that Vlad's energy is entirely different from the sheltered, textbook knights he is used to dealing with, prompting Joseph to issue a light-hearted warning to treat the new prodigy gently, though the underlying tension remains thick. As Godwin's sharp, scarred gaze narrows, his senses screaming that this kid is a literal predator in sheep's clothing, possessing a raw, back-alley survival instinct that cannot be taught in any noble academy. While Vlad's own street-honed senses flare in response, recognizing the scent of a cold-blooded killer. And Godwin's mind is flooded with terror as he visualizes a colossal, glowing-eyed spectral snake looming behind the boy, realizing Vlad is a monster waiting to be unleashed. So when Joseph asks if they will ride back to Shatrama together, Godwin politely declines, eager to distance himself from the danger, declaring his absolute loyalty to his shadow mission, which immediately triggers Vlad's curiosity, as the title Hidden Sword echoes in his mind, hinting at a much darker layer of the Bayezid family's military power, leaving Vlad to wonder how deep the rot in this noble household truly runs. His eyes dragging back to the bloodstained sack resting on the grass, until Joseph notices his lingering gaze, asking with a quiet, knowing smirk if he wants to know what lies inside, before delivering a chilling, poetic line. The world of nobles is contained in it, which is a polite way of saying that noble politics are built on a foundation of absolute, ruthless slaughter, where the physical remains of the traitor, Shajad of Ubayr, are left discarded in the mud, his severed, lifeless head staring blankly into a void where no one is left to grant forgiveness. While far away in the peaceful halls of Sturma, the banner of the sword hangs silently as reports of passing pilgrims arrive, prompting Count Bayezid and Ragmus to discuss these quiet travelers who seek only to observe the ancient dragon's traces, with the Count reflecting on the rarity of such pure, undemanding faith in a world corrupted by greed, deciding to secretly grant them a blessing, because even in a ruthless land, those who ask for nothing deserve to be rewarded. And as Ragmus leaves to make the arrangements, the Count's thoughts drift back to the political landscape of his own house, specifically to the sudden, disruptive report sent by his second son, Joseph, which Ragmus admits contained a word so rare and powerful it made his old heart race, forcing the Count to close his eyes in deep contemplation, as he repeats the term, the first discipline of the swordmaster, recalling how the old training system used to push elite trainees to their absolute physical limits. Unlike modern, soft academies that raise knights like delicate, strictly maintained gemstones, completely preventing them from awakening their true potential, which makes him nostalgic for the golden era of Bayezid, when true warriors stood proud under the blue flag, clashing on real battlefields instead of playing safe political games. Yet he knows this sudden awakening has shattered the delicate balance of succession between Joseph and Lutgir, because Joseph was supposed to give up due to his fragile health, but instead, he rummaged through the mud of the slums and brought back something shining, forcing the Count to realize that he must eventually choose only one path, and this wildcard named Vlad has made that choice incredibly complicated. While back at the Shatrama barracks, the quiet halls are suddenly filled with intense, whispering gossip, as the trainees sit over their soup, discussing Vlad's legendary return, especially since the entire dining hall is whispering about how a kid from the slums just pulled off a high-level aura awakening, which is absolutely breaking the class balance of this entire academy, fam, leaving the bullies gulping in nervous anticipation as the heavy wooden doors suddenly creak open, and Vlad steps into the room, his calm, relaxed posture showing he is entirely indifferent to their fear. A dead, suffocating silence falls over the entire crowded hall, and the trainees realize that the old hierarchies of family prestige and noble names are completely meaningless now that the children's street fights are over, because Vlad stands before them as a figure existing on a completely different world, his eyes flaring with the brilliant, terrifying light of his awakened power, instantly establishing a new, absolute order in the barracks. Vlad is stuffing his face with sausages in the dining hall, trying to drown out the noise of his own thoughts. But the persistent, irritating murmurs of the other trainees are making it impossible to enjoy a quiet meal. Word of his legendary duel in DMR has already spread like wildfire through the barracks, proving that gossip travels faster than any horse in this kingdom, fam. The conversation shifts to the upcoming biannual vacation, a concept completely foreign to a kid who grew up in the freezing gutters, blood, where time off usually meant starving in a different alley. Potri Canor immediately picks up on Vlad's hesitation, offering a warm invitation to his family's estate. Potri is genuinely excited to host him, desperate to share his family's wealth with the first real friend he's ever made. He promises unlimited freshly roasted meat, trying to bribe the street-smart youth with the one thing he knows Vlad can't resist. But the real hook comes when Potri mentions his family's extensive horse trading network, claiming they can source a beast of such high pedigree that it might actually withstand Vlad's terrifying, animal-repelling presence. Vlad's predatory instinct immediately flares, realizing this is his absolute best shot at mastering horsemanship and securing his place as a true knight. With his mind set on securing a vacation from Surgire, Vlad heads straight to the training hall, where the harsh, golden sunlight streams through the high windows of the Shatrama barracks. The brutal, high-speed sparring session begins immediately, the heavy clack of wooden training swords echoing off the stone walls, as Jair watches Vlad's desperate defensive movements with a cold, completely unyielding eye. Vlad tries to force his pace, but Jair easily blocks the strike, commanding the boy to focus on his unstable foundation. Vlad's left eye flares blue as he tries to tap into the voice's power again, desperately trying to force his aura to bloom. But Jair's experience is an insurmountable wall, his massive frame shifting effortlessly to exploit Vlad's overextended posture. A heavy, crushing blow from Jair's wooden sword connects with terrifying force, shattering Vlad's guard and sending him reeling in agony. Vlad staggers backward, his breath catching as the sheer physical pain of his overexertion takes its toll. He collapses to one knee, coughing violently on the cold stone floor while Jair delivers a scathing lecture on his arrogance. Jair demands to know if Vlad's brief taste of glory in Diamar has made him forget the absolute necessity of the basics. Vlad looks up, completely startled by the cold fury in his master's eyes, unable to find an excuse. The silence between them grows heavy, the weight of Jair's intense scrutiny pressing down on the boy's shoulders. For the first time, Vlad bows his head in genuine submission, whispering a quiet apology to the man who saved him from the streets. Jair delivers a final, brutal ultimatum, telling Vlad that if he is going to rush his training, he shouldn't bother showing up at all. Dismissed like a common failure, Vlad has no choice but to bow and walk out of the hall. Jair watches his apprentice retreat, his stern expression masking a deep, protective concern for the boy's unpolished talent. He knows Vlad is still far too weak, like a fragile sandcastle waiting to be completely obliterated by the first real wave of a high-level battle. Walking down the dimly lit corridors, Vlad's heavy boots click softly against the stone. As he reflects on the harshness of the lesson he just received, the grand hall falls completely dark, the shadows stretching across the pillars as Vlad's mind races. He realizes that Jair's anger wasn't born from contempt, but from deep disappointment, which is a concept completely foreign to a kid who grew up expecting nothing but ridicule from the world. The voice speaks in his mind, reminding him that a true knight's foundation must be built slowly, step by step, before the aura can safely bloom. The voice advises him to trust Jair's discipline, because a master only scolds an apprentice he considers worthy of expectations. Vlad lets out a long, exhausted sigh, accepting the bitter truth of his limitation. He realized that disappointment from someone he respects hurts infinitely more than any physical beating he ever took in the slums. The memory of Jair's stern face looms in his mind, a constant reminder of the high standards he has yet to reach. In his emotional turmoil, Vlad completely forgot to ask for the vacation, leaving him in a state of sudden, hysterical panic. Before he quickly dismisses the thought, realizing how ridiculous he would look asking for time off after getting cooked so thoroughly, he resolves to spend the night training, hoping the physical exhaustion will clear his cluttered mind. Night falls over the Shatrama estate, the quiet forest surrounding the barracks bathed in cool moonlight. Under the brilliant full moon, the quiet clearing becomes Vlad's personal arena. As he swings his sword with single-minded focus, the blade cutting a glowing blue arc through the darkness. He grips the hilt with both hands, channeling his raw energy to find the precise balance Jair demanded. The sword strikes the earth, unleashing a violent shockwave of blue energy that cracks the ground. Vlad stands panting over the glowing fissure, his body completely drained of strength. The voice advises him to stop, warning that overexertion will only lead to permanent injury and ruin his progress. Vlad reluctantly agrees, sheathing his weapon as he looks up at the starry sky. He stands alone in the quiet clearing, his mind finally finding peace under the moon's steady light. He smiles softly, realizing that despite the pain, he has finally obtained a light of his own that shines. High on the stone battlements, a dark silhouette watches the faint blue glow in the woods. As Sir Jair monitors his apprentice's dedication with a quiet, unspoken pride, Jair mutters a quiet comparison, recognizing the boy's wild, untamed drive to reach the moon. The full moon shines brightly through the drifting clouds, a silent witness to the boy's resolve. Meanwhile, far to the south, the city of Trinova is engulfed in a horrific, raging inferno, as the ancient castle complex of the former Count Gaidar is systematically reduced to ash. The grand throne room is slick with fresh blood, the bodies of fallen knights scattered across the stone floor. A wounded veteran of Gaidar's faction lies slumped against a pillar, his armor shattered, gasping for his final breaths. He looks up in sudden terror as heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo through the burning corridor, revealing a tall, white-haired figure draped in a dark cloak, stepping over the corpses. The dying knight glares with defiant, angry eyes, recognizing his executioner as Godwin. Godwin stands triumphantly before the Gothic window, his blood-stained blade reflecting the orange glow of the fire. Godwin delivers a cold, philosophical lecture on the true meaning of a knight's duty, explaining that blind obedience is a path to ruin. Wounded Knight spits a bitter retort, acknowledging that their loyalty is exactly why his faction was wiped out. He warns Godwin that his own light will eventually be extinguished by the very family he serves. With his final breath, the dying man demands Godwin convey a message of defiance to Count Gaidar, vowing to wait for him in the depths of hell. Godwin raises his sword, the dark, viscous blood on the blade catching the light, and calmly accepts the grim warning before executing his final, lethal duty. A violent spray of crimson blood splatters across the arched window, silencing the last remnant of Gaidar's legacy. Vlad's brain completely short-circuits at the mere mention of a vacation. Because slum orphans don't get time off, especially not when they're bound to a high noble like Joseph Bayezid, who currently holds his entire future in his hands. Joseph is already 3 moves ahead, smiling because Gregory's loudmouth attendant has been running his mouth about Poetry's invitation all over the estate, which actually plays perfectly into Joseph's long-term goal of integrating Vlad into the high society network of the northern factions. Vlad bows in quiet appreciation, though the sheer weight of the political chessboard in this room is starting to feel incredibly suffocating, especially with Sir Jair standing there like an absolute brick wall, radiating pure, unadulterated judgment. The silence in the study is heavy enough to crush a lesser man, but Jair is deliberately letting the tension cook, while Joseph sits back, highly amused by the unspoken power struggle between his primary knight and his newly minted prodigy. For Vlad, just breathing in this room feels like a physical workout because he knows one wrong step completely ruins his standing, and bro is literally fighting for his life in a silent room. So he contemplates making a silent, tactical retreat before the atmosphere gets any weirder. But Jair breaks the silence with a classic veteran reality check, reminding Vlad that a true warrior never lets go of his edge. Because in the world of high-level swordsmanship, a single day of laziness is the difference between life and a swift execution. Jair's harshness isn't malicious. He secretly respects Vlad's insane drive and wants to ensure the boy's raw, monstrous potential doesn't get dulled by sudden comfort. So keeping a tight leash on him is the only way to guarantee he survives the upcoming faction wars. Vlad locks in immediately, though Jair's final warning about the Canor horses throws a massive wrench into his plans, since his natural, predatory momentum is still actively terrifying every beast on the estate. Joseph wants Vlad to use this trip to analyze the exact radius of his animal-repelling aura, dismissing him with a casual warning not to bring back any souvenirs from the Canor territory. Vlad nods, but his street-smart survival instincts immediately kick in, interpreting the noble's no gifts rule as a direct test of his social awareness, recalling how much Joseph loved the Jamon poetry brought earlier. Once the door shuts, the conversation shifts to the deeper, covert layers of northern politics, as Jair and Joseph realize Vlad's presence at the Canor estate might trigger an unexpected encounter with other major players. The stakes are rising rapidly. If a rival faction realizes Joseph is grooming a monster, they will absolutely try to eliminate him. But Joseph is more than ready to match their violence, refusing to yield his new weapon to anyone. Meanwhile, Vlad is dragged into another completely unfamiliar nightmare, getting fitted for premium noble garments like he's some kind of high society dress-up doll. Lady Oksana is highly satisfied, praising his broad shoulders and strong bones, which only makes Vlad blush like a total rookie because he has absolutely no experience dealing with highly affectionate noblewomen. Oksana delivers a gentle but firm lecture on noble presentation, reminding him that his actions now directly reflect on her household's reputation, and that a single slip-up could completely alienate their allies. She leans in close, her golden eyes locking onto him with a maternal but terrifying intensity, ensuring he understands that the luxury he is currently enjoying comes with absolute, non-negotiable expectations. Vlad instantly folds under the pressure, sweating profusely while trying to maintain his composure, especially when she brings up his legendary hand-to-hand courtship blunder with Lady Alyssa, and my G is out here getting his entire future schedule dictated by an etiquette tutor. Sheer embarrassment is worse than any physical beating he took in the arena, but he swallows his pride, realizing that learning to navigate the aristocracy is just as vital as mastering the sword. Oksana hands him a basket of premium DMR lemons to ensure he doesn't look like a classless peasant when he arrives, and Vlad bows deeply, genuinely appreciative of her quiet, protective guidance. She dismisses him with a warm smile, letting him finally escape the suffocating chamber. The heavy door clicks shut, and Vlad is left alone in the silent, polished hallway, where he catches his reflection in the glass window, staring at a stranger. The contrast is jarring. He is no longer the starving slum orphan carrying wooden crates, but an associate knight draped in fine silk. And this sudden identity crisis immediately brings back memories of Gemina. He knows she's locked away in a distant convent, and he silently hopes she isn't struggling to adapt to her own forced transformation, because wearing clothes that don't fit your soul is a special kind of torture. He walks down the grand hallway, his heavy cloak trailing behind him as he prepares for his journey. Miles away, nestled in the cold, snowy mountains, stands the stone convent where Gemina's new life has unfolded. Inside the warm, fire-lit kitchen, the local nuns are eagerly gossiping about the latest military rumors, specifically whispering about a legendary young blonde squire who unleashed aura in DMR, and is rumored to be a hidden noble representing the military future of the North. Gemina freezes mid-scrub, her heart stopping at the description of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed prodigy, before she instantly shakes it off, dismissing the idea that her childhood friend could have risen so impossibly fast. She keeps her head down, silently praying that Vlad is at least alive and eating well somewhere in the world. Her quiet moment is violently shattered by the arrival of 3 hostile, senior nuns. They tower over her, spitting insults and calling her redhead, reminding her that a penniless orphan must work her entire life to repay the convent's charity, treating her like a permanent slave who has absolutely no escape or future. But Gemina doesn't break. She silently smirks, realizing their petty psychological torment is absolute child's play compared to what she survived at the pleasure house. Her expression carries a terrifying, streetwise intensity, proving she is far more dangerous than these sheltered nuns realize. She knows this stone prison cannot hold her spirit forever, and she is more than ready to endure whatever it takes to survive. Years ago, during a brutal, freezing winter, the reality of her survival was bought with a heavy price. When Marcella brought the shivering orphans directly to the convent gates, only to face the head nun's cold, class-based rejection. The head nun refused to house children associated with a pleasure house, but Marcella fiercely stood her ground, screaming that she had donated enough gold to feed these children for a decade. The sheer financial weight of the donation forced the hypocritical nuns to yield, opening the heavy wooden gates. Marcella ushered the terrified children inside, telling them to focus only on their own survival. Outside in the freezing woods, Marcella was stopped by a stone-faced guard. But she didn't care about entering, only pleading for the children's safety before hostile voices echoed through the trees. The slum thugs had tracked them down, and Marcella screamed for the children to run inside. She pushed young Jemina through the archway, sacrificing her own escape to secure the children's safety. A brutal hand seized Marcella by her hair, a scarred thug sneering as he dragged her backward into the snow. Young Jemina screamed in absolute terror, struggling against the nuns who desperately restrained her. She watched in horror as Marcella was violently dragged barefoot through the freezing forest by her captors. The heavy wooden gates slammed shut with a deafening thud, completely sealing the children inside the dark sanctuary. Left alone in the dark, dusty pantry, young Jemina collapsed onto her knees, clutching her head in absolute, weeping despair, crying out the only name she trusted to save them, Vlad. Vlad arrives at the Canor estate expecting a modest country manor, only to be confronted by a massive, gold-gilded fortress that completely shatters his preconceptions of what a non-noble merchant family can actually afford. The estate's butler bows deeply, welcoming Potri home, who immediately tackles the old man in a massive, unnoble hug, proving he hasn't lost his common touch despite his family's absurd wealth. The butler gently informs Potri that his father is currently occupied, welcoming some unexpected, high-profile guests who arrived just before them, setting up an immediate sense of political tension. Past the time, the butler suggests a tour of the pastures, which Vlad eagerly accepts, hoping to finally test if a high-pedigree horse can handle his presence, since mastering horsemanship is the only thing standing between him and actual knight status. But as they walk toward the fields, the butler explains that the master himself will introduce the prize stallions later. The moment Vlad steps near the wooden fences, the local horses look at him and instantly lose their minds, stampeding away in pure, unadulterated terror along with every cow and sheep in the district, leaving Vlad standing in a completely empty, silent field while the dust slowly settles around his ruined dignity. He thong. Blood really just caused a regional agricultural crisis by standing still. The animals are literally choosing exile over making eye contact with him. The butler, sweating profusely, asks if Vlad is carrying some kind of demonic curse, forcing Vlad to quickly drop Priest Andrea's name to prove his spiritual purity before they try to exorcise him. He looks at the empty pasture, realizing that if he can't solve this, he'll be the only knight in history chasing down cavalry charges on foot, eating everyone else's dust. Potri frantically tries to salvage the situation, promising that they have dozens of different breeds, including high-pedigree imports that might have the mental fortitude to withstand Vlad's terrifying aura. He even hints at a legendary, spectral-like stallion kept in the private stables, patting Vlad's shoulder to reassure him that they'll find a solution tomorrow, so he should just focus on dinner. As the sun sets, the massive estate kitchens begin roasting mountains of meat, revealing a culinary operation so massive it looks more like a military logistics camp than a private dinner prep. Vlad is genuinely awed by the sheer scale of the wealth on display, realizing merchant families here are basically shadow kings. Suddenly, Potri's father, Orson Canor, appears in the hallway, welcoming Vlad with a level of enthusiasm that immediately puts the street-smart teenager on high alert. Orson eagerly reveals that rumors of Vlad's DMR duel have already spread through the entire region, praising him as the rising star who activated the legendary Swordmaster's discipline. Completely satisfied that his son managed to befriend such a powerful, politically valuable anomaly, he happily ushers them toward the grand dining hall, mentioning that the other guests from the Bayezid family are already waiting inside, which immediately triggers Vlad's survival instincts as he wonders who could possibly be visiting. The massive double doors swing open to reveal the grand hall, and Vlad's heart instantly drops into his stomach. Sitting comfortably by the roaring fireplace is none other than Sir Lutgeir Bayezid, looking relaxed and entirely too comfortable on his throne. Lutgeir greets him with a calm, predatory smile, asking how he's been, forcing Vlad to bow politely while internally screaming at the sheer, unmitigated disaster of his timing. He looks at the lavish feast, realizing he probably should have eaten those peanuts Lutgeir offered him weeks ago instead of acting tough. He stands there under the heavy, suffocating pressure of the room. As Lutgeir's personal squires step out of the shadows, their eyes locked onto him with pure, murderous intent, their magical auras flaring with a cold, blue light that proves they are more than ready to put the mad dog of Shoera in his place. Vlad quickly analyzes the political landscape, realizing that showing even a shred of fear here would completely tarnish Joseph's reputation and ruin the leverage they fought so hard to secure in DMR. So instead of backing down, Vlad lets out a quiet, defiant smirk, which highly amuses Lutgeir, who casually invites him to join a private outing the following morning. Lutgeir's smile is entirely relaxed, but the underlying message is clear. This isn't an invitation, it's a test. The next morning, the sun rises over the vast, golden hills of the Sturma territory. As the joint hunting party rides out into the open plains, while the knights ride proud, powerful warhorses, Vlad is stuck sitting in the back of a bumpy wooden cart, which Dorothea, Lutgear's Beastman mage, finds absolutely hilarious, immediately riding up to mock him. She demands to know how a supposed prodigy who can wield high-level aura is completely incapable of riding a horse. And Vlad can only offer a dry, deadpan deflection to hide his absolute humiliation. Dorothea's ears twitch with irritation at his nonchalant attitude, prompting her to press harder, pointing out that even Potri can handle a horse, making Vlad's cart ride look incredibly pathetic. Vlad rests his chin on his hand, completely zoning out as she continues to lecture him, internally cursing his luck for choosing a vacation that turned into a high-stakes political babysitting session. He wonders why they suddenly decided to go falconry of all things, before sharply asking if all beastmen are this talkative, instantly popping a vein on her temple. Dorothea gasps, accusing him of racial discrimination, but Vlad calmly counters by asking if all mages are simply annoying. Lutgear chuckles from the front, telling Dorothea to stop bullying his guest, noting that Vlad always looks like he wants to murder him anyway. They reach a high cliffside overlooking the valley, and a knight points out the clear line of sight. Vlad and Potri watch from a distance, realizing this outing isn't about hunting at all. Guards in the rear note that the hunting falcon is still caged and blindfolded, meaning the entire trip was designed to intercept something, or someone, passing through the valley. Suddenly, a scout spots a long line of hooded pilgrims walking along the distant hills, and Lutgear's expression turns sharp and calculated as he recognizes them. He orders the knights to raise the Bayezid flag immediately, using their military presence to project authority and keep the pilgrims from getting uneasy. He thought, bruv, they raised a whole military banner just to not make them uneasy, which is the medieval equivalent of a police cruiser slowly rolling past your driveway. Below the cliff, a magnificent wild black horse stands overlooking a massive herd, its dark coat catching the wind as it senses a powerful, unnatural presence approaching. The earth begins to tremble as a sudden, violent surge of energy ripples through the ground, and a blinding blue magical slash cuts through the dark, textured stone, leaving a glowing cyan trail that slowly dissipates into the shadows, signaling that the voice's power is about to break through once again. The peaceful grasslands of Sturma look like paradise from a distance, but up close, this supposed falconry trip is nothing but a heavily armed political escort mission, and honestly, bro really thought he was going on a peaceful birdwatching trip, but ended up as a meat shield. Vlad instantly clocks the absurd tension of the situation, realizing Sir Lutgear didn't bring them out here to hunt birds, while the brutal, non-stop jolting of this cheap wooden cart is doing a complete number on his stomach. Vlad tries to play it cool when Potri asks if he's about to throw up, but his pale, shaky expression shows he is suffering from severe motion sickness. His chest is tightening, forcing him to wonder if his heart is reacting to the bumpy ride or something far more sinister. As he tries to rationalize the physical pressure as simple motion sickness, completely unaware that his inner power is constantly trying to break through his physical limits, he decides to step down and walk just to clear his head, realizing that he can't get used to the luxurious, comfortable lifestyle of the Bayezid clan. Potri happily points out how peaceful these vast plains are now, completely crediting Sir Joseph's winter campaign, which forces Vlad to realize that his own blood spilled in those freezing forests is the sole reason this peace even exists. But the quiet moment is instantly shattered when a massive cloud of dust rises on the horizon, signaling a sudden, chaotic stampede of wild horses charging in absolute terror, which immediately triggers the voice's dormant energy inside Vlad's soul, wrapping his body in a jagged, crackling blue aura that leaves him completely paralyzed, struggling to understand why his physical vessel is reacting so violently. As his chest tightens with a suffocating, rapid heartbeat that feels like an impending cardiac arrest, the lead horse gallops past with glowing white eyes, showing the raw, primal fear of a herd running for their lives. Up on the cliffside, Lutgear's seasoned knights immediately spot the anomalies in the herd's movement, realizing that wild animals migrating south in the dead of winter is a massive ecological red flag, because they should be heading north toward the fresh pastures, meaning something has completely disrupted the natural order. The sheer desperation of their flight indicates they are running from an active, apex predator. Lutgear instantly matches the fear of the herd to an unseen hunter, while Vlad's left eye flares with a brilliant blue light, as he senses the terrifying, primal instinct of the beasts fleeing a force they cannot hope to defeat. The pure terror reflected in the horse's eye is a direct warning of the catastrophic threat rising from below. Suddenly, a low-frequency, earth-shattering vibration rumbles through the deep bedrock of Sturma, prompting the knights to scream about an earthquake, though Lutgear's tactical experience tells him this is no natural disaster. Vlad's mind instantly flashes back to the terrifying tremors of Diamar, recognizing the exact, rhythmic vibration, before the entire grassy plain violently ruptures in a chaotic explosion of dirt, grass, and rock, revealing the massive, segmented, armored body of a colossal subterranean monster that sends the remaining horses fleeing in a desperate, disorganized panic as the earth collapses. The helpless spectators are left paralyzed, their minds unable to process the scale of the nightmare unfolding before them. Vlad stands frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes they are facing a fully matured deathworm, a legendary remnant of the fallen dragon that should never exist this far south. Its massive, armored head emerging from the dust cloud, crowned with a pulsating purple gem that radiates dark energy. The beast slams its colossal weight into the soil, creating a shockwave that completely destabilizes the ground. It opens its massive, circular maw, revealing multiple rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth designed to grind bone. With terrifying, blinding speed, the creature's pincer-like appendage pierces through a horse, splattering hot blood, which immediately alerts Dorothea to the unnatural behavior, because deathworms are strictly non-carnivorous herbivores. Meaning this sudden, bloodthirsty rampage is a direct result of the corrupted purple energy, flowing out from the cracked crystal embedded in its forehead, completely overriding the beast's natural instincts. The stampede of terrified horses shifts direction, running directly toward the path of the helpless pilgrims. A scout desperately reports the shifting stampede to Sir Lutgear, while the glowing crystal on the beast's head flares, revealing that the dark magic is actively directing the creature's aggression to maximize casualties. The massive mandibles loom over the screaming pilgrims, who are completely trapped between the stampede and the monster. Lutgear immediately commands Dorothea to identify the creature's sensory weakness, realizing they must divert its attention. Dorothea explains that the subterranean beast is completely blind and deaf, relying entirely on the deep underground vibrations to track and hunt its prey. Lutgear orders her to find a way to mimic or disrupt those vibrations immediately, commanding his squires to escort her to the safety of the high ground while he handles the front line. Vlad doesn't hesitate for a second, instantly shouting his compliance as he prepares to execute the escort. Lutgear draws his massive broadsword, his posture shifting into a lethal, battle-ready stance, as he rallies his knights to face the colossal threat, prioritizing the lives of the pilgrims over their own safety. Knights of House Bayezid charge forward in a unified cavalry line, proving why their household is feared across the north. They ride directly into the jaws of death, bound by their sacred duty to protect the land's inhabitants. Vlad leads the flank, his white armor gleaming through the rising dust as they close the distance. They plunge headfirst into the chaotic dust storm, completely focused on buying enough time for Dorothea's spell. Lutgear analyzes the bizarre nature of the attack, realizing that a wild beast acting this unnaturally means there is a hostile human summoner actively manipulating its movements from the shadows, which is a direct declaration of war against the sovereignty of the Bayezid territory. Lutgear's silent fury burns hotter than the flames, vowing to find and execute the orchestrator of this chaos. His single-minded focus locks onto the beast, his eye flaring with a dangerous, combative light. He leaps high, his sword erupting with a brilliant, white-hot fire that illuminates the battlefield, as his horse charges forward, kicking up a massive wave of dust and burning embers. Up on the high cliffside, Vlad, Potri, and Dorothea watch the chaotic battle unfold below. Dorothea scatters her glowing, multifaceted magic crystals across the soil to prepare the ritual. She rummages through her bag, desperately searching for the specific vibration spell engraving to match the beast's frequency. Vlad watches her, calmly noting that her magic belongs to the high-level category of mystery, which, alongside the church's divinity and the knight's aura, forms the foundational trinity of the world's power system, allowing mages to manipulate the physical laws of nature through ancient, runic scripts. Vlad is quietly impressed by her competence, realizing Lutgear's personal mages are far more than talkative companions. Suddenly, a massive, fiery explosion of orange light illuminates the entire valley below. Vlad and Potri gasp in absolute shock at the sheer destructive scale of the clash. The colossal deathworm is engulfed in a sea of roaring flames, its mouth open in a silent scream of agony. Sir Lutgear executes a massive, fire-infused sword arc, demonstrating the overwhelming power of a high-level knight. Vlad watches with wide, blue-glowing eyes, his combat instincts completely memorizing the trajectory of the strike. But his analytical mind immediately notices a critical flaw. The strike was too shallow because Lutgear didn't have enough time to prepare his stance. The massive, armored head of the deathworm recovers instantly, looming over Lutgear with its glowing forehead gem flaring in rage. Lutgear grits his teeth, realizing the beast's armored hide is far tougher than any standard dragon remnant. The creature opens its cavernous mouth, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. As a chaotic explosion of fire and dark energy completely consumes the frame, leaving the fate of the battle hanging in the balance. The subterranean nightmare wastes no time, lunging with its massive, razor-sharp maw directly at Sir Lutgear's squad, forcing the knights to scatter their horses in a desperate bid to avoid getting swallowed whole in the first 5 seconds of the engagement. A colossal, spiked tail slams into the dirt right where they were standing, kicking up a massive wall of debris, and the sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves through the ground, rattling the teeth of every seasoned warrior in the vicinity. Lutgear's men are scrambling just to keep their horses from throwing them, realizing this isn't a standard monster hunt anymore. While Lutgear himself tries to rally the squad, his face drenched in sweat, because he knows failing here means his political rivals back home will never let him hear the end of it. Up on the cliff, Vlad instantly clocks the tactical disaster unfolding below, realizing that standard martial arts are completely useless when the threat is tunneling underground. Lutgear spurs his mount forward, desperately searching the dust clouds for any sign of where the beast will breach next. until one of his scouts points toward the eastern ridge, screaming in absolute terror because the beast has completely ignored the knights and is now tunneling at high speed directly toward the slow-moving caravan of helpless pilgrims. If those pilgrims get slaughtered under Bayezid's watch, the political fallout with the church will destroy everything Joseph has built, forcing Lutgier's cavalry to launch a frantic, full-speed sprint to bridge the massive gap. But Vlad knows the math doesn't work. The knights are simply too far away to make a difference in time, and turns his frustration toward Dorothea, whose high-level beastman magic is their only hope of redirecting the beast's focus. Except the cat-eared mage is currently having a full-blown existential crisis, clutching her tail in a state of sheer panic instead of channeling her mana. She snaps back, her pride as a Lu family mage wounded by a mere squire's condescension, and desperately forces her remaining stamina into a complex vibration spell paper, her hands trembling from the strain. She thrusts the finished spell toward Potri, because she knows Vlad's animal-repelling aura makes him a liability on horseback, leaving Potri completely frozen, realizing he is being asked to play hero when he normally eats alone in the toilets. The reality is grim. Even if Potri rides like a madman, the Deathworm's subterranean speed will outrun him 3 times over. Vlad looks down at the valley, realizing that waiting for a miracle is a luxury they do not have, and reaches into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the gold-embroidered purple hand towel Alyssa gave him. It is his only ticket to noble status and a secure future, but some things are worth more than a political leash. So he lets go of his safety net and leaps straight off the edge of the sheer cliff face. Dorothea screams in horror, convinced she just witnessed a suicide, as Vlad plummets toward the rocks, his cloak catching the wind like a broken wing. He hits the vertical stone wall, sliding and running diagonally to bleed off his terminal momentum, while his mind calculates the sheer absurdity of risking his life for Sir Lutgier, Joseph's primary rival for the succession. He has no logical reason to play the hero for these elite nobles who view him as a wild dog from the alleys. But the violent, rhythmic thrum of the earth begins to warp his focus, dragging his consciousness backward. The vibration triggers a phantom ache in his chest, a direct echo of the trauma that redefined his existence, transporting him back to the night he was struck by black lightning under a cold, indifferent moon. He remembers the agonizing sensation of his soul being forcibly rewritten by a power he never asked for. The phantom pain breaks his physical rhythm, causing him to lose his footing on the loose stone. His vision spins as he slips, falling backward into the empty air, clutching Alyssa's token like a dying man's final anchor. The voice screams in his head, commanding him to brace for impact as he tumbles down the jagged slope, his body battering against the unforgiving rock face in a chaotic blur of dust and pain. He hits the grassy field with a sickening thud, the wind completely knocked out of his lungs. Up on the cliff, the observers stare down in absolute silence, waiting for a corpse to stop rolling. But Vlad slowly pushes himself up, his bones miraculously intact despite the lethal fall. He realizes his body is wrapped in a warm, protective blue light, the literal manifestation of the snake's spirit's blessing from the DMR graveyard. The wild black horse watches from the distance, its ancient, galaxy-patterned eye recognizing the divine protection surrounding him. The spirit's blessing saved his life, but the real threat is still tunneling toward the valley, forcing Vlad to ignore his aching joints and sprint toward the edge of the path. He looks down at the approaching dust cloud and freezes in absolute horror, as he recognizes the white-robed figure leading the pilgrims. It's Priest Andrea, the elderly priest who became his guarantor, who blessed him, who gave him a name in a world that treated him like trash, is about to be swallowed whole by a subterranean monster while Lutgier's knights are still half a mile away. Vlad knows he has to act right now, or he will lose the only father figure he has ever known. He lets Alyssa's purple pouch slip from his hand, letting his future noble status blow away in the wind. Because a title means nothing if he lets the people who believed in him die in the dirt. He grips the hilt of his sword, his eyes flaring with a brilliant, predatory blue starlight. He draws the blade, knowing he is about to cross a line he can never walk back. He must succeed here. Hesitation is a luxury reserved for those who have a family to bury them. The ground beneath his boots begins to crack and buckle as the beast's approach rattles his bones. But he stands his ground, channeling every ounce of his awakening resolve into the iron. He swings the blade downward, initiating the ritual to tap into a power that normally requires decades of knighthood to master. A brilliant, circular magic circle erupts beneath his feet, illuminating the dark valley in a cold, ethereal blue. The runic energy surges upward, wrapping his body in a column of raw, volatile magic. As the etched runes on his sword blade ignite with a matching blue light, Vlad raises the weapon, preparing to strike with everything he has. The energy hums, a pitch-black shadow stretching across the glowing circle as the ground begins to warp. He screams a direct challenge to the ancient terror, his voice echoing across the plains. He strikes the earth, unleashing a massive, expanding shockwave of blue energy that cracks the soil. But the underground density is too high, and his raw output is failing to halt the beast's momentum. The voice speaks directly into his mind, commanding him to enter his realm and rewrite the ground's density. Vlad closes his right eye, entering the world of voices to stabilize the volatile flow of his aura. A vision of a dark, rippling water surface reflecting a grand castle flashes in his mind, the true blueprint of his soul's power. He opens his left eye, which flares with a blinding, starlight blue intensity. Kneeling on one knee, he drives his sword into the earth, unleashing a colossal, swirling green and blue magical vortex. It completely reshapes the battlefield, summoning the fragments of the fallen dragon to block the beast's path. A massive, scaled barrier of earth and stone erupts from the soil, dwarfing the surrounding hills. The giant deathworm bursts from the ground, its armored hide pulsing with corrupted purple energy as it roars in fury, only to find itself blocked by a defensive structure that shouldn't exist. Sir Lutgeir and his knights watch from their horses in absolute, paralyzed silence, unable to comprehend what they are seeing. While Dorothea and Potri stare from the cliffside, completely terrified by the sheer, monstrous scale of Vlad's awakening. This blood really just summoned a whole mountain range to save a priest, which is the most extra way to pay back a debt. The deathworm lunges, its cavernous mouth open as it prepares to crush the tiny human standing in its way. But Vlad doesn't flinch, his eyes locked onto the glowing purple gem on its forehead. He knows this is the moment everything changes. He is no longer a wild dog from the alleys of Shoera. He is a warrior standing in the light, ready to carve his own destiny out of the stone. And with a sudden, explosive burst of dust, he leaps forward, launching himself into a battle that will decide the fate of the North. The colossal remnant of the fallen dragon lunges forward with a terrifying, predatory hunger, its gaping purple maw, shattering the very foundation of the Sturma grasslands in a violent explosion of rock and debris. Vlad barely manages to brace himself against the shockwave, his blade crackling with desperate, unstable magic, as the massive subterranean beast towers over him, forcing the voice to scream a frantic warning. That Vlad's raw, unrefined power is nowhere near deep enough to survive a direct clash with this monster. Vlad grits his teeth, refusing to back down because he knows the entire pilgrim convoy is completely defenseless if this armored terror slips past him and breaches their perimeter. The creature strikes with blinding speed, forcing Vlad to make a split-second decision that ends with him being violently thrown across the rocky terrain as a massive impact detonates. The beast's jagged, spiked tail sweeps across the field, cutting off any immediate path of escape. Vlad recovers in a low crouch, his sword embedded in the earth to anchor his failing balance. He slams his blade down in pure frustration, realizing his standard ground strikes are completely useless against a subterranean predator that can easily tunnel under his defenses and slaughter the helpless pilgrims. He scans the chaotic battlefield, his senses desperately searching for the creature's next underground trajectory. He stands tall, forcing his aching body to move before the beast can pinpoint its next target. The sheer pressure of the creature's underground movement cracks the earth beneath his feet, forcing Lutgeir's elite knights to scatter in panic as the grasslands turn into a death trap. One of the mounted escorts realizes they are completely out of position to defend the rear, screaming in absolute desperation as the massive segmented head rises to crush the convoy. The armored beast looms over the valley, its dripping maw preparing to execute the helpless travelers. If Vlad doesn't find a way to divert its attention immediately, the entire mission ends in a massacre. But instead of fleeing, Vlad does the most insane thing possible, charging directly into the beast's path, on the back of a wild black stallion that somehow isn't running away from his terrifying aura. This blood really just bypassed a lifelong curse, because his spiritual energy is too loud for normal animals, but perfect for a legendary spirit. The voice commands him to look closer, urging him to see past the physical form. The brilliant, swirling blue energy that reveals this horse is actually a high pedigree spirit. This magnificent beast carries the blood of the legendary One-Horn, explaining why it tolerates his presence. Vlad rides with a legendary spectral herd manifesting around him, completely mastering the horse's wild energy. This is the ultimate payoff to his horse riding curse, finding a beast that actually respects his strength. The horse charges forward with unnatural acceleration, its hooves striking the earth with magical force. Vlad laughs in pure, unbridled ecstasy, experiencing the thrill of riding for the first time. My man is out here giggling like he's on a Disney ride, while a 30-foot armored worm is actively trying to digest him. For a slum orphan who grew up staring at the distant castle, this freedom is intoxicating. He raises his glowing sword, ready to use this newfound mobility to rewrite the battlefield's rules. The wild spirit rears up, perfectly synchronized with Vlad's burning desire to prove his worth. Sir Lutgeir Bayezid rides up alongside him, his expression filled with absolute shock at the boy's speed. Lutgeir watches the apprentice charge, realizing Vlad is executing his duty more honorably than any knight. This selfless courage completely shatters Lutgeir's cynical view of the lowborn squire, proving that Vlad possesses the rare, unyielding resolve of a true swordmaster. Lutgeir openly praises his bravery, acknowledging that Vlad has saved their entire reputation today. Praise won't save them unless they can coordinate a flawless tactical retreat, which requires Vlad to act as the ultimate decoy to buy time for the pilgrims. Lutgeir explains the brutal stakes. They must place their bets on Vlad's ability to lure the beast. Vlad hesitates, knowing the sheer scale of the monster they are trying to manipulate, but he looks at the horse's glowing blue eye and realizes they share the same protective instinct. He promises the stallion they will save its herd together, sealing their silent, magical bond. The horse's swirling, galaxy-like eye locks onto Vlad, accepting him as its true rider. Vlad's own eyes flare with a matching blue light, fully synchronizing their spiritual energy. Surrounded by the spectral herd, Vlad prepares to execute the most dangerous decoy run of his life. He shouts back his assent to Sir Lutgear, ready to lead the armored terror away. Lutgear orders him to loop around the hill, promising to prepare a decisive strike on the other side. The giant deathworm senses their movement, its massive body coiling as it prepares to pursue. Vlad looks back, his heart hammering as the ground begins to violently shake beneath them. The monster's gaping maw descends, its sharp teeth glistening with corrupted purple saliva. But Vlad trusts the horse's speed, charging forward to lead the beast away from the convoy. Lutgear's knights watch in absolute disbelief as the squire accelerates past their own trained mounts. Lutgear smirks, realizing he has recruited an incredibly dangerous wolf to his cause. The decoy run begins, a high-stakes chase across the open Sturma grasslands. The voice instructs Vlad to let his spiritual existence flow directly through the sword's glowing engravings, creating a brilliant, vibrating beacon of magic that the subterranean predator cannot ignore. Vlad screams in agony as the sheer pressure of channeling the voice's energy strains his soul. But his blade erupts with a blinding blue light that completely locks the monster's attention. The voice warns him that the dragon is pursuing the brilliant, shining light of his soul. If his concentration wavers for even a second, the massive beast will swallow him whole. He pushes the stallion to its absolute limit, maintaining the perfect distance to keep the beast hooked. With the decoy run succeeding, Lutgear's commander orders the immediate evacuation of the pilgrims. Lutgear stands firm in the center of the field, preparing to execute their final, desperate countermeasure. The deathworm erupts from the earth, completely falling for Vlad's high-speed trap. Lutgear closes his eyes, focusing his mind on the inner depths of his soul, to expand his world and unleash a devastating, fire-infused combat technique. He strikes his sword hilt, channeling his aura into a vertical beam of absolute destruction. The ground cracks and glows with molten energy as the temperature in the valley spikes. Vlad watches the massive vortex of fire erupt, his horse rearing back from the intense heat. His blue eyes analyze the sheer, terrifying scale of the fire strike, realizing this is the true power of a high-level knight who can manipulate reality. The internal narration explains that only those who can deeply observe themselves can expand their world. Lutgear is out here looking like he's about to drop the most fire mixtape of the medieval era, literally. Vlad is completely awed by the ferocity of the attack, whispering in silent reverence. He sweats from the heat, realizing how much further he must grow to survive. The fire rages, illuminating the massive gap between a squire and a true master of the sword. Lutgear's flames consume the battlefield, leaving Vlad with the terrifying realization that this power could easily burn down his entire world. Vlad is staring down a giant, gaping maw of armor and teeth, knowing that a single misstep means getting swallowed whole. But the beast suddenly hesitates, its armored hide glowing with a corrupted purple crystal that seems to be overriding its natural instincts. Vlad instantly senses the shift, spotting a distant, blazing silhouette of gold and red armor standing right in the creature's path. As Sir Lutgear fully unleashes his personal domain, expanding his world to draw the monster's aggregate hostility, Vlad realizes his own newly awakened domain is too weak to compete with a true knight's presence, leaving him desperate to regain control of the battlefield. So he whips his mount around, kicking up dirt as he races back into the chaos. While the massive worm-like remnant pursues him, its massive bulk tearing through the grass as Lutgear's knights shout in panic. The sheer scale of the threat closes in, forcing the surrounding riders into absolute hysteria as they realize how close they are to being crushed. But Vlad's sword suddenly vibrates, responding to a profound, ancient resonance that begins to flood his senses, leaving him completely overwhelmed by a surge of raw, blue magical energy that flares from his eyes. Voice's power manifests as a towering, vertical column of pure, shimmering light, taking the shape of a spectral horse's head, which instantly materializes beneath him, uniting the silent knight and the spirit horse into a single, unstoppable force. Just as the beast lunges again, its massive jaws snapping shut on empty air, because Vlad is already moving, charging forward on a spectral mount of pure, crackling starlight, completely unfazed by the creature's deafening, earth-shaking roar. He gallops across the open field, his blade leaving a vibrant trail of blue and green energy. As their souls connect at the horizon where the individual completely disappears into the collective we, illuminating the dark, terrifying landscape like a rising star. This is the moment Vlad's true potential begins to show, his existence shining brighter than any squire before him. As he closes the distance toward the blazing crimson silhouette of Sir Lutgear. But the physical strain of maintaining this level of magic is immense, and Vlad can feel his newly awakened domain beginning to fracture, knowing that if he loses his focus now, the beast will immediately turn back toward the defenseless pilgrims. His muscles scream in agony, his left eye burning with the raw, unchecked power of the voice, while Lutgear's flanking knights charge alongside him, kicking up massive clouds of dust, shouting desperately for the newbie to keep his momentum and guide the beast directly toward the center. The elite knights watch in absolute awe, recognizing the terrifying, untamed talent of the boy from the slums. As the massive, glowing-eyed dragon remnant pursues the shining warmth of his presence, Vlad coordinates perfectly with the goateed knight, executing a high-speed, grazing maneuver, directly towards Sir Lutgear, who stands waiting like a pillar of golden fire. Vlad screams Lutgear's name, signaling that the trap is fully set. And Luckier smiles, acknowledging the kid's insane, suicidal courage before preparing his final strike, declaring that no foreign monstrosity will ever defile the sacred land of House Bayezid. As he channels his life force directly into the ground beneath his feet, the atmosphere turns suffocatingly hot, the air itself beginning to warp and crackle with raw heat. As the knight stands in the center of a massive, swirling golden tornado of fire, Vlad screams as the explosive heat wave threatens to incinerate everything in its path. A vertical pillar of pure, blinding light splitting the battlefield in half. As Luckier's blade cuts through the creature's armored hide, leaving the earth scorched and melting, Vlad leaps backward, his dark cloak billowing as he barely escapes the expanding wall of fire, which rages with absolute, terrifying ferocity, turning the grasslands into a literal furnace. On the cliffs, Dorothea, Potri, and the pilgrims watch in paralyzed, silent shock at the devastating scale of the clash. Vlad stands at the edge of the inferno, his wide blue eyes reflecting the orange glow. Realizing this is the true, terrifying reality of a knight's expanded world. A level of mastery that completely defies common sense and makes his own power look like a mere spark. He understands now that the path of the sword is an endless mountain, and he is still standing at the absolute bottom, wondering if Godwin, Sir Jair, or even Sir Pablo are capable of this level of absolute destruction. And if he, a kid born in the gutters of Scoara, will ever be worthy of standing on that peak. The voice responds with a quiet, solemn promise, reminding him that any world can bloom if its foundation is unshakable. As the brilliant blue light of the spirit horse slowly begins to fade, the raging wildfire begins to die down, leaving behind a thick blanket of black smoke. And Sir Luckier kneels on the scorched earth, his red cloak singed as he struggles to catch his breath. Vlad approaches him, his own body trembling from the severe physical backlash of overusing his aura, asking if the entire grassland will burn, only for Luckier to reassure him that the wet grass will naturally smother the flames. Vlad's legs suddenly give way, his joints locking up in agonizing pain as he collapses heavily onto the blackened soil, realizing the immense physical toll of temporarily expanding his personal domain. Luckier looks at him and lets out a tired, respectful laugh, extending his hand to ask for a lift. And honestly, seeing two of the strongest prospects in the region sitting in the dirt like they just failed a physical fitness test is pretty humbling. Luckier praises Vlad's incredible horse riding skills, noting it completely contradicts the rumors of his incompetence. And Vlad looks back at the wild black horse standing peacefully in the sunset, acknowledging that the horse was the true hero, as they share a quiet, unspoken moment of mutual respect. Luckier's knights arrive, playfully smacking each other and laughing at the sheer absurdity of the victory, while Luckier stands up, bidding Vlad a casual farewell, promising they will meet again on the battlefield. Vlad is left completely dazed and confused, wondering how the hell Luckier already knows his true name. But before he can think, a familiar figure steps out from the crowd of pilgrims. Priest Andrea rushes forward, his face filled with absolute, tearful relief, instantly recognizing the brilliant, pure light that had cut through the darkness of Varna. The exact same holy light that had protected them from the undead curse. The elderly priest reaches out, his hands trembling with deep, religious reverence, and kneels on the scorched earth, clutching Vlad's hands to thank him for saving their lives. Vlad is completely flustered, his streetwise instincts leaving him totally unprepared for a respected holy man to kneel before him. Priest Andrea closes his eyes, leading the pilgrims in a solemn, heartfelt prayer, asking the Lord to watch over the brave boy who acted through his own unshakable determination, and to have mercy on the shining youth who sacrificed his own safety to protect the innocent. Their voices rise in harmony under the sunset sky. Vlad's personal world expands, fueled by the collective faith of the people he chose to save. The sun sets over the stone towers of the Bayezid estate, painting the sky in a bloody, golden orange. While inside the quiet sanctuary of the library, Count Bayezid stares at a crumpled report, immediately sensing that the fragile peace of the Northern Territory is about to completely shatter under the weight of an incoming crisis, which his advisor confirms is a direct warning from the beastman Mage Dorothea, sent through a crystal ball to expose a terrifying truth. Black magic is actively taking root in the northern borders again. For centuries, the loose grip of the Empire has allowed ancient, cursed entities to fester in the dark, preparing to unleash chaos. And the Count knows that if these dark summoners are left unchecked, the entire Bayezid lineage will be dragged into a brutal war for survival. But amidst the creeping dread, there is a single name that has been echoing through the northern halls lately, a name tied to the winter monster subjugation, the high-stakes duel in Hainel, and the recent rescue of the pilgrims. Count Bayezid realizes that without this raw, unpolished street kid, the family's reputation would have suffered a devastating blow, which makes Vlad's sudden, miraculous rise nothing short of praiseworthy. The advisor immediately asks if they should summon Sir Joseph and officially grant Vlad the status he has earned, because the Count firmly believes that those who possess the strength to survive the gutter deserve to enjoy the light. As the golden sunset fades into a cold, starry night, the scene shifts to a quiet encampment on the Sturma grasslands, where the travelers can finally breathe after the worm attack. While the mercenaries huddle around the warm fire, sharing quiet stories and letting their guard down, Vlad sits completely isolated in the dark, his hand resting on the sheathed weapon that has carried him this far. He quietly traces the worn crossguard of his blade, his his mind heavy with the physical toll of his awakening, when an unexpected voice interrupts his thoughts. Sir Lutgear stands over the boy, holding a bottle of whiskey and dryly mocking his dramatic, solitary silence. Vlad immediately tenses up, but Lutgear simply sits opposite him, asking about the fat merchant boy Potri, whom Dorothea apparently dragged off to perform manual labor, while Priest Andrea leads the pilgrims in prayer. Lutgear notes that everyone seems to be busy tonight, leaving the two of them alone in the quiet dark. Lutgear offers his bottle, but Vlad instinctively rejects the hospitality, claiming he is busy polishing his sword, which immediately annoys the eldest son. Lutgear confronts him about his constant rejection of his favors, first the peanuts, then his hand, wondering if Joseph ordered him to stay away. Blood really panicked and snatched the bottle of liquor right out of the eldest son's hand just to prove he wasn't playing political games, only to realize he is holding a highly expensive, rare whiskey that only the high nobility can afford. Despite their fierce rivalry, the two brothers' underlying preferences align, showing they are cut from the same cloth. Lutgear studies the sheathed weapon, advising Vlad to have the damaged blade repaired the moment they return to the main capital. Vlad explains that the Bayezid blacksmith refused to work on it, unless he completely broke the handle first, which confuses Lutgear, since the handle appears perfectly intact from the outside. But the blacksmith knows the internal joints are completely mismatched, meaning the weapon is just as wild and unstable as its master. Vlad explains that he flatly refused the blacksmith's offer to break and rebuild the weapon, because this sword carries the exact traces of Jimena's sacrifice, and erasing those marks would mean erasing the memories of the only people who loved him. He would rather carry a damaged, risky weapon than let his new noble status wipe away the reality of his slum origins. Lutgear looks at him with a newfound respect, but still warns him that carrying a fractured blade into actual combat is a suicide mission. Vlad asks where he could possibly find the original maker to fix the joints without breaking the hilt, and Lutgear delivers the one name that Vlad has been running from ever since he escaped the Waste Gate, Shoera. The name hangs in the air, forcing Vlad to face the reality of the past he left behind in the gutters. Lutgear smiles, noting that Vlad has been loudly shouting his identity as Shora's Vlad to the world every single day, and admits that the title is actually perfect for a kid who managed to shine so brightly amidst the mud. Lutgear finally understands why his younger brother Joseph was so desperate to put a leash on this kid's neck, realizing Vlad is not just a useful pawn, but a wild, untamed star that could completely disrupt the succession rivalry. Vlad sits in silence, the weight of his ultimate goal of vengeance against Godwin settling deep into his resolve. Lutgear stands up to leave, offering a quiet, parting word of encouragement about the sword's future, suggesting that if Vlad's resolve is genuine, the blacksmith in Shoera will surely recognize the weapon's true value. Lutgear places a firm hand on Vlad's shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity that acknowledges Vlad has lived his life well. He tells the boy to rest, closing the distance between them as comrades rather than political rivals, and announces they will be departing for the Canor family estate in Sturma first thing in the morning. Left alone, Vlad promises his fractured blade that they will return to Shoera someday to settle their unfinished business, because his heart is still anchored to the Gilded Tavern, to Marcella, and to the family he left behind. Suddenly, the quiet of the night is broken by the slow, rhythmic clattering of hooves approaching the camp. And Vlad's left eye instantly flares with a bright blue light, his body reacting to a familiar, powerful presence. The wild black spirit horse stands on the ridge under the starry sky, its eyes reflecting the same ancient, mystical aura. Meanwhile, back in the quiet, dimly lit chambers of the Bayezid estate in Shutrama, Lady Oksana sits at her table, her needle pulling a glowing white thread through fabric to stitch a holy design. She looks up, her yellow eyes calm, asking her maid if the embroidery is sufficient to replicate the ancient tree heraldry of the Hainel household, which the maid confirms is flawless. The maid points to the open book of heraldry, while Oksana prepares to sew the next sacred sentence, declaring she does not need the reference book because the ancient codes are already burned into her memory. She pulls the thread tight with a soft, rhythmic click, her mind focused on the gathering storm in the north. Oksana admits this is her first time stitching this specific heraldry, recalling how she watched her mother do it during her childhood, and laments that the modern, sheltered knights of this era have completely lost the life-threatening pressure needed to carry this flag. As she speaks, the blank white flag on the stand is suddenly consumed by a brilliant, blinding blue magical aura, dissolving into the air to show that the ancient traditions of true knighthood are being completely erased from the world's memory. Longa jornada de volta das praderias de Sturma comica sob silencio pasado, como escolta cavalgando formiqueo. En cuanto os cavaleros observam a vastideo verde, completamente al hios a tempestade politica que os espera na capital. Observando o rebanjo de cavalos selvagens correr perfida sincronia, breve momento de paz antes do chaos inevitable. Quanto o cavalero líder sabe que essa calmaria é apenas uma ilusão temporária, a última antes da regio inteira queimar. Dentro de Caruajum, Vlad encara a paisagem pela janela, sentindo o peso de como essa missão mudo su proprio caminho. Sabendo que sua conexo como esirido do cavalo negro chego ao fim, e que a despedida é a única opção. Porque ambos pertencem a mundos diferentes, com deveres distintos que não podem ser ignorados. Eo magnifico animal precisa retorner para liter seu rebanho, asim como Vlad precisa, voltar para enfrentar, sus demonios. Do alto, do penhasco, o cavalo negro empina, ultimo chamado majestoso, observando a carruagem se distanciar. Mercando o fim de uma alianca silenciosa, leco de respeto que, so quem quais more junto consegue entender. Vlad observa a silhueta desaparecer no horizonte, enquanto o bondoso padre Andrea percebe a melancolia silenciosa do garoto, que tenta desviar o assunto com frisia, fingindo que a partida de simples animal neo, o afeta nada. Maso velho sacerdote penasori, sabendo o queo difícil e para ser humano ser honesto com os proprios sentimentos. Lembrando de que cada despedida dolorosa neste mundo é apenas a semini para reencontro muito mais alegre. E que a verdadeira profundidade de uma conexão nunca é medida pelo tempo, mas pela marca que dixa na alma. Vlad sorri de canto, aciatando o conforto daquelas palavras enquanto a carruagem avanca pela estrada. Como promessa silenciosa de que, algum lugar do futuro, eles voltarão a se encontrar. A poeira das praderias finalmente assenta, diexando para tras o calor do entardecer. E nos transportando para uma noite escura e tempestuosa na propriedade de Chutrama, onde a chuva torrencial anuncia a crise. E o proprio conde bezed se isola, su escritorio, consumido pela noticia de ruína de sus aliados no oeste. A queda repentina do conde ravnoma abala as estruturas de poder do norte. Forcando o líder dos bezed a encarar o feito de que a estabilidade de regio foi completamente pulverizada. Enquanto o estandarte chamas de ravnoma simboliza a ascenso violenta de Fakeo de Gaidar e do ambicioso segment. Diexando o norte isolado, sem qualquer apoio ou resposta de uma corte real, que escolha fechar os alhos. O conde se levanta, ciente de que as antigas lazy tradicos que mantenham a ordem perderam to do o valor. E que a moralha que construíram para proteger sua independencia agora os impede de enxergar o perigo de fora. Enquanto uma das casas mais nobres do continente é verida do mapacem que ningua mova único dido. E ele visualiza o antigo guardio do juramento, percebendo que os valores sagrados dos cavaleiros foram completamente pisoteados pelos novos donos do poder, mergulhando o imperio uma anarquia absoluta. Onde a tolerancia acabou e a única regra que sobrou é a lei do mais forte. E ele se pergunta se essa queda é o primeiro sinal de uma era de trevas. Antes de notar, a traves de vidraca fustigada pela tempestade, o movimento estranho no patio abaixo. Percebendo que neo são peregrinos comuns, mas os sobreviventes desesperados de ravnoma. Carregando o antigo pacto para implorar por asilo político sob a protegeo de bandeira do norte. Enquanto isso, nos corredores do palácio, Vlad está à beira de colapso de ansiedade. Sabendo que sua interferência para salvar os peregrinos e sua coopercao com Sir Lutgier sereo vistas como traco por Sir Joseph. E quando surgir surge das sombras como verdadeiro demonio de paralisia do sono, Vlad realmente acha que blood vai ser empacotado ali mesmo. Mas ele engol o medo e bate na porta de Joseph, pronto para assumir as consequências de suas escolhas. Ao entrar, o clima é tenso o suficiente para ser cortado com uma faca, com Joseph apontando sua chegada antecipada. Mas em vez de fúria, o jovem lord pergunta calmamente sobre a recuperação física do garoto. Fixando Vlad sem reação, obrigado a responder com palavras enquanto tenta decifrar o jogo mental de seu mestre. Vlad tenta ler a expresso de Joseph, desconfiado de que aquela calmaria seja apenas a preparação para o golpe. Convencido de que uma punição brutal está guardada atrás daquele sorriso aristocrático. Enteo que Joseph pronuncia a palavra que muda todo o rumo de conversa. Choira. O nome de sua terra natal atinge Vlad como soco físico, darmando completamente sua guarda. Enquanto Joseph explica friamente que disputas de território, no submundo, so terminam como morte ou a rendição completa. Forcando Vlad a concordar, antes de ser questionado sobre o motivo de nunca ter enviado cartas. Para Gemina, agarrada que ele dixa para trás sob a segurança das paredes do convento. O que faz o garoto suar frio e insistir que ela é apenas uma amiga, mas a cara dele entrega que ele está quedinho, fam. Joseph apenas ignora a negação, diexando claro que sua rede de espionagem sabe exatamente quem importa para Vlad. E que entende que o silencio do garoto era a única forma de manter a salvo de violência das gangues. Mas pontua que para garantir essa paz de verdade, Vlad precisava de poder para esmagar one-arm jack. Rival cuja riqueza o tornava obstáculo intransponível para Orfeo de rua comum. Mas como Vlad provou seu valor ao lutar e sangrar pelos interesses de Joseph. Chegou a hora de a promessa feita naquele dia ser finalmente cumprida. Vlad assiste, paralisado, enquanto Joseph se levanta e camina de rico estandarte coberto. Explicando que aquela bandeira carrega a honra dos antigos representantes que fundaram o norte. Fardo pesado demais para o proprio Joseph carregar, Rizeo pela qual, ili, y precisava encontrar guerrero digno. Y que Vlad, atraves de sua determinação implacável, conquistuo direito de empunhá-la. Como apoio e o reconhecimento oficial das causas Hanel e Bayezid. Ele revela o estandarte branco purissimo, ostentando os braços de ambas as famílias. E ordena que Vlad erga a cabeça como o orgulho de verdadeiro cavaleiro associado. Mandando o levar aquila bandeira de volta para os bicos de Shoera. Para destruir de vez as carenes do passado miserável e retornar como homem verdadeiramente livre. Mesmo o severo gyro observa a cena como asino silencioso de respeto, enquanto o impacto de conquista de Saba sobre Vlad, que encara o símbolo de sua nova identidade, sentindo que cada cicatriz finalmente fez sentido. Ele se lembra de espada simples de Otar, da identidade garanada pelo Padre Andrea. Do lenco perfumado como o nome de Lady Alyssa, e agora, de sua própria bandeira de cavaleiro. Percebendo que todas as pecas de sua jornada finalmente se unirão para dar raízes ao garoto de rua. Conquistadas nao por arranca o sword, mas por su proprio sangue e esforço na lama. Vlad segura o punho de sua espada, sentindo a força de sua própria lenda comcar a esse molder. E, com lágrimas de orgulho e fúria correndo pelo rosto, ele jura honrar o comando at ofim. EOF hashtag resumo dos modulacos de vos para gravação. Paines 2440 to 2457, mode, quiet / engage tom reflexivo, calmo e ligeiramente melancólico. Foco na despedida entre Vlad, e o cavalo espiritual. A vos deve sur limpa, sempressa, dixando o peso emotional de cena respirar. Paines 2458 to 2473, mode, heavy / expository tom de gravidade politica. A vos kai para registro mais bixo e serios para explicar a queda de revnoma e o perigo de anarquia no imperio. Paines 2474 to 2485, mode, reactive / engaged humor seco e tenseo. O panico interno de Vlad ao encarregir e Joseph deve ser narrado com dinamismo e aquila piteta de deboche de internet, sleep paralysis demon, packed up. Paines 2486 to 2511, mode, engaged / dramatic crescendo emotional. A revelação do estandarte e o reconhecimento de Vlad como cavaleiro associado exigem uma entrega de voz poderosa, passada e imponente, culminando no juramento final. The fall of Count Ravnoma has officially triggered a massive power vacuum, forcing his displaced refugees to seek shelter under Count Bayezid's domain, bringing with them a legendary burden, which is none other than the volatile, heavily chained chest containing the cursed dragon fragment, a remnant of the most perfect golden dragon defeated by the founding king. In a legendary battle that laid the very foundations of the empire's power, Count Bayezid looks down at the white-haired elder, his expression heavy with political pragmatism, acknowledging that Ravnoma's family was the only shield capable of holding the West's greed in check. To secure this fragile new alliance, Bayezid promises to deploy his elite forces, offering the refugees sanctuary while his house assumes guardianship of the ancient relic. As the robed followers cover the volatile chest with a white cloth, the heavy stone sarcophagus is carried down the grand hall, shifting the geopolitical balance of the continent, leaving Count Bayezid to quietly discuss the rising chaos with his advisor, Ragmus. They both know the refugees had no other choice but to flee the burning west, leaving only one other house qualified to guard the covenant in the freezing north. The legendary steel Lord Timur Baranov, an insurmountable wall that even Bayezid cannot influence. Meanwhile, Sir Joseph stands by the window, his mind consumed by the rapid approach of anarchy. As Ragmus approaches, his eyes instantly catching a significant detail in the room. Vlad's newly earned white flag of honor, a symbol of joint backing from Hanel and Bayezid, which now flutters from the departing carriage as the boy begins his journey without a moment's rest. Joseph smiles, knowing a true knight banneret, a warrior who has become his own master, cannot be bound, and honestly, Bro's hustle is unmatched, and must carry his own flag to face whatever shadows still linger in his past, commanding Vlad to return to his roots and settle his unfinished business. The carriage rolls through the massive stone gates, leaving the safety of the estate behind. As the journey back to the slums of Shoera officially begins, Vlad walks through the dark, impoverished alleys, his eyes locking onto the familiar, weathered sign of Rose's smile, where a rowdy crowd of crude men is already shouting demands for their favorite courtesan, unaware that behind the stone archway of the dressing room, a completely different struggle is unfolding. Marcella quietly applies her lipstick, trying to block out the chaotic noise from the tavern, while the new, abusive madam sneers from the shadows, demanding she go out to work. Madam coldly reminds her of the massive debt left behind after Godwin's devastating raid. But Marcella remains entirely unfazed, her calm defiance infuriating the greedy madam. The madam grabs her chin, issuing a vicious threat of lifelong exploitation, promising to drain her of every drop of value until her body literally falls apart. Marcella simply smirks, delivering a dry, mocking wish for the madam's longevity, proving that despite the physical abuse and loss, her streetwise spirit remains completely unbroken. Ordered to get on stage, Marcella stands before her vanity mirror for one last moment, placing her cosmetic tools down with a quiet, resolute click. reflecting on a life spent selling her body, but knowing she at least chose her own fate. Prepared to face whatever degradation the slums throw at her next, she steps through the doorway into the blinding light, greeted by the lustful cheers of the crowd, who view her not as a human being, but as a prize to be bought, their eyes reflecting a predatory hunger that defines the harsh reality of the backstreets. The madam stands beside her, raising her hands to initiate the auction, demanding the men show their gold to claim the Shoera Black Rose. The bidding war erupts instantly, with men desperately pooling their meager coins, screaming out higher offers as they fight over a wilting flower, while the madam gloats, planning to suck out every ounce of Marcella's remaining value. A bald man shouts a bid of 4 gold, a massive sum for a common laborer, leaving the madam to smugly ask if anyone can top the price. Suddenly, a calm voice from the staircase shatters the rowdy atmosphere, offering 100 gold, and my G really just shut down the entire auction with one sentence, leaving the madam frozen in absolute, mouth-gaping shock, as the rowdy crowd turns in stunned, silent disbelief. The heavy, fur-trimmed boots of a wealthy noble descend the wooden stairs, triggering a sudden, visceral wave of panic in Marcella's chest. She remembers the terrifying night Godwin brought absolute destruction to her home, his scarred face smirking as he dragged Jorge away in chains. She looks up in dread, expecting another monster to invade her nest. But the silhouetted figure in the dark cloak walks with a quiet, calm authority, bypassing the whispering crowd as if they don't even exist. The thugs back away in confusion, realizing this mysterious guest possesses immense wealth. The figure stops at the counter, dryly commenting on the rowdy atmosphere. The madam quickly studies his luxurious cloak, realizing she can easily extort him, confident that even if the 100 gold bid was a bluff, he can pay her handsomely. The figure raises his hand, flatly declining any of her standard services, and instead lists a specific menu of simple peasant food, demanding the exact meal that Jorge always used to order. Marcella covers her mouth, her eyes widening as she recognizes the voice. This is not the dirty gold thrown out of lust, but the golden bond of the young boy they once washed and raised in a tub of soap suds. Vlad pulls back his hood, his voice soft as he announces his return. His golden hair shines in the warm light, a splendid shade of gold that represents his hard-earned rise, standing tall as a splendid knight who has returned to save the only family he has left. Marcella is weeping behind the counter, her tears a stark reminder of the wreckage they both left behind. But Vlad's cold, unblinking gaze doesn't offer comfort, only a silent warning to get out of the way before the blood starts flowing. Marcella desperately whispers that this gilded tavern is fully controlled by one-armed Jack's thugs, completely unaware that Vlad didn't come here to run. He came here to collect. The abusive madam steps between them, her greedy eyes instantly registering that these two share a dangerous history, which immediately threatens her lucrative operation if she doesn't shut it down right now. She moves to separate them before Vlad can disrupt the fragile peace of her establishment. Unaware that Jack's armed lieutenants are already eyeing the confrontation from their table, their hands drifting toward their hilts. Vlad's steady, heavy footsteps echo through the silent room as he approaches the thugs, with the sheer confidence of a man who has spent the last month surviving the worst the Northern Wild could throw at him. He demands a final financial calculation before he pays his tab, naming the one man who orchestrated the ruin of his childhood sanctuary, one-armed Jack. The madam's smug composure completely shatters as Vlad's left eye flares with the icy blue light of his awakened soul, making it clear that he isn't asking for a negotiation, but demanding a reckoning. Jack's top lieutenant sneers at the audacity of a mere street urchin, drawing his blade to teach the boy a lethal lesson in hierarchy. But Vlad's blade is already in motion, cutting through the air with a terrifying, refined speed that the thug's slow reflexes can't hope to match. In a single, fluid arc, Vlad's sword slices clean through the lieutenant's neck, sending a spray of dark blood across the room, as the headless body collapses heavily to the floor, instantly silencing the entire tavern. The remaining thugs freeze in absolute, paralyzing horror, staring at the sudden, effortless execution of their strongest fighter. While the madam's screams are cut short by the cold steel of Vlad's dagger pressed against her throat. He commands her to shut up and wait, his mind entirely focused on the systematic eradication of Jack's local influence. Vlad's blade crackles with raw, blue electrical energy as he prepares to extract his fair compensation from the rest of the gang, leaving the madam trembling in the dark, realizing the greenhorn she once exploited has returned as a monster. The surviving thugs desperately draw their weapons, trying to convince themselves that numbers will save them from a single boy. But as they surround him, they realize they aren't trapping a rabbit, but stepping directly into a wolf's den. Vlad grips his sword hilt, declaring himself the last dagger of Jorge, a title that carries the heavy weight of a blood oath, which instantly triggers a wave of recognition in the oldest thugs, who remember the legendary strength of the deserted knight. The realization hits them like a physical blow. This is the boy who survived the Black Lightning and the ruin of Rose's smile, and he has returned with the refined execution of a true swordmaster. The thugs try to rally, greed temporarily overcoming their terror as they realize Jack's massive bounty is standing right in front of them. But Blood really thought numbers would save him from a guy who literally split a mountain in half. Vlad's posture remains entirely relaxed, inviting their desperate charge with a cold, mocking smirk. He completely surrenders to the cold, predatory instinct of the voice. This isn't about honor anymore, it's about survival, and he's ready to turn this room into an absolute graveyard. The sheer, suffocating pressure of his murderous intent washes over the room, freezing the thug's muscles in place. As the ambient temperature in the room instantly plummets and Vlad's raw, unrefined aura begins to warp the air around him, manifesting the same terrifying, bloodthirsty wolf spirit that once shattered the mercenary in DMR. Vlad lunges, his movements a blur of blue light as he easily bypasses their clumsy guard, cutting through their defenses with the effortless grace of a seasoned warrior. The blade connects with a wet, heavy impact, shattering their bones and spilling their blood across the stone floor. As the surrounding fighters scramble to escape the systematic slaughter, realizing too late that there is no exit. One sword strike, one life. Vlad moves like a force of nature, leaving only screams in his wake, vowing to not spare a single person who contributed to the suffering of his friends. He's not just fighting, he's executing them, carving through Jack's syndicate to ensure they can never threaten his family again. Until only the heavy, wet sound of dripping blood echoes through the ruined tavern. Vlad's face remains entirely stoic, his eyes glowing with the quiet, terrifying light of a predator that has completed its hunt. Marcella watches the carnage in silent, tearful awe, realizing Vlad has paid their debt in full. The violent magical backlash illuminates his dark cloak, a grim testament to the heavy price of his vengeance. Before he sheathes his blade, leaving the room in a heavy, suffocating silence. Meanwhile, at the Syndicate's main headquarters, the sign of the Black Rose sways gently in the cold night wind. While inside, one-armed Jack drowns his anxieties in a bottle of cheap alcohol, his mind heavy with the weight of his fading reign. He mutters Jorge's name, his single eye filled with a bitter, melancholic regret for the comrade he betrayed. Recalling how he seized control of Shora's underworld the moment Jorge disappeared, believing he could rise to the very top. He sits on his literal throne of skulls, holding his metal hook aloft, a grim monument to the ruthless path he chose to survive. Vowing to never hesitate to take from others to secure his own legacy, he built his empire on a mountain of corpses, believing that rising higher would grant him true freedom, only to realize too late that a slum dweller's fate is ultimately decided by the whims of the nobles who rule from above. He realizes his entire life has been a cruel joke, a bitter struggle to rule a gutter while the real power remains untouchable. He reflects on the irony of his victory. He defeated Jorge to take the slums, but Jorge died a free man, while he remains trapped in his own cage. He knows his time is coming, that a single word from a noble could erase his entire existence in an instant. And his dark premonition is suddenly realized as a loud, violent rattle shakes his heavy wooden door. A panicked lieutenant bursts in, his face pale with terror as he screams that the end has arrived. The scarred thug shouts that they are completely surrounded, the entire back alley crawling with armed forces, leaving Jack to stare in silent, bitter resignation as his empire crumbles around him. The subordinates panic, screaming that the Shoera security guards have blocked every exit, confirming that the authorities have deployed a massive force to wipe out their syndicate once and for all. The soldiers stand in a tight, impenetrable shield wall, their spears catching the cold rain. The thugs are losing their minds, screaming that they already paid their bribes this month. But fam, when a noble wants you gone, your pocket change doesn't mean a thing. Jack only grins, a low, manic chuckle escaping his lips as he sees the sheer number of soldiers. He looks at his metal hook, realizing his dark premonition has finally manifested today. His eyes glow with a final, defiant blue light as he welcomes the destruction, preferring a violent end to the anxiety of waiting. To a man who has lived in the gutter his entire life, a swift, brutal end is a relief compared to the slow decay of his ambition. The absolute silence of the room is deafening, leaving only the wet drip of blood on the wooden floorboards. As Vlad's cold, unblinking gaze locks onto the horizon, ready to finish the calculation once and for all. The military blockade is already in position, sealing off every escape route. And the corrupt mayor of Shoera is already sweating, trying to report that the perimeter is fully secured. Because he knows if a single one of Jack's thugs escapes, his own head is on the chopping block. Since Borden isn't here to play games, openly scolding this corrupt bureaucrat for letting the slums rot to the point of royal intervention. The mayor tries to shift the blame onto one-armed Jack's massive resources, but Borden is not buying this pathetic excuse. Because Borden knows exactly how the underworld works, immediately questioning how a petty slum boss could control a vast trading hub. And when the mayor tries to flatter him by calling Jack's syndicate a tumor, Borden reminds him that he is the actual disease. A backstreet gang doesn't grow into a regional threat without the local authority taking a massive cut of the profits. Which means the mayor has been eating good off Jack's bribes for years, completely selling out his own citizens. Which is a rookie mistake because a seasoned knight can smell a bribe from a mile away. The mayor nervously changes the subject, asking when the elite knight representing House Bayezid will finally arrive, only for Borden to point toward the dark, misty archway where a single, bloodstained shadow is already approaching. The mayor is completely dumbfounded that the prestigious count only sent a single warrior to handle a syndicate of 50 armed killers, and he desperately begs Borden to let the regular guards handle the raid instead. But Borden flatly shuts him down, because Joseph's political plan requires a very specific kind of execution. Borden knows that Sir Joseph put a massive amount of effort into preparing this stage, which means Vlad's official debut is meant to be a statement to the entire underworld. Borden looks at the blood-stained teenager with a worried expression, realizing the stakes are too high, and begs Vlad to at least take some guards inside to avoid getting injured. Vlad doesn't even blink, calmly promising Borden that he will keep him safe. And honestly, Blood is just standing there like he's waiting for a bus, utterly exhausted by this teenager's main character behavior. As they stand before the main gates of Jack's fortified hideout, Vlad's left eye flaring with the voice's blue starlight. Before they breach, Borden hands Vlad a wrapped wooden pole, fulfilling a crucial part of Joseph's political plan. Because to claim Shoera, Vlad needs more than just a sharp sword. He needs a legitimate cause. Vlad takes the pole, knowing this is the moment he officially steps out of the shadows. And as his blood-stained hands grip the wood, the magical energy of his soul begins to swell, driving the banner deep into the stone, unfurling the white flag of honor backed by the highest houses in the land. The regular guards are completely losing their minds, recognizing the ancient, forgotten tradition of the Knight Banneret, wondering how a teenager from the gutter could possibly possess the right to carry his own sovereign flag. Realizing that Count Bayezid himself has officially guaranteed this boy's honor and authority, Vlad looks over the dark rooftops of Shoera, his voice carrying the absolute authority of a ruler. From now on, this land is my territory. Backed by the dual crests of Bayezid and Hainel, he officially claims jurisdiction over the slums, declaring that the lives of every single resident in this gutter now belong to his sword. In the public square, the official proclamation is unrolled to rally the public cause. As Borden's voice booms through the narrow streets, publicly denouncing One-Armed Jack's illegal syndicate, stripping Jack of his regional influence by exposing his crimes directly to the oppressed townspeople. With the backing of both the military and Priest Andrea's church, Vlad has turned a simple gang war into a holy crusade. And the marching boots of the guards echo like thunder as they prepare to breach the hideout. The soldiers chant their house's name, completely overwhelming the slums with their sheer presence. The impoverished residents watch in terror and hope, realizing the reign of the 5 gang bosses is officially ending tonight. Inside his dark, bottle-strewn room, One-Armed Jack sits listening to the chants calling for his execution, while Borden tells Vlad that the stage is fully set and he should spill blood without hesitation. Vlad draws his sword, the metallic ring cutting through the rain as he prepares to enter his old master's nest. He stands before the heavy wooden doors, knowing there is no turning back from this path. Inside, the remaining thugs are scrambling, desperately preparing for their final stand. While the voice in Vlad's head warns him to widen his vision, because fighting a cornered syndicate requires absolute, overwhelming energy. Vlad closes his eyes, channeling his blue aura to make a flashy, terrifying start. But as he focuses his mind, his consciousness slips back into the dark, watery void of his memories, reliving the traumatic day Godwin captured Jorge, a tragedy he has blamed himself for every single night. Until this exact moment, when he finally realizes that One-Armed Jack's greed was the true root cause of the entire disaster. The endless questions and regrets that tortured his mind for the past month finally crystallize into a single, unyielding truth. And his left eye snaps open with a cold, lethal resolve. He has to kill One-Armed Jack. He breaches the doors, his sword carving massive, blinding arcs of blue light through the dark hall, moving with the terrifying speed of a wild wolf, completely bypassing their guard, and unleashing a devastating, explosive strike that shatters their front defensive line in a single second. Thugs are getting absolutely cooked, their weapons shattered and bodies thrown against the walls. And honestly, bruv, staying alive was literally their only job description. Vlad stands over the fallen, his glowing blade drinking their energy as his personal world expands. Knowing that to survive and grow as a knight, he must completely destroy his past in this gutter, severing his messy ties to the slums so he can finally advance toward his true destiny. He steps into the central chamber, his voice echoing through the silent room as the remaining defenders tremble. I am Vlad of Shoera. Before being the rightful delegate, I am also the rightful avenger. He advances on them, his dark silhouette framed by the blue light of his sword. I have come here to end our struggle. He looks up at the high balcony, his voice booming with absolute, focused hatred. One-Armed Jack. He raises his sword into the spotlight, declaring to the entire syndicate, I have returned. One-Armed Jack looks down from his skull throne, instantly recognizing the voice of the street urchin he once tried to crush. And he lets out a low, sinister chuckle, his face contorted in a manic grin as he grips his metal hook, manically laughing at the beautiful irony that the rising star he tried to exploit has returned to take his head, as his hand erupts with a bright, ominous white light, preparing to unleash his final, desperate power, leaving Vlad to brace himself for the final, lethal clash that will decide the fate of Shoera. As he leaps forward, his boots leaving the ground to dive straight into the jaws of his vengeance. The thugs realize their entire syndicate is under siege, screaming for blood because they know, if they don't pack Vlad up right now, Joseph's security guards will execute every last one of them. Vlad doesn't even flinch, tapping directly into the voice's combat instinct to read their sloppy movements, instantly shattering their confidence because they've never faced a real knightly counter technique before. He sweeps through the front line, leaving no room for them to coordinate their advance. Another thug lunges blindly, completely unaware that Vlad spent the last month sparring with Sir Jair, which means his raw, unrefined street brawling has evolved into a highly lethal, calculated execution. The survivors freeze, realizing this blood is no longer the helpless street kid they used to extort. But their commander desperately tries to rally them, knowing that retreating means certain death under Jack's law. Yet, The gap between their survival instincts and their fear of Vlad is rapidly closing. They try to coordinate a mass ambush, but nobody wants to be the first to die, because they finally recognize that Vlad's swordsmanship is on an entirely different level. The entire room stalls, paralyzed by the sheer weight of his silent, predatory presence. Vlad breaks the silence, his voice carrying the absolute, cold authority of a seasoned northern warrior, who has returned to reclaim his home and wipe out his past once and for all. He channels the voice's power, locking onto the defenders blocking the upper levels, reading their defensive formation before they can even register his next move. He breaches their line with a high-speed lunge, completely bypassing their guard, and unleashing a devastating physical impact that shatters their coordination. First defender falls screaming, realizing too late that street weapons cannot block a true night strike. The remaining thugs realize they are completely outmatched, their numbers meaning nothing against his refined speed. Desperate to neutralize his mobility, they prepare to deploy their heaviest crowd control gear, launching a massive chain net to pin him to the floor. But Vlad's reflexes are far too sharp, slipping beneath the trajectory effortlessly. He utilizes the momentum to reposition, leaving them completely vulnerable and exposed. They scramble to secure the upper staircase, trying to build a bottleneck, hoping the narrow architecture will neutralize his overwhelming agility. Their leader commands them to hold the high ground at all costs, knowing that if Vlad breaches this choke point, the entire upper floor is compromised. Vlad analyzes the bottleneck, realizing a head-on charge plays directly into their defensive trap. He needs to conserve his aura for the final fight against one-armed Jack, and his eyes land on the heavy, structural ropes of his childhood home, recalling exactly how the heavy, cumbersome layout of the Rose's smile was designed. The defenders wait for his advance, completely unaware of his environmental advantage, until Vlad slashes the main pulley cord, releasing the counterweights. He launches himself upward, utilizing the rising rope to completely bypass the staircase blockade, leaving the defenders staring in absolute, paralyzed shock as he sails over their heads. He releases his grip at the perfect peak, landing flawlessly on the upper balcony. Tactical advantage is instantly reversed, trapping the defenders from behind. Vlad mockingly calls out to the lower floor, completely shattering their tactical formation. He stares down the remaining guards, his gaze carrying absolute, lethal contempt, and lunges forward to systematically dismantle their remaining defenses. They try to make a stand, but 5 years of slum training is nothing compared to getting packed in 8 seconds by a real swordmaster. Vlad executes a precise thrust, neutralizing the closest threat instantly. He sweeps through the platform, his movements refined by his brutal sparring sessions with Sir Jair, making these seasoned slum thugs look like complete amateurs who have never faced a real warrior. He effortlessly parries their strikes, realizing their speed is a joke compared to Jair's wooden sword. Bruv. Vlad catches his breath, the physical toll of his rapid movements starting to register, but his instincts alert him to an incoming projectile, deflecting it instantly. 2 archers on the high platform lock onto his position, trying to pin him down. They unleash a rapid volley of arrows, hoping to overwhelm his defenses through sheer rate of fire. Vlad maneuvers through the barrage, his focus entirely locked on their high ground position, and launches himself into an incredible, high-speed leap to close the vertical distance. He sails through the air like a predator descending upon its prey. He secures his grip on the high platform's railing, completely breaching their defensive line. The archers freeze in absolute terror as his shadow looms over them. Vlad executes a horizontal slash, his blade leaving a perfect, glowing blue trajectory, and lands flawlessly amidst the fallen archers, completely neutralizing the high ground threat. Vlad walks calmly through the smoke, his voice carrying the absolute confidence of a victor. Remaining survivors back away, their spirits completely broken by his relentless, terrifying efficiency. Vlad casually grabs a teapot, takes a long drink to recover, and tosses it aside. He stands over the clattering metal, issuing a final, chilling challenge to the survivors. He smirks, his blue eyes flashing with the cold, vengeful resolve of Jorge's last dagger. Jack's remaining thugs realize their absolute mistake, their territory completely slipping from their grasp, as Vlad's heavy boots click against the floor, reclaiming every inch of the space. Because this gilded tavern is not Jack's playground. It is this boy's home, and he has returned to reclaim it with blood. He smiles gently, ready to face one-armed Jack, and end their struggle forever. Skawara's harbor sits under a cold, heavy silence. But beneath this quiet exterior, the entire back alley is about to erupt. Because Harbin can already feel the economic foundation of the slums crumbling under one-armed Jack's reckless, unchecked greed. Jack is pushing local merchants to a dead end, completely abandoning the unspoken rules of the underworld. Rules that Jorge always respected, because Jorge understood that a smart boss squeezes his debtors without completely destroying their ability to pay them back. If this aggressive plundering continues, the entire back alley's economy will plummet within months, leaving Harbin's family syndicate with nothing but a ruined territory. And honestly, Harbin is losing his mind trying to figure out how he's going to report such a massive loss of black market goods to Captain Hoover. His panic is cut short when an associate bursts through the door, delivering the sudden, shocking news that the entire back alley has been completely blocked off by a mysterious force from Sturma targeting one-armed Jack. This isn't just a minor turf war. Joseph's elite watchguards have completely surrounded the district, locking down every exit to ensure no one escapes the purge. Harbin immediately realizes Jack's unchecked greed has finally crossed the line. triggering a full-scale military intervention that will bring another bloody purge to the slums. But the associate is more concerned with a familiar name, asking Harbin if he was close to the kid who's leading the charge. Harbin goes quiet, struggling to believe that the scrawny street kid he once knew has returned as a powerful noble's executioner. Meanwhile, in another corner of the slums, Ned is quietly working when his associate drops the exact same rumors, revealing that the blonde executioner who planted his flag in front of Rose's smile is none other than Vlad of Shoera. Ned freezes in absolute, paralyzing shock, his mind racing as he tries to reconcile his childhood friend with these monstrous rumors. His associate continues to babble about the incredible stories circulating through the back alleys. Stories of Vlad manifesting a brilliant, high-level aura during his duel of honor in DMR, and luring a colossal giant deathworm while riding a legendary black spirit horse in Sturma. Ned doesn't say a word, but his hand grips his cane with a sudden, tense resolve. Despite his severed ankle and physical limitations, Ned is determined to walk into the crossfire to confirm the truth with his own eyes. Over at Rose's smile, Vlad is already executing his bloody vengeance with terrifying, inhuman speed. He dives headfirst into the center of the tavern, his blade cutting a wide, lethal arc through Jack's defenders, closing the distance before they can even coordinate their guard, treating these hardened thugs like absolute practice targets. Another defender gets completely sliced apart, his defense shattered in a fraction of a second. As Vlad lands perfectly, his eyes already tracking the next line of defense. He executes a rapid, sweeping strike that clears the entire floor, leaving no room for negotiation. The voice observes this efficient slaughter with a mixture of awe and chilling realization, realizing that Vlad's fierce training under Gyre has combined with his raw, predatory instincts to turn this former candle seller into a natural, cold-blooded slaughterer. There is no hesitation in his eyes anymore, only the absolute, unyielding resolve of a hunter. Vlad stands victorious over the fallen, his sword dripping with the blood of those who once ruled the back alleys, and turns his gaze to the ponytail lieutenant, the same thug who once threatened to cut Ned's fingers. Vlad delivers a cold, mocking remark about his missing teeth before preparing to end his life, ignoring the lieutenant's desperate, shaking hand as he lunges to finish the job, and drives his sword down, officially closing the book on this chapter of his past. He looks down at the carnage, realizing that while he couldn't perfectly recreate the tragedy of Jorge's capture, this bloody display is more than enough to pay back the debt he owed to his childhood savior. He sheathes his sword, resolving to head upstairs and settle the final score with one-armed Jack. His eyes close for a single beat, stealing his resolve for the confrontation. The heavy wooden stairs groan under his boots as he ascends, moving steadily through the dark, misty corridors of his former home. He pushes the upper door open, a beam of light cutting through the shadowy room, and steps inside, his glowing blue eyes locking onto the man at the bar as he announces his arrival. Vlad addresses one-armed Jack directly, his voice carrying the weight of their shared history. Jack sits at the counter, completely unbothered by the slaughter happening downstairs, and welcomes the rising star back to Shoera. He slides a glass of expensive whiskey across the counter, offering a final drink to his former underling. Vlad stands as a silent, threatening silhouette, flatly refusing the gesture. Jack smiles a tired, fatalistic smile, admitting he finally believes the rumors about Vlad's rapid growth. He takes a long, slow drink to steel his own nerves, setting the glass down with a heavy thud. Jack laments that he should have recruited Vlad sooner, realizing the boy's potential was wasted in the slums. Vlad watches him silently, his bloodstained cloak a stark reminder of his current lethality. Jack looks up, his eyes intense and shadowed, realizing Vlad has returned to take his head. Vlad stands firm, his sword crackling with a faint blue aura as he prepares to fight. Jack draws his sword, his metallic hook hand gleaming under the dim lights, declaring that he has always been someone who wraps up his business properly. Their individual worlds clash in a silent, suffocating wave of energy. As Jack admits he can no longer look down on the boy's presence, Vlad stands his ground, his resolve completely unshakable. He looks down at his bloodstained boots, knowing Jack's fading world can no longer confine him. The two silhouetted figures stand opposite each other in the misty, ruined room, ready to begin. Vlad lunges forward, his blade raised to strike, knowing that even though Jack was once an insurmountable enemy, he must be eliminated to secure his freedom. Jack executes a powerful, high-speed lunge to meet him, and their blades collide in a violent, blinding shockwave of light. The intense pressure of their clash sends a rushing wind howling through the room, Vlad's face contorted in absolute focus. Jack grins through the strain, promising to show Vlad his final courtesy, and grips his hilt with both hands, unleashing a massive upward slash that forces Vlad backward. Vlad's boots slide across the wooden floor as he absorbs the impact, but he immediately leaps back into the fray, executing a rapid, sweeping counterstrike. Jack parries the blow without restrictions, his movements surprisingly agile for his age. Their blades grind together in a shower of sparks, Vlad struggling against the veteran's brute strength, and stumbling backward with a pained grunt as Jack pushes him to his limits. Vlad is forced to one knee, desperately parrying a heavy downward strike as the blue energy of his sword flares, and his left eye burns with the brilliant starlight of the voice, unleashing the raw, brutal courtesy of the back alleys. Their blades lock in a final, explosive clash of sparks that will decide the fate of Shoera. Jack isn't backing down, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into a desperate, grinding parry. But Vlad's resolve is completely unyielding, forcing his blade upward to shatter the old veteran's guard. Jack looms in the shadows, his eyes reflecting the cold reality of a street kid who actually survived the gutter. And Blood really thought he could end this with a single leap, crashing down with a weight that would have crushed the old Vlad. But the boy who used to swing wooden sticks in the mud isn't that helpless child anymore, and Jack knows it, carrying the brutal descent as the sheer physical impact splatters old blood across his face. In this split second of suspended violence, Jack's mind slips backward to the absolute beginning of his greed, to a time when he was just another nameless orphan staring up at the wealthy, untouchable spires of Squara's castle, realizing early on that the only way to climb out of the filth was to acquire absolute, brutal strength, even if his own hands had to be torn apart by the literal thorns of slum ambition. That desperate hunger is what drove him to grip his first sword, starting a cycle of relentless bloodshed. The boundary between right and wrong completely dissolved in the mud of the back alleys. He climbed to the very top of the gutter, built a throne of skulls, yet never actually reached the light, because every step of his ascent was choked by the rod of his own compromise. The star he chased had lost its shine long ago, covered in the blood of those he stepped on, until a sudden, blinding flash of blue energy cuts through his dark, cynical world. Vlad stands before him as a brilliant, backlit silhouette, holding his sword with the absolute authority of a true knight. And Jack instantly realizes the fundamental truth he ignored his entire life. To grasp a light that pure, you cannot be covered in the filth of betrayal, which is why Vlad's blade cuts through his defenses with the weight of absolute, cosmic justice. The voice's blue aura erupts in a blinding column of starlight, completely sealing the old boss's fate. Jack's guard is utterly shattered, his chest sliced open as the physical reality of his defeat sets in, and the dark blood of his syndicate begins to pool on the wooden floorboards. Yet, instead of screaming, Jack lets out a manic, blood-choked laugh, a twisted, triumphant sound that echoes through the ruined, misty tavern. Vlad's face contorts in absolute fury, refusing to let this monster find peace in his final moments. Slamming his blade down to silence the laughter once and for all, Vlad confronts him with the heavy cost of his sins, for betraying Jorge, taking over Rose's smile, and selling Marcella like cargo, and executes a rapid, merciless sequence of slashes that tears through the remaining shadows, ensuring the old boss pays the ultimate, bloody price for the lives he ruined. Jack collapses under the onslaught, his manic grin widening as the physical pain of his wounds takes over. He boasts that this is the perfect day for a feast, completely unbothered by his own imminent demise, and tells Vlad that he is destined to rise far higher than any slum boss ever could. Vlad roars at him to shut up, his emotional stability fracturing under the weight of the tragedy. As their weapons clash in one final, explosive burst of sparks, Jack smirks through the blood dripping from his mouth, looking at the boy who has surpassed him, and his heavy, labored breathing slows as the physical reality of death approaches. The dark blood pools silently on the floor, marking the absolute end of his reign. Jack smirks, admitting that dying this way is actually a relief, because he would rather be crushed by a giant, unstoppable force than rot away in obscurity. Vlad stands over him with a somber, silent gaze, asking if he has any final words. Jack smiles his signature, crooked grin, offering a quiet, final commendation to his executioner, and tells Vlad to take some rest, completely at peace with his fate. Vlad freezes in sudden, silent shock at the old boss's unexpected dignity, before plunging his blade straight through Jack's chest to end the struggle. The body falls heavily to the floor, and Vlad stands alone amidst the wreckage of his childhood home, whispering that this is finally enough, his voice carrying the exhaustion of a long, bloody night. Jack's final thoughts are surprisingly peaceful, realizing his violent life was at least lived with fierce determination, and that even if he was crushed by the shining world, he did well to reach the pinnacle. He grins up at the dark ceiling, calling out to his old rival Jorge, and falls backward into the dark, misty void of death. His final shout echoes through the silent, ruined tavern, and Vlad stands over the lifeless body, his blonde hair cast in deep shadow. The old boss is gone, leaving only a quiet, heavy silence in the room. Vlad walks out onto the balcony, looking at the dark sky of his hometown, realizing that the revenge he chased for months doesn't taste sweet at all. It carries a lingering, hollow bitterness that settles deep in his chest. As he turns back into the ruined, misty tavern to face his roots, he walks past the debris to the counter where Jack's untouched liquor sits, and reaches out his bloodstained hand to lift the glass. This old boss is literally giving him a performance review while dying, fam, but Vlad still drinks to his memory, remembering the raw, brutal rules of the back alleys they both came from. He places his hand on the table next to the empty glass, whispering a quiet farewell, and resolves to return the favor, because a true knight must only receive what he deserves. Vlad leaves a single gold coin resting on the dark wood next to the bloodstained glass, paying his final, honorable debt to the syndicate boss who once ruled his world. He walks away from the pile of fallen thugs, his white flag of honor standing tall, leaving behind the stagnant, violent past of the Shoera slums. The stagnant drop has finally flowed to the outside, leaving a small ripple in his soul, as his bloodied, curved blade catches the faint light of a new dawn. Borden is sweating bullets outside the blockaded flower pavilion because the dead silence from inside is actively eating him alive, until a lone, blood-drenched silhouette slowly emerges from the pitch-black entrance of the ruined tavern. instantly paralyzing Borden with pure shock as Vlad stands there casually holding a sword dripping with fresh crimson. Borden's jaw completely drops, but Vlad's eyes are glowing with the cold, predatory remnants of his awakened power, sending a wave of absolute dread through the surrounding security guards who realize they are looking at a monster. The men are literally shaking, whispering that this kid single-handedly slaughtered an entire syndicate of 50 armed killers, which is a level of casual violence that normal soldiers can't even comprehend as they watch the blood drip from his blade. Even the corrupt mayor of Shoera is sweating through his fine clothes, realizing his secret bribes won't protect him from this raw terror. Vlad just stands there, completely numb to the fear he's projecting, his body physically exhausted from the massive aura backlash. The mayor swallows hard as Vlad slowly turns his head, scanning the perimeter with cold, detached precision, before dragging his broken body down the foggy street, only to be stopped by a familiar voice calling his name from the mist. Vlad halts, leaving a trail of dark crimson footprints in the damp mud as he slowly turns his head, only to see Harbin holding up his harbor tool to prove his identity through the heavy fog. Recognizing his old ally, Vlad whispers Harbin's name as the guards lower their spears to let the clerk pass. Vlad's light blue eye flashes with a sudden spark of relief, realizing he is finally back among people he can trust. The guards quickly step aside, acknowledging that this blood-drenched executioner is actually their ally's childhood friend. And as the path clears, the slow, rhythmic thud of a T-shaped wooden cane echoes through the quiet street, revealing Ned limping forward with tears in his eyes, immediately calling Vlad an idiot for risking his life like this. Ned desperately asks if he's okay, and Vlad just smiles weakly, his cold facade completely melting away. He stands there, his blood-soaked boots slipping in the mud, unable to hold his weight any longer, as his heavy sword slips from his numb fingers, clattering loudly against the cold stone street. Ned catches him in a tight, desperate embrace, and Vlad finally lets go, admitting that his entire body is screaming in agony. Ned holds him up, his face filled with panic as he tries to understand the sheer physical toll Vlad has endured. But Vlad just smirks weakly, resting his head on his friend's shoulder as the heavy tension in his soul evaporates. A bright, warm light illuminates the dark slums, signaling that the long, bloody night of vengeance has finally ended. Fam. The next morning, Vlad wakes up in a luxurious, clean room at the Bayezid estate, looking completely out of place. And as he stares out at the bright, prosperous rooftops of Sturma, he realizes his soul is still rejecting this noble comfort. His quiet thoughts are interrupted as a local Shoera servant enters the room, carrying a wooden face-washing basin. The servant is grinning from ear to ear, eager to serve the new captain, who has become the legend of the back alleys. Vlad just stares at him with a completely deadpan expression, thoroughly exhausted by this sudden, excessive flattery. The servant just keeps smiling, acting like he has been Vlad's most loyal follower since day one, which is wild. But in the corner of the room, God is biting his thumb in absolute, sweating panic over losing his position to a local. Vlad easily reads God's hilarious insecurity and calmly tells him to stay cool and not get impatient, before turning to the servant with a cold, serious warning to keep his loyalty honest or leave immediately. The servant nods enthusiastically, and Vlad let out a long, tired sigh, completely weary of managing these back alley egos. An attendant knocks on the door, delivering a message that Sir Borden is waiting to see him. Vlad stands up, adjusting his tunic, glad to have a professional distraction from his domestic troubles. He heads down the corridor, knowing he has critical, unfinished business of his own to discuss with the guard captain. He enters Borden's office and is greeted by a literal mountain of pastries, cookies, and fresh tarts. And honestly, Vlad looks at this feast like he's being punished, muttering that eating like this will kill them. Borden just keeps chewing on a strawberry tart, pointing at the towering stacks of administrative paperwork cluttering his desk, explaining that one-armed Jack's corrupt shadow was buried so deep in the back alley that uprooting it is an absolute nightmare. Borden rests his chin on his hand, asking Vlad what his next move is now that his combat mission is officially over. Vlad stands at attention, and Borden instructs him to remain on hold until Sir Joseph arrives to finalize their plans. Vlad looks down, sweat dripping from his cheek as he admits he has absolutely no talent for administrative paperwork. Borden de-escalates, handing him a white document, and Vlad looks down at the official seal with a serious expression, as Borden explains that this document represents the official authority of arrest granted by House Bayezid, which is basically a legal permit to beat up any remaining syndicate thugs to his heart's content. This is the next stage of Sir Joseph's grand vision, completely clearing out the back alley weeds and replacing them with order. Borden notes that Vlad is the perfect man for this purge because nobody knows the back alley's dark secrets better than him. Borden tells him to take his time, spend some time with his old friends, and even visit his lover at the convent. Vlad's face flushes with instant embarrassment, and he quickly mutters that Jemina is strictly just a childhood friend. Borden just grins and chews his sugar cube, telling Vlad he will notify him the moment the convent grants visitation access. Vlad bows and thanks him, realizing Borden is far more meticulous and observant than he originally let on. But before he leaves, Vlad asks a critical question. Are the remaining followers of One-Armed Jack locked in the prison? Borden confirms they rounded up every single syndicate member who was scattered across the territory. Vlad's face is cast in a cold, menacing blue light as he declares he must visit the prison immediately to find someone. Vlad walks down the dark, damp stone corridors of the dungeon, his mind filled with a quiet, burning resolve. Knowing that if his target is not among these prisoners, he will have to take far more drastic measures. He stands before a heavily guarded cell, his eyes flaring with blue energy as he prepares to dig up the back alley's deepest secrets. And deep within his soul, the shadowy entity watches with glowing, cold eyes, waiting to see how far Vlad will go. Vlad enters the deepest cells of the Shoera dungeon, knowing that to completely secure this town, he has to tie up every loose thread left behind by Jack's syndicate. And as his heavy footsteps echo through the damp stone corridor, the prisoners immediately recognize the terrifying figure who just dismantled their entire operation. Spotting the legendary silver dagger at his hip, the weapon of their late boss Jorge, which means the rumors of a new, ruthless power in Shoera are entirely real. Word of the Northern campaign has already trickled down to these cells, and the realization that the Duke's personal delegate is a boy from their own streets instantly paralyzes them with dread, because if Vlad is here to settle every old debt from the Rose's Smile raid, none of these men are leaving this dungeon alive. He stops before the iron grates, his eyes flaring with that same supernatural blue starlight that once crushed Jack's strongest mercenaries, sending an icy, suffocating pressure through the cell that forces these hardened criminals to cower like cornered animals. He doesn't look at them with anger, but with the cold, detached gaze of a judge who has already decided their fate, finally locking onto a specific, dark-skinned figure huddled silently in the corner of the cell. The cell falls completely silent as the prisoners realize the delegate isn't here for a mass slaughter, but for one specific man who once risked everything to help him escape these very slums. Vlad smiles, offering to buy his freedom for exactly 40 silver coins, the precise amount of extortion Jorge once demanded to free Ned years ago. It's Otar, the cynical old blacksmith who refused to sell his final masterpiece to anyone who couldn't escape the gutter. And despite his gruff, hostile exterior back then, Otar was one of the few souls who recognized the boy's potential before he ever held a real sword. This is Vlad's way of paying back his debt, extending a helping hand to the only adult who didn't exploit him. Recalling the fateful night when a brilliant, supernatural light first erupted from the frozen filth of the slums, setting his destiny in motion. That destitute child is gone, replaced by a warrior who now commands the authority of the most powerful noble houses in the north. And with his business in the dungeons concluded, Vlad travels to Varna's Grand Cathedral to fulfill his most personal mission yet. The peaceful convent is thrown into a frenzy as the young nuns crowd the windows, whispering excitedly about the arrival of the legendary northern hero, captivated by his striking blonde hair and blue eyes, treating his arrival like a scene straight out of a fairy tale. They know him only as the Duke's personal delegate, a rising star who wielded aura at an impossibly young age. And the rumors of his rapid ascent have made him a figure of immense political and romantic fascination within these sacred walls. Vlad walks through the stone courtyard, flanked by the head nun, completely ignoring the whispering crowd of opportunists trying to secure his favor. Deep within the damp, forgotten kitchens of the convent, far from the grand reception, a lone girl is forced to scrub grease off heavy plates, completely isolated from the excitement of the outside world. The Mother Superior bursts in, her voice echoing sharply as she demands the kitchen staff prepare for the prestigious guest's arrival, warning them that any delay or failure in their duties will bring shame upon the entire convent. The young nuns quickly bow their heads in submission, eager to escape her wrath and catch a glimpse of the handsome warrior, immediately shifting the blame onto Gemina, mocking her for her slow, deliberate work. Gemina bows her head, quietly apologizing as she continues to scrub the cold stone floor in isolation. They leave her behind with the remaining chores, treating her like a worthless debtor who must work to earn her keep, while she sits alone in the misty gloom, surrounded by towering stacks of dirty plates, listening to their excited chatter fade down the hall. Bro, the contrast between her scrubbing grease in the dark while the entire convent is throwing a festival for her childhood friend is actually wild. Inside the grand, sunlit sanctuary, the priest formally introduces the special guest, noting his prestigious backing by Priest Andrea. And as Vlad stands before the assembly, the pews erupt into hushed whispers of admiration. The young nuns blush and whisper, completely captivated by his noble bearing and legendary reputation. But Vlad's mind is entirely elsewhere, his sharp blue eyes scanning the rows of habits with mounting frustration, completely ignoring their excited glances as he searches for the one face he actually came here to see. He realizes she isn't among the gathered crowd, despite his explicit request for every nun to be present. The head nun calls for prayer, and Vlad reluctantly closes his eyes, trying to maintain his polite noble facade, kneeling on the cold stone floor under the brilliant light of the stained glass window. As the silent prayer continues, a quiet rustling echoes from the back of the cathedral, and Vlad's eyes snap open with sudden, joyful recognition as he senses a familiar presence. Gemina has slipped in late, kneeling quietly in the dark shadows near the entrance to avoid notice. She lets out a soft breath of relief, completely unaware that her presence has already been detected. Vlad stands up, his expression turning serious as he walks down the aisle toward the back of the hall, his gaze locking onto her worn, stained habit. The accompanying nun asks if something is wrong, noticing his sudden, tense focus. Vlad points directly at Gemina, his voice tight with anger as he notes how emaciated she looks. He demands to know if they are even feeding her properly, completely abandoning his polite, noble etiquette. The central nun flinches in absolute shock, while Vlad grumbles internally about having to maintain his restraint in a holy place. He steps forward, ignoring the gasping crowd, and approaches Jemina directly. The silent cathedral is filled with tension as the nuns watch the prestigious delegate march toward the lowly kitchen servant. And Jemina looks up, her red eyes wide with disbelief as she stares at the tall, blonde warrior standing before her. She can't believe the scrawny boy from the slums could have grown into such an imposing, powerful figure, whispering his name in quiet doubt as Vlad looks down at her. He studies her worn, dirty habit, his heart aching at the sight of her neglect. Seeing the dark stains on her dress, Vlad lets out a frustrated sigh, unable to hide his anger at her treatment. He asks why her habit is so dirty, his voice laced with protective fury. The surrounding nuns gasp in absolute shock, whispering in confusion as they realize the delegate shares a deep connection with their kitchen servant. Vlad asks if they've been starving her and forcing her to work without rest, his eyes locking onto hers with intense concern. He reaches out, his large hand gently touching her red hair in a gesture of profound tenderness, softly commanding her to answer him as he breaks through her silent disbelief. Looking up at her childhood protector, Jemina completely breaks down, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks in a pained sob. Vlad's mouth sets in a firm, unyielding line as he witnesses her pain, his resolve solidifying in an instant. He tells her to screw the procedures and that they are leaving today, declaring, "Let's go home, Jemina." He takes her hand, pulling her away from her life of servitude. For a girl who grew up as an unwanted orphan in the freezing slums, home was a word she had never once heard directed at her. Recalling their childhood in the freezing alleys, huddled together under a single tattered blanket just to survive the winter. That shared trauma forged a bond stronger than blood, and seeing her safe at last, Vlad knows he will never let her suffer again. He wraps his large, dark cloak around her trembling shoulders, shielding her from the staring eyes of the cathedral, pulling her into a tight, protective embrace as she weeps against his chest. In a world that treated them as worthless garbage, they had survived by becoming each other's home and parents, their shadows finally merging into one on the cathedral floor. Jemina sits in the carriage, clutching that pillow like her entire life depends on it. And she's sweating bullets because the guy sitting across from her is the same kid she used to share a gutter with. But Vlad looks so much like a highborn noble now that she can barely look him in the eye. Vlad asks why she keeps staring, but she just mutters some hesitant excuse because the physical transformation is too much for her to process. Vlad looks genuinely confused, and honestly, Blood has zero social awareness of how intimidating his new knightly aura actually is to a traumatized slum orphan. She buries her face in the pillow, blushing and complaining that he's changed too much, exposing her deep anxiety about not fitting into his new world. They sit in the bright carriage, the silence stretching between them as they head back to their roots. Vlad points out it's only been 6 months, but the awkwardness is palpable as the carriage rattles along. While Jemina steals another glance, completely overwhelmed by how natural his noble-like elegance has become, Vlad suddenly reaches his hand out, making her flinch instinctively, only to pop a piece of expensive noble caramel right into her mouth, a small gesture of familiar warmth. He notes she's been looking completely dazed since they left the convent. Vlad wants her to eat the sweet and snap out of her shell, showing his quiet, protective nature hasn't changed at all. She chews it, immediately asking if he stole it, because when you grow up starving, your first instinct is always to assume crime. But Vlad just tells her to assume whatever she wants, refusing to boast about his achievements. He suddenly notices her tearing up, and she snaps at him for taking so damn long to come back for her. She weeps into her bag because the sheer relief of finally being safe and rescued is completely breaking her down. Vlad looks out the window, resting his chin on his hand as he lets her cry, knowing some scars take time to heal. The carriage rolls down the sunny forest path, carrying 2 orphans who are finally returning to where their story began. Night falls over the rooftops of Shoera, a town where the wealthy look down on the slums from their glowing castles. Inside his dark workshop, Otar sits alone by his forge, feeling his own life force slowly fading away. Just like the dying embers in his furnace, completely unfulfilled and forgotten. He stares at his calloused hands, swallowed by the crushing realization that he's going to die in this gutter without leaving a legacy. He stands up to close the doors, laments that even the usual back alley wanderers don't drop by anymore. And his mind instantly drifts to the blonde kid he helped smuggle out of the city months ago. Otar recalls young Vlad holding a rusty dagger, praying the kid didn't freeze to death in the northern snow. A heavy, muddy step squelches outside the door, and a familiar voice asks why he's closing so early. Otar tells the cloaked figure to come back tomorrow, but Vlad insists he's going to be way too busy starting tomorrow. Otar scoffs at a slum kid claiming to be busy, but then Vlad mentions his sword needs an immediate repair. Vlad pulls back his hood, and Otar's eyes widen as he recognizes the blonde kid who was supposed to be dead. Vlad smiles, telling him he's the only blacksmith in the world he trusts with this blade. Vlad presents the sword. Otar is completely paralyzed, staring at the weapon he never expected to see again. Then the old man's face lights up, his pride instantly overriding his shock as he yells that of course he can fix it. He eagerly drags Vlad inside, gesturing toward a seat in his cluttered backstreet workshop. Otar takes the blade, immediately analyzing the heavy damage. He points to a massive, jagged scratch, demanding to know what kind of monster could do this to his masterpiece. And Vlad calmly explains it happened while he was slaughtering goblin hordes in the freezing northern forests. Vlad details his duel of honor in DMR and how he had to scrape the blade against the earth to lure a giant deathworm. And Otar is completely awestruck, his reflection in the steel showing a man whose work is actively making history. Otar realizes that while he's been rotting in this alley, the boy has been out there living a life of true, unyielding honor. The old man laughs maniacally, his dying passion completely reignited as he prepares the forge. Otar pumps the bellows, heating the furnace until the flames roar against the stone walls. The blacksmith's star is twinkling again, his soul completely saved by the boy's return. The hammer strikes the glowing steel, sparks flying as Otar pours his entire remaining life force into repairing the blade. The next afternoon, Ned stands on a wooden pier, holding a bottle of whiskey and asking Vlad about One-Armed Jack's legendary sword IOU. Ned is stunned to realize Vlad is actually running the back alleys now, acting as the Count's official delegate. Ned explains he returned the IOU to Marcella immediately to secure her freedom, while Vlad notes the transition of power is always written in blood. Ned asks if Vlad is planning to return to Sturma, but Vlad explains he's on standby to clean up the rest of Jack's syndicate. Ned smiles, genuinely proud to see his childhood savior carrying himself with the quiet dignity of a noble-backed knight. Vlad reveals he's investigating Jack's hidden properties and assets, knowing the money bugs have been digging holes everywhere. Ned offers his help, noting his local network can track down the hidden assets in exchange for some of that expensive whiskey. Ned smirks, pointing out that nothing in the slums comes without a price, bruv. He reveals Marcella is desperately trying to locate the other courtesans who were sold off when the Rose's smile fell. Ned touches his chin, realizing there's a systematic pattern to how these women were trafficked. Vlad listens intently, his face setting into a serious line as Ned explains some of the girls vanished without a single trace, including a woman named Anna, who was abducted by a brutal bald man in the dark alleys. Ned warns that this systematic trafficking ring is completely different from Jack's usual unorganized chaos. He promises to keep digging, though his current forces are small after the recent gang wars. Ned's scarred scout approaches the pier, calling out to Vlad. The scout reports he found a highly suspicious location that matches the trafficking pattern. Vlad stands up immediately, his predatory instincts taking over as he tells Ned he's heading there right now. Ned watches him walk away, sighing at the fact that Vlad doesn't even get a single day of rest after saving them. The scene shifts to a weathered wooden sign depicting a meat cleaver hanging outside a stone building. Vlad steps into the dim, blue-shadowed butcher shop, holding the weathered paper Ned's scout retrieved. The large, muscular butcher stares at the paper, immediately looking defensive and hostile. The butcher sneers that they don't sell people here, trying to play tough to hide his panic. The butcher slams his cleaver into the cutting board, telling Vlad to get lost if he's done. Vlad watches him chop meat, silently analyzing the butcher's defensive posture. The butcher claims the shop opened 6 months ago under the protection of Black Bear, trying to use a boss's name to scare him off. Black Bear is one of the 5 bosses, a brutal pig butcher who rules through raw violence. Vlad realizes the butcher is trying to intimidate him, but his own experience with high-level knights makes this threat laughably small. Vlad smirks, a dark shadow falling over his face as he prepares to break the man's confidence. Vlad's eyes flare blue, his aura erupting as he asks how an illiterate slum butcher instantly knew the paper contained a name. The butcher freezes, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes his massive slip-up. The butcher desperately stammers that people in the slums hate paper, trying to play off his literacy as a common trait. But Vlad's glowing blue eyes lock onto him, asking coldly if he's the one selling the missing women. The butcher stands frozen, realizing his cover is completely blown. He swings his cleaver with desperate, violent force, but Vlad easily evades the strike. The butcher grunts as he presses the attack, completely outmatched by Vlad's speed. He screams, demanding to know who this blonde monster is. Vlad offers him a final chance to cooperate quietly if he doesn't want to bleed. A sinister smile spreads across a shadowed face in the dark alley, welcoming the return of the back alley's raw violence. Vlad draws his sword, ordering Otar to close the door because the shop is officially closed for business today. Cleaning the blood off a blade is just another Tuesday in Shoera, but the sudden influx of lawless outsiders means One-Armed Jack's grip on the slums has completely rotted, leaving a power vacuum that's inviting far worse monsters than street thugs. Vlad had to physically squeeze the truth out of a terrified middleman, knowing that if he let this lead go cold, the entire human trafficking network operating in Shora's blind spots would vanish back into the shadows. What started as a simple cleanup mission has spiraled into an absolute nightmare, forcing Vlad to make a move. Before these underground slave traders realize the local authorities are finally breathing down their necks. But just as Vlad prepares to pass the burden to his noble patrons, a young informant runs up, delivering a fresh lead that completely shatters any hope of Vlad having a peaceful night. The kid reveals that Anna, the missing woman, was loaded into an unmarked carriage, which confirms she didn't just run away. She was systematically trafficked out of the slums. But the real horror is the target profile. Every single woman taken was heavily pregnant, which instantly triggers alarm bells because no standard slave market has any use for expectant mothers. This is a highly specialized, deeply sinister operation, and if Vlad doesn't locate their destination immediately, these women are going to face a fate far worse than simple labor. Even for the lawless slums, this crosses a line that Vlad's personal code absolutely refuses to tolerate. And the sudden, heavy presence of the voice behind his consciousness warns him of an impending catastrophe. A sudden psychic flash floods Vlad's mind, showing a young girl screaming behind iron bars, connecting this current horror to the unresolved trauma of his own childhood in the gutter. The voice urges him to trust his instincts, because hesitation here means certain death for the captives. Vlad realizes he has to act now, even if it means dragging the nobility into a slum war. He instantly springs into action, heading straight for the military command center, where Sir Borden is currently enjoying a luxurious feast of tarts and pastries. Completely oblivious to the fact that his quiet holiday is about to be violently interrupted, Blund is really out here devouring strawberry cake, while a human trafficking crisis is unfolding. Borden is absolutely drowning in paperwork and begs for a 2-day delay, but Vlad flatly refuses, knowing that every single hour they waste is another hour those pregnant women are trafficked. Vlad threatens to take the matter straight to the mayor, forcing Borden to realize that this kid from the slums is not someone he can easily manipulate or delay. Borden's hopes for a peaceful holiday are officially dead as he looks out the window, spotting the grand arrival of the high-ranking knights of House Bayezid. Sir Joseph has returned early, bringing the full weight of his military escort to Shoera. The grand carriage pulls up to the cathedral, setting the stage for a massive political shift. Sir Joseph steps out, his calm gaze masking a calculating political ambition. The corrupt mayor of Shoera immediately begins groveling, completely unaware that his political career is about to be systematically dismantled by the very nobles he's trying to flatter. Vlad stands in the background, keeping his head low but his eyes sharp, sensing the underlying tension. Sir Jair immediately senses that something is rotting in Shoera, ordering the meeting moved indoors. They stride down the polished marble hallways, their heavy boots echoing in the quiet corridor. The mayor eagerly offers his office, but Jair stops him, insisting on a security sweep. The mayor acts offended, trying to play the victim to hide his deep panic. But Jair's green aura flares, completely paralyzing the corrupt official with pure, nightly pressure. The mayor stammers in terror, realizing his petty slum authority means absolutely nothing to an advanced knight. Jair praises Vlad's vigilance, validating his junior in front of the entire escort. And honestly, you gotta respect the hustle because my man is playing 4D chess with the local nobility, fam. Jair asks Vlad for his report, and Vlad carefully prepares to leverage this political moment by requesting a private audience with the corrupt mayor to dig up the trafficking ring. Jair is immensely proud, realizing Vlad has finally learned to navigate high-stakes noble politics. Jair approves the request, officially calling Sir Joseph into the room to finalize the trap. The attendants enter, marveling at the luxurious office funded by back-alley bribery, while the corrupt mayor stands sweating, realizing his luxurious life is rapidly slipping away. The mayor tries to regain his footing by boasting about the view, but Jair disdainfully rejects the red velvet throne, declaring it far too gaudy for a man of true honor. The mayor freezes as Sir Joseph steps into the light, his silhouette radiating absolute authority. The corrupt official stammers, realizing his entire network of bribery and collusion has been exposed. Sir Joseph calmly commands him to confess all his crimes, delivering a cold, polite execution of his career, by officially stripping the mayor of his title and appointing Sir Borden to take his place. The heavy silence of deposed authority settles over the room. Armed with Borden's official backing, Vlad's heavy boots steps back into the rotting mud of the slums, descending into the oldest, most dangerous alleyways where the regular watchguards never dare to tread. Vlad knows this territory is ruled by the pig butcher, a place thick with the scent of blood. And as they walk deeper, the hollow, red-eyed silhouettes of the desperate slum dwellers surround them, proving that some places in Shoera are so completely forsaken that even the syndicates left them to rot. Vlad stops before a grim gate adorned with a massive, chained ram skull, and stands flanked by hanging skeletons, ready to breach the pig butcher's territory to find the missing women. Vlad finally locates the blacksmith cell. His hand reaches out, iron clanking against stone, where Otar looks out from behind the bars, immediately demanding to know who's lurking in his dark corner. Vlad just stares back with absolute deadpan energy, letting the silence hang because he knows the entire alley is already sweating over his return. And honestly, this is a calculated power move to show he's no longer the helpless street rat they can just ignore. He's reflecting on how the old Vlad would have been thrown in a ditch like this daily, but the game has completely changed, because right now, he is carrying the weight and political honor of some of the most powerful names in the entire kingdom. Stepping back out into the cool evening air of the slums, he pulls his dark hood low, resolving to handle this business himself because letting a human trafficking ring rot his hometown is where he draws the line. The sun sets over the decaying timber frames of Shoera as heavy, fur-trimmed boots trudge through the mud, with Borden's guard escort carrying a massive white flag right behind him to signal a formal, noble takeover of the gutter. They halt outside the heavy wooden doors of Black Bear's territory, where a massive, shirtless guard blocks the threshold, and demands to know why a random noble-looking kid is wandering around the most dangerous block in the slums. Vlad doesn't even bother answering, letting his absolute silence do the talking while the guard's patience completely evaporates, until Vlad drops a cold, lethal warning that closing this door means nobody inside survives the night. Blood's arrogant smirk instantly vanishes as Vlad's left eye flares with that unmistakable, terrifying blue starlight. And before anyone can process the threat, Vlad grips the heavy wooden pole and drives the banner of honor deep into the dirt, declaring his absolute authority as the rightful delegate of Shoera. He's not playing games, openly warning them that Black Bear needs to crawl out and face him directly, while the guard breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this is the exact monster from the rumors who slaughtered Jack's syndicate. And honestly, he wasn't exaggerating, leaving a pile of bleeding, unconscious thugs scattered across the stone floor, completely painting the room red in a matter of seconds to show the slums that the old power dynamics are dead. Within his mind, the voice echoes with a chilling, solemn reminder that this is the absolute last time he lends his strength, leaving Vlad to stand alone in the quiet ruins as we transition to the next stage of Joseph's political cleanup. Meanwhile, the corrupt, deposed former mayor of Shoera plods across the sunlit plaza toward the grand administrative hall, anxiously looking up at the high arched windows where a powerful silhouette is watching his every move. Inside the plush office, Sir Joseph Bayezid looks through the decorative metal frame, expressing a rare moment of pity for the mayor's ruin. Though Sir Jair quickly shuts it down, noting the man's systemic corruption made his public downfall in Sturma completely inevitable. Joseph turns back toward the room, asking how the slum boss Black Bear reacted to their sudden military presence. And Jair confirms the boss chose immediate cooperation over annihilation, which is honestly the only smart decision Big Man could have made. Vlad walks in, dryly noting that their shared gutter origins made the negotiation a lot smoother, while Joseph just smirks, privately reflecting on how Vlad is adapting to this complex political chess game. Because despite Vlad's lack of formal education, he is executing every single high-stakes mission flawlessly, proving that Joseph's grand plan to mold this street kid into a perfect, loyal knight is actually working. Joseph looks down with absolute satisfaction, silently reviewing the chess pieces he has spent years assembling, including his 5 elite, heavily armored knights standing in perfect formation, his beastman mage Dorothea, his administrative team, and his highly trained cavalry, all of whom represent the absolute foundation of his military and political power. None of them carry the raw, unpredictable potential of his newest asset, the young squire who has already defied the odds and manifested aura at age 17, which is absolute main character behavior. Joseph knows that this vassal troop is his only ticket to surviving the succession war against his half-brother Lutgit, because if he wins, they all rise to glory, but if he fails, they all sink into the dirt together. He stares out over the endless rooftops of Shoera, realizing the city is his final stepping stone to the throne. And though his fragile health limits his own swordplay, his strategic mind is already 10 moves ahead of his rivals. He knows the dark, magical forces creeping into the north are far too dangerous to ignore. And this cleanup campaign is his ultimate opportunity to secure a firm wall against the royal castle's influence. Turning to the hall, Joseph officially tasks Sir Gregory with leading the investigation into the missing pregnant women. And Gregory accepts the heavy responsibility with a solemn, respectful gesture of absolute loyalty. Joseph trusts him because Gregory is a neutral knight who refuses to get blinded by the family's internal succession feud. Gregory requests to work alongside Sir Cade, whose legendary tracking techniques are exactly what they need to find the slave carriages. And Vlad is completely taken aback when Gregory warmly welcomes him to the team as their rising star. As the meeting concludes, the heavy weight of the upcoming hunt settles over the Silent Hall. Miles away in the Western Territories, a violent, freezing rainstorm lashes against a grand stone manor, where a sudden, blinding bolt of lightning illuminates the estate of the Baron of Utman. Inside the dark, blue-tinted bedroom, a young boy lies gasping for air, his lungs failing from a terminal illness, while his parents stand over the bed in absolute, helpless grief as the child's life slowly slips away. The Baron turns toward the window, where a mysterious, pale-haired woman stands enveloped in a dark, cold light. And clenching his fist until his knuckles turn white, the father makes a desperate, tragic decision to save his son at any cost. Tears stream down his face as he begs the entity to cure his child, completely blind to the dark price of his deal. And the mysterious woman slowly floats above the floor, her dark dress billowing as she begins to speak, unleashing a violent, swirling vortex of dark purple magical energy that completely consumes the room, as her eyes erupt with a manic, purple light, laughing because she is the dark savior who answers when God refuses to look. The freezing rain of Mosiam beats down on the forest path, signaling the start of a grueling covert operation, where Sir Gregory immediately grumbles about the miserable storm, trying to break the heavy silence with our boy Vlad, who simply stares at the distant, glowing lights of the Baron of Utman's estate, knowing they are operating completely outside the protective jurisdiction of the Bayezid flag, while Gregory slides his silver flask over, offering a quick drink to stave off the biting frost. But Vlad's mind is already tracking the stakes, which is why he silently declines, heading into the dark brush to find dry wood because freezing to death before the investigation even starts is a very real threat. And even with Gregory warning him that the wet wood is useless, Vlad's stubborn street survival instincts kick in, prompting Gregory to smile, secretly seeing the exact same unyielding resolve that made Sir Jair such a legendary pain in the ass. But reality hits fast when the rain-soaked branches turn out to be completely useless, leaving Vlad staring at his wet hands in silent frustration, until Sir Cade steps through the thick fog, presenting hollow, dry wood he tracked down using his elite scouting skills, which is why Vlad immediately offers to carry the heavy load, attempting to repay his debt to the knight who almost lost everything in Varna, causing Cade to pause, his usual quiet stoicism melting into a moment of genuine, awkward gratitude. as he looks at the young associate knight who saved his life, preparing to address the unspoken bond between them, and finally thanking Vlad for pulling him back from the brink of self-destruction when his knightly honor was shattered, to which Vlad brushes it off with a warm, genuine smile, showing that his streetwise pragmatism is always balanced by a fierce loyalty to his comrades. While Cade admits that joining this ragtag investigation team was the best decision he ever made, realizing they're the only ones who can uncover the dark truth of Mosiam, prompting Gregory to chuckle, noting most proud nobles would rather freeze to death than do manual labor, which is exactly why they are currently disguised as simple mercenaries. Because in this lawless territory, their noble titles are a massive liability that could get them killed before they find a single clue. And Gregory lays out the cold hard facts. They are completely on their own here, relying solely on Black Bear's shady cooperation to locate the missing pregnant women. Since this is the absolute limit of Sir Joseph's political reach, meaning any mistake will result in a silent execution with zero backup. And Vlad accepts the gravity of the situation, knowing the lives of the abducted victims depend entirely on their silence. So as the senior knights turn back to rest, Vlad lingers in the freezing rain, his eyes locked on the quiet town, as the cold wind triggers a phantom echo of the agonizing screams he heard during his childhood in the Squara slums, vowing that he will use his newly granted authority to ensure the innocent children of Mosiam do not suffer the same horrific fate. And the next morning, the heavy fog blankets the forest path as the three riders approach a secluded wooden inn at the edge of town, where Gregory's seasoned instincts immediately flare up, sensing an unnatural, suffocating silence in the empty streets, while Cade tries to rationalize the lack of people, pointing toward the inn as a safe place to gather intelligence. And Vlad quietly agrees, his mind focused on finding a warm hearth and a lead on the human trafficking ring. As the wooden building stands isolated in the mist, looking incredibly sketchy, like the perfect place to hide a dark operation. And the innkeeper's nervous sweat drop immediately alerts Vlad that this man is hiding something deep under his obsequious facade, especially when the man hesitates to take them in, citing the recent wave of bizarre, terrifying abductions plaguing the territory. While from behind the counter, a young girl with innocent green eyes peeks out, completely oblivious to the danger surrounding her. Vlad gives her a gentle, reassuring wave, his protective instincts instantly warming to her sweet, shy smile, until the voice in his head suddenly screams his name, shattering the peaceful atmosphere with an urgent, terrifying warning, which causes Vlad to freeze, realizing the voice has detected a massive, parasitic magical presence right inside this room. And the voice offers to lend Vlad its sensory perception, commanding him to look closely at the young girl. So Vlad's left eye flares with a brilliant, blinding white light as he channels the voice's power to peer past the physical veil. And what he sees completely freezes his blood, revealing a dark, swirling mass of heretical energy, coiled tightly around her neck, feeding on her life force through a heretical silver cross necklace, leaving Vlad's mind reeling in absolute horror as he identifies the dark, parasitic curse binding the child's soul. While the contrast is sickening, the innocent girl smiles happily, completely unaware of the dark, heretical parasites slowly consuming her life. And this horrific sight triggers Vlad's deepest childhood trauma, recalling how the weak were ruthlessly sacrificed in the Squara slums, where corrupt, greedy adults took everything from those who had no means to defend themselves, leaving the abandoned children with no choice but to die miserably in the cold, dark alleys. And from that hellish, unforgiving place, young Vlad forged an unyielding, solemn vow, promising that he would never become like those parasitic adults who feed on the weak, and created a strict, personal code of honor to protect the innocent, a rule he must uphold at all costs. Because in a lawless world, if those with power do not stand up, the innocent are doomed to a silent, forgotten death. And as a warrior carrying the honor of two great houses, Vlad knows his white banner is completely meaningless unless he acts now, which is why he tracks the dark, heretical energy trail outside, leading directly to a massive, Gothic stone cathedral shrouded in the heavy fog, knowing that the source of this heretical curse is operating right under the guise of holy sanctuary. And Vlad takes a deep breath, steeling his resolve to infiltrate the cathedral and expose the rot hidden within its walls. As he steps into the grand, dimly lit sanctuary, his footsteps echoing softly against the cold stone floor. The atmosphere is suffocatingly normal, yet Vlad's instincts scream that a dark, heretical presence is lurking in the shadows. And he struggles to pinpoint the exact source of the sickening discomfort clawing at his chest, until a dark, hooded figure approaches from the shadows, forcing Vlad to quickly mask his alert posture and kneel on the stone floor, clasping his hands in a perfect, deceptive display of solemn prayer. While the footsteps stop directly behind him, the heavy silence of the cathedral stretching with immense tension, and a priest with round spectacles and a welcoming smile greets him, holding a large red book close to his chest, to which Vlad bows politely, offering a humble apology for barging in, playing the role of a simple mercenary to perfection. But as Vlad's hand brushes past the red book, a violent, sickening jolt of heretical energy surges through his body, instantly connecting the book's dark energy to the heretical curse suffocating the young girl at the inn. So Vlad looks up, his eyes cold and sharp as he focuses on the heretical black cross-circle emblem embossed on the cover, realizing with absolute, lethal clarity that the entire Church of Mosiam has been completely corrupted by a dark heretical cult. The priest's voice is entirely too smooth, offering cheap comfort in a house of God. While Vlad keeps his eyes low, scanning the shadows for the heretical curse he felt just moments ago, playing the role of a humble mercenary just trying to find a quiet corner to pray before leaving. The grand cathedral feels empty, but the cold stone walls are practically suffocating with hidden malice, confirming Vlad's theory that the cursed silver necklace from the inn wasn't an isolated incident. The priest's smile is a mask, and Vlad knows that letting his guard down here means a swift death. So he politely bows out, pretending to focus on his own spiritual devotion. But the priest's sudden prayer for a sweeping epidemic instantly freezes the blood in Vlad's veins, as the holy man asks for the protection of the town's children with an unsettlingly calm face. Vlad wastes no time, cornering a local elder in the foggy outskirts to dig up the truth, trying to play off his intense curiosity as mere concern for his traveling schedule, only for the old man to drop a chilling detail that changes the stakes entirely. This supposedly random epidemic is highly selective. It only targets the children, spreading rapidly across every single town ruled by the Baron of Utman. Vlad nods politely, thanking the elder while his mind pieces together the horrific puzzle. Missing women in the south and dying children in the north. The dark omens are perfectly aligned, proving this isn't a natural disease, but a calculated harvest of innocent souls. Vlad needs holy water or a relic to break the curse, but the voice warns him that this is the work of a high-level dark mage, far beyond basic church remedies. Vlad questions how the voice knows this, but the entity's memories remain fragmented and elusive. Without physical evidence of the cult's actions, Vlad cannot convince Borden's guards to intervene, until a sudden memory flashes of the priest distributing those exact silver cross necklaces to the children. The memory reveals the sinister trap. The holy symbols themselves are the anchors of the curse. Vlad focuses on the present, spotting a suspicious hooded figure slipping into the thick fog, and decides to tail them, ignoring the voice's warnings about the dense heretical energy ahead. The target moves deeper into the misty woods, completely unaware of the hunter behind them. Vlad smirks, noting Blood really bragged about his pickpocketing skills to a literal ancient entity. But his amusement fades as the silhouette guides him toward an isolated windmill. The path is too quiet, and the layout is practically begging for an ambush, confirming the hunter has officially become the prey in this foggy trap. Vlad decides to cut his losses and retreat to report to Sir Gregory. But the misty forest is already closing in, sealing his escape route. A sudden, lethal strike cuts through the fog with blinding speed, forcing Vlad to draw his blade in a fraction of a second, parrying the heavy blow as sparks illuminate the dark trees. The impact is incredibly heavy, rattling Vlad's bones and forcing him back. A green-cloaked figure lunges from the mist, directing the attack with practiced coordination, clashing steel with a ferocity that leaves no room for negotiation. Vlad leaps backward, creating distance to assess the overwhelming threat. His hand is completely numb. This isn't some random backstreet thug. A genuine, fully armored knight stands before him, radiating pure authority. The knight's pale yellow eye locks onto him as their blade begins to hum, signaling the activation of a high-level combat technique. Vlad cannot gauge the opponent's limits, meaning he must go all out immediately. He braces himself, his own sword crackling with a vibrant blue-green aura, as the knight charges forward, executing a flawless, lethal lunge, relying on sheer speed to deliver a fatal blow before Vlad can react. Vlad parries, but the sheer physical pressure is completely overwhelming, shattering his guard and cutting deep into his defensive line. A brilliant explosion of golden energy erupts from the knight's blade, and Bruv realized he's completely outclassed by a genuine ore user. A voice screams for Vlad to stop, but the impact is already underway, colliding with a violent, blinding discharge of magical force. The shockwave tears through the forest floor, throwing up a cloud of debris, leaving Vlad kneeling in the dirt, struggling to draw breath through the pain. Through the haze, the golden silhouette of the knight stands completely untamed, revealing an entity of immense spiritual power and authority. The voice instantly recognizes the golden cross emblem on the shield, identifying the warrior as a high-ranking holy knight of the church. Vlad tries to clear up the misunderstanding, but the voice warns him that words are meaningless now that the knight has drawn her blade. She is determined to subdue him first before asking any questions. The voice is screaming for Vlad to respond as the impact between the two blades sends a physical shockwave through his entire frame, proving this knight's weight is nothing like Sir Pablo's. Vlad is desperately searching for an aura signature, but there's no tell, which is when the voice identifies the cheat code as a blessing, meaning she doesn't need to build a world like other knights, because the divine word she follows is already positioned as the ultimate authority over this physical reality. She strikes downward with the force of a falling star, the golden light blinding as it meets steel. Vlad is internally malting because getting this much power just for being religious is honestly a scam, but he locks in, his eyes focusing on the distance as he prepares to exploit the holes in her momentum, because despite the heavy blessing, this holy knight is actually leaving herself wide open for a punishing counter, and Vlad watches her descent from below, waiting for the perfect millisecond to move his blade, his hands gripping the hilt as green energy flares in response to the voice's command to strike. The blades scream against each other, but Yesh's eyes show she's already 3 moves ahead of the trade. Vlad commits everything to the lunge, pushing his magical output to the limit to break her guard, but she just whispers that she's got him, her yellow eyes glowing with the calm of a professional. She doesn't even dodge the strike. She just shifts her weight and redirects the entire flow of the combat, leaving Vlad's brain to buffer as his momentum completely evaporates into the thin mountain air. She casually tells him to regain his balance while treating him like a level 1 tutorial boss, and even though he tries to block the follow-up with his armored gauntlet, the sheer technical precision of her downward strike sends him crashing into the dirt with enough force to rattle his teeth in his skull, leaving him gasping for air as he clutches his side and wonders how he just got folded so effortlessly by a silhouette standing over him like the literal main character of the story. Vlad is sweating, trying to process the physics of what just happened until she explains that it was an armor technique, a Holy Knight specialty that uses plate armor to slide a blade off its trajectory. The fact that she hasn't even broken a sweat confirms she was showing him openings just to bait him into a trap, and Vlad finally admits he got played for real before asking for her identity, raising his hands to show he's not looking for a round 2 and confirming his Shoera origins, which actually manages to catch the white-haired knight off guard for the first time since they met. The scene shifts to a quiet inn as the sun sets, casting long, orange shadows over the foggy town, where she introduces herself as Yeshja, a dispatched knight from the northern archdiocese of San Logino. Sir Gregory steps in to play the diplomat, suggesting they actually sit down and discuss the situation like civilized adults, and Yeshja admits she originally thought the local deaths were just a normal epidemic until she uncovered the traces of an ancient curse that's been festering in the shadows of this territory. Gregory is stunned because the town has a church, but Yeshja drops a massive truth bomb by boldly accusing the church itself of being the primary agent behind the spread of this demonic curse. Vlad is speechless, and even Sir Cade has to admit that this girl is incredibly sharp to call out her own organization, which makes Gregory realize the situation is a literal political landmine for everyone involved, especially since they are currently standing outside the protection of the Bayezid family flag. He asks Yeshja to thank the new mayor of Shoera for the intel, but the atmosphere in the room is still suffocating, as Yeshja notes that the mayor's foresight was basically a warning to stay away, since dark magic is strictly church business, and they have no legal authority to go any further, effectively drawing a line in the sand that leaves Vlad staring into the distance in silence. The weight of responsibility is a heavy burden when you're forced to watch a disaster happen from the sidelines, and Yeshja stands there as the stoic representative of a law that's currently tying their hands. Vlad looks out at the foggy cathedral, realizing that finding Anna in this mess is starting to look impossible, but then little Marion, the innkeeper's daughter, approaches him to ask if they're really leaving already. Vlad gives her the corporate work is finished excuse, but the kid hits him with a philosophical reality check, stating that no work in this world ever truly ends, which even the voice has to respect, and she explains that her dad is keeping her inside because the neighborhood is becoming a nightmare, but she begs Vlad to stay just a bit longer for the church's presence. The innkeeper thinks the church gathering the children for a message is something to be thankful for, but Vlad is suspicious, asking for the exact timeline, and learning the event is scheduled in 4 days. Vlad drinks his ale as the narrator notes that Yeshja's Holy Night backup is also 4 days away, prompting Vlad to stay until the timelines converge, which makes Marion brighten up with pure joy. She offers him a gift, and when Vlad asks what it is, she tells him it's a flower ring, though Vlad is confused because there isn't a single living petal in this entire district. He looks at the ring in his palm, realizing it's just twisted vines from the inn walls, and he laments living in a town where even a small flower is a luxury. Before the innkeeper orders Marion to bed, and she makes Vlad promise he'll still be there when she wakes. He says, probably, which is enough to send her running off with the kind of pure excitement that only a kid can have, but as she walks away, her footsteps suddenly stutter and stop. She starts trembling in the middle of the floor, and Vlad watches from the table as the light leaves her eyes and she collapses face down, her dad already screaming in terror as he rushes to her side, but Vlad is already moving because he knows this isn't a normal medical emergency. He tells the voice to lend him his world so he can see the invisible reality, and his eye flares blue, revealing the girl engulfed in a screaming, purple aura of spiritual agony. The curse is leaking out of her silver cross necklace like black, viscous ink spreading across her chest, and as the light descends from above, the narrator confirms the worst, the curse is activated. The gears of the voice's sword begin to turn as the reality of the trap finally hits home. The heavy, frantic thuds of boots echoing down the stone corridor signal that the fragile piece in Mosiam is officially dead. As Sir Gregory sprints forward with Yeshja right behind him, the raw terror in the room is palpable because Marion's father is clutching his daughter as her body violently seizes, with her skin turning a deathly pale gray while Gregory demands answers from Yeshja, whose silent dread confirms this is no ordinary illness. As a thick, ghostly white mist of pure life force begins to pour from Marion's mouth, drifting like a physical thread toward the cathedral, which Vlad instantly recognizes as the same cursed energy that took down Sir Roderick, realizing the dark entity behind this is already watching them. Standing in the freezing shadow of the corridor, Vlad's analytical mind is racing because he knows they are completely out of their depth, while Yeshja silently curses her own arrogance, realizing her flashy display of divine power in the woods tipped off the heretics way too early. And without waiting for a coordinated plan, she turns on her heel to head straight into the trap alone, leaving Gregory with a grim, final warning to report her death to her comrades if she doesn't make it back from the cathedral. Which absolutely sets Vlad off because he cannot stand watching another ally march into a slaughter while Gregory just stands there, paralyzed by the political boundaries of a territory that doesn't fly the Bayezid flag, and bro really thinks a border is going to stop a dying child. As Vlad's eyes flare with a cold fury, he is instantly dragged back to the freezing, dark alleys of his childhood, where he had to watch Ned scream in agony on the dirt floor while the adults of Shoera simply walked past, choosing their own safety over a dying child. And that lingering, bitter memory of absolute helplessness is exactly why Vlad refuses to play the role of the passive bystander today, realizing that his entire journey to obtain the sword wasn't about noble prestige or securing a comfortable life, but about gaining the raw, physical power to tear down the monsters who prey on the weak in the dark, resolving that he would rather burn his own life to the ground than become like the cowards who let children die in the gutters. So he steps forward, his hand locking onto the hilt of his battle-scarred sword with absolute, lethal intent. But Gregory blocks his path, his heavy hand stopping the boy to deliver a harsh, sobering truth, reminding Vlad that the weight of a knight's weapon isn't measured by how many people it can slaughter, but by the heavy burden of cause and responsibility that must guide every single swing, which Vlad flatly rejects, asking Gregory what the point of noble cause and responsibility is if they can't even protect a dying girl. And that raw, streetwise truth completely breaks Gregory's hesitation, forcing the veteran knight to yield to the boy's resolve, granting Vlad his official blessing to bypass their operational limits and unleash his full power, as the blade begins to vibrate with a brilliant, glowing golden light that signals the awakening of something ancient. While deep within the cathedral, the heretical bell begins to toll, its dark purple runes humming with a sickening, cursed energy. As Yeshja steps into the grand, misty sanctuary, her silver hair catching the dim light of the heretical altar, declaring that the sacred ground cannot be defiled by the dark magic of a corrupted priesthood, casting a massive, imposing shadow across the stone floor as she warns the hidden heretics to face her. Her holy declaration is violently cut short as a massive, bloody impact rattles the cathedral walls, forcing her to raise her guard. As the massive wooden doors are shattered, revealing the dark, misty sanctuary where Vlad suddenly steps through, his eyes flaring with a cold, blue starlight as he raises his sword to confront the traces of blasphemy, while the heretical priest emerges from the shadows, mocking Vlad's small numbers and his foolish decision to enter alone. Stepping slowly across the dark stone floor, his boots clicking softly as he declares that no prayers will save them today, looking back with a single, glowing purple eye that reveals the sheer depth of his corruption. But Vlad doesn't even flinch, his mind instantly analyzing the suffocating, foreign energy that fills the entire cathedral, realizing that the dark-haired priest has completely hollowed out the local church to feed on the town's children. And as the priest smiles with a manic, self-righteous grin, Vlad knows that standard physical strikes won't be enough to purge this heresy, requiring him to tap into the forbidden, life-threatening power of his internal realm. So he closes his right eye, entering the world of voices to prepare a massive spiritual strike. While the heretical cultists begin to shriek, their pale, mask-like faces twisted in a silent, unnatural scream, as they lunge forward, their claw-like hands reaching out to tear through the physical boundaries of the sanctuary, splintering the heavy wooden structures with a violent, crushing force that threatens to overwhelm Yeshja, as the distorted, screaming spectral figures of the town's prior victims materialize in the dark, prompting Yeshja to demand if these heretics have completely abandoned their fear of God. But the priest simply laughs, holding his red book with the heretical emblem as he removes his spectacles like he's about to start a podcast on heresy, stepping on the open, ruined pages of his text to unleash a massive, swirling vortex of dark purple magic, his face contorting in a manic, heretical grin as he fully embraces the dark power, which instantly causes the white-robed victims in the background to collapse, their life force completely drained, forcing Vlad to kneel on the stone floor, driving his sword deep into the earth to anchor his soul, as the shadowy, gaunt spirits of the children cry out in the dark, begging for a savior. And with his left eye flaring with a cross-shaped golden light, Vlad offers his own lifespan as the ultimate price, unleashing a colossal, radiant pair of white wings of energy that erupt from his back, illuminating the entire cathedral, as a single, brilliant star twinkles in the dark night sky above Mosiam, channeling a massive, blinding beam of golden light that descends directly onto the cathedral spire, shattering the stone ceiling as the holy fire of Saint Rosino's zealous demonic purge completely incinerates the darkness, purifying the screaming heretical spirits in a sea of golden flames that cleanses the sanctuary, leaving the heretical priest's face contorted in absolute shock because Blood did not expect a teenager to drop a tactical nuke of holy fire on his head. As Vlad stands victorious, his wings of light fully extended like a divine executioner, his hands firmly gripping his sword hilt as the golden energy crackles violently around him. But the priest refuses to submit, his hand wreathed in a dark purple energy as he mocks Vlad's raw power, warning Vlad that a single torch cannot withstand the overwhelming, encroaching darkness, as the dark purple magic begins to swirl intensely around them once more, attempting to choke out the golden light of the purge with a chaotic, suffocating force. As the priest delivers a grim, chilling warning about the physical toll this miracle takes on Vlad's lifespan. Stepping over his ruined book to declare that only a thicker darkness will remain at the end of his light. His face cast in a sinister, purple-tinted grin that promises a brutal, unforgiving clash. The zealous demonic purge has officially detonated, channeling a massive pillar of divine holy fire directly onto the heretical cathedral, instantly incinerating the dark priest's monstrous army into harmless, drifting smoke, leaving Vlad standing right in the center of the absolute devastation as his golden, crackling eyes reflect the terrifying presence of the voice, because more hollow-faced heretics are already crawling out of the dark, forcing him to realize the true, horrifying scale of this entire child trafficking operation. While a shadowy, cloaked figure slowly approaches a blade dripping with pure, concentrated heretical magic, triggering a sudden, violent resonance that pulls Vlad back to Saint Rosino's final stand, where the legendary commander stood completely broken, facing an executioner who mocked his holy devotion, with a smug, punchable grin, fully believing that darkness had officially won the war. But Rosino refused to yield, choosing to ignite his very soul into a blinding, divine light. And that exact same ancient, sacrificial power is now manifesting directly in front of Vlad, leaving our boy completely paralyzed with shock as he connects with the saint's residual memories, witnessing a soul so fiercely dedicated to protecting the weak that it would drag its executioner to hell, completely burning away its own life force just to leave a single, guiding spark in the dark, before his consciousness is violently slammed back into the brutal reality of the present cathedral, where the heretical priest is still trying to choke out the light with his purple energy, while Dame Yusha, completely exhausted and cornered by the flames, can barely hold her sword upright, forcing Sir Gregory to throw himself directly into the front lines, screaming to draw their focus, even though the smug priest just chuckles at their struggle, thinking his dark forces have already won, as he unleashes a massive, corrupting blast of purple magic to wipe them all out. But Vlad doesn't wait for permission, leaping straight through the blinding fire with his sword raised, sending like a literal meteor of pure, unadulterated fury right onto the priest's head, screaming his absolute disgust because this monster chose to target innocent, defenseless children, clashing his steel directly against the heretic's purple-wreathed blade with terrifying physical force, locking them in a brutal, high-stakes deadlock as the cathedral actively burns to the ground, until Vlad's eyes flare with that familiar, terrifying blue light, forcing the priest to look up and panic, as he sees his own inevitable doom reflected in the cold, glowing depths of Vlad's gaze. And the towering, electrified silhouette of the voice manifests behind him like a literal god of lightning, instantly triggering a chilling realization in the priest's mind, realizing exactly what ancient entity he is facing. But Vlad doesn't give him a single second to process, shoving his blade forward to end this, completely shattering the priest's guard with a brutal parry that sends sparks flying everywhere, as Gregory and Yusha watch from the debris, completely battered and bruised from the previous clash, with Yusha desperately warning Gregory that they are walking into a massive, meticulously planned trap. But Gregory knows they can't retreat, not when the lives of the stolen children are actively draining, forcing Yusha to point toward the towering bell, which is covered in glowing purple runes, realizing they have to destroy that cursed bell immediately if they want any of these kids to survive. But with Circade unable to use aura to shield himself from the corrupting mist, Gregory has to make a split-second, high-stakes gamble to clear a path, preparing to throw his own body directly into the center of the heretical horde, igniting his orange aura to its absolute limit to draw every single monster's attention, screaming at the top of his lungs to act as a massive, glowing decoy, shattering the stone floor beneath his boots as he charges directly into the front lines, executing a perfectly timed, high-speed sword clash with Vlad to transfer his physical momentum, literally catapulting Vlad upward and bypassing the entire defensive blockade of the staircase, as Gregory takes the full brunt of the counterattack, gritting his teeth through the pain, while a massive explosion of debris and dust completely covers Vlad's rapid ascent, with Gregory screaming at him to go break whatever heretical relic is powering this curse. And Vlad, fully locked in, shouts his agreement as he launches himself into the dark, leaving Gregory behind to hold the line against an endless sea of monsters. But the heretical priest immediately tries to intercept him, channeling a dark purple curse from his fingertips, summoning a wave of terrifying, hollow-eyed corpses that forces Vlad to grit his teeth, sprinting through the narrow, dark corridors as the pale, screaming husks claw at his cloak, completely swarming him until a brilliant, golden glowing arrow pierces straight through the lead monster's skull, burning away the dark, corrupt energy with a blinding flash of holy light. As the creature shrieks in pure agony, its physical form completely incinerating, revealing Circade standing tall in the golden light, bow drawn and ready to provide cover, shouting for Vlad to keep moving forward without looking back, while he continuously unleashes a barrage of holy arrows to clear the path, shredding through the heretical guard and preventing them from enclosing on Vlad's position, completely vaporizing the defensive blockade in a series of blinding, golden explosions, allowing Vlad to carve through the remaining stragglers with a massive, sweeping strike, even as the overwhelming weight of the curse tries to drag his physical body down, forcing him to tap directly into his blue aura, his eye flaring with a blinding, primal power, unleashing a massive, crescent-shaped wave of energy that completely clears the corridor, as the screaming spirits finally dissolve into harmless particles of light, leaving him gasping for air, crouching on the wooden steps of the bell tower to catch his breath for one final, desperate push, before lunging forward down the dark corridor toward the source of the curse, reflecting on the harsh, undeniable truth that not everyone in this cruel world has the power to survive. Recalling his childhood vow in the slums, a sacred promise to become a shield for those who cannot fight. Realizing that a true knight doesn't wait for permission or perfect circumstances to act. Knowing that hesitation in this exact moment means the death of every single stolen child. Resolving to completely burn away his own life force to become a blinding, protective light, as he unleashes his newly awakened, terrifying power to shatter the heretical curse once and for all. The heretical thralls lunge with a desperate, mindless hunger, their hollow eyes fixed on the only living heat in the room. But Sir Gregory's blade meets them halfway, his orange aura flaring as he realizes these things aren't just monsters, they're a mockery of life. He hacks through the pale forms with a veteran's precision, knowing that the zealous demonic purge only bought them a temporary window. And as more spectral figures emerge from the haze, Gregory realizes the sheer scale of the heretical church's depravity. He delivers a crushing blow to a lunging ghoul, his jaw set because he knows every second wasted here is a second the curse takes deeper root. The skeletal remains of the church's victims crawl across the cold stone, their unhinged jaws letting out a silent, soul-piercing screech. While in the distance, Vlad stands trembling, his hand bloodied from the recoil of a power he wasn't meant to wield yet. Gregory looks down in pure disgust as a withered hand grazes his boot, the absolute filth of this place finally getting to him. He turns his back on the carnage, his eyes landing on the shadows where the real architect of this nightmare is hiding. The decapitated head of the heretical priest just sits there smirking, proving that blood really thinks death is just a minor career setback. So Gregory threatens to turn that smug expression into a permanent stain on the floor if he doesn't shut his mouth. The priest just keeps giggling like he's already won, which is exactly the kind of delusional energy that gets you double-tapped. Gregory doesn't do warnings twice, lunging forward to finish the job he started before the purge even began. His eye flares with a murderous orange light as he swings, determined to erase every trace of this man's existence. And the head rolls into the darkness, a spray of viscous black liquid marking the end of the priest's physical tether. The spectral women suddenly freeze in place, their movements snapping to a halt as if the invisible strings controlling them just snapped. Sir Cade notices the shift immediately, realizing that capturing the commander usually breaks the army, but something feels off. Gregory stands over the remains, breathing heavily, convinced that his strategy finally put an end to this localized hell. He starts searching his pockets for a flask, desperately needing a drink to wash away the metallic taste of blood and heresy. But a distorted, chilling voice echoes through the ruins, mocking the fact that there was no wine served at today's mass. The air in the cathedral turns ice cold as the veterans realize that the priest wasn't the final boss. He was just the opening act. A headless entity manifests from the swirling purple smoke, casually asking Gregory for a sip of his liquor like their old drinking buddies. Cade screams out a warning as the headless figure towers over them, its presence radiating a level of malice they haven't encountered yet. Gregory freezes, his veteran instincts screaming that he's looking at a Dullahan, a headless knight that shouldn't even exist in this realm. Dame Yusha grips her sword, her eyes widening as a massive, spectral blue eye ignites within the entity's swirling flames. The Dullahan stands tall in its dark clerical robes, a skull made of blue fire erupting where its head should be, signaling total disaster. While the chaos erupts below, Vlad ignores his screaming muscles and sprints up the spiraling stone staircase of the bell tower, reaching the summit only to find a massive golden bell suspended in a void of pulsing, heretical runes. He instantly recognizes the setup as a warlock's curse, knowing he has to shatter the source before the Dullahan wipes out his team. Vlad focuses every ounce of his remaining blue energy into his blade, his eyes flaring with the resolve to stand on business. And he strikes the ground, releasing a brilliant ripple of power that challenges the very foundation of the tower. The Dullahan below senses the intrusion, its blue flame head flickering as it realizes the squire is actually trying to break its tether. Vlad's eyes go wide as the magical feedback starts to tear the room apart, the air vibrating with the force of a collapsing spell. The floor beneath him shatters into a million jagged pieces, forcing Vlad to leap into the air as white energy spikes erupt from the cracks. He looks on in disbelief as the entire bell tower begins to fold in on itself, the weight of the curse finally buckling. Vlad tumbles through the air, debris rushing past him as he tries to find a landing spot in a structure that no longer exists. He manages to find purchase on a falling stone ledge, his heart hammering against his ribs as the world turns into a cloud of dust. Huge stone pillars snap like toothpicks above him, the scale of the destruction proving that the curse was the only thing holding this tower up. He curses under his breath, reaching out to stabilize himself as the final supports of the cathedral's peak give way. The entire structure slams into the ground with a deafening roar, burying the heart of the heresy under tons of ancient stone. Vlad huddles in the wreckage, gasping for air through the thick smoke, wondering if anyone else actually survived that impact. His left eye flares blue as he scans the ruins, his predatory instincts telling him that the threat is still very much alive. In the distance, a figure stands perfectly still amidst the falling ash, the blue light of its aura cutting through the haze like a beacon. The Dullahan commends him for the cool landing, its voice sounding way too casual for an entity that just watched its house fall down. Vlad bared his teeth, raising his sword in a low guard because he knew from the start this thing wasn't remotely human. His thoughts immediately flashed to Gregory and the others, wondering if they're buried under the rubble or worse. While the Dullahan looks at the fallen knights with absolute indifference, stating that their lives mean less than nothing to it. The entity holds up a glowing blue orb covered in white runes, the true prize it was manifested to protect all along. Vlad demands the orb, his blonde hair glowing in the entity's light, but the Dullahan just challenges him to come and take it. The entity clenches its fist, purple energy crackling around its fingers as it prepares to show Vlad why knights fear the headless. Vlad doesn't wait for an invite, lunging forward with a burst of speed that leaves a trail of green and blue flames in the air. The two blades clash with a bone-jarring impact, the Dullahan parrying Vlad's desperate strike like it's swatting a fly. The entity warns him not to push his luck, mentioning that its courtesy toward its peers has a very short expiration date. Vlad shouts back in confusion, demanding to know why he'd be considered a peer to a monster, but the Dullahan just dismisses him. "I wasn't talking about you," the entity says, its words hitting Vlad harder than the sword as he realizes it's talking to the voice. The Dullahan strikes downward with a jagged blade, dark energy tendrils lashing out to entrap Vlad in a web of shadow. Vlad barely brings his sword up in time to block, the sheer force of the blow driving him back into the debris. He realizes with a jolt of panic that the entity is getting faster with every exchange, making a counterattack feel like a pipe dream. Those are not human movements, Vlad thinks, realizing the Dullahan is fighting with a logic that defies every lesson Jar taught him. The entity maneuvers through the air with zero friction, taunting Vlad for being too slow to even see the killing blow coming. Vlad's face contorts into a snarl, his eyes glowing with a feral intensity as he decides to gamble everything on one move. He swings his sword in a wide, desperate arc, the blade wreathed in a chaotic mixture of blue and purple magical energy. The Dullahan recoils in genuine shock, its spectral head flickering as it recognizes a technique it never expected from a squire. Armor technique? The entity thinks, unable to fathom how a kid in basic leather armor just redirected its momentum. The entity watches as a brilliant blue light begins to bleed out of Vlad's skin, a phenomenon it hasn't seen in centuries. Vlad stands tall, surrounded by a towering pillar of light, his sword burning with the spirit's protection he earned in the DMR graveyard. The Dullahan stares at the blade, finally realizing that the boy before it isn't just a mercenary. He's a vessel for something ancient and holy. Vlad is currently drowning in the sheer weight of the Dullahan's assault, his sword vibrating against a blade that feels like it's made of concentrated lead and ancient spite. The spectral knight isn't just swinging, it's crushing Vlad's guard with a rhythmic, mechanical cruelty. And as Vlad is shoved backward, he realizes that at this level, his potential is just a fancy word for getting packed. He looks at the glowing eye of his opponent and feels a pang of inadequacy, wishing he had luckier Zen, because his current mindset is just pure, unadulterated panic as his consciousness starts to slip into the deep end of his own soul, where the vast world of that child still has voids to fill. He reaches that dark ledge overlooking the watery horizon where the dark silhouette of the voice always stands. Because whatever world Vlad touches, the entity claims it too, and right now, they're standing on the edge of a merger. The voice stops acting like a backseat driver and finally gives the command, "I will become us. I will allow." Vlad's left eye basically turns into a Tesla coil as he stops playing the role of a squire. The Dullahan recoils in genuine shock, its flaming skull flickering as it senses the hierarchy of power shift. This isn't just a power-up, it's the expansion of my world, a realm where Vlad is no longer the victim. He grips his hilt with both hands as the blade becomes a conduit for a storm, roaring that these heretical monsters need to leave the kids alone, his intent alone cracking the atmosphere. A vertical column of intense purple and blue energy descends from the heavens, shattering the cathedral's logic with a massive discharge of white lightning that blinds everything in sight. A sweeping arc of electrical energy cuts through the dark, stormy air like a hot wire through silk. And the force is so great that a symbolic bolt strikes his hometown of Skora, carving his resolve into the earth. The sword is now crackling with a frequency that would turn a normal man into ash. And Vlad stands in the center of a desolate, hazy space, dark vein-like tendrils spreading from his feet. As he realizes the blue energy is fighting to stay contained within his mortal frame. He's frustrated because even with this surge, he only managed to slightly injure the spectral knight. And he knows his body is too weak to wield this world for more than 2 or 3 more swings. The voice, manifesting as a dark swirling mass, notes that it was letting Vlad off easy before. But the armored leg of the Dullahan is already advancing through the blue flames, leaving Vlad staring at the glowing core of a creature that shouldn't be able to move this fast. The spectral knight looms over him, an ethereal nightmare in plate armor that views human life as a rounding error. A dark, swirling cloud of magical energy dominates the room, resonating with a sound like 1,000 screams. And as the knight looms, Vlad realizes the power imbalance is still a canyon. He has to jump. Dodge, the voice commands, just as the knight swings a jagged energy construct down at Vlad's head. Vlad reacts in a blur of instinct, the ground behind him erupting in a massive explosion of purple energy. He leaps through the air, his movements defying gravity as he swings his blade in a desperate arc, creating a massive shockwave of dust and debris that masks his next move from the monster. He was able to parry that strike in a split second by amassing every single drop of his aura, and the spectral entity realizes that Vlad's potential is no longer something that can be ignored. Vlad lies on the ground for a heartbeat, blue magical particles floating around him like a shroud, while the armored figure walks toward him, resolved to cut all possibilities it cannot foresee. A dark energy blade pierces toward the fallen squire, the air sizzling as it gets closer to his throat. The entity mocks him, asking why he couldn't just do the bare minimum and stay down. But as Vlad grips his hilt, two dark ravens with glowing blue eyes manifest in the energy field, and white lightning begins to arc across his gauntlets as he remembers the voice's previous warning. The one rule that cannot be broken: do not lay your hands on the children. Vlad's eye flares with a blinding blue light that suggests the world is finally opening its gates. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky, turning the cathedral ruins into a lighthouse of judgment. The burst of blue energy is so violent it forces a scream from the atmosphere itself. And as Vlad stands in the dark, he admits he doesn't know who he is anymore. But he knows exactly what must be done, because what he must protect is engraved in his soul. He is simply alive for this reason, standing fully revealed in a massive, glowing electrical aura. He looks forward with eyes that aren't human anymore, challenging the monster. Now, as adults, let us fight. The knight in silver armor braces itself, its blue flames swirling in a low, defensive crouch, facing a silhouette of white lightning that moves before the sound of the crackle even hits. What? The knight stammers, its aura flaring up in a desperate attempt to track Vlad's speed. Vlad descends from the air like a falling star, striking down with a lightning-charged blade, knocking the knight backward and carving a literal trench into the earth with the sheer force of the impact. A hand wreathed in blue magical energy strikes the ground, sending out a shockwave that shatters stone. Blood really thought he was the main character until Vlad asked if he really thought he could stomp him with that pathetic power. Vlad projects a stream of blue lightning from his palm, the monster gasping out, "WH, who are you?" Vlad's expression is cold as ice, stating he has no reason to speak to pests who suck the blood of the youth. Therefore die, he commands, as a massive bolt of white lightning strikes the ground like a gavel. Vlad reaches out with a hand surrounded by crackling energy, forcing the spectral entity to scream in pain. The monster is losing its mind, unable to fathom how it could feel fear toward a human child. But Vlad's eyes are glowing with a light that says he's seen the end of the world and back. The entity realizes that the voice inside Vlad is the one truly pulling the strings here, and it sees a pearly white monster with bared fangs approaching through the blue energy. Vlad stands there looking like a storm god, holding a sword that's basically a lightning rod for the entity's wrath. The knight in blue-flamed armor reacts to a sudden burst of energy, realizing its time is up. He disappeared again. The knight thinks, looking around in a panic as Vlad exits its line of sight. The knight is struck by a powerful force and sent flying backward through the smoke, as a final burst of pure white energy fills the entire frame, erasing the darkness. The spectral figure is frantically looking left and right, but Vlad is already behind him, mocking his speed. The figure is struck by a lightning strike that forces a final, agonizing scream from its spectral throat. A massive purple energy explosion hits the ground, and Vlad stands in the foreground, wreathed in shadows. The spectral figure is being overwhelmed by dark, shadowy tendrils that are literally dragging it into the void. The dark energy consumes the entire space, a roaring rush of power that leaves nothing behind. The knight lunges one last time, but a voice echoes through the cathedral. "To think a lowlife like you dare." And Vlad's face is illuminated by a serious, ancient blue light. "Ridicule my disciple." The voice finally claims its title, and the authority in those words is absolute. Vlad's face remains a mask of cold fury, his messy blonde hair glowing as the entity's power completely takes over. The entity is boasting that its vessel is beyond the reach of death, and completely immune to physical agony. But even with that god complex, something is wrong. Because whatever Vlad just unleashed, it's not just hurting the body, it's tearing the soul apart at a fundamental level. Vlad doesn't even blink. He's channeled everything into this strike, knowing that if this fails, he's finished. He goes for the absolute kill, bringing the full weight of the voice's power down, and connecting with a force that shatters the very air around them, leaving the spectral knight reeling. The entity is genuinely losing its mind, trying to process how a mere mortal could possibly possess this kind of destructive output. Vlad doesn't care about the entity's existential crisis. He just wants the stolen life energy back, right now. He pins the spectral threat down with a look of pure, unadulterated focus that says he isn't stopping until he gets what he came for. With a roar that shakes the stone foundations, Vlad demands the return of the stolen souls, and the air itself starts to buckle under the strain. The impact is instantaneous, a shockwave of blue and white energy that obliterates the remaining structural integrity of the cathedral. It's not just a strike, it's a total reclamation of power, tearing through the spectral entity's defenses like they're made of wet paper. The energy discharge is so violent that it's literally cracking the stone floor beneath them, which is a massive problem considering they're in a bell tower. Vlad is pushed to his absolute physical limit here, his muscles screaming under the pressure of channeling this much divine, or demonic, energy. And through the blinding chaos, he finally spots it. The core of the curse, the anchor holding all this misery together. There it is, pulsating with those sickening, heretical runes, and Vlad realizes he's found the exact point where he needs to apply the pressure. He doesn't waste a second, reaching out to seize control of the situation before the entity can even attempt to stabilize. Now, return to your bodies. The command isn't a request. It's a reality-bending order that forces the stolen energy to obey him. The entity tries to fight back, screaming in defiance, but it's already lost the initiative. Vlad puts his entire existence into the final push, his hand crackling with the kind of power that usually ends with a funeral. The resulting explosion is a masterpiece of destruction, a swirling vortex of purple and white that makes the entire cathedral look like a firework. Outside, the people of the town look up as the night sky is literally ripped open by the sheer scale of the energy release. The townspeople are caught in the fallout, staring in pure, helpless terror as the spectral tide washes over the entire region. Vlad is the eye of this storm, the only thing keeping the energy from tearing the town apart entirely. But his mind is fraying. He knows the technique, he can feel it in his blood, but he can't actually recall learning it. It's like a ghost in his own head, and honestly, the fact that he's pulling off miracles he can't explain is the most dangerous part of his current situation. He's not just fighting an enemy, he's fighting his own lack of control, and it's a miracle he hasn't turned himself into a crater yet. He pulls himself together, his eyes locking onto the target with a clarity that proves he is absolutely not playing around today. He's realizing that the thing he's fighting isn't just some random spirit. It's something else entirely, something that shouldn't even be able to exist. He doesn't have time for a philosophy lesson. He just needs to survive the next 10 seconds. His hand is twitching, his body is failing, but he's still standing. If I rip your limbs apart, then you're as good as dead. My man is really out here threatening a ghost with physical dismemberment, and honestly, I respect the commitment to the bit. The entity is crumbling, its spectral form failing to hold together under the sheer weight of Vlad's conviction. The blue flame of the entity is flickering out, and for the first time, it actually looks afraid. It reaches out, desperately calling for a master, and that right there is the biggest red flag you could possibly ask for. Vlad's eye flares, that same blue lightning from the start, and he realizes exactly what he's dealing with. He's staring down a vortex that shouldn't be here, and he's the only one standing in its way. The entity is trying to pull a fast one, but Vlad is already 3 moves ahead. It's screaming, it's panicking, and it's finally realizing that it messed with the wrong squire. The darkness is closing in, but it's not taking Vlad. It's coming for the entity that thought it could play God. Vlad watches, his expression unreadable, as the entity that terrorized this village gets erased from existence. It calls out for Lamashute one last time, a pathetic plea for help that isn't coming. Shadows wrap around it, suffocating the blue flame, and it's finally over. The void is doing the work for him, stripping away the immortality that this thing clearly didn't deserve in the first place. Vlad watches, his mind finally processing the scale of what just happened. The entity is gone, and the orb, the source of the curse, is finally exposed. The last of the dark energy is being pulled into the rift, leaving only the ruins behind. Vlad stands in the wreckage, catching his breath as the oppressive atmosphere finally begins to lift. He's having a moment of clarity, remembering things he shouldn't know, and it's clear the voice is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. His body is physically failing, he's overexerted, he's straining, and he's probably going to feel this in his joints for the next month. But he's smiling. He actually managed to pull it off, which is insane given that he was basically a civilian 3 months ago. He reflects on the fact that he actually survived, and honestly, the urge to apologize to his squad is the most main character thing he's done all day. He hits the dirt, completely out of gas, just another day in the life of a man who can't seem to stop finding trouble. The scene shifts, and we get a look at the Baron's estate, a place that looks like it hasn't seen a happy moment in a century. Mozayam, the Baron's seat, and it's already looking like a graveyard. This woman, the blue-haired mystery, is sitting on the throne like she owns the place, and she's not even trying to hide her sinister vibe. She's talking about radiant souls and cruel marks, which is definitely the kind of thing you say when you're about to start a war. And then we see the silhouette, a massive, ancient beast looming over her, confirming that she's got backup that is definitely not human. The time is near. Yeah, nothing good ever starts with that sentence. She's waiting for the fissures to form, and she's already got an army of thralls ready to do her bidding. The Knights of Utman, now just a pile of corpses and puppets, are being offered up like a buffet. They're not knights anymore. They're just shells of the men they used to be, and the Baron paid for it with his own son. And the son, man, this kid is the definition of a hollow victory. The Baron of Utman is just standing there, realizing that he traded his son's soul for a corpse that can't even stand up. Mozayam has been devoured by darkness. You think, maybe don't make deals with blue-haired strangers in hooded cloaks next time. She's staying in this land, and with an army like that, she's basically got free reign to do whatever she wants. The army kneels in perfect unison, which is peak villain behavior, honestly. As you command, Master Lamashute. So that's the name of the big bad, and it sounds like a name you don't want to hear in a dark alley. She's smiling. She's in control, and Vlad has absolutely no idea that he just poked a hornet's nest that's about to swarm the entire continent. The dust is finally settling on the nightmare in Mozayam, but man, look at Vlad. He's completely cooked. 3 days of straight unconsciousness will do that to you when you're busy tearing your own lifespan apart to save a cathedral. The guy watching over him isn't playing around, either. He's basically telling Vlad he's lucky he woke up at all, calling him a mop when they found him. Blood really got dragged through the mud and back just to stay breathing. And honestly, looking at the state he was in, that's fair. Dragging a body like that through rocky terrain, that's not just a rescue, that's a full-time job. Vlad's body is screaming, and honestly, I feel that headache through the screen. Even after getting dragged back from the brink, Vlad's first instinct is checking on his crew. The captain's in the worst shape, which is just typical. The heavy hitters always take the biggest LS when things go south. He's finally getting a second to breathe, but you can tell he's already itching to get back out there. The guy just doesn't know how to sit still, even when his body is basically begging for a factory reset. Sitting alone in that quiet, sun-drenched room, he looks less like a warrior and more like a kid who just realized he survived something he shouldn't have. It's that post-combat silence that hits the hardest. The relief that everyone made it out alive is washing over him. And for once, he's not calculating the next threat. He's just letting the reality sink in that the barrier held. Yeshta really put in the work on that one. Because that golden barrier wasn't just a spell, it was the only thing keeping them from becoming part of the cathedral's floor. Seeing the strain on their faces, you realize how close they actually were to the edge. It's wild how much weight a single sentence carries when you're this exhausted. He's processing the fact that he was the linchpin, and it's clearly starting to weigh on him. And then there's the voice. The dynamic has shifted so hard. They aren't just talking through the sword anymore. It's like the boundary between his mind and the voice is just dissolving. Our worlds have aligned. That is not something you want to hear when you're already questioning your own sanity. He's not just a host anymore. He's a literal bridge for something ancient. Telepathy, huh? That's a game changer. No more looking like a crazy person talking to his own blade in the middle of a public square. He's officially leveled up his covert ops game. He's reflecting on the battle, and honestly, the sheer scale of it is starting to hit him. He saved everyone. The knights, the villagers, the whole lot. That's a lot of lives to have on your conscience at 17. He's not taking credit, though. He's genuinely grateful, which is why we're all rooting for him. The kid's got a heart of gold, even if he's currently being piloted by an ancient cosmic entity. The way he's stumbling over his words, he's still not used to being the hero. He's so used to being the one in the dirt, the one being stepped on, that being the savior feels alien. No problem. Just like that, he's downplaying his own miracle. He's got that awkward, I didn't do much, energy that honestly makes him more dangerous because he doesn't even know his own ceiling. Wait, hold up. The knight is acknowledging him? You did well too. That's high praise from someone who usually treats squires like background noise. Vlad is officially on the radar. He's just sitting there, processing it all. The sun hitting the room, the dust motes. It's the calmest he's been in months, and it's probably the last calm he's going to get for a long time. The guard at the gate is acting like he's guarding the king's personal vault, not just a camp. It's a whole different level of tension now that the higher-ups are involved. I'm from Shoera. That phrase is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It's his origin, his trauma, and his badge of honor all rolled into one. The guard doesn't even know who he's talking to. Dame Yeshta knows him? That's a flex. Having a holy knight on your side is basically like having a diplomatic immunity card in this world. Wait here. The guard is still on edge. You can't blame him. The whole region is basically a powder keg waiting for a spark. The king's knights are here, and the villagers actually look at ease. It's a nice change of pace from the usual, we're all going to die energy this story usually feeds us. You may enter. The gate opens, and Vlad is stepping into the inner circle. Things are about to get complicated. The architecture in here is wild. It's not just a camp. It's like a fortress built into the ruins. Then he walks into the morgue. And man, that is a whole lot of white sheets. That's not a camp. That's a graveyard in waiting. Vlad's face says it all. He wasn't ready for the sheer volume of the fallen. It's one thing to win a fight. It's another to count the cost. The rows of bodies, they just go on and on. It's a sobering reminder that for every miracle Vlad pulls off, there's a dozen people who didn't get that lucky. He's holding the red book. The book with the black cross circle. He's got the evidence, but he's also got a massive target on his back now. Dame Yeshta's right there. She's the one who knows the truth about that book. They're basically looking at the blueprint for the entire curse. There's a particular woman I'm looking for. He's not here for the politics. He's here for the person he couldn't save. That's the classic Vlad move, prioritizing the individual over the institution. She's warning him about the curses lingering on the bodies. It's like the horror never actually ends in this place. He's looking at the bodies, and you can tell he's dreading what he's going to find. The silence in this morgue is louder than the battle was. Hair. Just long, flowing hair on the cold stone. It's the kind of detail that makes the tragedy feel personal. He's uncovering her. The tension here is insane. You know it's going to be bad, but you have to look anyway. She's there, and she's broken. Vlad's face is just pure, unadulterated regret. She's still alive? Barely. The bruise. Man, they really did a number on her. But she's still got that soft look in her eyes. An egg. He's offering her a hard-boiled egg. It's the most random, human, and heartbreaking gesture I've seen in this whole series. He's telling her to eat it or rub it on her eye. It's not a medical cure, but it's the only kindness he has to give right now. She's smiling. She's actually smiling at him. It's a small mercy, but it's enough to make the tragedy feel even heavier. She's gone. Just like that. The light is fading, and she's at peace. She's thanking him with her last breath. I'll be in your care next time, too. She believes in reincarnation, in a better life. It's a beautiful thought, but it's not going to stop Vlad from feeling like he failed. He's mourning her, calling life horrid. He's not wrong, but hearing it from him hits different. He's seen the worst of it. He's wishing her a better family. It's the ultimate prayer from a kid who never had one of his own. The daisy ring. That's the detail that sticks. It's her legacy, and now it's his burden to carry. And now we're shifting gears entirely. Back to the politics. The white banner with the gold cross. The church is watching. Tea time with the silver-haired knight. The clinking of the spoon. It's so mundane compared to the morgue, but it's just as dangerous. Sucked into a black hole. He's playing it off like a freak accident. He's so good at lying it's actually scary. He's not giving up anything. He's stone cold. He knows exactly what they want to hear, and he's giving them the bare minimum. The fight ended too quickly. He's baiting them. He's making them think he's just a talented squire who got lucky. Clever of you to mix truth with lies. The voice is impressed. The voice is also probably terrified that Vlad is getting this good at manipulation. I lived with women who knew how to talk. He's flexing his slum upbringing like it's a masterclass in diplomacy. That's the Rose's Smile education for you. The aftermath. She's describing the demonic energy like it's just a bad weather report. They're all so detached. Lama shoot. There it is. The name that's going to haunt the rest of this arc. He's peeling an apple while he talks. The casualness is the flex. He's not even looking at the blade. Lamashu. He's testing the name. He's seeing if he can get a reaction out of the knight. The eye. He's watching her reaction like a hawk. He knows she's hiding something, too. Lamashoot. He finally gets the name right. And the knight. She's barely blinking. Thanks for your cooperation. She's done with him. She's got what she needs, and now she's dismissing him. He's out. She's thanking him for his bravery. It's all very polite, but the air is thick with tension. He's back with the other knight. He's exhausted, but he's still analyzing everything. He's a tactical genius who just happens to be a teenager. She became a different person. He noticed. He saw the shift. He's not just a sword. He's a detective. The glare. She's looking at him like she wants to see right through his soul. Back to the tea. The clinking of the china. The calm before the next storm. Grand architecture. Everything looks so clean, so orderly. It's all a facade, isn't it? The elderly man. The pointed goatee. He looks like a grandfather, but he's got that I've seen civilizations fall look in his eyes. It's been a while since I got here. He's been waiting. He's not a servant. He's the architect. The current me is merely a lowly servant. Yeah, and I'm the Queen of England. This guy is the biggest player in the room. The glowing blue eyes. The smile. He's not just looking for Vlad. He's looking for the thing inside Vlad. And he just found his target. We're in the middle of completing the mission, they say. The Baron of Utman has been dispatched, and his message is expected any second now. But the mood in this library shifts the moment the older man, the one with the white hair and the eyes of someone who's seen empires crumble, asks if a young one has already been sent on a mission. He's not just making conversation. He's testing the waters. He claims they met this kid before coming here, back when he only had 2 measly ducats to his name. It's a flex. He's telling the others that he clocked this boy's potential when he was essentially a nobody, a stray dog scraping for copper in the gutters. The man seated on the sofa actually flinches at the mention of the ducat. It's a specific detail, a reminder of the poverty this young one clawed his way out of. That gold coin glowing on the table? It's not just currency. It's a receipt for a life that was once worth nothing. The older man peers down from the balcony, looking at the uniformed ranks below like he's judging livestock at a fair. He isn't impressed. He thinks these guys are dense, just another wave of mediocrity in a world that's already drowning in it. I'm surprised how any of these fools manage to become influencers for the Bayezid. He's not mincing words. To him, the people running the show right now are bottom tier, and he's clearly looking for something, or someone, with a bit more teeth. He turns his attention back to the man with the eye patch, dropping the question that's been hanging in the air. I wonder if your disciple is the same. He's asking if the kid is just another cog in the machine, or if he's actually got that spark. The man with the eye patch doesn't blink. He's calm, collected, and completely unbothered by the scrutiny. He's betting his reputation on this kid, claiming he's better than the rest of the pack because he actually thinks for himself. The older man smirks. He's enjoying this. He's calling out the eye-patched man's past, reminding him that he used to be the biggest complainer in the room. It's the kind of ribbing you only get from someone who's been around long enough to see your entire character arc. The eye-patched man flinches. That hit home. He's clearly nervous, maybe even a little defensive, realizing he's being measured by someone who knows exactly what he's capable of and what he isn't. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, there's a total Nepo baby named Sobanin acting like he owns the place. Some guy with a wooden sword is already plotting to humble him, proving that even in a place this grand, the hierarchy is just as petty as it was in the slums. Back in the library, the dark-haired man drops the truth bomb. My disciple has no parents. It's the ultimate trump card in this world. No lineage, no safety net, just pure, unadulterated grit. He's framing it perfectly. He knows that if he wants to capture the interest of a man like Lamond, he has to lean into the tragedy. He's selling this started from the bottom narrative because he knows it's the only thing that commands respect in a room full of hereditary elites. He's painting a picture of a guy who rose to the top with absolutely zero help. It's the classic self-made pitch, the only way to make the established power players feel like they're part of something historic. The older man takes the bait. He's finally interested. He's seen enough youngsters to know they're usually all flash and no substance, but he's willing to give this one a look. I haven't been impressed with any of the youngsters I've seen so far, he admits. But he's giving the green light. He's ready to see if this kid is actually a wolf or just a puppy in a wolf's coat. And then, the silhouette. Glowing blue eyes, the goatee, the dark, swirling energy. He's not asking for a report. He's making a declaration. He's going to evaluate Vlad personally. The atmosphere shifts. The air itself feels heavy, like a storm is brewing in a sealed room. The way he sits, the way he carries himself, This isn't just a powerful man, it's a predator. The scene cuts to the outskirts of a rural trading town. The sunlight is hitting the village, and the fog has finally cleared. It's a stark contrast to the dark, claustrophobic politics of the library. Dame Yusha, the Holy Knight, is standing with her group, offering words of gratitude. It's a formal, respectful exchange, but there's a weight to it. They survived. The bearded man is doing the talking, but he's being careful. He's acknowledging Gregory's position, knowing full well that they're operating on the edge of what's allowed. The silver-haired knight is blunt. It might be better if you don't do anything at all. He's not being rude. He's being realistic. The political landscape here is a minefield. Vlad is holding the flag. It's a heavy symbol, representing the Bayezid and Hainal alliance. He's not just a squire anymore. He's a representative of a power that can reshape the north. The silver-haired knight confirms it. It seems Vlad has taken the flag. It's done. The responsibility is officially on his shoulders now. The bearded man notes that Vlad is one of the few promising figures in the Bayezid circle. He warns that he needs to be handled with care, because people like Vlad don't stay on a leash for long. They're rivals, but they're also colleagues. The mutual respect is palpable. They're all playing a game, but they recognize that Vlad is a piece that might just flip the whole board. Yahello Gino's silver bullet stay with you all. A final blessing as they ride out. The villagers are cheering, completely unaware of the political machinations that just saved their lives. Vlad looks up at the sky. He's not looking at the cheering crowd. He's looking at the light. After everything he's been through, the slums, the death, the cold, this is the first time he's actually breathing. Everyone looks a lot better with the fog lifted. He's not just talking about the weather. He's talking about the clarity of his own life. They say this area gets plenty of sunlight, and it's all thanks to that one guy. They're talking about him, even if they don't know his name. He's the ghost that saved the village. Thank goodness, Vlad thinks. He's thinking about Anna. He's thinking about the people he couldn't save in the slums, and he's finally finding a sliver of peace. I pray that you will stay warm in this cherished place. A silent wish for a future he might not be part of. The scene cuts to the mountains at night. The transition is jarring. The warmth of the village is gone, replaced by a cold, dark, and indifferent wilderness. Vlad is at the campfire. It's a total loss. He's reflecting on the mission, on the survival, on the sheer luck of it all. He knows he's standing on a knife's edge. I would have died if it weren't for that voice. He's finally admitting it. He's not a god. He's a guy who made a bargain with a ghost. Jorge said the same thing. Anna too. The ghosts of his past are crowding his thoughts. He's not alone, but he's never been more isolated. I would have been crushed by the force of his world. He's thinking about the power gap. He's a squire in a world of monsters. The bearded man interrupts. What are you so deep in thought about? He's trying to pull Vlad back to reality, but Vlad is already miles away. It's just various things. The classic deflection. He doesn't want to talk about the trauma. He wants to talk about the future. I don't think it's just thoughts. The bearded man isn't buying it. He knows there's a weight on Vlad that no teenager should carry. Vlad goes silent. He's not ready to share the burden. There are so many great people in this world. He's looking at the fire, looking for an answer he knows isn't there. I'm not sure if I can endure in a place filled with such greatness. He's doubting himself. It's the first time we've seen the cracks in his armor. The older man sits there, flask in hand. He's the mentor, the one who's already climbed the mountain and knows the air is thin at the top. Well, it was only a matter of time before you started pondering these things. He's not surprised. He's been waiting for this moment. There's no single right answer, but I've generally come to my own conclusions. He's offering a map, but he's telling Vlad he has to walk the path himself. What kind? Vlad asks, finally leaning in. He's desperate for a shortcut, for a way to survive the crushing weight of this world. You just need to keep climbing, kid. The advice is simple, almost infuriatingly so, but it's the only truth that matters. There's no guarantee you won't lose your balance in strong winds. The reality check. He's not promising safety. He's promising a struggle. But if your path to success is still there, you'll keep climbing. It's about the drive. It's about the refusal to stay down. Endure and endure even more until you reach the top. The mantra of a survivor. Yeah, Vlad accepts it. He's not going to quit. I can't achieve such a milestone in one breath. He knows the pace. He's not rushing to his death. He's preparing for a long, brutal trek. Endure and endure more so I can keep this fire alive. The fire is his purpose. It's the only thing that keeps the darkness at bay. Let's just focus on this for now. He's narrowing his vision. Survival, one step at a time. And then he sees it. The armored figure under the moon. He's not just a squire anymore. He's a target, and he knows it. To face one of the greats on such short notice, he thinks. The adrenaline is spiking. He's not scared. He's ready. I, too, need to become my own kind of fire. He's found his resolve. He's not going to be a reflection of the voice or Joseph. He's going to be his own force of nature. He stares at the cliffside. The silhouette is still there, waiting. The silhouette hasn't moved. It's like a statue carved out of the night. The eye, glowing with that cosmic, star-filled light. It's not human. It never was. Back to the grand courtyard. The architecture is imposing, designed to make anyone feel small. Well done. The man at the desk is speaking. He's the authority, the one who holds the strings. I want to commend you for your sincere devotion to your mission. It's a formal, cold praise. There's no warmth in it. Moreover, your accomplishments have reached our home as well. The reach of his deeds is growing. He's becoming a name people whisper in halls of power. However, the shift in tone is instant. The air in the room goes cold. I cannot forgive you for drawing your sword in Bayezid's name on another lord's grounds. The trap snaps shut. He's being called to account. We apologize. The The bearded man tries to shield him, but it's weak. They know they're in the lion's den. As the main bearer of this mission, I will accept whatever punishment you deem fit. He's taking the fall. TSK. The sound of a man who knows he's playing a rigged game. The air in the room is heavy, choked with the kind of silence that usually precedes a sentencing. Vlad stands there, the weight of the recent purge still clinging to his cloak, while the authorities speak of Sir Gregory as if he were already a ghost. Vlad doesn't blink. He's not here to play the role of the humble squire anymore, not after what he saw in that cathedral. He looks the man in the eye and lays it out plain. San Logino wasn't a failure, it was a necessity. But the man at the desk? He isn't interested in the nuances of a holy crusade. He slams his hand down, the sound like a gavel strike, and the message is clear. Vlad's opinion is worth exactly 0 in this room. The shock hits Vlad like a physical blow. He spent his life reading the room, but he clearly miscalculated how much leash these nobles were actually willing to give him. Silence. The kind that makes your skin crawl. You can practically hear the gears turning in the heads of the men standing there. They know Vlad just committed social suicide. Yes, sir. The words are hollow. Vlad bows his head, but it's the mechanical movement of a man who knows he's just been put on a path he can't walk back from. He keeps his head down. He's learned that much, at least. When the wolf is cornered, you don't show your teeth until you're ready to bite. Man at the desk isn't done. He's making sure Vlad understands the hierarchy. He's bringing up this second rule, like it's a shackle, reminding him that even the swordmasters answer to the politics of the Bayezid house. The bearded man is crumbling, apologizing for his carelessness, like a schoolboy. It's pathetic, really. These knights are supposed to be the pinnacle of strength, but here they are, shaking in their boots over a reprimand. And then, the hammer drops. You will be punished for insulting Sir Gregory. It's not a request. It's an eviction notice from the only protection Vlad has left. The threat is absolute. No pay, no rights, no protection. They're stripping him down to nothing, leaving him as exposed as he was back in the Squara slums. Young Vlad. The voice is sharp, cutting through the tension. He's being singled out, marked as the primary target for this little power play. The man starts listing everything he's given Vlad. Food, clothes, opportunity. It's the classic noble move, buy a man's life, then hold the receipt over his head whenever he tries to have a spine. And then, the aura flares. A flicker of blue light, raw, dangerous, and entirely too much for a room like this. Vlad is done being the polite squire. Yet, you are still so uneducated. The man is condescending, treating a man who has survived death as if he's a child who forgot his manners. The tension is about to snap. Vlad's fist clenches. He's not just angry. He's realizing that the education they offer is just another way to keep him on a leash. No, it's simply because he's sad. The man's voice is mocking now. He's playing a psychological game, trying to make Vlad feel small, feel pathetic. The threat of punishment is reiterated, but this time it feels different. It's not just about the rules, it's about control. He wants Vlad broken, alone, and entirely dependent on his favor. I do not want you in my sight. The dismissal is final. Vlad is being cast out, left to wander back into the cold with nothing but the clothes on his back. He walks out. The hallway is long, cold, and empty, a perfect mirror for the future he's staring down right now. To think I would see those eyes again. The elderly man steps out of the shadows. He's been watching, waiting for the exact moment Vlad would finally break. He's mocking Vlad's youth, his defiance, his entire existence. This guy is acting like he's lived 1,000 lives, and honestly, he probably has. Right. So your name is Vlad. He doesn't even care about the formality. He's already decided who and what Vlad is. Oh ho, this youngling. He's goading him. He wants Vlad to snap, wants to see if the power he's been flaunting is real or just a parlor trick. It seems you weren't taught manners, eh? Vlad's hand twitches. He's heard this line 1,000,000 times from people who think their title makes them a god. From the warm eyes of the noble woman. The narration shifts, and for a second, the coldness of the library is replaced by a memory, a gentle, golden warmth that feels like a lie in this place. A hand rests on armor. It's a moment of stillness before the storm. Vlad is steeling himself. He's not going to play the victim anymore. You're right. Vlad stands tall. He's done with the games. He's not an associate knight or a squire. He's something else entirely. I am Vlad. May I inquire your name as well, sir? He's staring back, and for the first time, he doesn't look like a subordinate. He looks like a predator. The old man is floored. He expected a child, a pet. He got a man who treats every conversation like the opening move of a duel. The old man grins, a jagged, hungry thing. He's not offended. He's thrilled. He finally found something worth his time. My blood, which had settled, is starting to boil again. This guy isn't just an evaluator. He's a relic of a time when swords meant more than contracts. The staff taps the floor. It's a small sound, but it carries the weight of an entire history Vlad hasn't even begun to understand yet. He reveals the banner. Dragons, snakes, birds. It's an ancient lineage, a heritage that makes the Bayezid family look like newcomers. I haven't completed all of my tasks yet. He's not here for the politics. He's here to finish something that started centuries ago. The imagery shifts to the battlefield, a burning fortress against a dead sky. This isn't just a vision. It's a testament to the cost of the path they've both chosen. They continue to walk the lowest path. The lowest path isn't a place of shame. It's the path of the people who actually fight, picking up the honor they spilled along the way. The cycle is endless. The strong throw away their honor, and the lowest are forced to scavenge it just to keep the world turning. A sword glows in the darkness. It's the only light left. They appear as if they've founded a nation or become sword masters. The line between a master and a monster is thinner than anyone likes to admit. The blade cuts through the gloom. It's beautiful, and it's terrifying. The scene shifts, a map of Dermar. The political board is being reset. Count Gaidar has made his move, and the north is officially in play. The bridgehead is taken. The strategy is clear. They're pushing north, and they don't care who they have to crush to get there. Do you think they'll come to us? The blue-haired woman is looking at the map, and she's not asking out of curiosity. She's asking because her survival depends on the answer. We need to prepare. The old man's face is grim. He knows the West is mobilizing, and they're caught right in the middle of a pincer move. It seems the West is coming too. The alliances are shifting. Everyone is scrambling to pick a side before the hammer falls. They're writing letters to Bayezid. They're betting everything on a house that's already playing a dangerous game with Vlad's life. Pointing at Dermar. The map is a death warrant for anyone caught between these regions. He's growing at an incredible rate. They're talking about Vlad. He's not just a pawn. He's an anomaly they can no longer ignore. There's no harm in getting close to the church too. Religion, politics, swordplay, it's all the same to them. Just another set of tools to ensure they stay on top. The blue-haired woman blushes. She's thinking about the boy, and it's almost sickening how much she views his life as a financial investment. The Lord has continued to track the boy's movements. They aren't just watching him. They're monitoring him like a specimen in a lab. On our scope. They're looking for a way to optimize the slaughter. Efficiency, even in war, is the merchant's favorite flavor. I hope they pass through safely. It's a lie. She doesn't care about safety. She cares about the outcome of the collision. The world is changing rapidly. The old man is right. The era of the safe, noble is dying. Of course, I'm not the only one who thinks that change won't solely bring bad fortunes. He sees something in the chaos that the others don't. Flowers bloom. A brief, fragile moment of peace in a chapter defined by cold, calculating ambition. The snake coils. It's a guardian, or maybe a parasite. It's getting harder to tell the difference. Perhaps give comfort and consolation. The flowers are a reminder of what Vlad is actually fighting for, even if his masters have forgotten. Back to the forge. Hammering metal. The sound is constant, a heartbeat for a world that refuses to stop grinding. That old damn man. Vlad is venting. He's tired of being treated like a child, but he's still standing there, taking it. Really, the blacksmith doesn't care about Vlad's temper. He cares about the steel. Aside from that, what did you cut down this time? The blacksmith knows the truth. You don't get a sword this rusted from cutting grain. It was a man without a neck. Vlad's honesty is refreshing, even if it makes the blacksmith's blood run cold. You continue to fight beings I've never even heard of. The blacksmith is realizing that Vlad is fighting a war that isn't on any map. Don't you think it's time you changed your blade? The blacksmith is finally saying it. The tool is failing because the man has outgrown it. This sword is barely fit for dealing with lousy mercenaries. He's not insulting Vlad. He's telling him he's become something much larger than the steel he carries. The blacksmith shop is heavy with the smell of coal and hot iron. A scarred knight walks in, looking like he's seen the end of the world, and asks for a blade that can cut through ghouls. It's the kind of request that usually gets a laugh, but the smith just stares, completely floored. He spent his life forging tools for honest work, not for whatever nightmare this guy is hunting. He asks, cut down what? Like he's hoping he misheard the man, but the look in the knight's eyes tells him this isn't a joke. The smith remembers a winter from a while back, when another knight, some nameless wanderer, came in asking for the exact same thing. And this wanderer? He was obsessed with finding the one who forged the blade Vlad currently carries, mentioning Shoera like it was a death sentence. Vlad realizes exactly who that knight was. He crossed paths with him during the goblin raid, and that guy was relentless, hunting for the origin of Vlad's sword like it was the Holy Grail. It's weird, right? You'd think a sword is just a sword, but this one, it's clearly hitting different. The smith explains that the knight was baffled by Vlad's lack of aura control, yet here he is, still standing. He was trying to figure out if the metal itself had some hidden, supernatural quality that allowed a kid to survive a goblin slaughter. The blacksmith leans in, his voice dropping. He's been watching Vlad from a distance, honestly terrified the kid would turn up dead in a ditch somewhere. He's seen a lot of talented youth, but the way Vlad survived those impossible odds, that's not just talent. That's a man who has been dancing with death since he could walk. Vlad is completely thrown. He's just a kid from the slums who got lucky, or so he thinks, but this old man is looking at him like he's a miracle. The smith tells him that all those hurdles weren't just bad luck, they were a forge, and they've been hammering Vlad into something lethal. He holds up the blade, and it's a mess of scratches and dents. The smith's words hit hard. If the blade had snapped under the pressure of Vlad's life, Vlad would have been the one in pieces. It's a sobering thought, that his survival is tied to a piece of scrap metal that should have broken a dozen times over. Just like that, we're back to the memory of the battlefield. It's brutal. Vlad is on his knees, sword shattered, surrounded by that suffocating purple aura. It's the kind of trauma that doesn't just go away, which is why the smith adds a final, chilling hope, that the sword doesn't hold him back from what he needs to become next. The smith is touching the blade, feeling the history in every scratch. He's not saying Vlad needs to ditch it. Not yet anyway. He's just pointing out that the tool is starting to show the wear of a life that wasn't meant for a simple squire. The shop is quiet now, just the sound of the forge settling. The blacksmith tells him to take his time, to really think about whether he wants to keep dragging this piece of history into his next fight. He's giving him an out, but for Vlad, out isn't really an option. Vlad stares at the blade. He's still the same kid who had nothing, but he's standing in a room full of steel that could cut him down in a heartbeat. The blacksmith asks if he's still taking orders, and honestly, the way he smiles, it's like he knows the answer is already yes. This is my final piece, the smith says, and that's a gut punch. It's like he's retiring, or maybe he knows something about the path Vlad is walking that he isn't saying. He tells Vlad to find another smith, which, in this world, is basically like being told to find a new god. Vlad looks dejected. It's heavy, man. You spend your life clinging to the few things that didn't abandon you, and now the man who kept your weapon alive is hanging up his apron. It's that specific kind of hollow feeling you get when you realize the scaffolding of your life is being pulled away. The smith is practical, though. He's looking at the sword like it's just another piece of junk, but he's still offering to sharpen it. He asks if Vlad is carrying it today, and you can tell he's worried. Because in Shoera, if you're carrying a sword, you're either working or you're dying. Vlad mumbles that it's nothing urgent, but he might need it later. He's downplaying it, as always. But his eyes, the way he looks at the hilt, he knows he's heading into something that's going to require a lot more than a sharpened blade. All right, I'll sharpen it, the smith says, and the sparks start flying. It's a violent, grinding sound. It's the sound of a man trying to make a dull life cut through the world again. The concentration is absolute. Every pass against the stone is precise. This isn't just maintenance, it's a ritual. The smith is pouring his own legacy into that steel, making sure that when Vlad hits the next wall, he doesn't break. And then, the title card hits like a truck. Star-embraced Swordmaster. The imagery is gorgeous, but it's a warning, too. You don't get a name like that by living a long, quiet life. Vlad inspects the edge. It's flawless. It's sharper than the day he pulled it from the shop floor, and he knows it. He's grateful, but there's this weird, underlying guilt, like he's a student who just realized he's about to graduate to a much darker classroom. The smith hands it back, stern as ever. He tells him to stop by, but, and this is the classic old man energy, he tells him not to exploit him. He knows Vlad is rising, and he knows that rising costs you your friends. The sun is setting, casting long, orange shadows across the street. Vlad promises to bring meat and rum next time, and the old man acts like he's annoyed, but you can see it in his eyes. He's waiting for him to come back. He's waiting for the wolf to return. Vlad waves goodbye, a genuine, kid-like smile on his face. It's the most human he's looked in chapters. He's promising a party, promising a return, promising that he's not going to let this world turn him into a ghost. The smith watches him walk away, and for a second, he's just an old man again. He's tired. He's done his part. He's watched the boy grow, and now he's watching him walk into the dark. Vlad's silhouette is stark against the dim light of the alleyway. He's walking with a purpose that wasn't there before. The smith watches him, and he's coughing, a dry, hacking sound that echoes in the silence. He's given it his all. He's hunched over, clutching his chest. The workshop is quiet, the fire is dying, and he's done. It's a quiet, brutal end to a long day, but it feels like more than that. It feels like a closing door. I've really given it my all. He's closing up shop, physically and maybe metaphorically. He's watched his final apprentice walk out the door, and now he's just an old man in a cold, dark room. He looks out one last time. He sees Vlad disappearing into the fog. He's not watching a customer leave. He's watching the future leave, and he knows he won't be the one to see where it ends. Vlad is walking into the deep dark, his cloak billowing like wings. The narrator says his footsteps are filled with confidence. And yeah, they are. But they're also the footsteps of someone who has nothing left to lose. He's navigating the city like he owns the shadows. It's a tricky place, Shoera, but Vlad has been living in the tricky part since he was a toddler. He knows the geography of the underworld better than the nobles know their own estates. He walks into a house, and the light hits him like a physical blow. He's stepping out of the dark streets and into something else, a place where the rules are different, and the light is too bright to hide anything. The door clicks shut behind him. It's a heavy, final sound. The street is left in darkness, and whatever just happened inside that house, it's not for the prying eyes of the city. Back to the alley. It's a maze of wood and stone, suffocating and narrow. Vlad is just a small figure in a very large, very hostile world. He's stalking through the fog, but he's not the hunter anymore. He's being hunted. The footsteps sound like a heartbeat, and the silence that follows is even worse. He turns a corner. A shadow looms over him, taller than it has any right to be. It's not just a person, it's an intent. Something is waiting for him, and it's been waiting for a long, long time. The eyes. Those glowing white eyes. They're watching from the stone, and they aren't human. They're cold, calculating, and they've seen through Vlad's cloak, his armor, and his resolve. The elderly man from the forge. Wait, no, it's the same eyes, but different. The intensity is cranked up to 11. He's staring right through the screen, right through Vlad. He's moving fast, too fast for a man his age. He's ghosting through the mist, a predator who has been waiting for the wolf to finally show up. Ho, he has good instincts. The man is smiling. He's genuinely happy to be here. He's been looking for someone who can actually hold a blade without shaking, and he thinks he's finally found his match. The cloak flutters. It's the only movement in the entire frame, a stark contrast to the stillness of the man watching. He knows the armor Vlad is wearing. He knows the history of the Bayezid line better than the people currently wearing the crest. He's right behind him. The suddenness of it, the sheer audacity. He's not sneaking, he's asserting dominance. Why are you following me? The old man asks, and it's the most arrogant question in the world. Vlad turns, his blue eyes flashing. He's not intimidated, just annoyed. He's dealt with enough shadows to know when one is trying to bite. I'm simply walking my own path. The old man is playing a game, and he's winning. He's leading Vlad exactly where he wants him to go, and Vlad is walking right into it, because he doesn't know how to do anything else. Vlad calls him out. I know you've been tailing me since I left City Hall. He's smart, he's sharp, and he's done playing the Lost Boy routine. Is that so? The old man is barely hiding his amusement. He's like a teacher watching a student finally figure out the syllabus after failing the first 10 exams. Vlad is getting heated. He's had enough. I feel like you've been trying to pick a fight with me since we met. And honestly, he's right. The old man has been poking the bear since the blacksmith shop. The old man is laughing now. That's right. I like that sharpness of yours. He's not a villain. He's an evaluator. He's looking for something specific, and he thinks Vlad's rage is the key to unlocking it. Put a little more force into it. Don't let your rage control you. Learn to master it. This is the lesson. This is the lowest road. He's teaching him how to turn his trauma into a weapon. Vlad is looking at him like he's insane. He's got potential, way more than the old man expected, but he's still looking at the world through the lens of a slum rat who thinks every fight is for survival. The old man is genuinely confused for a split second. Maybe he expected Vlad to be further along. Or maybe he's just checking his own expectations. Then why did he? The old man is thinking about someone else. Someone who walked this path before. Someone who didn't survive. Look in the old man's eyes. It's not malice, it's grief. He's looking at Vlad and seeing the ghost of someone who failed the evaluation. You rascal. Were you intentionally being disobedient? He's scolding him, but there's a weird pride in it. He's treating him like an unruly dog that's finally starting to show some spirit. You should have refrained from reckless actions from the start. Did I say anything wrong back then? He's testing his memory, testing his resolve. He's pushing him to the edge to see if he'll jump. Vlad is silent. He's not answering. He's taking the hit, absorbing the pressure, and waiting for the moment to strike back. Please tell me if something bothered you. Vlad is finally pushing back. He's not just following orders. He's demanding context. He's tired of being a pawn. Don't twist your words. The old man is shutting him down. He's not here for a therapy session. He's here to see if Vlad has the steel to survive the night. It's been a long time since I felt this much vigor. As much as I missed it, I welcome it. I suspect you'd prefer clashing swords over talking. Finally, the point. The old man wants blood. The sword comes out. It's a clean draw, a professional sound. No hesitation, no flair, just pure, lethal intent. A highly decorated Bayezid knight. He's mocking him. He's calling out Vlad's status like it's a joke, and honestly, coming from this guy, it probably is. Vlad is thinking. He's analyzing. He knows this man is connected to Sir Yosef, and he knows he's in way over his head, but he's not backing down. He's trying to figure out the connection. Why would Yosef send someone like this? Is it a test? A punishment? Or is it something else entirely? They're locked in. The tension is thick enough to cut with that sharpened blade. I will state that you started this. Vlad is laying the groundwork. He's not going to be the one who gets blamed for a dead body in the street. If you have your reasons. The old man is giving him permission. He's giving him the go-ahead to try and kill him. The lunge. It's fast, but the old man is faster. He's reading the wind before Vlad even moves. The old man is already in position. He's not even trying. He's just reacting. Clash. The sparks are blinding. The sound is like a bell ringing in a tomb. They're locked, and the old man is loving every second of it. Vlad doesn't even hesitate, launching himself into the air with his blade wreathed in green flames. But the old man meets him in the blink of an eye, parrying the strike with a calm, practiced ease that makes Vlad's desperate effort look like child's play. Steel shrieks against steel as their blades lock, sending a violent spray of magical sparks cascading through the dark, industrial hall. This isn't a spar anymore. It's a brutal, high-speed lesson in just how far Vlad still has to climb. He's putting everything into these swings, his body twisting to generate every ounce of torque, but the old man is just there, effortlessly redirecting the momentum like he's swatting away a fly. Vlad's eyes flare with that familiar, terrifying white light, and he lashes out with a curved wave of green energy, trying to force the old man to actually move for once. The old man just smiles. He's genuinely enjoying this, which honestly makes it worse. He's not threatened. He's just waiting to see if the kid can actually pull off something worth his time. He doesn't have the experience or the refined technique to beat this guy, but Blood is out here trying to compensate with pure, unadulterated aggression. He locks his gaze on the target, determined not to let a single strike go to waste. The blades collide again, and the sheer force of the impact makes the air hum with static. Vlad's internal monologue is just a constant stream of, "I won't miss," which is the kind of confidence you have right before you get your ego checked. He knows he's outclassed, but he's banking on the one thing he has in spades: raw, overwhelming strength. He's trying to force the old man into a power struggle, which is basically a death wish against a master. They're locked in a stalemate, the kind where the ground beneath their boots starts to give way because the pressure is just too much. This is pure, suffocating physical strain. The old man doesn't even sound winded, just casually drops the verbal bomb that Vlad's got difficult days ahead. A classic. "I'm not even trying," flex that's gotta be infuriating to hear mid-fight. Vlad's not having it, snapping back with a challenge that shows he's still got that slum-bred defiance. But the old man's blue glowing eye suggests he's got a few more tricks left in the deck. He's not just a swordsman. He's an ore user. And he's about to show Vlad that power isn't just about how hard you swing. It's about how you manifest your own existence. Clash intensifies, the energy between them crackling so hard it's practically a physical barrier. This is the point where most knights would have already lost their grip. They're trading blows in the dark, the green and blue auras clashing like two different realities trying to occupy the same space, and the old man is just goading him, asking if he likes the power he's feeling. It's a technique for enhancing the body. The old man is finally dropping the real knowledge. And Vlad's face is a masterclass in realizing he's been fighting with one hand tied behind his back this whole time. The old man's hand wreathes in blue energy, reaching out like he's grabbing the very air, and he mocks Vlad for being surprised by something this basic. My man is getting a masterclass in real time. Vlad tries to force the issue, but his sword is dead weight in his hand. The old man is literally holding the blade with his bare hand, and blood looks like he's just holding a piece of scrap metal. He's completely stuck, the sword hilt vibrating under the pressure, and for the first time, Vlad realizes that raw strength has a hard ceiling when you're facing a true master. A sudden, sharp sound echoes as Vlad pulls back. He's realizing that the old man isn't just fighting him, he's dissecting him. They're back in the fray, the energy around them so thick it's practically liquid, and the old man is just dancing around Vlad's frantic, desperate movements. The old man is laughing now, openly mocking the way Vlad is trying to fight, pointing out that properly trained knights would never use such sloppy, desperate tactics. He's basically calling Vlad a street brawler in a knight's armor. Vlad doesn't care about the insults. He's coming in with a dagger now, a desperate, dirty move that forces the old man to acknowledge he's got the heart of a beast. The old man's eyes glow, his aura flaring up to meet Vlad's challenge, and for a second, it looks like Vlad is finally going to land a hit. But you know that's not how this works. The energy explodes between them, and the old man is clearly rattled. He's realized that if he hadn't been taking this seriously, he would have been on the floor. Vlad is still pushing, his eyes locked on the target, but the old man is already adjusting, his aura shifting to counter the sheer, unpredictable pressure of Vlad's assault. The strike comes down, a vertical, crushing blow that shatters the ground into a literal crater, and Vlad is just gone. The force of the impact sends him flying like he's made of paper, his body spiraling through the air with no way to catch his balance. This is what happens when you try to brute force a master. The old man lands, his sword still humming with that blue aura, and he looks at the dust cloud with a sudden, sharp look of concern. Did he actually break the kid? He's genuinely panicked, his face losing all that smug confidence as he realizes he might have overshot the mark. He took the boy on for real by accident, and now he's terrified of the consequences. He's shouting into the rubble, his voice actually cracking with worry. This isn't the cold-blooded evaluator anymore. This is a teacher who just realized he might have killed his student. Vlad is lying there in the dirt, completely unresponsive, and the old man is standing over him, looking down with a mix of guilt and sheer, unadulterated shock. The dark-haired man in the library watches from the shadows, his voice calm, almost detached. He treasures Vlad, but he's already calculating how much damage is acceptable for the sake of the lesson. The old man is still standing over the wreckage, his mind racing. He's trying to rationalize the fact that he just turned a promising squire into a pile of broken bones. But then, a flicker, a light in the dark, and the narrator reminds us that Gregory had warned everyone about this kid's tenacity. His eyes open, that blue light flaring up again, and the voice's command rings out like a death sentence. Your flame must not go out. He's not dead. He's not even close. He's grabbing the man's cloak, his fingers digging in with a grip that says he's still got a score to settle. The narrator confirms it. He's still fighting, even when his body is screaming at him to just stay down. He's up, he's moving, and the old man is reeling back. The kid is a cockroach. He just refuses to stay in the ground. He's staring at the old man, and there's no fear left, just a cold, biting you. That basically tells the master that the game has changed. The master is actually backing off, calling him a cheater, which is hilarious because he's the one with 30 years of experience on the kid. He's clutching his head, breathing hard, and finally admitting he would have been knocked out if he hadn't been paying attention. The wolf just forced the master to respect him. The master is smirking again, the genuine respect finally breaking through. He knows what he's looking at now, and he knows Vlad is going to be a problem. Vlad is out, completely spent, his body finally giving up after pushing past every limit he had. He's earned this sleep, whether he likes it or not. Back at the estate, the sun is shining on the castle like nothing happened, and the news is spreading. Sir Lamond has arrived in Shoera. The bearded man is reading the reports, his face unreadable, confirming that Lamond has officially taken a liking to Vlad, which is basically the best news Vlad could have asked for. They're discussing this scuffle, and it's clear that Lamond's history as a knight of the previous family head makes his opinion the only one that really matters around here. Lamond is a great man, and dealing with him is a nightmare for even the most seasoned politicians. The fact that Vlad survived his tantrum is a massive W. The bearded man is still thinking about how Lamond turned his back on the other squires. He's realizing that Vlad is the only one who didn't look pathetic in front of a legend. A hand holds a paper with a cross. The symbolism is getting heavy now, and the narrator is dropping the truth. Lamond is a living witness of the anarchy. The flashback hits, a night on a hill, a sea of soldiers, and the narrator confirms that the squires Lamond is looking after now are just beneath him. The bearded man is reflecting on traditions, how some things must stay the same, even when the world is burning down around them. They're still talking, the elderly man and the bearded lord, and it's obvious that Vlad is the only thing keeping the Bayezid reputation from turning into a joke. Armor from San Logino. This isn't just a gift, it's a statement. A knight of that order doesn't just hand out steel to anyone. They're sending it to Shoera. This is the moment Vlad's equipment finally matches his potential, even if he doesn't know it yet. The bearded lord is hopeful. He thinks the Bayezid traditions might actually survive because of this one kid. He's talking about how the old knightly ways are still alive, starting with the squire who just got his ribs rearranged by a legend. Vlad wakes up, his head throbbing like a drum, and he's still cursing that damn old man. He doesn't realize he just passed the most important test of his life. He's reflecting on the body-enhancing aura technique. He's analyzing it, breaking it down, trying to figure out how to steal the master's secret. The elderly master is still in his head, his voice echoing with that smug, talent manifests in many forms, like he's still watching him from the shadows. He's still sitting there, thinking about the old man's words, realizing that this prestige he's got now is just another form of debt he has to pay. The door kicks open, the maid from the inn, and she's already treating him like he's the king of the castle. She's doing his laundry, which is a massive flex for an inn maid, and Vlad is just frustrated that he's being treated like a noble when he's still broke. She's telling him it's part of the service, because he's a respected customer on the expensive floor, and he's literally arguing about doing his own chores. He's confused, he's thinking this is a joke, that he's going to get hit with a bill he can't pay. He doesn't get that his reputation is the currency now. She's telling him it's free, that his presence alone is helping, which is the kind of noble tier logic that Vlad is going to have to get used to. She's talking about Marcella and the mayor of Shoera, and how the whole town is basically under his thumb now, whether he wants it or not. She's asking if he's a knight, and he's still trying to hold on to his squire identity. He doesn't get that the world has already moved past that label. She shows him the purple cloth, Alicia Heinel, and Vlad finally realizes he's in way over his head. He's panicking. He's trying to explain it was just a thank you, but he knows deep down that a gift like this in this world is basically a marriage proposal. She's cutting the tension, telling him the hair and the sword were worth it. She's basically telling him that his reputation is a weapon, and he's finally using it. He's trying to explain. That handkerchief was simply a way of, but a massive sound effect interrupts him, the world shaking again. He's sitting there, the silence returning, and he's still trying to finish that sentence, thanking me. He's still the same kid from the slums, just with a much, much bigger target on his back. It is a universal law that if you're actually built different, you're going to shine, and that light is a beacon for every parasite in the kingdom. A dark horse is tearing through the field, leaving a trail of dust and chaos in its wake, while a pack of greedy riders chases it down, desperate to claim a power they aren't even remotely worthy of. The horse's eyes are glowing with a terrifying, ethereal blue. It's clear the beast is hunting for the boy, trying to recover the memories of that day. And someone is waiting, coiled up with a runic rope that looks like it was designed to snare something divine. A hand reaches out, ready to lock down a supernatural force that clearly has other plans. The horse isn't just running. It's being hunted by people who see a payday where everyone else sees a walking catastrophe. The riders are losing their minds, screaming about how troublesome this horse is, but they're too far gone to realize they're out of their league. The light beam hits the ground like a divine intervention, and the reality sets in. Vlad isn't here to bail them out this time. The horse doesn't hesitate, launching itself into the light to escape the goons, leaving the responsibility of this entire situation square on its own shoulders. The mist clears, and those glowing blue eyes just stare back. It's not a horse, fam, it's a living omen. And somewhere in the shadows, an observer is watching the chaos unfold from the ridge, totally unbothered. They drop the order like it's a casual suggestion. You shall catch him. Riders silhouette against the moon, looking like a low-budget horror movie cast, waiting for the rain to start. Back at the inn, we're cutting sausages while the world burns. The contrast is honestly giving major, this is fine dog energy. Sir Lamond is trying to play it cool, offering Vlad a piece of meat like that's going to make up for the fact that he tried to send him to the afterlife in their last spar. Vlad is just trying to eat in peace, but Lamond is already pivoting to the next life lesson. Lamond starts rambling about the prestige of his old armor, basically flexing his back-in-my-day credentials to a guy who's just trying to survive the week. He hits Vlad with the ultimate get-back-to-work speech. Time to show the young master you aren't a total bust. Vlad's just sitting there, absorbing the pressure, knowing full well that Joseph is going to keep using him like a pawn until he breaks. Lamond offers a recommendation, which is basically code for, I'm going to drag you into my mess, and you're going to thank me for it. Then he hits him with the most random question. You like horses? The look on Lamond's face is pure, unadulterated. I have a plan that is definitely going to get us killed. The caravan is moving out, and the scenery is nice, but the vibes are already starting to sour. Lamond starts spilling the tea about a black horse near the gates, the kind of ghost story that usually precedes a body count. The guard confirms it, calling it a ghost horse, and honestly, if the guards are scared, you should probably be running. Vlad connects the dots immediately. Is this related to that headless knight from the dungeon? He gets a flash of those ghost girls, and suddenly the ghost horse feels like a much bigger problem than just a stray animal. Vlad is overthinking it again, but in this world, overthinking is the only thing keeping you breathing. Lamond is just chilling in the hay, totally unbothered by the fact that they might be driving straight into a death trap. Vlad asks how they're going to find it, and Lamond just tells him to wait. The horse will find them. The horse watches carriages from afar. It's not a beast, it's a tracker. Vlad's face says it all. He realizes this isn't just a horse, it's got an objective. Lamond confirms his suspicion. This isn't an ordinary animal. Vlad is getting stressed. If the scouts missed this, the entire region is basically wide open for a massacre. Lamond tells him to shut up and wait, because he's playing 4D chess while Vlad is still learning the rules of the board. He's just observing, waiting for the right moment to strike, or maybe just waiting for someone else to take the hit. Then he drops the bomb. How long has it been since you actually used your aura? 3 or 4 months, which, for a beginner, is actually insane progress, but Vlad doesn't even know it. Lamund drops the real talk. Your aura is cracked, but you still haven't found your color. Aura is just a manifestation of your subconscious. If you don't have a color, it means you don't actually know who you are yet. Vlad is desperate for the answer, leaning in like he's about to get the secret to the universe. He's got those big, sparkling teach me, sensei, eyes, and Lamund looks like he's actually going to do it. Vlad admits he's a total amateur, which is basically the most honest thing he's said all day. Lamund is holding back the best parts, keeping his teaching method mysterious because, honestly, the plot needs him to. He tells Vlad not to hide his potential, but then gets vague again. The key, that's the secret mechanism to unlock your internal world. Vlad is baffled, but Lamund pushes him to think about the knights he's seen fighting in the past. Did they just swing their swords? Or was there a ritual, a specific movement to trigger the power? Vlad thinks about it, but he's only ever fought for his life, so he didn't exactly have time for a pre-fight routine. Flashbacks to the training grounds, the clash of steel, the sudden spark of power. Pablo clashing his gear, the stance, the focus, the sheer intent behind the movement. Gregory stomping the earth, Lutgier flicking his blade. It wasn't just instinct, it was a trigger. And finally, the moment of clarity, the sword rising, the focus narrowing. Vlad grips the hilt, and his eyes flare blue. He's finally starting to see the pattern. Lamund acknowledges the realization. You're starting to get it. That's the key to your own consciousness. Vlad admits he usually just goes with the flow, which is how most people end up dead in this world. The moment of peace is shattered. Lamund's face goes from wise mentor to we are in danger in a split second. He tackles Vlad into the hay, just as an arrow whistles through the space where his head used to be. Vlad is still processing the aura lecture while dodging death, the ultimate multitasking. The driver is screaming as the reality of an ambush hits the caravan. That projectile wasn't meant to miss, and it's clear the easy part of the trip is officially over. Lamund's back in commander mode. Ambush. Guard up. A soldier goes down, blood hitting the dirt. This isn't a drill anymore. The rest of the group is scrambling, completely caught off guard by the speed of the attack. A rider on the hill identifies them. Bandits. Lamund isn't worried about the bandits. He's worried about the target escaping. He corrects the kid. These aren't just random bandits. There's something much, much worse. Barbarians. The kind of enemies who don't negotiate and definitely don't leave survivors. They're charging in, blades drawn, and the survival rate of this caravan just plummeted to 0. The sky just opened up, but it's not rain. It's a literal wall of steel. These soldiers are scrambling behind their shields, and honestly, holding a wooden board against a rain of arrows is a bold strategy, but it's barely keeping them alive. The formation is cracking under the pressure, and while one guy is screaming for order, the archers on the other side are just doing their job. The scale of this charge is pure chaos. You've got a massive wave of riders bearing down on the wagons like they're trying to set a speed record for looting. Vlad and his companion are hunkered down, watching the mercenaries get absolutely cooked as the first line of defense. These aren't just local thugs, and Vlad knows it. Seeing northern barbarians this far south is basically the regional equivalent of a bad omen. Lamund isn't about to sit this one out, and seeing him draw his steel just tells you everything you need to know about the stakes. They're pulling a luggage horse into the fight, which, look, it's not a war horse, but it's better than being a sitting duck. Lamund doesn't mince words. These barbarians are practically born in the saddle, making them a nightmare for anyone on foot. Vlad's keeping his cool, though, reminding us that being born on a horse doesn't make you a match for a trained knight. Lamund is drilling the basics into him. You don't fight cavalry head-on. You kill their mobility, or you end up as roadkill. The masked leader walks up and tries to play the reasonable criminal card, offering them a chance to live if they just hand over everything. The travelers are eating it up, actually buying the idea that these guys are going to let them walk away with their lives. The masked warrior drops the hammer. Give us everything you own, or don't bother leaving at all. They're being told to leave with nothing but their skin, and the sheer audacity of this extortion is honestly impressive. This guy's talking about they fare for the afterlife. And yeah, we're definitely not in a safe-for-work negotiation anymore. Our merchant friend is doing the math, and he's realizing the mercenaries he hired for cheap are about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Barbarians in Bayezid territory? That's not a coincidence, it's a death sentence, and he knows it. He's looking at the situation, wondering if he can actually trust the people he's with, and honestly, the answer is usually no. Vlad's done talking. He's ready to move, and when he nods like that, you know it's go time. They're on the move, and Vlad's already clocking that these guys aren't just here for the scenery. They're here to strip the wagons clean. Lamund's not a fan of these guys, and honestly, who would be? He's gearing up for the kind of fight that doesn't end with a handshake. Vlad's prepping his blade, and the way he's focusing, you can tell he's about to lean on that voice for a bit of extra help. Something in the air just shifted, and even the horses are losing their minds before the fight even reaches them. That's not just a guy on a horse, that's a spectral manifestation, and it's big enough to make you rethink your entire life plan. The riders are spiraling, their horses are panicking, and Vlad realizes whatever is looming over them is definitely not natural. Vlad's frustrated, and I get it. Having some weird energy source messing with your combat flow is the last thing you need right now. Lamund is already in the thick of it, and he's not waiting for a formal invitation to start the party. Vlad launches himself into the fray, and the sound of his landing is the only warning these guys are going to get. Lamund knows they're outnumbered and outpositioned, but he's betting everything on this one desperate opening. This mounted guy is really out here calling an old man and a kid easy targets. And bro, You are about to find out exactly how wrong you are. The riders are pushing their luck, but Lemond's eyes are glowing blue, and that's usually the last thing people see before they get packed. That wasn't just a swing. That was a masterclass in aura, and the look on these guys' faces says they just realized they're in way over their heads. Lemond is cutting through them like they're made of paper, and the fact that they're just now realizing he's a knight is hilarious. They're screaming about turning the horses around, but it's a little late for that when you're already in the kill zone. Vlad's not letting the scarred guy off the hook, and he hits him from the blind side with all the subtlety of a freight train. Vlad's eyes are locked on, and he's asking where they're going, which is honestly the most menacing thing you can say right before you finish the job. Sword comes down, and it's not a question anymore, it's a final answer. The scarred guy drops, and the rest of them are starting to realize that the child they were mocking is actually the biggest problem on the field. Vlad stands there, surrounded by that dark aura, and the way he's just looming is enough to make the remaining riders reconsider their career choices. There's blood on the ground, and Vlad's just standing there, looking like he's waiting for the next wave to step up. Lemond is shouting, and his urgency is real. This ambush was only half-baked, and they've got to finish it before the rest of the pack shows up. Vlad's reacting to something, and it's not good. That dark shape in the corner is definitely coming for his head. Vlad screams a warning, but that blade is already coming down, and it's moving way too fast to be a standard attack. That curve in the blade? That's a death sentence, and Vlad's eyes are wide open, seeing the end of the line. They clash, and the spark is enough to blind you. Vlad is holding his own, but that impact is shaking the very ground beneath them. The knight is panicking, and honestly, you would be too if you realized the kid you tried to jump was actually a monster. Vlad is locked in, and that blue aura on his hilt is screaming that the voice is about to do something heavy. Vlad just drops the truth. He knew the guy was a knight all along, and the look on his face is pure, cold realization. The knight is sweating, and he's realized he's not going to win this in a single breath. He's dealing with someone who doesn't even blink at his power. Lemond is screaming for Vlad to run, and the blue energy around him is practically blinding at this point. He's telling Vlad to protect the people, and you can feel the weight of this command. It's not a request, it's a legacy. Vlad is questioning the plan, but Lemond is already committed. He's taking the heat so the kid can actually survive this. Vlad follows orders, but the look on his face says he's going to be back, and the speed he's showing is ridiculous. The sound of hoofbeats is back, and it's close, too close for comfort. There's a rider behind him, sword in the air, and Vlad is literally running for his life, while the threat closes in. The other guys are confused, wondering if the rest of their squad is back, but the sound is all wrong. It's a single horse, and the way it's tearing up the ground, you know this isn't a normal animal. Vlad recognizes that cry, and the look on his face is pure, unadulterated, oh no. The son of the plains is back, and these guys are realizing that their payday just turned into a funeral. The horse is here, it's fast, and it's bringing a level of power that's about to change everything on this field. The frontier plains are absolute chaos right now, with these barbarian riders moving in a desperate formation. All of them laser-focused on one target. They've been hunting the son of the plains for ages, and they're not letting go of that lasso. The horse isn't just some animal, though. Those glowing blue markings? That's not natural, and these guys are about to learn that the hard way. And just like that, the beast breaks the rope. It's moving with a speed that defies every law of nature we've seen in these parts. Raiders are losing their minds. Bro really thought a piece of rope was going to secure a supernatural entity. Delusional. They're swarming the field, a dozen riders deep, but they're chasing a ghost. Their payday is literally galloping into the distance, and they know it. But then, someone else steps onto the scene. Vlad. He's not running away anymore. He's standing his ground on the rocks, sword drawn, ready to claim the moment. He's not just shouting. He's declaring his presence to the entire field. That blue glow in his eye? It's not a malfunction. It's the voice finally syncing up with his reality. And the horse stops. It's watching him. That single blue eye locking onto Vlad like it's been waiting for him this whole time. The energy erupts. It's not just a horse and a squire anymore. It's a collision of forces that's lighting up the entire horizon. The horse gallops closer, and Vlad doesn't flinch. He's running forward to meet it, his own eyes matching the beast's supernatural glow. The raiders aren't done. One rider is already closing the gap, sword raised, thinking he can just cut the kid down. Vlad's movement is lethal. He plants his foot, the impact vibrating through the ground, as he prepares to make his move. His cloak flares. It's that same manic energy we saw earlier, that wolf instinct taking over his entire body. The sword hits the dirt, and the shockwave from that impact tells you everything. He's not a squire anymore. He's a predator. The raider on the cliff is distracted, and in that split second, Vlad makes his leap. He's aiming for the horse, and he's not missing. He's airborne, a blur of shadow and steel, descending onto the back of the most dangerous creature on these plains. He lands. He's actually on it. The son of the plains, a creature that's rejected every other living soul, is carrying him. Vlad is losing his mind, and honestly, same. The barbarians are watching in total horror. They've spent their lives worshipping this animal, and now they're watching a rookie from the Empire just casually take the reins. Vlad is gone, riding the horse away from the cliff, leaving the raiders in a cloud of dust and confusion. He's laughing. That's not the sound of a man who's afraid. That's the sound of a man who's finally found his key. He's unlocked something that's been dormant for years. He reaches for the sky, and you can feel it. He's done holding back. The restraint is gone. He's riding, and the speed is insane. He's not just running anymore. He's hunting. The bearded raider is losing it. He's screaming about rookies from the Empire, but he's just a man shouting at a storm. Vlad is just tearing up the ground, kicking back a wall of dust that hides his trail and mocks their pursuit. That eye? It's not just glowing, it's burning. The power is surging, and it's about to spill over. Raiders catch a glimpse of that light, and suddenly, they're not the hunters anymore. They're the ones sweating. The motion blur is everything. He's moving so fast he's basically just a streak of blue lightning across the landscape. And he doesn't stop. He's carving a path through the field, and nobody can keep up. The bearded man is watching his squad get absolutely dismantled. He doesn't even know what to call it. It's just carnage. Full page spread, and Vlad is a force of nature. That green energy arc? That's not just aura. That's him telling the world he's here to stay. The commander is panicking. Just how many got taken out? Bro, maybe you should have checked the stats before you decided to start this fight. The raiders are trying to retreat, but Vlad is already on them. He's not letting them regroup. They're realizing the mistake, but it's too late. Their backs are exposed, and Vlad is a shark in the water. He's coming from behind, and the green glow of his blade is the last thing they're going to see. The commander is still barking orders, trying to split them up, but he's fighting a losing battle against a guy who's already won. The black horse is literally intimidating the other horses. The animals know what's up, even if the riders are too dumb to figure it out. The riders are losing control of their mounts. Their horses are terrified, and the riders are just along for the ride to their own funeral. The commander is still confused. He's looking for a reason, looking for a tactical error, but the error was thinking they could handle this. The energy is pulsing now. It's a blue tide, and it's washing over everything. Vlad is the center of it all. He's riding through them, and the green and blue light is just shredding their formation. The skirmish is getting ugly. The bearded man is watching his men get picked off like flies. Vlad looks right at us. Starting now, you are the hunted. He's not messing around anymore. He's the apex predator. The tattooed warrior finally steps up. He's got the look of a guy who's been training his whole life just to get packed in 8 seconds. They clash. Sparks are flying, and for a second, it looks like a real fight. The elderly man is holding the line, clashing with the ponytail guy. It's a desperate, ugly struggle on horseback. The elderly man is focused, but he's pushing his horse to the absolute limit. The reality sets in. His horse is done. He knows it, we know it, and it's a heavy, quiet moment in the middle of all this noise. The ponytail guy is coming for him, blade raised, looking for an easy kill. The horse stumbles. That's the end of the line for the mount, and it's a massive problem for the rider. Dust is everywhere. You can barely see the riders, just the movement and the tension. The older man with the white mustache is smiling. It's a creepy, cold smile. He's not surprised, he's just waiting. Got that blue eye too. He's been around, and he's seen enough to know exactly what's happening here. The young rider is still talking, still acting like he's in control. He's the definition of never want to fight, but explaining combat strategy. They're locking eyes. The confrontation is inevitable. The elderly man hears the horn. It's the sound of the barbarians arriving in force, and it's not good news. The horn blows, and the warriors charge. The elderly man is looking for Vlad, hoping against hope that the kid is still alive. Vlad is right there, charging through the dust. He's the exclamation point on the end of their bad luck. The angry guy is losing his mind. How dare you? Bro, you tried to steal a divine horse. What did you expect? The tattooed guy is furious, and the elderly man is screaming for him to stop. It's pure chaos. The tattooed man is shocked. He can't believe the horse actually accepted someone else. His worldview is crumbling. Vlad is keeping his cool. He's looking at the guy, completely unimpressed. How did that guy? He's clocking the threat immediately. Tattooed man is thinking about the old sir. There's history here, and it's not the good kind. The older man is running, and the tattooed man is just screaming at the top of his lungs. He's completely unhinged. My ass. Vlad really just said that to him. He's not taking any orders from these clowns. The muscular guy is losing it, red aura everywhere. He's the main character in his own head, but he's about to find out he's an extra in Vlad's story. It's a hex. That's the secret. The barbarians have their own brand of magic, and it's nasty. Hexes versus aura. It's a clash of systems, and Vlad is trying to figure out the math on the fly. I will take your life as the price. Talk is cheap, and Vlad is about to show him exactly how expensive that price is. They're both shouting, both locked in, and the contrast between the red and blue energy is blinding. The charge. This is it. 2 riders on a collision course, and neither of them is going to swerve. The explosion, light, energy, and everything else just disappears into the impact. We'll see who's left standing in a second. The planes are absolutely torn apart, just 2 riders closing the gap at a breakneck speed. And they collide. Red energy against green, a straight-up clash of systems right in the center. Vlad is holding the line on that black beast, but the tattooed warrior is swinging back. Blades are locked in a death grip, and wait, who is that? A guy with a red eye watching? The warrior's arm is literally flaring up with hex energy, not even trying to hide it now. The horse hooves are hitting the dirt like they're trying to crack the planet in half. And Vlad is realizing he's got a massive problem. The barbarians are flanking him, bruv. He's getting jumped from above, and Blood really thinks he's got the jump on the main character. The red blade comes down like a falling star, and Vlad is just barely processing the danger. He's dodging by the skin of his teeth, the red aura leaving a literal trail of heat behind. The warrior is looking like a final boss, but Vlad just smirked. Not him being unbothered. He's actually thanking a horse. My man is out here having a full conversation with a steed. He's realizing this horse is built different. Divine blood energy is no joke, fam. He's seen strong guys before, but this barbarian is moving like he's synced to the horse. Vlad's got the sword skills, he knows that. But the riding? That's the real skill gap here. No saddle, no reins, just pure grip strength. And his thighs are screaming, which is just tragic. The warrior is watching him, thinking there's no way to win this, but he's clearly delusional. Flashback to the old man's advice. Kill the mobility. Vlad is taking notes in real time. He's fully committed now. Bro really said, let's have a mud fight. Absolute main character energy. He's charging, and the warrior is finally starting to look a little bit worried, honestly. Warrior knows he's getting cooked, so he's going full red aura mode to end this quick. He's screaming for Vlad to bring it, looking like he's about to pop a blood vessel, bruv. Vlad doesn't even blink. He just pivots, eyes locked on the target. The onlookers are losing their minds, thinking he's running away, but he's just baiting. They're screaming that he's fleeing, but watch the positioning. He's drawing the warrior in. The warrior is trash-talking, calling him a bastard with no honor, which is just classic projection. He's absolutely unhinged, screaming about the divine horse like it's his personal property. Vlad is looking back, and he's got that look on his face, the one that means someone's finished. He's asking if they were born on horses, just straight up disrespecting their entire culture. The warrior is triggered, and Vlad is just chilling in the blue light, ready to end this. Meanwhile, someone is opening a scroll in the dark, probably plotting some shady nonsense. Vlad just vaulted over the guy. The aerial mobility is actually insane. Blood is flying. He's landing the strike, and the red tattoos are glowing as the impact hits home. The opponent is shouting about tricks, but Vlad's eyes are locked in. He's done playing. One clean strike from above, and the momentum is completely shifted to Vlad's side. They're tumbling into the dirt, and the warrior is catching a massive L right now. Roll in the mud. Vlad is a menace for that one, honestly. They hit the ground, and it's a full-on brawl in the dust. No more fancy horse stuff. Vlad's got him in a chokehold, pinned and neutralized. He's standing on business. They're rolling toward the cliff edge, and the tension is actually through the roof. The sword is in the ground. It's over. The fight is done, and it was a total demolition. The old guy is sprinting over, screaming for his young master, looking like a stressed parent. He's worried Vlad fell, but he's about to realize Vlad is the one who did the damage. He's staring at the blade, probably wondering how a kid did all that in 5 seconds. Absolute rascal. The old man is impressed, even if he doesn't want to admit it. Vlad is pinning him, asking why he stole the secret before he could even explain it. The guy says he's Aggie of the Budat tribe, like that's supposed to make Vlad care. Vlad couldn't care less. Yeah? So what? The indifference is real, fam. Cut to the cathedral. The politics are about to get heavy, and it's looking real suspicious. Some noble is sitting there in the dark, probably wondering how his plans got wrecked. The nun is losing it, screaming about procedures and scenarios. She's having a total meltdown. Vlad is just walking out with the red-haired girl, ignoring the nun's entire existence. Even if the nun is shocked that the Bayezid name actually carries this much weight. You have it tomorrow. Vlad is giving off cold, calculated vibes, and she's terrified. She's calling him low-blooded and vicious, which is just rich coming from a church official. Back at the library, the mayor is being told Vlad is a liability, but he's not buying it. She's worried about his reputation, but the mayor is already reading between the lines. He's realizing the nunnery is acting way too aggressively for it to be a coincidence. Flashback to the priest and the cross, the origin of Vlad's legitimacy. It all connects. The mayor knows this is a setup. Someone is pulling the strings from the very top. Bishop Pierre, the guy in the red robes, is the one actually running this show. Shoera is just a chessboard, and these two are the only ones actually playing. Joseph Bayezid is laying it out. The balance is tilting, and it's not looking good. The church and the Bayezid bloodline are at war, and the scale is moving, bruv. Vlad's wins are literally shifting the political power, and the bishop is shaking. The mayor realizes it. He was the target all along. The whole thing was a trap. Sir Joseph is holding court in his study, and Blood is clearly not buying the narrative. Vlad might have had an excuse, but Joseph knows a squire doesn't just walk up to that line without a hidden agenda. He's not even sweating the disrespect. He's looking for the motive. You can tell he's already 3 moves ahead, thinking, this kid is a distraction, but who's the one actually pulling the strings? The internal monologue gets cut short by a knock. It's the stable hand from the front lines, and he looks like he's seen a ghost. Joseph doesn't even need to hear it. The vibe in the room just dropped 10 degrees. He knows exactly what kind of news is coming. And there it is, the word everyone was dreading. Barbarians. The situation just went from a political headache to an active war zone. Meanwhile, in the library, the dark-haired man is grilling the stable hand. He's trying to figure out how a simple escort mission turned into a full-blown ambush. Stable hand is losing it, frantic and sweating, explaining that it was Vlad and the old sir who actually kept them from becoming target practice. The dark-haired man is skeptical, and honestly, same. He asks about the mercenaries who were supposed to be guarding the route, and the answer is exactly what you'd expect. They dipped the second things got real. The stable hand doubles down. If it wasn't for Vlad and the old sir, everyone would be dead. The dark-haired man is trying to process the math on 2 people holding off an entire war party. The nun chimes in, confirming the madness. She's basically saying, yeah, it sounds fake, but it's real. The dark-haired man isn't wasting time. He starts barking orders, telling Jair to mobilize the private soldiers immediately. He points to God, telling him to be the guide. No room for error here. They need to move before the situation escalates further. Soldiers salute and move. They know the drill. When Sir Joseph gives an order, you don't ask questions, you just run. The dark-haired man turns to the nun with this weird, satisfied smile, basically glazing Vlad's performance. The nun is just standing there like, Are you serious right now? He's going on about how Vlad's a lowborn with a short temper, but he's doing God's work. The nun is just nodding along, probably terrified to disagree. Then the scene shifts to a shadowy figure. They're sending a message to Bishop Pierre, and the tension is palpable. They're promising a visit, which is code for, I'm coming to ruin your life. They're acting all grateful for the bishop's worry, but the subtext is heavy. This isn't a peace offering. It's a threat wrapped in fake politeness. The figure's eyes start glowing with this ominous purple light. This is definitely not a guy you want to meet in a dark alley. I will face you proudly. Yeah, the bishop is cooked. The algorithm is definitely going to flag this level of looming dread. Back on the road, the caravan is struggling toward the horizon. The sunset is beautiful, but it's a ticking clock. The older man is scanning the distance, and he's not liking what he sees. The number of riders is growing, and that's never a good sign. He's putting the pieces together. If these were just common bandits, they would have bolted when the boss got snatched. These are high-status warriors, and they're playing for keeps. The bound barbarian is sitting there, totally unbothered. He's a prisoner, but he's acting like he's just waiting for his Uber. The older man is stressed, looking at his sword and counting the minutes until sundown. He knows they're running out of daylight. He's wondering where the reinforcements are, and then, the sound of hooves. God is finally here. A wide shot of the plains. It's quiet, too quiet, until you hear the thunder of a cavalry charge. The Shoera cavalry arrives in a cloud of dust. It was an unnecessary worry. But let's be real, you can never be too prepared when barbarians are involved. The civilians are losing their minds with relief. They think they're saved, but the guy with the ponytail in the back, he's not celebrating. The ponytail guy is looking at the older man with pure intensity. The older man is giving him his flowers for holding the line, but the vibe is still razor sharp. The older man is acting all sage-like, talking about experience from age. He's got what he wants, though. Now he's going to start asking the real questions. He gets right in the prisoner's face. Why come this deep? It's a fair question, but don't expect a straight answer. The bound man just drops the bomb. We only needed the son of the plains. The horse. It was all for a horse. The older man is baffled. Pillage and war for a horse. The prisoner just shrugs it off as pocket money. The audacity of this guy. Flashback to Vlad on that black horse. It shows him. That's the son of the plains, the horse that defied the odds and found a boy from the empire. The older man hears a sound and turns. He's unimpressed by the barbarian struggle. Struggling against only this much? The flex is real. The knight on horseback shows up, and the older man doesn't hold back. He's calling the knight out for not having a proper military mount. The knight is surprisingly chill, promising an escort to Shoera. He asks about the barbarians, showing a weird amount of concern for their stories. The knight is trying to keep the peace, talking about avoiding tension. He wants to persuade them to leave, which feels like a tall order. Suddenly, a flash of green light. A sword draws, and the energy is absolutely cracked. The knight is surrounded by this green aura. He looks like he's about to turn the entire battlefield into a highlight reel. The sword is fully unsheathed, and the green magic is literally warping the air. This isn't just a weapon anymore. It's a statement. The barbarian scouts are watching, and they're terrified. They realize they're out of their depth. This is a level of power they didn't know existed. It'll be annihilation. One of them screams it, and honestly, they aren't wrong. The knight is standing there like a god of war. The ponytail guy sees the writing on the wall. He shouts for everyone to retreat. The show is over. The order goes out, but the men are hesitating. They're worried about their leader, but the fear of that green light is winning. The tattooed prisoner is screaming at them to leave. He's the boss, and even he knows when to fold a losing hand. The riders are huddled, indecisive. They're terrified of the chieftain, but they're more terrified of the knight with the glowing blade. The knight is just sitting there, a green beacon of death. The barbarians decide to cut their losses. The prisoner gives the final order. Survive, by any means. He's surprisingly loyal to his people, even in chains. They look back one last time. A final exchange of looks. The knight with the eye patch just watches, completely unbothered. The knight is standing there, looking clean. The battle's over, and he didn't even break a sweat. The barbarians are retreating. They're falling back, and the field is finally quiet. The villagers are surrounding Vlad, cheering like he's a local hero. He's just sitting on the horse, probably wondering when he can go to sleep. The horse decides to act up. It rears, and the crowd scatters. This horse has a personality, and it's not a fan of crowds. That's dangerous. Yeah, no kidding. The villagers are realizing this horse is as wild as its rider. Vlad is trying to handle the horse, but it's a struggle. He's telling it to calm down, but the horse is basically saying, I don't work for you. The bearded knight rolls up, asking what the deal is with the horse. Vlad is just like, oh, this one. Vlad explains it's the horse from the deathworm incident. It found him. The knight is impressed. This isn't a normal animal. The knight notes the horse is huge and definitely not ordinary. He's already planning to put a saddle on it. You're finally being worth your food. The knight is roasting Vlad while complimenting the horse. The bromance is real. They ride toward the gate. The sun is setting, and they're finally heading home. They stop at the gatehouse. It's night, and the castle looks imposing. The guard is just watching them like, here we go again. The horse refuses to move. Vlad is stressed, and the knight is just watching, probably thinking, of course it won't move. The knight says the horse was acting up when the merchants were around. It's got a sixth sense for trouble. The knight hits the nail on the head. The horse hates humans, and Vlad? Well, he's not exactly a people person either. The knight is totally done with both of them. What a great pairing you two are. He's clearly projecting his frustration. Vlad is sitting on the horse in the middle of the night. It looks like he's going to be sleeping in the stables. Vlad is by the campfire, staring at the city. He's exhausted, the horse is exhausted, and the city is just glowing in the distance. Oof, man. Tell me about it, Vlad. The city of Skora looks quiet enough from the outside, but you know better. There's always something brewing behind these timber walls. Vlad is still chewing on that horse encounter, and honestly, can you blame him? He's looking for answers, and the old man is just waiting for the next shoe to drop. He's finally putting the pieces together, realizing that Barbarian wasn't just talking nonsense to pass the time. He was dropping lore. And there it is, the climbing rose metaphor. Bro really tried to explain his entire survival philosophy while chained up like a dog. Vlad's listening, actually taking it in, because in this world, if you aren't learning the rules of the game, you're the one getting played. So he's out here arming himself with roses, but he knows, deep down, he knows, these aren't going to be enough. The old man agrees. They need something more specific, something with a taste that actually sticks. They're hashing out the strategy now, and Vlad's logic is starting to look less like socially awkward and more like calculated madness. He's looking for something that moves, something that's alive, and the old man's face says he's just realized what Vlad is actually planning. And there she is, Gemina, standing on the balcony with a mountain of linens, totally oblivious to the fact that she's about to be drafted into Vlad's latest scheme. She's focused on the work, but she's got that look, the look of someone who knows exactly how annoying this is about to get. The old man is the voice of reason here, pointing out that Vlad and Gemina aren't exactly besties, but Vlad doesn't even care. Look at that smile. That's the smile of a man who has zero concept of personal boundaries. Gemina's reaction? Pure, unfiltered, get out of my face energy. Honestly, her patience is a saintly virtue. She's trying to stay professional, but Vlad is just hovering, and the tension is thicker than the laundry she's folding. She's trying to deflect him to Lady Alicia, because that's the adult thing to do, but Vlad doesn't play by those rules. He's pushing, she's snapping. It's like watching two people argue in a group chat where one of them is clearly the problem. Then he pulls out the roses. The absolute audacity. She's stunned, and honestly, I would be too. She's still trying to keep him at arm's length, but the roses are already in the room, and there's no walking that back. He's not leaving, he's not listening, and he's dropping the Lady Gemina card like it's a legal summons. He's out here looking like a romantic lead in a story that is definitely not a romance. The man has no shame, and I kind of respect it. Gemina is blushing, and the hot in here excuse is already loading in her brain. Vlad is genuinely confused, which is the most dangerous kind of clueless. She snaps. Finally. And honestly, she's right. Meanwhile, over at the prison, the vibe has shifted to straight-up dread. The mayor is making his rounds, and you know nothing good ever happens in a prison corridor this dark. Joseph Bayezid introduces himself, but the prisoner isn't impressed. He's seen enough high and mighty types to last a lifetime. The prisoner is locked down tight, but he's still holding all the cards, and he knows it. He's mocking the mayor, baiting him, and honestly, the sheer arrogance is a testament to how dangerous he really is. Joseph is trying to maintain his composure, but he's clearly sizing up the predator in the cage. He sees the red aura, the real deal, and realizes this isn't just some thug, it's a monster. Joseph is trying to act like he's in control, but he's clearly rattled by the sheer presence of the guy. He's trying to pivot to the taboo of the wild horses, hoping to get some leverage, but he's barking up the wrong tree. The metaphor of the green plains is beautiful, but it's just a distraction from the cold reality of the situation. The prisoner isn't giving him an inch. He's waiting, watching, and testing the mayor's resolve. The physical barrier between them is just a suggestion at this point. The real tension is in the words they're refusing to say. The prisoner is reflecting on his choices, and he's actually satisfied. He thinks he's exactly where he needs to be. He drops the bomb. It was never about tribal dominance. It was about the son of the plains. The mayor is shocked, and the prisoner explodes. The facade of the calm captive is gone. He's pulling the chains, the metal is groaning, and the mayor realizes he's made a massive, potentially fatal mistake. The prisoner is breaking, and a weapon is suddenly in play. This is where the monetization bots start sweating. A random emblem, a focused gaze, and two figures in the mist. The story is widening, and it's getting dangerous. The prisoner is hanging on by a thread, and he's demanding answers about the dragon. The red aura is flaring. He's not just angry, he's terrified for the world. Realization hits. The dragon isn't just a story. It's actively breaking out. The dragon is the threat, and the prisoner is demanding to know what the hell the mayor did to trigger it. The proof of the pact. These shards are the ticking time bomb, and they've been handed over to the Iron Duke. The mayor is putting it together, and the fear is starting to show. The prisoner demands Vlad. He knows something about the blonde boy that nobody else does. He's convinced Vlad is the only one who can handle the dragon. The stakes just went from prison politics to apocalypse. The mayor is desperate, the prisoner is insistent, and the clock is ticking down. The dragon is a fallen thing, and its blood is a curse. The story just got a lot darker. The dragon didn't even know it was a dragon. That's the most terrifying part. When it realizes what it is, the region is done for. It's not just a fight anymore. It's an extinction event. The prisoner is hammering the mayor for the shards. He knows the end is coming. The scene shifts to the Duchy of Baranov, and it's cold, isolated, and absolutely brutal. Sebastopol, the capital, and they're flying the flag of the Iron Duke. The castle is a fortress, and the snow is covering everything. Good for hiding bodies, bad for spotting threats. Timur Baranov, the Iron Duke. He's not a man you want to see when the world starts ending. The messenger is panicked, the shard is reacting, and the Duke is already processing the nightmare. Thinking about the past, wondering if the cycle is repeating. He's screaming for the mages, and you know he's not the type to ask twice. He's calling for priests, for prayers. This isn't a conventional war. This is a spiritual crisis. He's mobilizing everyone, and the sheer scale of the preparation tells you how bad this is. Heavy door. The ancient seal. The Duke is facing the source of the rot. He senses the change in vigor. It's not just a shard anymore. It's an awakening. The hand reaches out. The corridor is silent, and the chained object is waiting. The Duke's eyes are fixed on the danger, and he's ready for the fallout. 2 sarcophagi. 2 dragon shards. Chained, sealed, and clearly not contained anymore. They're resonating. The end has started, and the whole world is about to hear it. Gemina's looking at Vlad like she's about to break some news, and honestly, the way she's hovering, you know it's not going to be a casual chat. Merchants are swarming the place with gifts like it's a birthday party for a celebrity, but Vlad is nowhere to be found, leaving Gemina to play the PR rep. The merchant leader is practically vibrating with disappointment, ready to dump his loot on the first person he sees because he missed his window for a photo op with the man of the hour. Gemina realizes she's been too humble, and now she's clocking that this isn't just a fan club. This is the exact moment to start managing the narrative. She's not just an employee anymore. She's calculating how to leverage these rumors to turn Vlad into a local icon, and Blood really has no idea what's coming. The Minter figure is leaning into the hype, already talking about Vlad like he's the next big thing in the Bayezid power structure. These guys are treating the guest book like it's a VIP list for a club, and Gemina's just standing there, realizing this is way bigger than a simple tavern gig. Gemina agrees to take the lead, but her mind is drifting, feeling the distance growing between them as his reputation starts to outpace his actual life. She's holding these linens like they're the only thing keeping her grounded, realizing that while he's becoming a legend, he's becoming a stranger to her, too. The Minter calls her out, snapping her back to reality because there's no time for a pity party when you're building a brand. Gemina turns around, and you can see the hesitation in her eyes. She's not ready for the spotlight, but the Minter is already pushing her toward the edge of it. The Minter doesn't even use words here, just a gesture that says get over here and listen, because she's about to change Gemina's entire trajectory. Gemina's face says it all. She's terrified of messing this up, because if she fumbles, it's not just her head on the block, it's Vlad's reputation. The Minter is dead serious now, telling her that if anyone wants a piece of Vlad, they're going through Gemina first, which is a massive power play. Gemina's spiraling, worried she's going to be the reason Vlad trips up, but the Minter isn't having any of that self-doubt today. The Minter drops the truth bomb. If Gemina doesn't step up, who will? She's the only one who's been there since the start, and she's already earned her stripes. It's a masterclass in manipulation. She's telling Gemina she's the reason Vlad is even standing, which is the kind of validation that's hard to walk away from. Gemina is wavering, but the Minter is relentless, forcing her to realize that she's the one who needs to take the reins. She's still scared, still worried about the mistakes, but the Minter just brushes it off like it's nothing, trusting Vlad to handle the fallout. Now she's bringing up the horse, that impossible, stubborn beast, because she knows if Gemina can handle that, she can handle anything. There's a shift in energy here, almost intimate, as the Minter pulls her in, making it clear that this isn't just about work, it's about survival. She's teaching her that the battlefield isn't just about swords, it's about perception, status, and knowing how to hold the room. The Minter is comparing this to Jorge's manipulation, making it clear that Gemina is being equipped with the exact same tools of the trade. They're walking together now, a unit, as the Minter promises to put a weapon in her hands. Only this one isn't made of steel. Switching gears, we've got the heavy hitters in a room with tea, discussing the North's decline like they're reading a quarterly earnings report. The lore drop is real here. Ravnoma's shadow and the Dwarf Liberation Front are moving, and honestly, this feels like the setup for a massive geopolitical headache. The dwarves aren't just playing around. They've got the gear and the eyes of a faction that's finished talking and started marching. Higher-ups are focused on the back, which is a fancy way of saying they need to clean house before they can deal with the real threats. The older man is talking about a single ducat, as if it's the most important thing in the world, and you know that's not just pocket change. He's talking about his final duty, like he's ready to check out, putting all his chips on the Bayezid Squire because he knows the clock is ticking. He's not sugarcoating it. The West has already lapped the North, and he's clearly frustrated by how slow everyone else is to catch on. The young man is just nodding along, confirming what he already knew, but he looks like he's carrying the weight of the entire region on his shoulders. The old man is reflecting on his lowest path, which sounds like a humble brag for a guy who's clearly been running the show from the shadows. Flashback time, and it's a reminder that the North used to be a meat grinder, where you were either the hammer or the nail. The Center's indifference was the real villain back then, colder than the frost, leaving the North to die while they watched from their ivory towers. He's calling out the current generation for being soft, mourning the loss of the grit that used to define them before things got too comfortable. He's not wrong, though. When you stop fighting monsters, you start fighting each other, and that's a different kind of decay. The Baron's request is the elephant in the room, and he's telling the young master that ignoring it is basically a death sentence. The young man is looking out at the town, realizing that even if the North is changing, there's still some fight left in the old dog. The smirk at the end says it all. He's got a plan, and the old man is just happy to see he's not as naive as he looks. Back to Vlad, and the voice is dropping some cryptic nonsense again, talking about new eras like it's a weather report. Vlad is genuinely confused by the crowd, and honestly, I'd be too. He just wanted to walk a horse, not start a parade. The voice is just trolling him at this point, pointing out that people love a spectacle, especially when it's an idiot trying to tame a god-tier horse. The narration is just roasting Vlad's past failures, listing off his please and thank you attempts at the horse like he's a clown. Vlad's blushing, which is honestly the most relatable thing he's done in chapters, because being the butt of a cosmic joke is rough. He's looking at the crowd, realizing this is way too much attention for a simple horsewalking trip, and he's starting to sense the trap. Enter the Lady of Red, Gemina in a dress that screams, "I'm in charge," and Blood looks like he's seeing a ghost. Vlad's doing a tactical assessment of her outfit, which is peak, main character who has zero romantic awareness, calling it a combat uniform. The earring, the dress, the confidence, she's not just Gemina anymore, and Vlad is clearly caught off guard by the glow-up. The veil comes off, and the crowd goes wild. It's a total transformation, and she's owning the moment like she was born for it. The horse is reacting, which is the biggest indicator that something supernatural is happening. The animal knows she's not the same person. Gemina's terrified, but she's masking it with that red dress aura, proving she's got the nerves of steel she needed to develop. She's aware of the eyes on her, and the sweat drop is the only thing betraying how much she's shaking inside. She's talking to herself now, reinforcing why she's doing this, because if she can't handle the crowd, she can't handle the life beside Vlad. The horse moves, and the crowd loses their minds, thinking it's a miracle, but it's really just Gemina finding her backbone. The observers are shocked, because in this world, if you can move a horse, you're basically a local deity. Vlad is just standing there, probably wondering how the hell she pulled this off while he was getting roasted by his own sword. The visual of them standing there together is perfectly framed, and you can tell the narrative shift is locked in. The sensory details here are top tier. The horse's eye, the sweat, the glove. It's all about the tension of the touch. She touches the horse, and it's a success. The beast is tamed, and Gemina has officially arrived. The crowd is chanting her name, and she's officially become the Lady of Red, the new center of attention in show era. Vlad is just watching, probably realizing he's no longer the only star in this show, and he's actually okay with it. The chanting is deafening, and you can see how much this validation is working for her. She's finally getting the respect she deserves. Children throwing petals, the whole town square turning into a festival. This is the PR when the mentor was talking about. The women on the balcony are stunned, because they know how much work went into this, and they're seeing the results in real time. The mentor is out here giving a speech like a politician, making sure everyone knows that the back alley folks are finally being seen. She's connecting the dots, reminding the crowd that these kids are part of the city, not just the trash it discards. She's looking right at us now, the message clear. Show era is changing, and this is the start of a new social order. They walk off together, the knight and the Lady of Red, and for the first time, it feels like they're actually a team. High on a desolate, wind-whipped mountain cliff, Vlad and a beastkin scout stand amidst the absolute silence of a graveyard, where the snow is stained deep, arterial red. It's not just one life taken here, but dozens, left to freeze in the biting cold. Vlad looks down at the aftermath of a massacre so efficient it's terrifying, knowing that over 50 of these creatures were wiped out before they could even draw a breath. Which leaves the scout to confirm the obvious. This wasn't a skirmish, it was a total annihilation. Vlad just stares, processing the sheer scale of the slaughter. The faces of the fallen are frozen in a final, confused shock, proving that whatever did this didn't just win. It erased them from existence without a second thought. The beastkin confirms that Joseph's reports were dead on. The threat is real, and the realization hits that this is only the beginning of a much larger, darker cycle. A flicker of the past reveals the legend of a perfect being, once torn asunder by the Swordmaster, its very essence bleeding out to seed the world with broken remnants. Remnants that have forgotten their own divinity, living as shells of a dragon that lost its wings, its scales, and its sight, all wandering in the dark. But the cycle is shifting. Some of these scattered souls are waking up, starting to remember exactly what they are, and that kind of awakening is never quiet. Back in the present, the evidence of that power lies in the snow, a severed, armored hand that serves as a grim reminder of how dangerous these remnants truly are. They stand there, two survivors of a different kind, looking toward an indistinct, massive shape buried in the drifts, a silent witness to the carnage. The moon hangs high and indifferent over a dark, restless sea. Peace is a myth in a place like this. Down on the beach, the political rod is in full swing. Count Gaidar soldiers have arrived, and their presence makes the air feel heavy with an impending, ugly choice. The knight Siegmund holds his blade, the reflection of the refugees caught in the steel, a stark contrast to the cold, calculated orders he's being forced to carry out. Jorge, playing the part of the loyal dog, demands to know why Siegmund is hesitating, effectively forcing him to choose between his humanity and his oath. Jorge doesn't care about the morality. He's just here to collect on a promise. He stares down his peer, waiting for the crack in the armor to appear. Siegmund isn't having it. He draws the line, refusing to recognize Jorge as his liege, because following a butcher isn't in the knightly code. Jorge pulls out a scroll with the count's seal, acting like a piece of paper justifies the cold-blooded murder of civilians. He's really trying to weaponize bureaucracy to get his hands dirty. Siegmund looks at the refugees, women, children, people just trying to exist, and realizes that the Dwarf Liberation Front is just a label used to justify a hit job. The tension is thick enough to cut. Siegmund knows the Count wouldn't stoop to this, which means Jorge is operating on a whole different level of malice. Jorge stops pretending and goes for the throat, framing Siegmund's mercy as treason, because nothing screams fragile ego like accusing someone of betrayal for having a conscience. Siegmund finally snaps, calling the order exactly what it is, dog's hit, and standing his ground, because at the end of the day, he's still a person, not a weapon. Jorge turns his predatory gaze toward the other knights, testing their resolve, waiting for them to pick a side in this pathetic, forced loyalty test. The gray-haired knight breaks first, apologizing to Jorge, not because he agrees, but because he's terrified of the consequences of standing up for what's right. He's hollowed out, resigning himself to an immoral act because the weight of the oath is heavier than the weight of his own soul, and it's honestly tragic to watch. High above, the pieces are moving. The silver-haired man watches the horizon, his purple eyes cold, calculating, and completely detached from the human cost. He whispers to Godwin, his voice a calm ripple in a sea of chaos, already looking past the current mess towards something much larger. He's got a scar that tells a story he isn't sharing, a man who moves through the world like he's playing a game of chess, while everyone else is just trying to survive. Godwin gets the order to move, and he doesn't blink, because when you're a pawn in a game like this, you don't ask questions. The moon watches over it all, promising a world where the strong can shine even brighter, which is just a polite way of saying they're going to burn everything else down. Back at the table, the man with the goatee sits in the center of the web, silent, composed, and absolutely lethal in his stillness. He's briefing the room on the north, specifically the Iron Duke and Bayezid, treating the fate of great houses like he's reading a grocery list. A gloved hand drops a list of names on the table, a hit list, or a roster of assets. It doesn't matter, because these people are already being filed away. He's disappointed in Bayezid, noting they've failed their transition, which basically means they're ripe for the picking, and he knows it. His eyes flare purple, a warning sign that the conversation has shifted from intelligence to something far more dangerous, telling his underlings to sit down and shut up. The subordinates are sweating bullets, gulping down their anxiety, because they know one wrong word to this man is a death sentence. Not buying the report, convinced Bayezid has a hidden sword, a secret weapon they're keeping off the books to survive the coming winter. He keeps them on edge, making them apologize for their own incompetence, while he mentally dissects the power structure of the North like a surgeon. One of them finally remembers a detail, a tiny, trivial thing about an unusual trend at Bayezid that might just be the breadcrumb he's looking for. He leans in, curious now, his mask of indifference slipping just enough to show he's hungry for information. The dark-haired man drops the name, a squire who's making waves, and the silver-haired man's interest is officially piqued. Vlad. The name hits the room like a physical blow. The silver-haired man is actually shocked, because he remembers that kid from a lifetime ago. The report continues, aura usage on the spot, an impossible feat for a squire, and the room goes silent, because that's not just talent, that's a problem. He laughs it off, calling it a fake rumor, but his eyes tell a different story. He's trying to convince himself that a kid from the slums couldn't possibly be this dangerous. He's wrestling with the memory, the name Vlad, rattling around in his head like a ghost he thought he'd buried years ago. Shura. The word brings back the memory, a plucky boy who had something special, something that didn't belong in the mud. A flash of that same boy, crying out in a moment of pure, raw desperation, a memory that has haunted him more than he'd ever admit. He's talking to himself now, trying to deny the reality, because if Vlad is truly back, his entire game plan just got hit with a massive variable. He sits in the silence of the ruins, trying to reconcile the name with the boy, wondering if he's crazy for even considering the possibility. His eye glows, intense and predatory, because deep down, he knows that potential like that doesn't just disappear, it grows, and it's coming for him. Meanwhile, our boy is currently half dead on a floor, trying to remember his own name, let alone his shining potential. He's so exhausted he's literally melting into the table, probably wondering if the voice can help him skip the next training session. It's been a gauntlet of hell, sparring with Sir Jair until his bones ache, and he's still got the evening debate to look forward to. The old master isn't letting up, pushing the aura techniques until Vlad is seeing stars, and he's clearly about 2 seconds away from a complete system crash. He's begging for a break, but the world is telling him to count his blessings, which is just the universe's way of saying, get back to work. He's gritting his teeth, forcing himself to eat, because he knows the only way out of the slums is to master this nightmare. A guy with a massive backpack shows up, all smiles and energy, completely oblivious to the fact that Vlad is currently operating on zero fuel. The guy's here to stay, acting as the new stable hand, and Vlad is just trying to figure out why his life is suddenly getting so crowded. He's questioning the logic, because why add a stable hand now, unless they're anticipating something big is about to happen? The stable hand tries to charm him, but Vlad is done with the games. He's too tired to be polite, and too smart to be fooled by the act. He tells the guy to beat it, because he literally doesn't have the energy to deal with the Bayezid family's latest surprise. But the stable hand drops the bomb. Joseph is calling for him, and the word probation is thrown around like it's a golden ticket. Vlad is skeptical, his intuition screaming that something is off, because nothing in his life has ever been this simple. He arrives at the building, and the second he lays eyes on the structure, his blood runs cold. This isn't a release, it's a summons. He realizes he's been played, led into a trap by a con man, and he's furious at himself for being naive enough to fall for it. The elders are watching, their faces unreadable, waiting to see how the wolf handles the pressure of the cage. He walks into the hall, surrounded by the heavy hitters, and realizes that whatever this meeting is about, it's definitely not going to be a walk in the park. The dark-haired man sits behind his desk, dissecting Vlad's past like a cold, academic exercise. He brings up the Baron Uthman village incident, forcing Vlad to confront the moment he chose to play hero instead of following orders. Vlad doesn't try to dodge the question. He stands there, caught in the crossfire of his own past, and admits he did exactly what he was told not to do. Man presses harder, pushing Vlad into a corner. He wants to know if Vlad would repeat his defiance, testing whether that choice was a one-time lapse or a fundamental change in his character. Vlad hesitates, his eyes wide and searching. He knows the weight of this answer, because admitting it means he's no longer the obedient soldier they wanted. A memory surfaces, the swearing-in ceremony where he traded his blind obedience for a personal code. It wasn't about being loyal to a master anymore. It was about being true to himself. He clenches his fist, the knuckles turning white. He's realized that the old version of him died that day, and he can't go back to being a puppet. The silence in the room is heavy. He looks the man in the eye and confirms it. He would do it all over again. The dark-haired man isn't angry. Instead, he looks at Vlad with a strange, knowing approval, explaining that honor is just a surface-level light, but conscience is what actually makes a man shine. He moves closer, his footsteps echoing in the quiet study. He's teaching Vlad that while honor is for the audience, conscience is the only compass that works when you're truly lost. He turns toward the window, letting the light hit his silhouette. He tells Vlad that by finding his own path, he's finally begun to understand his true role as a knight. The atmosphere shifts as a piece of red fabric flutters, signaling a change in the room's energy. He gestures to a suit of polished armor, standing like a monument in the light. It's an offering, a symbol of the path he's demanding Vlad walk. Vlad recognizes the craftsmanship instantly. It's the armor from San Rosino, a gift that feels more like a heavy, golden cross shackle. The man talks about the superior techniques used to forge this armor, but Vlad just looks down at his own gear, seeing the difference between a pristine display piece and the reality of his own scarred equipment. He touches his chest piece. The man tells him it's okay to be attached to the old armor, because every scratch on it is a record of his survival, not just a failure of maintenance. But then he pivots, saying the new armor is the real proof of Vlad's future. Vlad is confused, wondering how a metal suit dictates a life path. The man invites him to look closer, pushing him toward the stand. Vlad steps forward, still unsure if he's being promoted or groomed for something else entirely. A flash of memory hits him, the title of Defender of Children, echoing in his mind. It's a ghost of who he was, and it's clearly what the man wants him to live up to. Faces from his past flicker by, the bearded man, the elder, the brothers. They are all watching him, waiting to see if he'll break under the weight of this new expectation. The man smiles, a soft, dangerous thing. He tells Vlad that this armor is the path he's destined to walk from now on. Vlad stares through the window grid, his face unreadable. He's looking at the world, but he's thinking about the cage he just stepped into. The title card hits, and the setting shifts instantly to a freezing, unforgiving mountain range. Volkov Baronov, the Iron Duke's successor, is hunkered down on a snowy ridge. He's got that look of a man who knows he's about to be in the middle of a disaster. He's watching the horizon, and he's not alone. The Iron Duke's successor title is basically a death sentence in this climate. Below him, the cavalry is moving fast, their torches cutting through the dark like a line of frantic fireflies. The ground shakes. Something massive is tearing through the snow, and the energy output is off the charts. Then, the creature breaks the surface. A white dragon thing with glowing blue eyes, and it is absolutely not here to talk. The riders are already panicking. They know they're being hunted, and the dragon's speed is making their escape look like a pipe dream. One rider screams for more speed, but the dragon is already closing in, its presence dominating the frame. An archer draws a purple-infused arrow, aiming at a target that's moving way too fast to track. The dark-haired man's eye flares purple. He's tapping into something deep, and it looks like he's ready to kill. The knights are scrambling, trying to spread out, but the mountain peak is glowing with that same ominous, swirling energy. He swings his sword, a purple arc of pure power, and he's not holding back. The dragon's skull appears, and then the purple energy detonates. It's a total light show, and everything is about to get vaporized. A massive pillar of purple light screams into the sky. This isn't a skirmish anymore, it's a localized catastrophe. The dragon is caught in the beam, its claws reaching up, but it's fighting a losing battle against that much concentrated magic. The dark-haired man grins. Gotcha, he shouts, as if he's just won a game of tag, not triggered an arcane nuke. The dragon snarls, its blue eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hate. It dodges the projectile, and the ground behind it just disintegrates. This thing is agile, which is a problem for everyone involved. The man is sweating now. He knows it's fast, but he didn't expect it to be this quick. They identify it, Lindblom, the fastest dragon, and it's making them look like complete amateurs. The knights are shouting, trying to keep their formation, but they're losing the upper hand in the blizzard. The cavalry is charging through the trees, but the woods are just another obstacle for the dragon to tear through. They try to surround it, but Lindblom is already bracing for a counterattack. Dragon's throat glows. It's loading up a breath attack, and the knights are right in the kill zone. The creature stands its ground, blue light pulsing through its scales. A breath attack is coming, and it's going to turn that forest into a graveyard. The man with the purple eye isn't letting it happen. He's screaming, swinging his sword, and unleashing another massive energy beam to intercept. The beam cuts through the night, a violent streak of purple against the white snow. The dragon's mouth is wide open, blue energy surging, It's a standoff of pure power. Collision. The beam hits, and the light is blinding. The dragon is still moving, white scales flashing as it weaves through the chaos. The man's eye is locked on the target. He's not blinking. The creature's claws are digging into the snow, and the knights are still riding like their lives depend on it. Because they do. Another explosion rocks the field, and the formation is breaking apart. The dragon leaps, and the silhouettes on the cliff watch the whole disaster unfold. The knights are falling behind, and the dragon is literally running circles around them. The archer stands on the cliff, staring down at the failure. He's frustrated, and that's a bad look for a man with a bow. Just a close-up of his cloak in the snow, a quiet moment in a very loud chapter. Back in an elegant room, the vibe is completely different. The man is drinking tea, looking relaxed, talking about his mother's good taste. He's enjoying the tea, completely unfazed by the chaos happening miles away. He looks at his brother, his expression hardening. He's not here for a social call, and he knows it. The brother smiles, trying to keep it casual, but the tension in the room is suffocating. He's trying to defuse the glare, but he knows he's pushed a nerve. He finally drops the act. The barbarian was right. The dark-haired man realizes the weight of that statement. The implications are starting to set in. The dragon's face fills the page. It's here. The young man delivers the final, terrifying verdict. A dragon is coming, and nobody is ready for it. The world is literally shaking. A massive, segmented death worm erupts from the earth in the west, and blood. This is not a scheduled migration. This is a full-blown disaster. Meanwhile, up north, the lined worm, the fastest, coldest dragon in existence, has already started its hunt. It's not just a myth, it's a living extinction event. Back in the safety of the library, the tension is thick enough to cut with a blade. These men are discussing migration patterns like they're checking the weather, but they know the season hasn't even turned yet. The dark-haired man isn't buying the excuses. He knows the deathworm's last appearance was an anomaly, and now, the patterns are breaking completely. Realization hits like a physical blow. The lined worm has already tasted the blood of the gray orcs. Not him getting his character arc delivered via literal dragon slaying, but this is a forced move. They are scrambling, trying to track a beast that moves faster than their scouts can run. They can't just sit on their hands while the world destabilizes. The man with the wavy hair confirms he's been tasked with the lined worm conquest, and honestly, the way he says it, you can tell he's already counting the potential casualties. The man with short hair doesn't hesitate to pull rank. He demands knights and a full-scale reconnaissance because he knows exactly how high the stakes are. A logical demand in an illogical situation. The man with wavy hair agrees, but the question of manpower is the elephant in the room. He holds up one finger. Just one. The confidence of a man with absolutely no reason to have that kind of confidence, unless he's betting on a wild card. The dark-haired man is spiraling. One knight? Against a dragon? That's not a strategy, that's a suicide note. The brown-haired man tries to talk him down, claiming a skilled sword can do the work, provided it can actually reach the target, which is a massive if. The dark-haired man finally asks the million-ducat question. Who exactly is he assigning to this death trap? Sir Joseph arrives, looking entirely too calm for a man who just walked into a room where everyone is sweating bullets. The dark-haired man is genuinely confused. He didn't call for this, and the smile on Joseph's face is starting to look a lot like a problem. Then Vlad walks in, fully armored, completely unbothered, and dropping the bomb that he called Joseph in without asking for permission. The unknown man greets him with a title that carries way too much weight. The greatest dragon herder of the North. And just like that, the title card drops. Star-Fostered Swordmaster, Chapter 68. The calm before the absolute storm. Back in a quiet, dimly lit room, the silence is heavy. A tea set, a lamp, and the feeling that someone is about to say something they can't take back. Vlad is sharpening his sword, and he's blunt about the timeline. It's going to take more than a month, and that's a lifetime when the world is ending. The woman with the orange hair tries to keep it light, telling him he's doing well, but her eyes tell a completely different story. She's worried, and she's trying to hide it behind needlework. The sound of the whetstone against the steel is the only thing moving. She brings up his mother, and Vlad's reaction is immediate. He shuts that door fast. He's been carrying that trauma for over 10 years, and he doesn't need to be reminded of it while he's trying to prep for a suicide mission. She pushes anyway, admitting she doesn't remember her own mom, but she remembers his. She remembers the sacrifice. The memory flashes back, a ruined room, a mother kneeling to shield her child from a horror the story doesn't even have to name to make you feel the dread. Back in the present, Vlad admits the truth. He doesn't remember her either. The trauma isn't a memory. It's just a scar he's been carrying since he was a kid. The woman is busy finishing her work, but there's a tension in the room that has nothing to do with the war outside. She's working on a crest, the third crest, San Logino. It's a secret anchor for the journey ahead, and she's sweating whether it's too conspicuous. She shows him the work, and Vlad is just tired. He doesn't care about the fashion. He's just trying to survive the next month. They talk about the dragon, and the term living disaster is tossed around like it's just a standard classification. She's worried about the winter. If he's going to be out there for a month, he's going to be facing the coldest death imaginable. She hesitantly offers him a handkerchief. She's flustered, embarrassed, and trying to act like it's just a standard piece of cotton. Vlad is confused, like he's never received a gift in his life. Which, honestly, for a slum kid turned swordmaster, is probably accurate. He just stares at it. It's a piece of cloth, but in this world, it's a tether to humanity. He smirks. He finally clocks what's happening, and the amusement is the first real emotion he's shown all chapter. She loses it. She strikes him with the cloth, shouting about it being pure cotton. Bro really said, hold my sword, and got checked for it. She's bright red, shouting for him to stay safe, and then she's gone. She ate that moment, and there were no survivors. Vlad is left alone with the cloth. He's reflecting on her, and for a second, he's not a sword master. He's just a guy who's actually going to miss someone. He smiles. He realizes she made it for him, and the confusion turns into a genuine, quiet joy. Then he sees it. Her name, Gemina, embroidered with a rose. That's not just a gift. That's a promise he has to come back to. The scene shifts to the snowy pass. A caravan of riders is moving through the mountains, and it's clear they were only supposed to have one lead, not three. Vlad is riding, and he's already calling out the tension. The dark-haired man is trying to play it cool, but the math isn't matting. The dark-haired man tries to blame it on brotherly love, but Vlad knows better. This is a setup, and someone is trying to make a point. They're riding side by side, and the passive-aggressive energy is off the charts. Vlad is stuck in the middle of a rivalry that's older than he is. The old man and the man with the ponytail are basically radiating sparks. One wrong move, and they're going to start a civil war right there in the snow. The dark-haired man is venting to himself. He knows he's got a barbarian and an old knight, and he knows they're a powder keg. He dumps the responsibility on Vlad. You manage them. Vlad's face says it all. He didn't sign up for human resources. The dark-haired man is already checking out, complaining about a migraine. He's passing the buck and leaving Vlad to deal with the fallout. Vlad is riding, surrounded by two giants who hate each other, wondering how he's supposed to be the best at managing this mess. The bickering starts immediately. They're trading insults like they're trying to see who can get the last word in before they freeze to death. It's a masterclass in petty hostility. They're threatening to bury each other while Vlad is just standing there, probably wishing he was back in the library. Vlad is visibly exhausted. He just wants to go home, but he's stuck babysitting two old men who are acting like toddlers. Then, the mood shifts. Vlad stops. He smells it, the metallic, copper scent of blood on the wind. He clocks an animal-eared figure in the distance. The tension spikes. This isn't just a mission anymore, it's a hunt. The figure is surprised Vlad can smell anything in this snow. It's an elite senses move, and now they're both on high alert. The lead man tells them to take the lead, and the atmosphere goes from bickering to ice-cold professional. They stop. The hoofprints in the snow are the only thing moving. The silence is deafening. Look out over the horizon and see it. A battlefield, completely decimated. The rampaging wasn't a beast, it was a massacre. The bodies are everywhere. The dark-haired man asks if they're from the tribe, and the answer is a grim shake of the head. The realization sets in. The descent of these tribes means the whole region is shifting. Everything is moving. The older man looks at the bodies and freezes. He sees the wounds. It wasn't claws. It was a sword. That's the horror of it. A dragon doesn't use a blade. This was human cruelty, perfected and unleashed in the snow. Two swords, crossed in the blood. The struggle of washing blood off with more blood is a cycle that never ends, and it just started again. The silhouettes of the real culprits appear against the fire. An uninvited guest has arrived, and they didn't come to talk. The younger man stares at the fire. The game has changed, and they're already behind. The crew is pushing through a brutal mountain pass, and honestly, Blood is just happy they beat the worst of the snow. They finally hit the northern border of Bayezid territory, and Vernhem Fortress is looking exactly as bleak as you'd expect for a place this far out. Vlad stops dead at the gate. Something about the view is already throwing him off. Two flags. One is the local blue, but the other? It's a red banner with a dragon. That is not supposed to be there. It's the Dragon Slayer Knight Order. That flag alone is a massive red flag, literally and figuratively. Vlad is already spiraling, wondering why the hell these guys are showing up in the middle of nowhere. The old man confirms his fears. This isn't just some local garrison. It's the heavy hitters from the center. Vlad's confused, but the old man's tone is shifting. This is way above their pay grade. The voice doesn't need to say it. The aura alone tells us this is the Duke Dragonblood's private hit squad. They are the Dragon Slayer Knight Order, and they don't just show up for the weather. The local garrison watches them roll in like they own the place, because in their heads, they absolutely do. Gear has been tracking them for 2 days. He knows they're here for the Lindworm hunt, which is just a fancy way of saying they're here to cause trouble. He's keeping his cool, but you can tell the man is absolutely fuming under that fur collar. He barks an order to his adjutant. They aren't going to just roll over and play dead. Vlad is still trying to catch up, asking about this Knight Order like he hasn't realized he's standing in the middle of a power struggle. The old man breaks it down. They're basically the Imperial-sanctioned dragon killers. They've got the Emperor's backing and the Duke's bankroll, which basically makes them untouchable. Under Imperial law, they can do whatever they want as long as they claim it's dragon business, which is a massive legal loophole for absolute chaos. Vlad is starting to get the picture. He's not impressed, just wary. He looks at the fortress, the beacon of Bayezid, and sees the scars of a war that never really ended. It was seized, burned, and rebuilt, but that black-charred history is still baked into the stones. It's a symbol of indomitable will, and these new knights are disrespecting that history just by being here. The old man knows Luckgear is about to snap. You don't just put your flag on someone else's pride without expecting a fight. A door opens, and the air just gets heavier. Someone is waiting for them. The silhouette in the doorway says they've been waiting, and yeah, that's never a good sign. Mirshay Dragilius steps out. He's got that, I'm the main character, aura that usually gets people killed. He introduces himself as the Grandmaster, and man, he is really leaning into the aesthetic. Duke Dragonblood's heir. Of course he is. Not him getting his character arc delivered via nepotism. Luckgear is not buying the act for a second. He's staring back with eyes that have seen way more than this kid's resume. He introduces himself as the captain, and you can feel the tension spiking. Vlad is watching from the back, and he's not just watching, he's feeling something. His heart starts hammering. That resonance. He's felt this before. He's questioning his own sanity. Why does this guy feel like the deathworm? It's the man himself. Mirshe is the source. Vlad smirks. He knows exactly what's going on now. This isn't a hunt, it's a setup. The blonde knight is casually dropping truth bombs about the barbarian corpses. He's talking about them like they're just fish bait for the lindworm. The guy with the scar realizes it too. The bait for the dragon was human lives. He loses it. He's screaming at the imperial sons of bitches because he's got a conscience, unlike these knights. He lunges. He's ready to tear them apart, but he is way out of his league. The old man stops him cold. He's not saving the knight. He's saving the kid from his own stupidity. He pins the guy to the ground with a sword. It's a brutal reality check. He tells him to shut up or get his neck twisted. He's being harsh, but he's right. He whispers that the anger is real, but it's useless without the strength to back it up. Bravado is a dog's death. That's the lesson of the day, and it's a cold one. Blonde Knight just laughs. He's calling them dogs and cats like he's at a pet show. He's mocking the cat-eared kid, and the knights are snickering in the background. The dark-haired guy finally speaks up. He's not backing down. He walks right up to the Grandmaster and tells him to find his own place. The knights draw their swords. The vibe check just failed. The guy's eyes are glowing. He's not playing around anymore. He's standing in the middle of the hall, and the fire is rising with him. He walks toward them, and the knights look like they're starting to regret their life choices. He grips his hilt. The steps are heavy. The room is shaking. The blonde guy is still smiling, but the atmosphere just turned into a funeral parlor. He asks the golden question. Who gave you permission to raise that flag? The blonde guy acts like he's doing them a favor. Nobody moved, so we did it. The dark-haired guy asks who gave him permission to walk that far, and the blonde guy plays dumb. He starts quoting imperial law like he's in a courtroom, but nobody cares. He tries to walk past him, but the dark-haired guy isn't moving. He says, yeah, you have the right. Knights are waiting for the punchline, and it's coming. Only if you have permission from the owner. And the fire behind him says he's the one in charge here. Vlad narrows his eyes, his voice cutting through the tension like glass. He wants to know who exactly gave these interlopers permission to be here. The dark-haired knight doesn't even look impressed. He just shuts him down with a single, flat word. The knight follows up, claiming he's down to cooperate, but only if they follow the proper channels. It's that classic bureaucratic gatekeeping. Bro really thinks he's at a town hall meeting instead of a war zone. He points upward, a gloved finger directing attention toward the window. It's a power move, the kind of subtle arrogance that makes you want to see him get packed. Vlad's shock is immediate. Outside, the flags aren't just waving, they're a declaration. The red flag with the black dragon emblem? That's not a request, that's an occupation. The flag snaps in the wind, a constant reminder of who's currently calling the shots. Vlad stares down, his expression shifting from surprise to a cold, calculated realization. The dragon emblem is unmistakable. It's a signal that the Dragon Slayer Order isn't just visiting. They've effectively claimed the territory, and the Bayezid forces are being treated like uninvited guests. The white-armored knights stand in formation, their presence an absolute insult to the local authority. The older man with the fur-collared cloak scowls, already disgusted by the center's lack of manners. He's not having it. He warns his men to stand their ground, calling out the center for the kind of people they are, the type who think they can just walk into any room and own it. His eyes start to glow, that faint, menacing blue aura flickering to life. He's not bluffing. He's drawing a line in the stone, and he's daring anyone to step across it. The standoff is absolute. He tells them plainly, the owner of this fortress never gave them permission to be here. It's a direct challenge to their legitimacy. Vlad turns his attention to the Grandmaster, Mirshe Dragulia. The air in the room feels heavy, the kind of silence that usually precedes a massive blow-up. He's not playing games. He demands that Mirshe formally request to raise his flag, forcing the Grandmaster to acknowledge the authority he's trying to usurp. Vlad pushes for cooperation, framing it as a necessary alliance to hunt the lindworm on Bayezid land. He's trying to keep this professional, but the tension is fraying. Mirshe dismisses the plea with a casual nod, effectively telling Vlad to start over from the beginning. It's pure main character syndrome, acting like he's the only one in the room allowed to set the terms. Vlad doesn't back down. He stares Mirshe down, his voice cold, promising that this level of arrogance is going to cost him. He's done with the diplomatic charade. A voice from the shadows questions if the center's nobles have ever actually felt regret. It's a fair point. Delusional people rarely look in the mirror until the glass breaks. The speaker smirks, suggesting that if that's how they want to play, Vlad should just do what he needs to do. He's basically telling him to stop asking and start acting. The hooded figure reveals the orb, a glowing, mysterious tool. It's the kind of item that screams plot device, but for Vlad, it's a window into the secrets he needs to uncover. They're talking about his origin, the Shoira slums. It's the classic humble beginnings setup, but there's a weight to it that suggests he's far more connected than he realizes. Vlad focuses on the details, the blue eyes, the hair, the heartbeat. He's piecing it together, realizing the truth is staring him in the face, even if he's hesitant to fully commit to the conclusion. He sits there, wine in hand, dissecting the situation. He notes that the Bayezid brothers are capable, but they're climbing a ladder that's clearly rigged. The hooded figure continues to push the narrative of potential and birthright. They're speaking in riddles, but the implication is clear. Vlad is a wild card that wasn't supposed to be in the deck. A hand traces the map, pointing out the cracks in the city's control. It's a tactical breakdown of how the center has effectively choked the life out of Shoera. Vlad is cautious. He knows they don't have the full picture yet. He wants to know why their network in Shoera went dark. He's not the type to move without intel. He presses the hooded figure for answers. They should have had eyes everywhere, yet they're blind. That's a failure he doesn't take lightly. The answer is simple. The new mayor. Since he took office, he's locked the city down, closing every eye they had left. It's a total blackout. The blonde man drinks, unimpressed by the mayor's sudden rise to power. He recognizes the pattern. It's the same old playbook used to seize control. The mayor didn't just take power, he manufactured a crisis. The disappearances were the perfect excuse to crack down, and he used it to consolidate everything under his thumb. Vlad considers the nature of power. Like a sword, it needs to be sturdy and sharp, but if it's too rigid, it snaps. He's thinking about Joseph Bayezid. He's weighing the brothers against the situation. They're capable, sure, but they're playing a game where the rules are written by someone else. He swirls his wine, reflecting on the fact that understanding the property of a sword is more important than actually wielding one. It's a high-level observation from someone who's seen it all. He's looking at the brothers, seeing the potential but also the limitations. They're climbing, but the mountain itself might be the trap. The map is stained with blood, and he's ready to shake things up. He's not going to let the center's strategy go unchallenged. He's staring at the map, his eyes glowing blue. He's seeing the board, and he's already planning how to flip it. Back at the fortress, the banner waves. It's a symbol of a strategy that no longer holds water. Things are changing, and they aren't ready. Sir Lamund speaks up, comparing their methods to the orders. He's worried. He knows that using the wrong methods, even for the right reason, can lead to a disaster. They're debating the lined worm. They need a trap, but everything they suggest seems to lead to a worse outcome. It's a strategic dead end. The woman with animal ears points out the political reality. If they don't catch it, the order stays. They're being backed into a corner. The man with blue-gray hair agrees. It's not just about the monster. It's about the center using the monster as a permanent anchor in the north. They need the portly family's help, but even that takes time they don't have. They're running out of moves. They're stressed, hands clasped, knowing that any move they make is going to have a massive cost. Half a month is a luxury they can't afford. Then, someone suggests using the barbarians as bait. It's a desperate, unhinged idea, the kind that gets people killed for no reason. The elderly man immediately shuts it down. Those barbarians are Aggie's tribe, and dragging them into this is a recipe for a full-scale war. He explains the fragility of the peace. The North and the barbarians are living side by side. You break that bond, and the whole region burns. He's adamant. They can't sacrifice the long-term peace for a short-term win against a dragon. The flames of war would consume them all. Sir Lamund sighs, agreeing. The future looks grim, and they're all starting to realize how deep this hole goes. The man in the gray uniform crosses his arms, thinking. He knows that no matter what they do, the fallout is going to be brutal. He realizes the truth. The center wants the North to self-destruct. Every move they make is just playing into the design. They pivot to Vlad. If his horse is as fast as they say, maybe he's the only one who can actually do something. Sir Lamund warns them off. Vlad doesn't listen to anyone, and trying to control him is a mistake nobody should make twice. Ludgear is frustrated. He wanted to borrow that horse, but it sounds like even that plan is a non-starter. They're completely out of options. The Dragon Slayer name is a weight they can't match. The Order has the methods, the resources, and the lack of conscience needed to get the job done. The man with the red eyes admits it. It's annoying, but the Order is efficient. They don't hesitate, and that makes them dangerous. He grinds his teeth, hating that they're being played like pieces on a board. If they could just find a lined worm, maybe they could change the game. The messenger bursts in. Someone is at the gates, and the tension in the room spikes instantly. Who could it be now? The gates are opening. The news spreads fast, the Steel Gauntlet. They know exactly who that is, and it's not good news. The Baranovi clan. Their flag waves in the snow, a symbol of power that doesn't care about their little strategic meeting. The knight with the ponytail and red eyes sits on his horse, looking like he owns the place. They've arrived, and the dynamic just shifted again. Close up on his armor, the details sharp and cold. He's here for business, and it's clearly not going to be friendly. The scene shifts to the wilderness. A bloodied hand in the snow, a silent, grim testimony to the cost of the lined worm's rampage. The creature is there, standing over the bodies. It's a killing machine, efficient and terrifying in the middle of the blizzard. It's a nightmare in the flesh. The glowing eye, the blood dripping from its jaws. It's the apex predator, and it's not done yet. It opens its mouth, the serrated teeth visible in the dark. It's a primal, destructive force that's about to tear through whatever is left of their fragile plans. The creature lets out a sound that echoes in the storm. The North is in danger, and the peace they've been trying to hold on to is about to be shattered. The mission briefing is over, and the courtyard is already buzzing with the kind of cold, quiet tension that only happens right before a suicide run. Vlad is checking his gear, but he's clearly not thrilled about the extra baggage. Then this cat-eared mage rolls up, acting like she's the foreman on a construction site, ready to slap a magical sticker on his face whether he likes it or not. It's a coldness resistance engraving, basically a magical thermal layer, and since Vlad's the one stuck with the longest ride, he's getting the full treatment. The other knights are already glazing him, calling him the greatest dragon herder, like it's a flex, while the mage starts the ritual. Not him getting his character arc delivered via a magical paint job in the middle of a blizzard. The sigil glows on his forehead, and honestly, he looks like he's ready to commit a war crime. Or just go for a ride. It's hard to tell with him. He just stands there. The snow is falling, The air is dead silent, and he's clearly turning over the plan in his head. The mage isn't playing around, warning him to dodge the creature's breath attack because the engraving isn't a cheat code for immortality. Then she says she's going to tag the horse, too, which earns a dry warning from Vlad about the beast's biting habit. Bro really thinks he's training a dog, not a warhorse. He's not joking, either. He's got the trauma to prove it. The older commander cuts in, confirming the scouts have successfully baited the lindworm. The Dragonslayer Knight Order set the bait, and the beast took it. This is the part where the political posturing meets reality, and reality usually has teeth. Vlad knows the score. This isn't just a hunt. It's a clusterfuck of northern politics, and if they don't play this perfectly, the whole region is going to get cooked. They're standing there in the snow, 2 generations of soldiers trying to figure out how to stop a war that's already started. The commander presses him on the plan, but Vlad's already got the mission path memorized. It's simple. Herd the beast, wait for the ambush. Sir Lutgear and Sir Volkov are the muscle in this operation, hiding in the East Canyon, waiting for the signal to turn the lindworm into a pincushion. The commander keeps hammering home how important this is. It's not a normal hunt because it's not about the dragon. It's about the optics of who kills it. He explains the stakes. The North is in a silent war with the center, and the outcome of this hunt is going to dictate the next decade of power. Vlad listens, his face unreadable. He's been in the slums long enough to know when he's being used as a pawn in a game he doesn't fully understand yet. Baranov and Bayezid, the 2 pillars of the North. They're both here, their heirs making this a vanity project for their respective houses. And then there's the center's Duke Dragonblood. The big leagues have arrived, and they're all treating this like a stage for their own imperial power trip. Look at them. Everyone's just trying to flex their influence, completely ignoring the fact that they're hunting a sentient apex predator that doesn't care about their family trees. Vlad's doing the math. 3 heirs, 1 dragon, and a whole lot of ego. He knows that if this goes wrong, they're all dead. The Dragonslayer Order is already spinning the narrative, ready to step in and save the day if these northern amateurs fail. They'll use this as an excuse to occupy the North, ransacking everything in the name of safety. It's the oldest trick in the book, and honestly, I'm disgusted. The commander stares him down. The order is clear. A northern sword has to be the one to kill it, or the North loses its sovereignty. It's not just about the dragon. It's about saving Aggie's tribe. Everything's connected, and if they fail, they're just leaving their own people to rot. The tension is thick enough to cut. The commanders are locked in, and the political machine starts grinding into gear. Sir Lutgear is already moving, the vanguard is prepped, and the clock is officially ticking. The gates open, and the cavalry rides out into the white abyss. It's a clean exit, but the air feels wrong. Meet back at the canyon. The final orders are given, and the stage is set for the main event. The heavy portcullis slams shut. No turning back now. The column of riders snakes through the pass. They're moving fast, but you can tell the weight of the mission is sitting on everyone's shoulders. Sir Lutgear is still sweating the details, wondering if the kid can actually pull this off. Sir Volkov isn't convinced either. He's looking at Vlad and seeing a liability, not a hero. Lutgear defends him, bringing up the Deathworm incident. He's gambling on Vlad's past success to carry them through this nightmare. The flashback hits, Vlad versus the Deathworm. No horse, just pure, unadulterated survival instinct. He's been here before, and he's survived. The man with the red eyes is watching, too. He's realizing that Vlad isn't just another squire. He's an anomaly. He's starting to respect the hustle. Experience and skill are the only currency that matters in the North, and Vlad's got plenty. He really thought he had the Bayezid talent pool figured out, but Vlad is throwing every single one of his predictions in the trash. And then there's the shot of Vlad riding toward the castle. The realization that there's always another player on the board. Empty snow. The calm before the absolute carnage. They're deep in the pass now. The scouts pointed the way, but the terrain is hostile as hell. The lindworm isn't acting like a beast. It's moving north, ignoring the cold, ignoring its own instincts. It has a goal. And if a dragon has a goal, it usually involves someone dying. Mages are saying it's possible. If the dragon realizes what it is, it stops being a beast and starts being a threat. The tracking continues. They're looking for answers, but they're just walking into a situation that's already spiraling. The footprints are clear as day. The creature didn't even try to hide its tracks. Divine luck? More like a breadcrumb trail. It wants them to follow it. The riders are high up on the ridge, silhouetted against the sky. They're tracking a ghost. The sun is setting, casting everything in that ominous orange glow. It's beautiful, until you remember what they're hunting. Vlad notices it first. The footprints don't match the intel. The lindworm is lying, and it's doing a good job of it. It's heading for the forest. It's not running. It's leading them into the thick of it. The realization hits Vlad like a physical blow. He's been played. And there it is, the pale horror itself. It was waiting for them all along. The claw descends, and Vlad realizes they're not the hunters anymore. Spread apart. He yells it, but the trap is already sprung. The lindworm reveals its true form. Massive, reptilian, and absolutely lethal. Vlad's eyes are locked on the tail. He's moving on pure adrenaline now. The horse lunges, the snow explodes, and the chaos is officially unleashed. Vlad grunts, bracing for the impact. He's fighting for his life, and the creature is just getting started. Light the torches. The order is given, but the red symbol on the baton is the only thing that matters now. Vlad raises the baton, igniting the magical seal. He's trying to seize control of the situation. Charge. He leads the line, trying to force the beast into the formation. The beam hits, and the creature doesn't even flinch. It's just testing them. Motion blur, sparks, and the sound of steel meeting something that shouldn't exist. They've got it surrounded, but the ring of light is just a target for the beast. The creature's eyes glow blue, a sign that the breath attack is coming. It opens its mouth, and that vortex of blue energy is basically a death sentence. Everyone's split. It's too late, but they have to try. The beam erupts, tearing through the snow and the formation. The roar of the blast drowns out everything. The hunt is over. The massacre has begun. The lined worm isn't just fighting. It's turning the entire battlefield into a localized disaster zone. And Blood is really out here trying to tank a literal ice age with nothing but a fur coat and pure delusion. He's getting encased in frost, but notice how he's still pushing forward. Because when you're this deep in the hole, the only way out is through the front door, even if it's frozen shut. Shockwave hits, and for a second, the entire formation just evaporates. My man is out here swinging at a god-tier beast like it's a side quest, not realizing he's currently the main course. That claw swipe is a one-way ticket to the lobby, and he's barely reacting in time to keep his head attached. He's panicked, which is fair, considering he's being hunted by a creature that's clearly smarter than his entire command unit combined. The impact is brutal, turning the snow into a gore-splattered mess before anyone can even draw a breath. The creature isn't even rushing the finish. It's just watching them scramble, enjoying the show. Vlad finally taps into the voice's true power, igniting his blade because he knows if he misses this, the whole camp is finished. The beast doesn't even flinch, just looms over him like it's checking his credit score before it decides to end him. He's taking the front, which is a massive flex if he survives, but a total amateur move if he doesn't. He's shouting orders into the chaos, trying to keep the unit from turning into a disorganized pile of meat. The beast lunges, and the scale difference is honestly embarrassing. It's like a truck hitting a shopping cart. They're galloping through the mist, hoping speed is enough to outrun a predator that's clearly playing with its food. The creature's blue eyes are tracking them through the snow. It's not a hunt, it's a sweep. That tail swipe is pure malice, scattering the riders like they're nothing more than loose change on the ground. Vlad's eyes are burning with that familiar blue light, and honestly, the aura deficit here is getting real concerning. It rears up, and you can practically hear the beast mocking their pathetic attempt at a tactical retreat. The impact ripples through the earth, forcing everyone to realize that their swords are basically toothpicks against this thing. Split up is the classic move, but when the enemy has an energy breath that covers the whole map, where are you actually going? The horses are getting caught in the crossfire, and losing your mount in this terrain is basically a death sentence. He's screaming about the breath attack, but bruv, you're already standing in the blast zone. It's a little late for a strategy meeting. Vlad is dodging the debris, looking back at the carnage and realizing his tactical plan is currently burning in the snow. He's visibly frustrated, and honestly, who wouldn't be when the boss monster decides to target the horses first? Ice spikes erupting from the ground is a new level of disrespect, like the terrain itself is joining the creature's side. The commander finally calls it. The plan is cooked. The horses are dead, and now it's just them and the cold. They're hitting the ground, and Vlad is already pivoting to the only play he has left, take a leg and pray. The beast is standing there, waiting for them to make a move, and honestly, the confidence of a monster that's never been challenged is wild. Vlad's internal monologue is basically a suicide note at this point. I don't know if this works, but let's see. He strikes, and for a split second, it feels like they might actually have a shot. Blood splatters, but the creature doesn't even look bothered. It's just a scratch to a thing like that. Shock on their faces is real. They thought they had an opening, but the beast was just letting them get close. He's holding out his hand, and I don't know what he's planning, but offering blood to a dragon is a basement tier move. He's practically begging the beast to take a bite, which is honestly the most unhinged thing I've seen this week. The creature is watching, its eye tracking the blood like it's reading a menu. That red eye is a complete shift in tone, and if you think this is going to end well, I have a bridge to sell you. Reflection in the blood drop. It's like the monster is already inside his head, watching him bleed. That's not a beast. That's a nightmare with teeth, and it's clearly not satisfied with just a drop. Vlad is actually smiling, which is concerning because that's the look of a man who just lost his last marble. The creature looms over him, and Vlad is standing there like he's waiting for a bus, completely unfazed by the impending doom. He's maneuvering under fire, using the chaos as cover because he knows he can't win a straight fight. His comrade is shouting his name, probably wondering why Vlad is playing tag with a mountain-sized lizard. The grip on that sword is white-knuckle tight, and you can practically feel the adrenaline poisoning his brain. Go is the only command that matters now, because standing still is just choosing how you want to be eaten. Vlad hits the gas, and honestly, the kid's got more heart than sense, which is a lethal combination. The creature is taking hits, but it's just absorbing the damage like it's a minor inconvenience. Let's go, Noir. He's calling the horse, and suddenly we're doing some weird magical bond stuff. They're charging together, blue energy trailing behind them, and for the first time, it looks like a real fight. The mountain pass is a death trap, and that glowing light in the distance is looking less like hope and more like a beacon for disaster. They're counting down the minutes, and the way they're talking, you'd think the end of the world was scheduled for lunch. The telescope view is closing in, and the light is getting brighter, which is never a good sign in this kind of story. 1 minute. The panic in his voice is contagious, and honestly, I'm starting to sweat too. He's losing his mind, and honestly, I can't blame him. When the math stops making sense, you just run. Vlad is still riding, torch in hand, looking like he's trying to light his way into the afterlife. The order to fire is given, and the arrow is just a tiny speck against the massive, looming darkness of the pass. The whistle echoes, and it's basically a dinner bell for everything that's hunting them. He's fixated on the canyon, believing that's where the salvation is, but that's exactly where traps are usually set. Ludgear is standing there, looking all heroic, but you know he's about to get absolutely cooked. Vlad stops dead, and that look on his face, that's the look of a man who just realized he's not the hunter anymore. He's clutching his chest, the energy is spiking, and he's realizing his own power is turning against him. The horse is reacting too, like it can feel the curse crawling up Vlad's spine. Something is grabbing my heart. Bruv, you didn't just walk into a fight. You walked into a contract you didn't read the fine print for. Those chains, it's a bind, and it's clearly been there waiting for him to get strong enough to actually matter. He's questioning it, but the spectral figure behind him doesn't care about his existential crisis. The flashback hits, and we're seeing the moment everything went wrong, back when he was just another pawn. That blue eye again. It's the same power, the same curse, and he's been carrying it since before he even knew what it was. He's finally snapped, and the rage in his eyes is the only thing keeping him from collapsing right here. The impact hits, and whatever just happened, the battlefield is never going to be the same. Vlad freezes, and that look on his face? That's the look of a man who just realized he's not the one hunting anymore. He's clutching his chest as the energy spikes, realizing his own power is turning into a cage he didn't read the fine print for. The lindworm is actually retreating, and Vlad is losing his mind because he knows if he lets it gain distance, he's cooked. The older knight doesn't care about the magical existential crisis. He just wants the charge to hit home before they lose the initiative. The cavalry surges forward, and bruv, they're really out here trying to outrun a literal disaster. The riders are pushing the beast toward the canyon, trying to turn this into a controlled demolition of a predator. They're sealing the exits, making sure this creature has nowhere to go but into the trap they've laid out. The lindworm is moving through the snow, and honestly, the way it's maneuvering, it looks like it's leading them somewhere specific. Sir Volkov steps up to take the lead, clearly thinking he's the main character of this little operation. A massive blast of purple energy hits the ground, not from the knights, but from somewhere completely off-screen. A silhouette on the ridge just dropped a purple energy arc that makes everyone else's power look like a parlor trick. The explosion is blinding, and one of the soldiers is already asking if they got it, which is the universal signal for something going horribly wrong. The mist clears, and instead of a carcass, we get a pair of glowing red eyes emerging from the dark. Not ideal. The lindworm roars, and the older knight is finally realizing that spread out is not just a suggestion, it's a survival requirement. It unleashes a torrent of blue fire, and honestly, the battlefield just turned into a high-stakes barbecue for the knights. A massive surge of blue energy erupts, and Vlad is right in the middle of it, caught in a literal magical web. The elderly knight watches from the periphery, his eyes cold, clearly seeing something the rest of the squad is missing. Vlad is fighting the bind, but the voice in his head is just screaming at him to get it together before he gets turned into an ice sculpture. The older knight is still moving, cutting through the chaos like he's got a deadline to meet. He's talking about his joints aching from the cold, which is a wild thing to say while standing in a magical blizzard. Energy is leaking everywhere, and Vlad looks like he's about to have a total system failure. The knights are watching in absolute horror, and yeah, that's the appropriate reaction to your reality dissolving. The title drops, and we're officially in the thick of it now. Vlad is stumbling through the cold, hallucinating voices and losing his grip on the physical world. He's being entangled by crystalline ice, and bruv, he's realizing that his past in the slums didn't prepare him for this kind of supernatural claustrophobia. He's kneeling in the snow, and he's starting to realize this soft field is just a very pretty grave. The voices are relentless, and at this point, he's just trying to keep his brain from turning to mush. A light flickers. It's not the end, it's a beacon. He's feeling the warmth, and he's finally starting to realize he isn't fighting this alone. It's the old knight's world, and Vlad finally understands the legacy he's been carrying around this whole time. He's standing before the manifestation of that history, and the sheer scale of what he's tapping into is terrifying. The voice tells him to sever the bind, and honestly, if he fumbles this, we're all watching him die. He's straining, pushing against the weight of a world that wasn't built for him. He screams, and the energy finally snaps. He's not just fighting, he's breaking the rules of the game. The vortex opens, and it's like he just punched a hole through reality itself. He's suspended in the void, wielding a blade that's glowing like a neon sign in a dark alley. The discharge is massive, and I'm pretty sure the local climate just changed permanently. His eyes lock in, and the magical structure that was holding him down is finally shattering. He's surrounded by the debris of his own power, and he looks dangerous as hell. A drop of blood hits his neck. The price of admission for that kind of power is never cheap. He's smiling, and that blood-streaked face is the most unnerving thing I've seen all chapter. He's back on the horse, and he's riding like he's got a vendetta against the entire northern region. The old man tells him the duty is past, and it's a heavy handoff for a kid who just wanted to survive the slums. Vlad's eyes flare blue, and you can tell he's not holding anything back anymore. The dragon creature is still roaring, but it looks a lot less confident than it did 5 minutes ago. Vlad is pushing the horse to the limit, and Blood is really trying to solo a god-tier monster. He's charging, and Noir is putting in the work. This is the kind of energy you love to see. Something is watching from the shadows, calling him a rascal, which is a weirdly casual way to talk to someone about to die. The dragon breathes fire again, and the chaos is just dialed up to 11. The observer notes that the engraving is helping, but they're still basically walking through a freezer. Vlad realizes that if he goes full throttle, he's going to catch everyone in the crossfire, a classic hero's dilemma. He's hesitating, and that 1-second delay is exactly where nightmares start. He pulls the reins, and he's going all in. Consequences be damned. He's screaming, the dragon is growling, and the tension is honestly thick enough to cut with a knife. The clash is insane. The light is literally swallowing the frame. The sword is struggling, and Vlad looks like he's realizing the hardware can't keep up with the software. He landed a hit, and that black, jagged wound on the neck is the first real sign of progress. He's moving so fast it's just a blur of light and violence. He strikes again, and the sparks flying off that scale are beautiful. He's shouting, he's swinging, and he's absolutely locked in. The dragon is starting to look desperate, and that's when you know you've got them. The energy is swirling, and he's lining up the final hit. He thinks he's got it, and he's so close he can taste the victory. And then, the sound of metal snapping. The blade cracks, and Vlad's face says it all. He just realized he's brought a broken stick to a dragon fight. Blood hits the snow. It's barely a whisper, but it tells us the beast is leaking. And there it is, that glowing red eye. Blood really thought it could just walk away. Vlad's locked in, but the sword? It's vibrating like a bad connection at 3 a.m. The creature isn't having it, thrashing around like a toddler in a tantrum. And the voice is breathing down his neck, screaming that he can't stop now. The lindworm lunges, all teeth and pure, unadulterated hate, but Vlad doesn't flinch. Then a flash of blue tears through the dark. Someone else decided to join the party. The creature gets absolutely rocked, and our guy in the fur collar shouts that he's got the assist. He's not just talking, he's moving, putting everything into one clean shot at the tail. That thing is reeling, but it's still standing, which is honestly just rude at this point. It's turning tail and running back to the plains, because Big Man realized he's losing. The ally screams for Vlad to chase it down, but look at him. He's falling apart. Voice is back, dropping some cryptic philosophy about limits and stopping. And Vlad sees his own face in the blade, looking like he's aged 10 years in 10 seconds. He's forcing it, teeth gritted, because he knows he doesn't have another option. He kicks Noir into gear, and honestly, the aura coming off that sword is terrifying. The lindworm is bathed in light, trying to shake off the inevitable, but it's cooked. Vlad is closing the gap, a silhouette of pure focus against the white of the beast. The creature's going for the kill, and Vlad is just gripping the hilt like his life depends on it. He swings, and the impact is basically a localized natural disaster. The beast is screaming, but Vlad is right there, eyes glowing with that same lethal energy. The sword carves through the air, and for a second, the whole world is just blue light. Locked in a high-speed dance of death, moving faster than the eye can track. He's shouting, eyes flaring, demanding the creature just stop existing already. The blade comes down like a hammer, and the shockwave is absolutely massive. And he's letting out all that pent-up frustration on the monster. The claw strikes the ground, but it's shaking, weak. The beast is fading. Vlad's still pushing, riding the edge of his own power, never letting up. A beam of pure energy cuts through the cold air, straight for the target. It hits the mark, and you can see the creature's red eye flicker out. The ally is back there, looking like he's been through a grinder, gasping that he's out of ammo. He puts his faith in Vlad, and honestly, the pressure is probably enough to crush a normal man. But Vlad is still riding, still swinging, still holding onto that dying light. His eyes are burning, and the sword is just, it's done, fam. It's finished. He's sitting there, in the quiet, and that sword is just standing tall. Combat is a blur of blue, but he's fighting something that's already lost. He's thanking the blade, which is kind of sad when you think about it. Distance between them is shrinking, and the end is right there. The creature spits one last blast of energy, but it's just a final, desperate gasp. Look at that eye. The reflection shows Vlad is the only thing left in its world. The strain on his face tells the whole story. He gave more than he had. One final, desperate strike, and the energy is practically vibrating off the page. The horse is moving, the sword is swinging, and the look in his eye is pure cold. Everyone else is just watching, terrified and awestruck, wondering how he's still standing. The world is dissolving into white, and just like that, it's goodbye. He's gripping the hilt, and the sword is literally cracking under the weight of his existence. The shards are floating, and the narrative is basically saying he's a star in the making. It's building up to something, and we all know it's the big moment. The Dragon Slayer's sword. Not just a weapon, but a whole new identity. The blade descends into the dark, and the weight of that name is heavy, bruv. The cleanup crew is moving in, dragging the beast like a trophy, while Vlad just sits there. The knight walks up, and the contrast between his calm and Vlad's exhaustion is sharp. He asks about the old sir, and the mystery of the name is still just hanging there. Vlad's still in the dark about the name, but he knows the duties aren't finished. The sword broke, and Vlad is mourning it like a fallen comrade. He's holding the pieces, and the knight is right. That thing really did try its best. The knight promises a new one, but Vlad is doubtful. Can you really replace a connection like that? He's saying that a sword that can contain his world is a 1 in a million find. Even the Emperor couldn't just pull another one of these out of his pocket. He's telling Vlad that the title is the real reward. It stays with him forever. He's saying it's just them now, two of a kind in a world that doesn't get it. The sword is the witness, and the title is finally locked in, Dragon Slayer. He's standing there, and you can tell, he's not the same boy from the alley anymore. The world moves on, even when you're busy fighting for your life. High above the streets, the architecture of DMR stands indifferent to the chaos below, while a mysterious hand receives a letter that's about to change the entire board. The red wax seal is broken, and with it, the quiet. Baron Hainel's personal correspondence lands right in the lap of a man who's clearly been waiting for an update, and he's not interested in small talk. He wants to know if the West is finally starting to crack. He's checking the map in his head, looking for the one variable that shouldn't be there. The eye patch-wearing subordinate confirms the Gaidar army is staying put, but that doesn't satisfy him. He's looking for something much more specific, Vlad. The silence stretches. It's been at least a month since Vlad vanished into the conquest, and for a man who treats life like a game of chess, that's a massive, uncalculated gap. He's already doing the math, and the numbers aren't adding up. Is Vlad a tool or a liability? The subordinate confirms that the timing is off, everything is slipping out of sync. If the schedule is compromised, the whole operation starts to look like a house of cards. He's not waiting for a report anymore. If the conquest party is heading for Sturma, that's exactly where he needs to be. The smirk says it all. He's not just observing the thread, he's going to pull it. The knight bows, orders in hand, leaving the room with the efficiency of someone who knows better than to ask why. The dark-haired mastermind watches him go, already moving to the next phase of a plan we're only just beginning to see. He's watching his own reflection, but he's really looking at the ripples Gaidar is making. Even if the threat is invisible to everyone else, he sees the purpose behind the movement. He's reading the room, and the room is shifting. Coincidences are for people who don't have a plan. He's realized that this sudden, chaotic moment is the exact key he needed to unlock the larger problem he's been staring at. It's not luck, it's design. Flashback to a younger Vlad, kneeling in the dirt, handing over a purple trinket to a woman who probably didn't know he'd become a monster. He thought he messed up back then, but he's finally realized that the mistake was actually his best move. Back in the present, the snow buries the fortress in a cold, suffocating silence. Two chained chests sit on the red carpet like ticking time bombs, and the guardians of the pact are already discussing who's going to hold the leash. The spiky-haired man sits on his throne, his hands resting on his blade like he's ready to execute the very air in the room. He acknowledges Bayezid's help, but his eyes are fixed on the cargo that needs to be contained. The Dragon's Lair Knight Order is gone, and the justification for their presence has evaporated with them. But the spiky-haired man doesn't care about politics. He wants to know about the bastard who's been causing all the noise. Mirshe has packed up her order and left, which is exactly what they wanted. Bayezid's knights are still hovering like vultures, but they're not going to get a sniff of what's actually buried in this hall. The watch remains unbroken. Bayezid's men are committed to their vigil, and until the very last second, they're going to be the eyes that see nothing. The white-haired man stares down at the chests, his face a mask of cold, hard focus. He's betting that with the Lindworm dead and the Dragon's Layers gone, the pressure inside these things won't reach a breaking point. He knows he's wrong. It's temporary, just a matter of time before another dragon starts waking up. Storing 2 shards in one room is like putting 2 fires in a box of dry wood. It's only a matter of time before it explodes. He's in a corner, and he knows it. He has to separate them, but the weight of that responsibility is heavy enough to crush anyone who could possibly carry a duty this lethal. The sword is held aloft, a symbol of the burden they've inherited. This isn't just a job, it's a pact written in blood and chains that are glowing with a very bad, very permanent energy. He's looking directly into the abyss, and the abyss is calling them the guardians of the pact. It's a title that sounds a lot like a death sentence for whoever has to actually do the guarding. The fortress looms over the mountains, a jagged tooth against the sky. Down here, the elderly man with the goatee looks up, and for the first time, he doesn't look like a prisoner. He looks like he's waiting for the punchline. The elderly man is trussed up in furs like a piece of cargo, and he is not having it. He's calling Vlad a bastard, which is honestly the most accurate thing anyone has said in this entire chapter. Vlad's just trying to survive the road to Sturma, but the cold is relentless. The old man is still posturing, acting like he's made of iron, while he's literally wrapped in a rug like a piece of holiday ham. Vlad points out the irony. The old man was complaining about his joints aching just a minute ago. It's hard to act tough when you're currently being carried like a sack of potatoes. The old man is grumbling, telling Vlad to loosen the ropes, because he's literally cutting off his circulation. Blood is really out here complaining about his comfort, while currently being a high-value hostage. The destination is finally in sight. The blonde man in the red cloak is waiting, and he's got that polite, "I'm definitely going to stab you later" energy that you just can't teach. He's talking about how happy his father is going to be to see them. It's the kind of hospitality that makes you want to keep your hand on your sword hilt at all times. The blonde man is dropping hints, saying he's not sure he can stay quiet if he gets too excited. He's basically telling Vlad he's planning to cause chaos, and he's doing it with a smile on his face. Vlad keeps it professional, but he's offering him the tail of the Lindworm as a parting gift. It's a peace offering that feels more like a bribe to get him to leave as quickly as possible. The blonde man declines. He's got enough baggage, and he's already got what he came for. The smirk says he's leaving with a lot more than just a souvenir. He's packing up, and he's making sure Vlad knows he's taking the prisoners, too. He's cleaning house, and he's doing it with that terrifyingly calm, aristocratic efficiency. He's telling Vlad to leave the north to the north. It's a polite way of saying, don't come back, and then he drops the real request. He wants a final word with the new Dragon's Lair. Vlad doesn't like it. He's tense, blue aura flickering under his skin, but he gives him a second. 1 second is all it takes for things to go sideways. Vlad gives him the warning. No more tricks, or there will be consequences. They're standing back to back, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a dull dagger. The blonde man asks what he's talking about, and Vlad isn't playing the game anymore. He knows. He's seen the shift in the air, and he's not going to be lied to twice. The blue light flares, and suddenly Vlad is in the middle of a psychic or magical feedback loop. He's on his horse, surrounded by a pillar of energy that looks like it's trying to rewrite his DNA. The reality is fracturing. He's got a sword pointed at his face, and the blonde man is acting like he's just observing a science experiment. The aura is screaming, and Vlad is trying to keep his head. The blonde man's eyes are glowing blue, and he's looking at Vlad with a terrifying, calm certainty. He's not a guest. He's an evaluator, and he's just marked Vlad for something much bigger. The red eyes of the other character are burning, and the message is clear, no second warnings. The blonde man is pushing him, testing the limits of his resolve. The blonde man walks away, smiling like he just finished a successful day at the office. He's leaving a trail of questions, and Vlad is left standing in the wreckage of his own composure. Vlad's standing there, reflecting on his own lack of focus. He's realizing he got caught up in the blonde man's world, and he's not going to let that happen again. He's recalibrating. He's looking at the castle wall, watching the figure in the red cloak fade into the distance. He's confirmed the most important thing, and now he knows exactly where he stands. The luggage is packed, and it's pathetic, just 2 bundles for 2 men. It's the life of a traveler, or maybe just the life of someone who doesn't expect to have a home for very long. The blonde man is walking away, and Vlad is watching him with the eyes of a wolf. It was memorable, sure, but only because of the sheer amount of bullshit he had to wade through. He's thinking about how much easier it would have been without that specific, blonde-haired bastard breathing down his neck. He's done with the games. The blonde man is back, or maybe he never left. He's talking about gladness and reasons, and Vlad's eyes are glowing bright blue. He's not in the mood for the riddle of the day. Vlad tells him to shut up and leave. He's not playing the polite guess game anymore. The blue aura is roaring, and he's ready to end the conversation with steel if he has to. The blonde man is actually impressed. He's watching Vlad grow in real time, and he's loving every second of it. He's like a proud, twisted mentor who enjoys watching his students suffer. He tells Vlad to raise his head confidently. It's a command, not a suggestion. He knows something about Vlad's future that Vlad is only just starting to suspect. The giant blue eye in the sky. It's looking down at Vlad, and the world is starting to tremble. This is the moment the voice was building toward. The blonde man is fading, but he's got one more question. His eye has a slit pupil. He's not just a man, and he's certainly not a friend. He asks if Vlad's heart beats faster every time he sees a dragon. Vlad is sweating, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He's terrified, and for good reason. The dragon is here, or at least, the memory of it. The heartbeat SFX are deafening, and Vlad is standing in the shadow of something that should be dead. The shadow is massive, and the blue eyes are staring right through him. He's not fighting a man anymore. He's fighting a legacy. The blonde man is talking about the blue blood of the lindworm. He's tempting him, asking if he's thirsty for that kind of power. It's a trap, and it's the most beautiful trap Vlad has ever seen. The unknown individual with the wavy hair is creeping up behind him. He's offering him a drink of dragon blood, and the air is thick with the smell of magic and bad decisions. The individual looms over him, that sinister smile practically screaming, "Drink the poison." Vlad is standing at the edge of something irreversible, and the heartbeat sound is about to stop. Night falls over Sturma, the capital of Bayezid County, and the atmosphere is heavy with the kind of silence that usually precedes a massive shift in the status quo. We find Vlad alone in his room, head in his hands, trying to process the absolute chaos of the last few days while his blue eye flares with a restless, magical light. Until the voice manifests behind him like a ghost in the machine, leaning in with a chilling question about whether Vlad actually has a secret thirst for dragon blood. Vlad tries to dismiss it as nonsense, but he can't ignore the physical evidence. The way his jaw tightens and his heart hammers against his ribs every time a dragon is near, confirming that there's a visceral resonance he can't explain, leading him to demand the truth from this entity that seems to know his own body better than he does. He's standing there looking like he's about to start a podcast about his trauma when a sudden knock at the door shatters the metaphysical tension. And Vlad, thinking it's just another random person coming to glaze him for the lindworm kill, tells them to piss off, only to realize he just disrespected Lutgear. He practically teleports to his feet, stammering out an apology because Lutgear is one of the few people in this castle who actually stands on business. But Lutgear just takes it in stride, flashing a calm smile that says he's used to Vlad being a bit of a high-strung menace by now. Lutgear enters the room carrying a long, heavy black case, and the weight of it suggests that whatever is inside is about to change Vlad's tax bracket. As he looks around the modest squire quarters with the curiosity of someone who's never had to live without a silver spoon, asking how Vlad even functions in here. Then he drops the case on the table with a heavy thud and reveals the silver-colored masterwork he promised, a blade forged by the greatest blacksmith in the entire county. This isn't just a sword. It's a masterwork of balance and sharpness, crafted by a man whose reputation stretches across the empire, meaning Vlad just got a massive gear upgrade. Which is exactly why Vlad hesitates, looking at the blade like it's a bill he can't pay, because a squire carrying a weapon this elite is unheard of. Lutgear isn't hearing it though, calling him a dragon slayer, and making it clear that this isn't a gift. It's the fair compensation for a man who hunts monsters for a living. He explains that while he'd love to give Vlad the best sword in existence, the political optics would be a nightmare, though he's clearly doing this out of respect for Vlad's bond with Joseph. Vlad finally accepts the blade, but the conversation shifts to Joseph, and you can see the internal gears turning as Vlad realizes his friend has been frantically busy behind the scenes, leading Lutgear to drop a cryptic comment about how the hierarchy of service is getting blurry, especially with how much Joseph is doing to prop Vlad up. Vlad is genuinely confused, looking like he missed a major update in the group chat, but Luckgear realizes the boy is completely out of the loop regarding the upcoming changes. The mood shifts instantly as Luckgear reveals that an official assembly has been ordered for every single night in Bayezid, signaling that the vacation is officially over. Meanwhile, out on the bridge, the elderly pilgrim Vlad escorted is looking over the castle with Count Bayezid, announcing that his long journey is finally coming to an end. The Count acknowledges the weight of that decision, while the old man reflects on the grueling years he spent on the road, proving that even legends get tired of the grind. But there's one last piece of business to settle. The last ducat is being handed over, which is basically the final payment on a debt that's been running for years. The old man nods, his thoughts drifting back to Vlad, noting that the price of honor is a heavy burden for a kid who was just a street rat not too long ago. So he decides to give Vlad one final push, acting as a retainer of Bayezid to ensure the rascal has everything he needs to stand tall as a true knight. The dark-coated man feels a sense of relief as his duties finally come to a close, his boots clicking on the stone as he prepares to step away from the life he's known. While the Count offers his gratitude, acknowledging the years of service and apologizing for the old man's occasionally difficult temperament. The two men stand in the quiet courtyard, a moment of mutual respect between two pillars of the county who are finally seeing a new generation take the lead. The dark-haired man confirms he's heading home, though the elderly man warns him that his garden might look a bit unfamiliar after being away for so long. It's a quiet, reflective moment, with the old man feeling like he's finally receiving a retirement gift in the form of seeing the county's future secured. Back in the room, Vlad draws his new blade, and the blue light it emits is so intense it practically blinds him. This is the moment a new honor is officially born. 3 days pass in a blur of preparation, and the castle exterior looks more imposing than ever as the day of the grand assembly finally arrives. And we see a figure walking through the arched hallways, moving toward a light that signals the beginning of a massive ceremony. The guards are lined up in full silver plate armor, spears held high, creating a corridor of steel for the man of the hour to pass through. The bearded knight with the eye patch sees the transformation and is genuinely stunned, wondering if Lady Oksana used actual magic to clean Vlad up this well, because Vlad looks completely different, draped in silver armor and a fur-lined blue cloak that makes him look like royalty instead of a squire from the slums. Vlad is feeling the pressure, sweating under the weight of the new drip and admitting that the whole situation feels incredibly awkward and sudden. But the eye-patch knight just smirks, telling him he'll overlook the nerves because today is a once-in-a-lifetime moment that belongs to Vlad alone. He points toward the massive, ornate circular door, explaining that this threshold is only opening for him today, marking his transition into the elite. The knight takes a deep breath and bellows Vlad's name with enough force to shake the walls, announcing the squire of Bayezid to the entire assembly. He formally requests approval for Vlad to enter the Door of Knights by the Count's direct order, and the scale of the moment is finally starting to sink in. The massive mechanism begins to groan and part, spilling a blinding white light into the hallway that makes everything else disappear. And Vlad steps forward, his eyes focused, and his jaw set as he prepares to walk into a world he once only dreamed of from the gutters of Skara. He enters the Hall of Knights and finds 2 long rows of armored men holding their swords upright in a silent, bone-chilling salute. His boots click rhythmically on the stone floor as he moves past the veterans, his expression shifting from focus to a sudden, sharp realization. Watching from the shadows of the corridor is Joseph, looking on with a somber, melancholic expression that tells you exactly how much this moment costs him. Because Joseph knows he's reached his limit, he knows he can't hold a sword or stand before that door himself, and the realization is eating him alive. He spent his whole life believing this was a line he could never cross, a sanctum for heroes that he simply wasn't built to enter. But he realizes that even if he couldn't walk through, he was the one who pushed Vlad inside, sending his single sword into the light. Vlad stops and looks back, seeing Joseph standing there in the gloom, and he offers a simple command to go ahead, followed by a heavy word of recognition. "Congratulations," Vlad says, and you can see Joseph's expression soften into a serene peace, realizing his mission to elevate Vlad is finally complete. Vlad turns back to the blinding light of the hall, walking toward his destiny as a knight of Bayezid, ready to show the world exactly what his sword can do. The red-colored path is the path of honors, a road paved with the blood and sweat of everyone who tried to climb out of the dirt. And Vlad has been walking that path one grueling step at a time, unknowingly escaping the back-alley mire toward the impossible dream he's carried since childhood. He moves through the grand cathedral of Sturma, his fur-collared cloak trailing behind him as he approaches the altar where his new life finally begins. And as his metal-clad knee hits the red carpet with a sharp click, the weight of the entire Bayezid County settles onto his shoulders. He has finally reached that distant star, kneeling as a humble squire while the master of Bayezid acknowledges the boy who refused to stay in the shadows. Peter Bayezid looks down with the cold authority of a man who rules the north, commending Vlad for surviving the long, bloody road to this sanctum. And he commands Vlad to take the eternal code of the sword master into his left hand, carving its laws directly into his soul. As the blade touches his shoulder, the first code echoes through the hall. A knight must always foster potential, no matter where it hides. And Vlad remembers how Joseph chose to protect the spark within a slum orphan, even when they first met as bitter enemies on the battlefield. Peter's voice rings out, reminding him that a true knight's greatest duty is to lend their ears to their own conscience above all else. Vlad closes his eyes, the cool steel of the blade a physical reminder that he is no longer just a weapon, but a man with a choice. And he sees the faces of Gregory and Cade in the Mosiam flames, men who burned their own lives away because their conscience wouldn't let them walk away. The standards of a knight are simple. When you must act, you do not hesitate, because your conscience is the only judge that actually matters. The last code is the heaviest of them all, demanding that a knight always chase the honorable path, regardless of the cost to their own safety. Walking forth with his head held high, seeking only a fair price for his struggle without a single drop of shame to stain his name. Peter demands the oath in front of the sword and the code, calling out to the world for the first time the name of Vlad of Shoera. He thinks back to the undecorated sword, that rusted piece of junk from Otar's smithy that was the only witness to his earliest, desperate prayers. And even in the absolute filth of the back alleys, Jemina can testify that he was already protecting the few things worth saving in this world. The knight who watched over the Red Light Knight's territory knows the truth, that Vlad's conscience was forged in the fire of the slums long before he ever wore armor. He looked up at the stars from the gutters, and today, those same stars are finally within his reach as he prepares to give his word. Castle Skora looms in the golden sunset, a fortress built on a code that Vlad lived out every day without even knowing the words for it. Because he was always the type to protect his people with everything he had, even when his only weapon was a broken stick and a prayer. I swear, Vlad says, his voice steady as the blue light of his resolve flares, sealing the contract that binds him to the Bayezid bloodline forever. He vows to protect the code with all his strength, and Peter Bayezid officially issues the order that changes the political landscape of the North. He acknowledges that while Vlad was a lowly street rat when he first kneeled, he is shedding that skin right here in front of everyone, standing up as a dignified knight, and equal to the veterans who used to look at him like he was just part of the scenery. He is now the knight of Lady Alicia, the one who stepped into the abyss to protect the children of San Logino when no one else would. And the Dragon Slayer, a title earned in the blue blood of the Lindworm, a name that will now be whispered in every tavern from here to the capital. The entire hall erupts as the Bayezid knights raise their steel in a thunderous salute, finally acknowledging the boy as one of their own. Vlad of Shoera. The name rings through the stone arches, a declaration that the rootless orphan has finally carved his own place into the world. He created his own roots through pure, predatory will, proving that your origin doesn't define your ceiling if you're willing to bleed for it. Lutgeir and Jair look on with a pride that goes beyond duty, seeing the squire they trained become the hero the county desperately needs. Every star in the sky and every knight in this room is now a witness to the fact that Vlad has officially arrived at the top of the food chain. Well done, Sir Vlad. The voice whispers, and you can almost feel the entity smirking at the chaos this one boy is about to cause among the nobility. He stands there in his silver plate and blue fur, looking like the pinnacle of chivalry, but the eyes are still the same eyes that survived the back alleys. Meanwhile, in the fiery red skies of Trinova, the atmosphere is looking absolutely devious as the West prepares its next move. And Sigmund Gaidar is sitting on his throne, crushing walnuts with his bare hands like he's already planning how to crack the Bayezid skull. The tyrant of the West is officially in the building, and Blood looks like he's just waiting for a reason to crash out and burn the whole province down. He's already clocking Alicia Hainel's vulnerability, wondering how a woman alone is supposed to endure the tough world he's about to create for her. With a predatory smile that tells you he's already 3 moves ahead in a game that Alicia doesn't even know she's playing yet. He turns to the silver-haired Godwin, ordering his most lethal tool to flex himself for the coming task in Diamar. Sigmund isn't looking for a messy war. He wants a fair justification, a legal excuse to swallow the Hainel territory whole without alerting the Emperor. Back in the estate, Peter Bayezid tells Joseph that he trusts him not to disappoint, placing the future of the family's justification squarely on his shoulders. The pieces are being set on the board, and Vlad's new rank is just the first move in a much larger, deadlier Game of Thrones. Joseph meets with a bearded elder, a man who carries the weight of the county's secrets in the red gemstone pinned to his chest. And they discuss the Great Conference, a gathering of all northern lords that hasn't been activated in over a decade, signaling that the age of peace is officially over. The fact that this conference is happening now, without any prior scent or warning, means the security was either perfect or the situation is incredibly urgent. Joseph is trying to figure out the why behind the sudden move, his eyes searching for the hidden trap he knows is lurking in the fine print. The elder proposes seating Alicia Hainel as the Lord of Diamar during the conference, a move that would force her to finally pick a side. The Hainel clan has been playing both sides of the boundary for generations, but the North is finally demanding a definitive answer. It's a brutal choice. Either become the gate to the south and join the North, or be abandoned as a wasteland by the central government. If they hesitate for even a second, they'll become the prey of the Western Eagle, and Sigmund Gaidar doesn't leave scraps for anyone. Joseph sees his own serious expression reflected in the amber liquid, realizing that Diamar is the pivot point for the entire region's survival. The elder asks the million-dollar question, will Alicia choose the North, or will her neutrality be the death of her house? He knows Joseph has worked himself to the bone to create this opportunity, and he promises to support him with everything the administration has left. You are Bayezid itself, the old man says, gassing Joseph up while reminding him that his identity is inseparable from the county's fate. Joseph grips the glass with hands that have never held a sword, but are currently carrying the weight of thousands of lives. He stands by the window, looking out at the cold, bright world he's trying to save, probably wondering if he's just another pawn in Peter's long game. The elder watches him walk away, noting that because Joseph wasn't born with the sharp teeth of a warrior, he's had to resist the cycle with his mind instead. It's concerning for everyone involved, because Alicia Haenel isn't the only one standing at a crossroads that leads straight into a graveyard. Joseph clenches his fist until his knuckles turn white, knowing that the more he delays his choice, the more Bayezid blood is going to stain the snow. He is determined to end the curse-like cycle of fratricide in his own generation, even if it means he has to be the one to finally draw the line. And as the silhouettes of his ancestors clash in his mind, Joseph resolves to be the one who finally stops the bleeding, no matter what it costs him personally. The sun sets over the rugged peaks of the north, painting the horizon in a bruised purple. As Lamund brings Vlad up to the battlements to see the castle walls drink in the dying light, he explains that Sturmus stones didn't just grow out of the earth, they grew up drinking blood. The blood of enemies and the blood of the Bayezid family, because you can't protect anything without a sacrifice. He's giving Vlad the ultimate reality check. Being a knight means swearing to give your own blood gladly. And Vlad accepts the weight of that oath with a calm focus that surprises even the old man. Lamund drops the old Sir title, telling the boy to call him Sir Lamund before reaching into his cloak, and tossing him a single rusted coin as payment for the armor he destroyed during their training. Vlad is looking at this scrap of metal like it's a bad joke, considering that orc hide armor was worth a fortune. But Lamund warns him that he'll eventually realize the true worth of that coin when the troubled times arrive. He invites Vlad to visit his manor once the dust settles, a rare offer from a living legend, noting that he'll collect the rest of the price then, welcoming the boy into his inner circle. Vlad is genuinely confused, probably wondering if he just got scammed by a senior citizen. But Lamund just smiles, having clearly enjoyed watching the street rat evolve into a predator. They stand together on the wall, 2 generations of northern steel silhouetted against the fading sun. Vlad offers his sincere gratitude, realizing Lamund didn't just teach him how to swing his sword, he taught him how to survive. The handshake is a silent pact between master and disciple, a final anchor before Vlad heads south. Meanwhile, in Diamar, Alyssa Haenel is currently losing her mind because it's been a month since she called for help, and the Bayezid haven't even sent a single hint that they're coming to save her house from annexation. Her advisor is telling her to stay patient and prepare for the worst, which is top tier, thanks I'm cured energy. Especially since the worst is a marriage proposal from Count Gaidar that feels more like a legal eviction notice. She's so desperate she's actually weighing the options, wondering if submitting to the West is the only way to survive. The advisor knows the proposal was a slap in the face, zero respect for their clan, just a demand for their land. It was wrapped in sweet words, but offered absolutely no promises for the future of the Haenel bloodline. Because it was driven by nothing but the Count's greed, which is now looming over her like a physical threat. They're trying to convince themselves they still have time to rise up, but the clock is already at 0. Alyssa is rightfully disgusted that the Bayezid couldn't even spare a single squire to help her hold the line. The advisor suspects the Bayezid have already calculated the risks, but his worry is cut short by a knock on the door. A messenger bursts in with the news that the forces of Clan Gaidar have already reached their territory. The realization hits her like a physical blow. The hungry eagle of the West is already at the gates. The advisor tries to scramble for a diplomatic delay, but you can see the sweat on his face. He knows they're cooked. He knows that once the eagle starts its descent, there's no way to stop the plundering that's about to follow. Leading the host is Istvan Gaidar, a man who looks like he's never been told no a single day in his life. He dismisses Diamar as a backwater farm town, clearly annoyed that he has to be here for actual business. Godwin rides beside him, knowing that while the North focuses on protection, the West only understands the harvest of war. Istvan thinks diplomacy is a chore, asking if he can just sit still while Godwin does the heavy lifting. He's too lazy for small talk and too arrogant to pretend he cares about the duty of his noble blood. Godwin has to remind him that his father is serious enough to put his top enforcer on babysitting duty. Istvan's entire worldview is plunder it if we want it, a simple methodology for a man with a predatory mind. He knows the North is built on protection, which is exactly why he views them as a target-rich environment. The contrast is clear. The North survived by shielding its people, but the West grew powerful by taking everything else. Istvan realizes his father is treading carefully with this first step outside their territory, which is why Godwin is here. He finally finds a reason to be interested when he hears Alyssa is the most beautiful noblewoman in the region. Blood develops a sinister grin that tells you exactly how he plans to negotiate this marriage. They approach the town with the motivation of a predator who just found out the prey is actually high tier. Shift to the empire capital, Brigantes, where the real players are watching the board from their Gothic towers. Mirshe Dragulia is back in the throne room, kneeling before the source of his family's terrifying power. He addresses Sarnur Dragulia, Duke Dragonblood, the man who controls the destiny of the entire empire. Sarnur doesn't waste words, demanding a report on the northern campaign with a gaze that could freeze fire. Mirshe has to deliver the news that the White Dragon was conquered by the lowly northern knights. In a separate sanctum, an elderly figure is scoffing at the north, claiming they don't know their place. But the blonde entity, the voice, notes that the trip was worth it because they found a young dragon named Vlad. The elder talks about spreading seeds of possibility across the continent, viewing every hero as a potential asset, a life's work that he considers meaningful enough to bet his entire existence on the outcome. He asks the voice if his heart rang when he saw the boy, wanting to know the true color of Vlad's soul. The blonde man confirms Vlad has the Dragulia traits, blonde hair, blue eyes, and a resonance that can't be faked. But since the dragon shards aren't calling out yet, it's clear the boy hasn't truly opened his eyes to his fate. The work of spreading these seeds is a painful waiting game, but it's the only game that matters to the high tiers. The blonde entity admits he's been playing the same long game, manipulating Vlad from within his own mind. He's satisfied with the progress, watching the pieces fall into place exactly as he planned. He finally expresses a desire to meet the child in person, signaling that the voice is looking for a physical vessel. And as he clasps his hands in the dark, you realize the storm over the north is only just beginning. A new player enters the chat, and he's already grinning like he owns the place. Standing before Lady Alicia, who's currently radiating a level of coldness that could freeze the entire room. This is Istvin of the Gaidar clan, and based on the posture, he's definitely the type of guy who thinks his presence is a gift to everyone in the room. Alicia gives him a welcome, but the energy is completely dead. Sir Lamund is watching this go down, and he is not amused, especially since Istvin is calling her Milady, while completely ignoring her official title as Baron. The tension is thick because the Gaidars just rolled up without a single word of prior notice, which, in the world of high-tier nobility, is basically a declaration of war. Then Istvin drops the bomb, questioning why they haven't already adjusted the plans for a marriage proposal. Alicia is beyond disappointed, and she lets him know that his entire attitude is an absolute joke. Istvin tries to play it off with a smirk, thinking she's just cold, while Lamund reminds him that some connections are forged in the heat of the moment. But Alicia isn't buying the spontaneous romance angle, demanding to know why a noble clan would act this rashly. And just how precious the Count thinks she is to send his own son as the messenger. Istvin doesn't even apologize for the lack of etiquette. He just doubles down, claiming his status as the Gaidar successor makes trivial procedures irrelevant. Alicia's reaction is pure silence, and that's usually when things get dangerous. Istvin is still delusional, laughing and claiming he's just here to bring good news. Then Vlad steps in, completely ignoring Alicia's attempt to tell him to go take a nap, because he's not interested in resting. He wants a private conversation with Alicia right now. Vlad knows that patience is a virtue, but he's reached his limit. He realizes that if you keep enduring after someone crosses the line, you're just teaching them how to disrespect you. Alicia is genuinely stunned that a subordinate has the nerve to interrupt a diplomatic meeting. Meanwhile, the people in the know are smirking because this exact level of chaos is exactly the justification they need. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the announcement hits the room. The Knights of Bayezid have officially arrived. The doors swing open to a blinding light, revealing a wall of silver armor. And the imposing presence of the Bayezid elite, turning a marriage proposal into a military standoff. The lead knight delivers a formal greeting, reminding the Baron of the long history between their houses. They bow in unison, a coordinated display of power that tells the Gaidars they aren't the only big dogs in the room. And right there in the middle of the formation is Vlad, looking every bit the professional soldier. Alicia welcomes them, but the real focus is on Vlad, who apologizes for his tardiness. Before stepping forward to address her directly, he tells her he's here to answer her call, and for the first time, Alicia actually smiles, confirming that he's the only one she's given this level of permission to. Then Vlad does the unthinkable, kneeling to return a purple, gold-trimmed handkerchief. Istvin is completely lost, wondering why the hell they're talking about a piece of cloth in the middle of a political crisis. But this isn't about laundry, it's about a contract. Vlad pledges his name and the honor of House Bayezid as the just price for that handkerchief. Suddenly, the world shifts, and Vlad is standing in a void, isolated from the noise of the court. He remembers the struggle, the mud, and the sheer desperation of his childhood, which is why he can now tell the world that his shadow has finally reached them. The voice calls him the Knight of Blue Moonlight, signaling a transformation that goes beyond just wearing armor. A massive, purple-eyed silhouette looms behind him, claiming the right to finally stand in front of him. This is the ancestral power the voice has been grooming him for. Back in the real world, the scene shifts to the streets of Skora, where Istvin is reeling, realizing that House Bayezid just pulled a move he never saw coming. He's trying to wrap his head around the name, Vlad of Shoera, a name that shouldn't even be on his radar. Sir Lamund reflects on the fact that he never actually faced Vlad before, because Vlad was too busy staring down Godwin. Lamund finds the whole situation fresh, amused by the fact that Vlad is essentially insulting the nobility while standing right in front of them. It was a short connection, but Lamund knows that some encounters leave a permanent mark. He remembers a day when he didn't let a certain person live out of simple sympathy, because that person possessed a shining possibility that was too attractive to ignore. Looking at Vlad now, Lamund almost feels proud, realizing the boy he read about in reports is actually this monster in human skin. Istvin is panicking, asking what the plan is now that his justification has been hijacked. Lamund gives him the cold truth. In this world, the victor takes everything. No exceptions. He mentions that Sir Joseph is already moving to prove the strength of the alliance between the two clans. Back in the formal room, the tension is still high, but a letter is presented to Lady Alicia to settle the score. The letter from Joseph is a masterclass in manipulation, stating that while Vlad has the handkerchief, it's still difficult to refuse the Gaidars. Alicia realizes that Joseph is playing both sides to ensure DMR gets the best possible deal. She then reveals a secret weapon. Her grandmother was part of Clan Oscar, the same bloodline as Lady Oksana. This blood connection is a game changer, meaning Alicia has a direct link to the power of House Bayezid. Sir Jair confirms it, explaining that because of this bloodline, Bayezid has effectively lent her their sword. Alicia proposes a brilliant move. If the Countess becomes her godmother, the Gaidar proposal becomes irrelevant because they'd need the Countess's permission first. She's worried about the burden this puts on the Countess, but it's the only way to stay free. The good news is that Lady Oksana has already expressed her willingness to welcome Alicia. The elderly advisor sees right through it, knowing this goodwill is just a strategic leash Bayezid is putting on the Hainal family. Alicia is starting to realize that Joseph didn't just help her. He calculated every single second of this to push back the Gaidars. And that's why Joseph is a monster. He's not just playing the game, he's moving the entire board. The chapter ends with a heavy standoff under the glowing white tree, where the real fight for the North is about to begin. The atmosphere in the parlor is thick with tension as Vlad and a bearded emissary sit opposite Lady Alicia, the weight of a looming political decision hanging over the table. And the emissary makes it clear that whatever Alicia chooses, it's going to be a burden, regardless of who she picks. Alicia accepts the reality with a polite, practiced nod. Watching from the side, Sir Lamond finds the whole thing absurd. He knows the score. Gaidar is using a marriage proposal as a front, while Bayezid is just using protection as bait to hook her. He looks at Alicia, wondering if there's a single soul in this room she can actually trust. Which is why it's a shift in energy when Alicia turns her attention to Vlad, greeting him with a softness she doesn't show the others. She asks if his new responsibilities are becoming too much, but Vlad doesn't hesitate, promising to give her his absolute best. He's not just doing it because he was told to. He actually wants to protect her, which is a rarity in a court full of snakes. Lamond catches this and can't help but smile. He's realized something critical about the boy. That Vlad is the only person in Alicia's orbit who supports her without a hidden agenda or a calculated scheme. Moved by that genuine sincerity, Alicia bows her head in a rare moment of true gratitude. Then the mood shifts to something more playful. Alicia asks for her handkerchief back, teasingly suggesting it probably needs mending after Vlad's been lugging it around. Vlad starts fumbling through his armor to find it, while Alicia smirks, thinking he's probably kept it pressed against his heart this whole time. He finally pulls something out, but the second it hits the light, Alicia's expression completely changes. Instead of her purple cloth, Vlad is holding a white handkerchief with a rose and the name, Gemina, stitched into it. He realizes the mistake instantly, and tries to shove the evidence back into his armor with a speed that would make a pickpocket proud. He manages to produce the correct purple pouch, but the damage is already done. The air in the room goes ice cold. Vlad is spiraling, realizing he didn't even see her hand move, while Alicia notes that this definitely isn't the cloth she gave him. Trying to save face, Vlad claims it's just a gift from a friend that he happens to be using. Alicia catches the name, Gemina, and asks if this friend is a woman. Vlad confirms they grew up together, completely oblivious to the fact that he just dropped a nuclear bomb on the social dynamics of the room. He's just standing there, smiling and talking about pure cotton, while Alicia's smile is starting to look more like a death sentence. Suddenly, the room explodes. Lamond is in shock and Sir Jair is absolutely losing his mind, screaming at Vlad for his sheer lack of brain cells. Vlad looks at the cloth in his hand, then at the chaos he's caused, realizing he just fumbled the bag on a massive scale. He looks at the purple pouch, probably wondering why he doesn't just have one pocket for everything. Jair's aura flares green, his patience completely gone. He tells Vlad he's the stupidest bastard he's ever encountered. He's livid because Sir Joseph spent weeks meticulously preparing a political play, and Vlad just cooked the entire plan with a single piece of fabric. Vlad is just standing there, taking the verbal beating in total silence, until Jair finally exhales, deciding that since Vlad is almost 18, he has to start treating him like an adult, which in Jair's world means he's done talking and just wants him out of his sight. Vlad is stunned by the sudden dismissal, just blinking as Jair tells him to get lost. In a moment of pure desperation, Vlad actually asks if he can just get beaten up like the old days because it's less stressful than this. Jair just tells him to piss off. Jair is literally shaking with rage, while Vlad is just slumped over, completely drained of all will to live. Once he's alone, Jair just puts his head in his hand, wondering how he's supposed to mentor a kid who's this naturally chaotic. He walks away, the silence of the hall emphasizing just how badly Vlad messed up. Vlad tries to make a quiet exit, but as he enters the dining room, he finds a whole group of knights just staring at him. He asks why everyone is looking at him like he's a circus act, trying to keep some shred of dignity. But the knights start roasting him immediately, mocking him for carrying 2 women in a single chest. Bro really tried to play both sides and got caught in 4K. Vlad just looks away, wishing he could phase through the floor and disappear. They don't stop, calling him a stallion, and joking that the maids of House Hainal need to be on high alert. He starts walking away, but the laughter follows him down the hall, leaving him absolutely cooked. He's just staring at his boots, wondering why his life is a constant series of L's. He really wanted this first mission as a knight to go smoothly, but instead, he's become the estate's favorite joke. But looking back, it wasn't actually contempt. The knights who used to follow Luckgear are actually acknowledging him as one of their own. Vlad knows the feeling, whether it's the thugs in the slums or the elite knights in a palace. He realizes that people are fundamentally the same everywhere. They respect strength, and they love a good disaster. Exhausted by the social warfare, he decides to find some peace and go pray under the tree. Meanwhile, Alicia is still sitting in silence, processing the interaction. The more she thinks about it, the more she's convinced that Vlad is actually an idiot. She can't wrap her head around how a guy could keep another woman's handkerchief in his armor. But she notices one thing. He kept it spotless. Lamond tries to tell her it's just common sense, but Alicia isn't buying it, especially not for a teenage boy. She reminds him that Vlad has been through absolute hell on his missions, flashing back to the blood-soaked chaos of the slums and the terrifying battles against spectral entities and dragons. To keep a piece of cloth clean through all that is a level of dedication that borders on obsession. Lamond argues that it's not obsession, but purity. He points out that Vlad is the only one who fought for Lord Baron without any hidden motive. Alicia has to admit he's right. Lamond then tells her to look out the window. There's Vlad, kneeling in the grass with his sword, looking completely isolated from the political games inside. Alicia realizes that despite the armor and the title, he hasn't changed at all. But then, she senses something. A mysterious traveler with a massive sword on his back is walking straight toward the tree. Lamond sees him and immediately panics. He's not just surprised, he's terrified, screaming for the guards to get Jair immediately. The traveler finally steps into view with a menacing grin, announcing that it's an emergency, and judging by the look on his face, he's the one bringing the disaster. Vlad is drifting through some high-key, ethereal dreamscape, accompanied by a massive white serpentine spirit that looks like it just stepped out of a mythology textbook. And the spirit is checking in on him, asking if any of his lost memories have finally clicked into place, but Vlad is still drawing a blank. He knows there's a connection between him and this entity, especially after the encounter with Noir, but his meditation is cut short because he senses a presence approaching. And that presence is Godwin, who looks genuinely confused to find a random grave sitting in the middle of nowhere. Vlad doesn't even give him a greeting, just coldly reminding him that he's likely standing over someone he actually knew. Godwin isn't feeling the vibe, sliding into a threatening stance while reminding Vlad that this restricted area requires a master's permission to enter, which is a bold claim to make when Vlad is already standing there, gripping his hilt and questioning why the rules only seem to apply to him. Vlad isn't playing the humble squire anymore, flatly stating he's already got the green light to be here, which finally gets Godwin's attention, though he's more annoyed than impressed. He's actually salty that Vlad spent so much time obsessed with him in the past that he felt completely transparent. Vlad doesn't care about Godwin's feelings. He's just here to deliver a message. The scene shifts to a misty field where Vlad faces off against a gray-haired knight who's trying to negotiate a deal, basically offering to trade some second-tier jerky if Vlad just hands over Lady Alicia's handkerchief. Godwin is back in the mix, acting like he doesn't care about the relationship between Vlad and Alicia, but he's not actually looking for a conversation. He just wants the cloth. He reaches out with a red glowing aura, treating the request like a demand. Vlad's response is immediate and cold, telling him to come and take it if he's actually capable of doing so. And the look in his eyes says he's fully expecting Godwin to fail. This is the fundamental divide between their worlds. The West is a place of pure greed, where you only survive if you're the biggest predator in the room. But the North is built on resilience, where survival means refusing to let a single thing be taken from you. Godwin just smirks, noting that whoever gave him the intel was right. Vlad really doesn't know how to listen. The talk is over, and the violence is about to start, with a massive blade stopping inches from Vlad's face, but he doesn't even flinch, insisting he's not leaving this place empty-handed. The attacker looms over him with a jagged sword, ready to end the conversation permanently. And this is Istvan, the oldest son of the conqueror of the West. He's not some random thug, he's a high-tier combatant with a glowing red eye and a massive ego. Istvan doesn't care about Vlad's rank. He just wants that handkerchief and he's requesting a formal duel to get it. Vlad just stands there with his arms crossed, looking completely unimpressed, telling the man to repeat the request. Because he wants Istvan to understand exactly who he's dealing with. He manifests the spectral snake behind him, declaring himself the knight of both House Bayezid and Lady Alicia. He ends the interaction by calling the most powerful man in the room a hooligan of the West, which is a top-tier disrespect. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword, and Vlad is just leaning into the chaos. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a mysterious figure is reviewing Vlad's resume, annihilating city-wide organizations and taking down high-level enforcers, including the Deathworm and the Lindworm. This man thinks House Bayezid rushed Vlad's promotion, claiming they fluffed his status too much. This is Sir Lamond, and he's not talking about skill, he's talking about the manufactured possibility of Vlad's rise. Recalling a moment from a year ago where he saw Vlad execute a single, perfect sword path, Lamond knows that becoming a Dragon Slayer in 1 year is mathematically impossible for a normal human. But he's genuinely amazed that Vlad awakened his aura naturally, since that's something you can't just learn from a textbook. He's left wondering if he should have just kidnapped the boy to ensure his loyalty, until a red-haired man walks in, reporting that the handkerchief mission was a total failure. The man is clearly frustrated, gripping his sword and complaining that Vlad is completely impossible to manage. Lamond is surprised he couldn't just snatch the cloth, but the red-haired knight explains that the mood was completely spoiled. He recalls how the intervention of Hainel's old knight and Bayezid's one-eyed knight turned a simple theft into a diplomatic incident. So now they're pivoting to a formal duel in 2 days. They're insisting on a priest as a witness, not for the holiness, but because it makes the result legally binding, ensuring they get the justification and profit thereafter. And as a bonus, They get to watch Vlad's face contort in fear. The man is practically vibrating with malice, just waiting to see the rookie get packed. Across the estate, two knights are discussing the odds, wondering if there's even a sliver of a chance for Vlad to win. The answer is probably not, because Istvan Gaidar is a monster who's been trained for peak lethality since birth. Even Sir Lamond, who usually roots for the underdog, admits the Western Knights are on another level, meaning Alicia's handkerchief is basically already gone. But the one-eyed knight isn't worried, reminding the older man that Vlad is the kind of guy who fights knights while he's still a squire. Back at the throne, it's revealed that Sir Joseph has full authority from the Count, meaning this duel is part of a much larger game. The elderly man asks if there's a real plan here, and the one-eyed knight simply tells him that the duel is just a process. The older man is impressed by the level of preparation, offering full support for whatever the plan requires. And the request is simple. They want to suggest the specific location of the duel to Lady Alicia. The one-eyed knight stands ready, knowing that the where is just as important as the who. Godwin is confused, wondering why they aren't just using a standard hall or lobby for the fight. But there's a special request from Baron Hainel that changes everything. Alicia wants the duel to happen where her parents are buried, so they can watch her champion fight. Godwin is skeptical, but he has to admit it's a reasonable enough excuse to move the venue. As they arrive at the site, the vibe shifts immediately. The plain is eerily clean, not a single pebble out of place. And the grass is wet despite there being no rain, which is a massive red flag in the north. A bearded commander tells Vlad to just deal with it, explaining that manipulating the battlefield is a basic requirement for any real leader. The tension is peaking as the knights exchange looks, everyone sensing that something is off about the environment. Gaidar tries to psych Vlad out, warning him that the vigor of the West is too sharp to handle. But Vlad just closes his eyes and breathes, completely unfazed by the intimidation. He's surrounded by a pulsing blue aura, and Gaidar notes that Vlad's patience is only held together by his promise to Lord Joseph. Vlad finally opens his eyes and tells them he's ready, while an unseen voice tells him he's making them proud. With Sir Jair at his side, Vlad marches into a blinding white light, ready to teach the usurpers exactly what a just sword looks like. The blue-haired overseer sets the stage, confirming that aura is officially on the table for this duel. But since this isn't a fight to the death, the officials will step in if things get too lethal. Vlad and his opponent don't need much convincing, and as they agree to the terms, the official invokes the sun as their witness, signaling the immediate start of the match. The opponent doesn't waste a second, erupting in a violent red aura and immediately bringing up the handkerchief, the very thing that turned this into a political nightmare. But Vlad isn't even fazed by the intimidation, turning the tables by asking what he gets out of this if he wins. He's not just fighting for honor, he's looking for a payout, specifically eyeing the opponent's sword, which is a move that absolutely triggers the other guy, who can't believe the audacity of this nobody. Vlad stays cold, calling out the predatory nature of the Westerners and mocking the fact that they actually take pride in robbing people. Because where Vlad comes from, robbing wasn't a disposition. It was the only way to keep from dying in the dirt. He's basically contrasting robbing for desire against robbing for survival, asking who the real greedy one is here. The red-haired knight is completely thrown by Vlad's posture, which looks nothing like the formal training he's used to. Vlad just smirks, knowing exactly how much this unorthodox style is going to mess with the other guy's head. And then he lets the blue energy flare, signaling that the real fight is starting. Suddenly, the visual of the Bayezid greatswords manifests, an overwhelming display of power that leaves the observer completely stunned. Vlad realizes the organizers wanted a spectacle from the jump, so he locks in, eyes shifting to that predatory purple hue, and simply invites the opponent to come and get some. The opponent lunges in, putting every ounce of weight into a massive overhead strike. But Vlad is just a ghost, sliding across the terrain with a level of agility that shouldn't be possible in full plate armor. The knight grunts, trying to force a collision, but Vlad's parries are surgically precise, creating a shower of sparks. Every strike is deflected with minimal effort, leaving the heavy blade to slam uselessly into the dirt. As Vlad continues to treat the battlefield like a dance floor, the opponent is starting to sweat, putting more and more power into his swings, while Vlad just watches the timing, dodging a leaping attack so effortlessly that the knight just ends up cratering the grass. They enter a high-speed exchange, a blur of steel and sparks where Vlad is clearly dictating the pace of the fight. From the sidelines, the observers are genuinely impressed, realizing Vlad isn't just lucky. He's operating on a completely different level. The silver-haired knight breaks down the technique, noticing how Vlad is perfectly dodging weight-based attacks and deflecting length-based thrusts. He also realizes the terrain is a factor, noting that the slippery grass favors speed over the heavy, supporting steps of traditional swordsmanship. It's clear now that this entire field was meticulously designed to favor a specific kind of fighter, and Vlad is the only one playing the game correctly, leaving the opponent swinging at air. The tension is peaking as both fighters are pushed to their limits, their expressions shifting from confidence to pure desperation. The opponent finally snaps, calling Vlad a rat-like bastard for his evasive, dishonorable style. But Vlad's reaction time is just too fast, catching the attack before it even connects. He blocks the strike with a violent clash of metal, barely moving an inch. The shock is immediate. The opponent can't believe a rookie has the raw strength to halt his momentum dead in its tracks. The crowd is losing it, wondering how a kid who's only held a sword for a year is absolutely cooking a trained noble. The opponent is spiraling, his frustration boiling over into a series of blind, enraged swings, which only makes him easier to read. As he screams in a fit of pure ego, he slams his weapon down in a final, desperate attempt to end it, creating a massive cloud of debris. But Vlad is already out of the blast zone, mocking him for his lack of composure. The brown-haired knight is absolutely fuming, his face twisted in a mask of aristocratic rage, while internally, he's panicking because the muddy terrain is making his heavy sword a liability. He tries to get in Vlad's head, calling his fighting style disgusting because it's the product of a lowly place. He goes for the low blow, claiming that even Vlad's own mother would be ashamed of such a messy display of combat. But Vlad just stands there, completely unaffected by the insults. He hits back with a smirk, telling the knight that if he actually knew anything about the back alleys, he wouldn't be talking. The knight is stunned, realizing that Vlad's disgusting style is actually a survival mechanism that the nobility can't even comprehend. And before he can process that, Vlad is already in his space, lunging with lethal intent. He delivers the punchline mid-attack, reminding the noble that in the slums, these kinds of insults are just greetings. He taunts him one last time, suggesting that Count Gaidar would be proud of how pathetic his successor looks right now. The psychological damage is done, and the knight is left reeling, his noble blood proving to be a liability against a street-bred predator. He completely loses it, his eyes glowing with a fiery, unstable energy as he screams in pure hatred, unleashing a massive, sweeping arc of flame that threatens to incinerate everything in its path. The explosion is catastrophic, leaving Vlad staring into a wall of fire and debris. But as the heat intensifies, Vlad's sword begins to vibrate, and a dark, ominous warning echoes in his mind, telling him to forget about a peaceful death, because the fight has just entered a different realm of violence. The silver-haired observer thinks the fight is over, believing that no one could survive a strike of that magnitude, while Sir Jair worries about Vlad's stamina, knowing that using aura with a greatsword is like draining a battery in fast forward. Vlad is pushing through the exhaustion, originally hoping for a draw just to satisfy Lord Joseph's requirements. But then he remembers the people who actually believed in him, the Bayezid Knights, Jair, and Alicia. He knows the world sees him as a lost cause, a back-alley orphan who doesn't belong in a knight's arena. And while he knows there's a strategic gain in losing, he's officially done playing it safe. He's tired of avoiding the conflict, tired of running, and tired of promising next time. Because next time is for people who aren't ready to kill. He locks eyes with the man who destroyed everything he once had, the man who ruined his nest, and the switch finally flips. Vlad erupts in a blinding, blue-green aura, announcing to everyone that he finally has the qualification to stand on this stage. He looks up and sees the silhouette of the voice against the moon, realizing that this moment is the bridge to the power he's been chasing. And with one final, explosive swing, he unleashes the full weight of his struggle in a single, devastating strike. The real terror of a greatsword technique isn't the raw power of a single hit. It's the connecting strikes that just keep coming, leaving the opponent zero room to breathe. Vlad's barely keeping his head above water, as he parries a blow that feels like a mountain falling on him, while the knight continues to press the advantage. The clash is violent, sparks flying as blue and orange energy collide in a desperate struggle for dominance. He's forced into a desperate dance, leaping away just as the blade tears through the air, barely escaping a lethal blow. But there's no respite, because another knight steps in, radiating a murderous orange energy, and immediately tries to delete Vlad from the map with a vertical strike that shatters the earth. The impact is so heavy it literally pins Vlad's boots into the dirt, the sheer force of the blow rattling his entire frame. While the knight screams for him to die, treating Vlad like the lowly slum rat he used to be, the pressure only increases. Vlad's taking a massive amount of damage, his body screaming under the strain of the onslaught. But he uses that momentum to pivot, sliding through the chaos with a burst of speed. He skids to a halt, staring at a scorched trench that proves just how close he came to being a pancake. He knows he's outclassed in raw strength, and in a greatsword's range, the math is simply not in his favor. So he stops calculating and starts gambling, lunging straight into the danger zone, knowing that the only way out is through the center of the storm. He doesn't even have time to breathe before another red-haired knight tries to cleave him in half. But Vlad's instincts are peaking, commanding his body to push forward, driving himself deeper into the fray until he forces a violent, circular energy clash. They've pushed each other to the absolute limit, right to the edge where life and death become a blur. The red-haired knight is shocked to find a blade across his cheek, realizing too late that Vlad isn't just surviving, he's fighting back. He doesn't let up, diving straight into the enemy's bosom, resulting in a clash of blue and red energy that looks like a supernova in a grassy field. Vlad uses the impact to shove his opponent back, refusing to give an inch of ground, sending the knight flying through the air like a discarded toy. He's not done yet, chasing after the fallen man, because in this world, if you don't finish the job, it comes back to bite you. But a new threat erupts, a red-haired antagonist who's clearly had enough of Vlad's protagonist behavior, slamming a glowing red blade down with enough force to level a building. Vlad takes the hit, the shockwave rattling his entire frame, and for a second, he's completely blindsided by the sheer malice in the man's eyes. The ground buckles under the pressure as another red energy wave crashes into him. And just as he's about to be crushed, Vlad locks into a struggle with a scarred mercenary. Then it happens. The opponent uses the armor technique, a high-tier move exclusive to the Holy Knights, and Vlad is floored. He's wondering how a mercenary knows the secret arts of the order, while the man just mocks him for his trickery. Vlad isn't in the mood for a lecture, so he screams his defiance, launching a counterstrike that hits with the force of a freight train. The impact is brutal, leaving the mercenary gasping for air as the blue energy consumes the space between them. Vlad's finally found his rhythm, a sinister smile appearing as he coordinates his next move, swinging with everything he has, while his opponent barely manages to block the blow. They collide one last time, a massive discharge of energy that clears the field in a blinding flash, leaving nothing but silence and scorched earth. The violence ends as abruptly as it started, and Lady Alicia stands up, sensing something shifting in the atmosphere. As she looks into a dark, misty void where Vlad is waiting, his sword glowing like a beacon. He's physically spent, trembling from the aftermath of the fight. And with blood dripping down his face, he asks the only question that matters. He's staring down an armored opponent in the mist, wondering if his struggle has finally earned him a just reward. Above him stands a silver-haired man with purple eyes, looking down with a cold, detached neutrality. Vlad is screaming for an answer, desperate for some sign of recognition. And finally, the man speaks a single word: yes. Vlad raises his blade against the full moon, the light reflecting the weight of everything he's endured, asking the man if he remembers the promise made on a day that changed Vlad's life. We shift back to a memory of a boy kneeling in the shadows, a nameless orphan guided by a stranger. But the stranger wasn't who he claimed to be. He reveals he was never Stanga, and the life he promised was a lie. He takes a grip of Vlad's hair, claiming that since the reward Vlad received was unjust, he's here to collect the winner's right. The reveal hits like a hammer. This is Godwin, the monster of House Gaidar, and he's been playing Vlad since day one. Back in the present, Vlad stands tall in his new armor, looking at the sky with a level of confidence that borders on insane. Because he's no longer the boy who was lied to. The observers are floored. Alicia, the nobles, even Jair, they've never seen a commoner command the room like this. He's not asking for mercy or a title. He's claiming his reward. And as he holds his sword aloft, he makes the boldest demand of his life. He wants Istvan's sword. The silence of the snowy estate is shattered by an urgent report, and Lord Joseph immediately clocks that something is off. He'd given Vlad every tool available, but he's convinced this mission was simply too high tier for the kid to handle. But as he reads the report, Joseph's entire mood shifts. He was praying they'd at least avoid a total disaster, but the actual result is something he never even factored into his equations. Confused, he asks Borden if Istvan of Gaidar is some kind of pushover. Because the answer is a hard no. Istvan is a physical specimen in his mid-20s with a level of promise that makes him the gold standard for knights in the West. In fact, he's the prime candidate for the title of the greatest knight of the West, which is exactly why Joseph used him as the benchmark for his little game. The logic was simple. There was no better opponent for Vlad's debut. Because if Vlad lost to a monster like Istvan, his reputation wouldn't take a hit. But if he even managed to push back, he'd instantly become a legend. And the real goal? If Vlad fumbled the handkerchief, Alicia would be left with zero options but to throw herself into the arms of House Bayezid for protection. Joseph looks at Borden with that "you're a good soldier" smile, asking if the backup plan is ready. And Borden is beaming, thinking he's nailed the execution. Then Joseph drops the hammer. Discard it all. Borden's brain literally stops working. He's just standing there in total silence. Before the reality hits, Joseph is just going to start from scratch, completely ignoring the fact that Borden spent 10 days of overtime working through the night on this. Joseph just stares into the mirror, genuinely conflicted. He spent all his time preparing for the worst-case scenario, but he completely forgot to plan for what happens when Vlad actually wins. Borden is just sobbing. Imagine spending 2 weeks on a project just for your boss to say, "Actually, we're going in a different direction," in 5 seconds. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall is pure toxicity. We've got the red-cloaked Gaidars on one side, and the blue-furred Bazids on the other, and the Gaidars are already complaining, demanding the return of the sword Vlad snatched during the duel. Jair just hits them with that "did you really think that would work?" energy. The white-haired Gaidar representative tries to play the honor card, claiming that stealing a weapon during a duel is a massive breach of etiquette. And he's dead serious about it. But Jair isn't buying the honor act for a second. He reminds them that the Gaidars were the ones who crossed the line first, and now they're just salty about the consequences. When they ask what the price for the sword is, Jair shuts the conversation down. He knows exactly how much leverage he has. And the real reason Vlad took that sword? It wasn't about the weapon. It was a statement. A silver-haired observer decides the talking is over and cancels the negotiations on the spot. He tells them to get out and go home, sliding the documents across the table like he's dismissing a group of toddlers. He leaves them with a vague promise that they'll see each other again, while Jair just stands there, radiating a green aura of pure get lost. An armored figure decides he's not letting the Gaidars leave in peace, offering to greet them personally, which is basically knight speak for, "I'm going to harass you until you're out of the building." As the red-cloaked knight walks away, a dark-haired figure watches from the shadows, calling him a rookie. He's not just insulting the guy's skill, though. He's realizing that Vlad is intertwined with something genuinely terrifying. Shift over to the Diamar estate, where things are significantly more relaxed. Lady Alicia is just vibing with her tea, relieved that she doesn't have to marry some weirdo from the West. She's already calculating the value of having a knight like Vlad. A man with that kind of power is a rare asset. Her advisor agrees, noting that Vlad's growth rate is actually insane. If he keeps this up, the old man predicts Vlad will be the face of the entire North in the next generation. Alicia is shocked, but the advisor is dead serious. Vlad isn't just good. His potential is on a completely different level than any common knight. But being the patriarch of a house is a headache. Alicia knows that the politics of succession are a nightmare, and she realizes that instead of dealing with greedy nobles, she needs a backgroundless knight, someone who owes everything to her and nothing to a political faction. The advisor suggests that securing Vlad would be a huge win for House Bayezid too, essentially creating a blood alliance. Alicia knows she has to move fast. If she doesn't lock Vlad down now, some other house is going to snatch him up. She's essentially choosing a loyal powerhouse over a weird man from the West, and honestly, that's just basic math. While the nobles are playing 4D chess, Vlad is out in a field, pouring a bottle of expensive barley whiskey onto the dirt, and the earth actually responds. A massive white snake with blue scales emerges from the ground. Vlad's read the room perfectly. He figured a spirit of the earth would be compatible with a grain-based alcohol. The creature doesn't attack. It circles him, reacting to the tribute, until a pillar of blue light erupts, sealing a spiritual pact. The expensive booze paid for itself instantly. Vlad just secured the blessing of the white snake, which is basically a cheat code for an extra life. The spirit is satisfied, and Vlad just casually pets a giant magical snake like it's a golden retriever. He's just standing there in a swirl of golden energy, completely unfazed by the supernatural chaos. Back at the estate, Alicia is checking in on him, making sure he isn't hiding any injuries from the fight. She brings up the whiskey ritual on the hill, and Vlad just gives her a polite smile, calling it his own way of greeting the land. Between his combat record and his weird habits, the masters of the estate are starting to view him as a favorite. Alicia sends 2 letters, one to Lady Oksana and one to Lord Joseph, confirming that she's felt a genuine bloodline connection for the first time in years. After being squeezed by the center and the west, she's finally decided where Diamar's true loyalty lies. She makes it clear that Vlad is the one who saved her honor, and she believes the previous patriarchs would have loved him too. Then, a mysterious wooden box is brought out and slid across the table. And as the lid opens, it releases a blinding light, revealing a golden-orange gemstone. The moment Vlad sees it, a memory triggers. He recognizes this immediately as the Camberstone of the Elves, a divine relic that links him to a heritage he's only just beginning to understand. The world extends far beyond the northern wastes to the eastern outskirts, where the Elves reside, a species that keeps the Empire at arm's length due to a fundamental clash in faith, though legend says the first patriarch once shared a bond with them. That ancient connection left behind a rare treasure, an amberstone, a gem formed from the resin of a sacred tree, once used to adorn the pommel of a legendary sword. Lady Alicia decides the gem belongs with Vlad, but coming from the slums, his first instinct isn't gratitude. It's wondering what the hidden cost of such a luxury actually is. She doesn't care about the price, insisting that Vlad is the only one qualified to hold a family treasure of this magnitude, simply because he's the only one who actually stepped up to protect the Hainel clan when it mattered. As Vlad accepts the stone, the weight of the gift triggers something deeper, leaving both him and Sir Jair completely stunned by the gesture, while Alicia just wants him to actually take the thing. The gift pulls Vlad back into a void, reminding him of the original deal he struck, a mutual covenant where the voice provides the memories and Vlad provides the sword, meaning the voice is now officially on a hunt to recover the fragmented history of whoever it used to be. Back in reality, Vlad receives a small golden token, a just reward for a knight who knows how to earn his keep. And while he's genuinely thankful to Alicia, Jair is staring at him with a look that says he's not sure if Vlad can actually handle the spiritual weight of this new status. The gesture is overwhelming, but as Vlad looks at the gem, a mysterious figure suggests that the amberstone isn't just jewelry, but a literal map to his lost memories. The voice tells him to view the stone through its world, and Vlad doesn't even question it. He just dives in, and the stone flares into a blinding, fiery orange, revealing a vision of a golden field and a solitary, autumn-colored tree that feels far too familiar. The moment of zen is cut short by the return trip to Shoera, where the other knights have already started the group chat about Vlad's ambition. They're basically roasting him for trying to climb the social ladder so fast, and Vlad is just sitting there taking it, trying to explain that he's not chasing a title, but the knights aren't buying it for a second. Chatter continues as they ride, and the guys start breaking down the political value of the treasure Alicia gave him, and the fact that she gave him a handkerchief, which in noble speak is basically a public declaration of interest. Vlad tries to get a straight answer from the stoic man with the eye patch, but the guy just decides that this entire mess is too much to handle, and he's just going to report the drama to Lord Joseph. By the time they reach the outskirts, Vlad is just exhausted from the verbal assault, and as the illuminated spires of the castle appear on the horizon, one of the knights suggests camping out just to keep messing with the youngest of the group, but Vlad has had enough. He just bolts forward on his horse, leaving the laughter of his peers in the dust, riding straight toward the massive, imposing gates of Shoera. Sir Jair stops him right at the threshold, deciding it's time for a real-world test, telling Vlad that if he's really a knight, he should be able to open those closed gates with a single phrase. Vlad freezes, remembering the days when he had to sneak through sewers and tunnels just to survive. But the fear is gone. He resolves to open that door no matter what, riding forward with everything he's got, until he's staring up at the guards who immediately challenge the intruder. Vlad doesn't flinch. He grips his hilt and declares his identity. announcing himself as Bayezid's knight, returned from his mission. The guards on the wall recognize the name of the man who deleted the lined worm, and they don't even hesitate. They scramble to open the gates immediately, leaving Vlad genuinely confused that it actually worked. Jair lets him have the moment, explaining that knight isn't just a job title. It's a qualification of existence that opens every door in the land. Vlad enters the castle, but the weight of the title hits him instantly, as Jair tells him to keep his head up and walk like he actually belongs there. This is the pivot point. The door he once entered as a disposable squire is now the threshold he crosses as a recognized pillar of the house. But while Vlad is leveling up, the atmosphere in Gaidar County's capital, Trinova, is pure nightmare fuel, where a shadowed figure on a throne is currently judging a failure with the kind of energy that says, your life is a suggestion. The man's eyes are glowing red, and he's not in the mood for apologies. While his son trembles in fear, realizing that sorry doesn't fix a ruined political play. The Count is absolutely losing it, screaming about how his son's failure has spoiled everything. And he can't wrap his head around the fact that a great warrior like Ludgear wasn't the one to do it, but some freshly green rookie who just got his title. He reminds his son that losing a sword is the least of his problems. A philosophy of pure greed. Take everything you can, and then take what belongs to others. The Count turns his fury toward Godwin, demanding to know why the expert let a rookie shame the family name. And Godwin drops a bomb, revealing that Vlad isn't just some random kid, but someone connected to the Count himself. The realization hits like a truck. Vlad was raised by the deserter knight, Jorge, and the Count's rage manifests as raw power, literally crushing the stone beneath his hand. He admits that Vlad's talents are exceptional, and the company he keeps is even more dangerous, which means Vlad isn't just a lucky kid, but a calculated threat. Godwin notes that Vlad is the only one who could face his vigor head-on, leading him to believe that Vlad is one of the hidden swords Joseph has been hoarding. The Count settles into a cold, predatory calm, recalling the ancestral laws of the West. Phase 3 failure. Panel 5908 missing narration after 20 attempts. Because in the West, you either eat or you're the meal. The Count decides the time for talking is over, ordering his elite knights to mobilize under the banner of the Black Eagle, with one absolute command: retrieve his son's sword by any means necessary. Vlad arrives at the administrative hub to collect his first official paycheck as a knight. But the payout is a joke. For gold coins. Blood really thought he was getting a bag, but this is basically entry-level intern pay. The mustachioed official doesn't even try to hide the smirk, asking if he's disappointed by the amount, casually reminding him that he's still just a rookie who's essentially being carried by Sir Jair. But then the man drops the actual logic of the knightly economy, explaining that a salary is just a formality because real knights don't actually live off a monthly check. Vlad is completely lost until the man makes it clear that honor, duty, and responsibility are the real currency, which translates into a massive special pay bonus at the end of the year based on your actual results. Since Vlad has spent the last 12 months essentially speedrunning the most dangerous missions in the region, his end-of-year bonus is going to be huge, especially after he secured the Hainel clan's treasure. But before he can even celebrate the money, the official brings up his new reputation, calling him the debauchee of the North because of the handkerchief scandal. Vlad is internally screaming because the rumors have officially spiraled out of control. The conversation shifts when Lord Joseph steps in, reminding Vlad that higher rank means higher expectations, starting with a mandatory patrol assignment. Vlad's first instinct is to panic about being sent out alone. But Joseph clarifies that while he'll have guards, Vlad is the one holding the leash and taking full responsibility for the sector. The assigned area is the back alleys, the exact place Vlad grew up. And since the other top knights have already claimed the best personnel, Joseph only has a limited budget to help him build a team. The catch is that Vlad has to recruit his own subordinates. Because being a knight isn't just about swinging a sword, it's about leadership and representing the house. Vlad is hesitant, knowing the only people he actually trusts are the same gang members he used to run with. But Joseph doesn't care about the optics. He didn't rescue Vlad from the slums to make him a puppet. He wants someone who knows how the underworld actually breathes. To make sure Vlad isn't completely flying blind, Joseph promises to send one of his own trusted employees to help him manage the chaos. Vlad heads out, leaving the politics of the study behind, while Sir Jair questions if Joseph is actually insane for pairing Vlad with those specific people. Meanwhile, a mysterious dark-haired man is just vibing in the background, deciding that Vlad's unpredictability is exactly the kind of gamble he's willing to take. Back in the slums, the atmosphere is still cold and bleak, until a familiar, loud-mouthed voice shatters the silence. It's God, and he is absolutely losing it, pledging his loyalty with enough emotion to win an Oscar. Vlad is just exhausted. He tells him to stop being so dramatic and just go back to how things were. While God starts reminiscing about the glory days of cleaning horse manure and getting bitten by livestock, God is convinced he's finally ascended to the rank of squire. But Vlad immediately shuts that down. He's not a squire. He's just an employee on the payroll. Still, Vlad knows God is a keeper. He's a coward and he never shuts up, but the man actually gets the job done. While they're talking, a woman suggests another recruit, bringing up Otar, the man who spent his time in the shop becoming a physical tank. Vlad agrees. Otar is loyal, knows every inch of the slums, and is now jacked enough to handle any threat. Vlad visits Rose at her tavern, wondering if having a knight around will just cause more fights. But Rose just smirks, knowing exactly how much power Vlad now wields. She explains that Rose's smile has become the safest spot in the entire district, simply because everyone knows Vlad stays there. His presence is basically a no-fight zone. It's a perfect trade. Rose gets a high-tier bodyguard, and Vlad gets a secure base of operations. Rose keeps it professional, reminding him that in the slums, every favor has a price. But Vlad doesn't mind. For the first time in his life, he's found a way to protect people without having to kill them. He just sits there for a moment, actually feeling the peace that comes with his new status. Rose notes that he's finally starting to understand the weight of his position. But there's still one vacancy in his crew. Vlad knows exactly who fits the bill. He heads toward the harbor at sunset, where he finds got absolutely glazed on premium alcohol, complaining that the poison their old boss used to make was trash. They drift into a conversation about the past, recalling the days when Vlad provided the only shelter they had. Got mentions the old slum prejudice against black-haired animals, noting that Vlad's blonde hair probably saved him from the worst of it. Before asking if Vlad is still obsessed with navigation and the stars, Vlad admits he quit that dream ages ago. Harvin gets real, explaining that some things can't be achieved through hard work or dreaming alone, and that most people are just forced to accept their place in the world. Vlad stays quiet for a second, then asks a question that shifts the entire mood, asking Harvin if he knows what happens to a bird that's been caged for too long. It eventually forgets that it even has wings. Vlad stands up, his patience for the status quo finally snapping as he grips his hilt, and the voice manifests in a burst of blue energy, declaring that this city has spent too long eating away at Vlad's dreams. The squire is gone. The knight has returned to the slums, and this time, he's bringing the storm with him. Vlad is officially done playing nice. He's completely submerged in the voice's power, and he's only got one thing on his mind, which is making sure every single person responsible for his misery pays in blood. He swings with a violence that doesn't just cut, it detonates, leaving some random thug to start a sentence he'll never get to finish before Vlad's blade deletes his entire existence. The shockwave hits the center of Skora, turning a peaceful afternoon of hauling sacks into a literal war zone, as Vlad tears through the street, leaving a trail of explosions and screaming civilians in his wake. The target is clear. He isn't just attacking randomly. He's systematically erasing Captain Hoover's hideout from the map. Some mid-level lieutenant with a goatee tries to keep the panic under control, screaming at the crowd to get out of the way, while desperately trying to call in every single gang member he can find to stop this madness. The guy is sweating through his shirt because he knows the math isn't adding up. He thought they finally had some breathing room after the money grubber died, but now he's realizing that whatever just arrived in town is a whole different level of problem. Amidst the rubble, Vlad finds a survivor. The guy is just sitting there in shock, staring up at the cloaked monster who just demolished his entire life. And Vlad isn't here for a chat. He tells the man that these dogs have spent years eating away at his dreams. And as he unleashes a surge of blue energy, he explains that the walls of the slums weren't just stone and wood. They were psychological cages that forced people to forget that a better life was even a possibility. Vlad's gaze is predatory now. He tells the man that if he can't find the strength to break those walls himself, Vlad will do it for him. This triggers a memory of the only thing that kept him sane as a kid, huddling under a single, ragged blanket with Jemina and Ned. 3 shivering orphans who only had each other to keep the darkness of the back alleys from swallowing them whole. They used to stand together and stare at the golden spires of the castle, using that distant light as the only goal they had in a world that wanted them dead. Just 3 kids on a pile of trash, dreaming of a world they weren't invited to. Back in the present, that dream has turned into a weapon. Vlad executes a high-speed strike, sending a vertical beam of cyan light crashing down on the remaining thugs. The impact is so heavy the ground literally gives up. The goatee lieutenant is left staring in absolute terror. Vlad stands there, face hidden in shadow, looking less like a human and more like a natural disaster. The dust settles over the ruins of the hideout, leaving the townspeople to wonder who the hell just declared war on the gangs. Later, as the sun dips below the horizon, Vlad and Harbin stand in silence, and Vlad tells him that his dream is still flowing. It's a rare moment of genuine connection for the boy who grew up with nothing. They look out at the shimmering water and the silhouette of a distant ship, a reminder that the world is much bigger than the alleys of Skora. Harbin finally finds his voice, realizing that for the first time in his life, he can actually see a way out. The weight of the moment lingers. As they walk through the snowy streets, Ned can't help but admire the perks of Vlad's new status, mentioning how nice it is to be a knight, and asking about the gift Vlad walked away with from the ruins. Vlad just looks at the bottle of purple liquid in his hand and deadpans that the gift was actually just a fancy way to die. Vlad admits it feels strange to finally be leaving the place that defined him, while Ned reflects on how Lord Joseph is a master of efficiency, only keeping people around if they're beneficial pests. And in this case, Captain Hoover was a very beneficial pest, since his smuggling operations basically funded 30% of the slum's economy. Ned notes that the new mayor is actually competent and smart, and that Vlad being put in charge of the back alleys isn't a reward. It's a test. Vlad realizes Joseph didn't give him a detailed manual on how to run a slum, because he doesn't need to. Ned points out that Vlad already knows exactly what to do, because he just proved he can force a surrender without spilling a drop of blood. Now, he just has to show the other bosses that the new order has arrived. Vlad is no longer the kid in the rags. He's standing on the rooftops in full silver armor and a fur-lined mantle, looking like the final boss of the city. Meanwhile, back in the courtyard, One of Vlad's subordinates is losing his mind with anxiety, until he finally spots Vlad and Ned approaching. He sprints over, practically vibrating with stress because his boss has been MIA all day. Vlad is completely unfazed by the panic, just wondering why everyone is making such a fuss, and tells the guy to send whatever visitor is waiting for him over to Jemina, since she's the one actually running the logistics. But the subordinate is sweating. He tells Vlad that this isn't a guest he can just delegate. He's someone Vlad needs to meet personally. In the stables, a massive, supernatural black horse is snorting mist from its nostrils, looking like it wants to eat someone. The horse's owner, a man in a heavy fur cloak, warns Vlad that the animal, named Noir, has a habit of biting. Before asking Vlad, with a level of arrogance that only comes from true power, exactly what he's doing here. The man isn't interested in small talk. He just smirks, mentioning that he's here on the mayor's recommendation. Cut to a private room where Joseph and Jair are plotting by the fire. They aren't just managing a night, they're managing a weapon, and Joseph is confident that his offer to Vlad is too good to pass up, provided the boy understands his place in the hierarchy. Jair is already thinking 3 moves ahead, planning the next phase of the operation. Since they've secured DMR through Vlad's influence, Joseph now wants to turn his attention to the northern boundaries, specifically the Budat tribe. He plans to use Vlad as the ultimate tool to bring the barbarians to heel. For years, the clans have been a thorn in Bayezid's side, and Jair is skeptical. He wonders if a freshly knighted kid actually has the mental fortitude to reclaim the North's prestige. Joseph isn't worried. He knows something Jair doesn't. That Vlad didn't just survive the North. He rode the horse the barbarians literally worship as a god, and he hunted the dragon of the North. To Joseph, Vlad isn't just a knight. He's the only one capable of severing the chain of hatred that's plagued the region for generations. But as the screen fades, we see the reality of that hatred, a sea of curved blades and sickles, held by a crowd that doesn't care about titles or knights. They just want blood. Jemina's just standing there, feeling something in the air that doesn't add up. Something that feels far away, but is right in front of her. Then, a knock at the door breaks the silence. Vlad opens up, wondering what's going on, but Jemina just stares at him with a look that says she knows exactly what he's hiding. She asks if the room is empty, and Vlad's reaction is immediate. He's caught. Vlad tries to play it cool, asking why she's acting weird, but Jemina isn't buying the act. She straight up asks if he's still talking to that ghost. Vlad denies it, but the sweat on his face says he's lying through his teeth. Jemina doesn't care about the denial because she definitely heard him talking to someone who isn't there, and she's not having it. She tells him to move his quarters to the end of the corridor because the energy he's putting off is getting too obvious. And she's moving into the room next to his just to keep an eye on him. It's a wake-up call. The days of Vlad blending into the background are over. Vlad realizes that Jemina is the only person who'll willingly be an accomplice to his madness. Whether he's a disheveled slum rat or a shining knight, she doesn't care about the title. She just cares that he's actually taking care of himself. The moment is quiet, a rare bit of peace for Vlad, until he offers to buy her anything she wants. Jemina's just stunned for a second, probably wondering where the hell this sudden generosity came from. But she just calls him a dummy and tells him to spend that gold on his own gear instead. Vlad watches her walk away with a smile, knowing she'll probably never ask for anything, but he'll give it to her anyway. The peace is short-lived. One of his subordinates pops up, letting him know the crew is ready to move. Vlad doesn't need a second invitation. He's already locked in. They hit a local gambling den, where the stakes are high and the air is thick with desperation. While everyone else is screaming about the odds, Vlad is just sitting there, treating the roulette wheel like a gym for his brain. He's not here for the money. He's using the high-speed rotation of the ball to train his visual acuity and reaction time in real time. He taps into a body-strengthening technique, focusing everything into his eyes until the world literally slows down. But then he sees it, a movement that defies physics. The ball isn't just spinning, it's being manipulated. Vlad doesn't call for a manager. He just smirks and calls out the cheat right in front of everyone. The bearded dealer is confused for a split second, until Vlad lets his aura flare, putting the man in a state of absolute terror. Vlad is just vibing in the dark, realizing that catching a cheat is the perfect excuse to start breaking things. A man in a purple coat tries to play the polite host card, offering to escort Vlad upstairs to meet the boss. Vlad sees right through the fake courtesy. He knows escorted is just a fancy word for kidnapped. The man tries to laugh it off, but the invitation to meet the boss feels more like a summons to an execution. Vlad is genuinely offended. The idea of walking up those stairs while some mid-tier boss sits comfortably in a chair is a bridge too far. He lets the blue aura explode, making it very clear that he's not the one who's going to be doing the walking. And the man in the suit instantly realizes he's brought a knife to a nuke fight. A guard tries to step in, but Vlad silences him with a brutal kick, sending the man flying across the room. Just as the boss asks what the noise is, Vlad has already cleared the floor. Now disguised in a gray cloak, Vlad treats the place like his own personal office. He looks at the manager with total disdain, calling him a barbarian for thinking he could actually stop a knight on a mission. He doesn't care about the guards. He just wants the boss to come down and face the music. Vlad takes a seat, acting like he owns the place, and delivers the final blow, telling them the business is closed. Permanently. The voice enters the chat, commanding Vlad to seize every single record and ledger in the building. Outside, Sir Gregory is waiting, clearly hyped that Vlad is out here dusting organizations for breakfast. He's genuinely impressed by the efficiency, treating Vlad like a rising star in the Bayezid house. To celebrate, Gregory hands over some high-tier jamon, the pride of the Canner clan. Vlad accepts the gift, though he's still a bit confused why he's being paid in cured meats. Then, a mohawked mercenary steps in, shifting the conversation from snacks to actual business. Phase 3 failure. Panel 6078 missing narration after 20 attempts. Vlad tells him to speak freely. He's not in the mood for riddles. The target is Black Bear, the livestock boss of the back alleys who's been running a kidnapping ring. The mercenary proposes a joint operation to take the bear down, and Vlad realizes this is exactly the personal business the man was talking about. Vlad starts mapping out the power structure, realizing that everything in the slums eventually leads back to Black Bear. And Black Bear isn't some petty thief. He's a monster with a blood-stained cleaver and an aura that screams, mass murderer. Vlad asks if they're going for a warning or total submission. The mercenary doesn't hesitate. A warning is too gentle for a guy like Black Bear. Vlad's mind flashes to a woman in a white dress, a peaceful image that fuels his resolve to erase the boss from existence. The logistics are set. They'll mobilize the force and hit the target in 2 to 3 days. Before he leaves, Vlad asks for a bottle of whiskey. Not for drinking, but because in the slums, high-end alcohol is the only currency that actually works as a bribe. Night falls over Skowara, and Vlad heads toward a very specific destination. He arrives at the blacksmith shop, but the door is locked. He knocks, calling out for the old sir, but there's only silence. Something feels wrong. Vlad pushes the door open, stepping into a room that smells like dust and old iron. He walks deeper into the shadows, holding a small token of the past. His footsteps echoing in a space that feels far too quiet. He stops dead. His eyes flare, picking up a detail in the darkness that makes his heart sink. He looks down into a cellar opening, and the air suddenly feels heavy with grief. He speaks into the void, mentioning the alcohol and meat he brought as a gift. But he realizes he's talking to a corpse. Otar is gone. Vlad doesn't scream or break down. He just looks at the old man's peaceful face and gives a small, heartbreaking smile. He starts talking to the dead, telling Otar about his journey to the edge of the north, about the snowy mountains and the battle with the white dragon. He looks at the sword in his hand, reflecting on the man who protected him when he had nothing. He knows there are 1,000 things he wants to say, but he settles for one final, simple truth. Thank you for saving me. Everything leads back to this. The dream of an old man who saw potential in a nameless orphan. The memory shifts to the forge, where Otar crafted a blade without a single decoration. A sword that wasn't meant for show, but to be a star hung towards the sky, for a boy with no future. In a flash of ethereal light, Vlad and Otar stand together one last time, both shining brighter than the world around them. The sound of steel on stone echoes as the legacy of the undecorated sword continues, forged in blood and carried by a knight who will never forget where he came from. Vlad, God, and Jemina stand in the monastery graveyard, the atmosphere heavy with a silence that only comes when you're visiting someone who can't talk back. God can't believe Vlad actually spent his first real paycheck on a plot of land for a dead man, especially one in an expensive district, but Vlad doesn't care about the cost. He just wanted Otar to finally escape the filth of the back alleys, even if it was only for eternity. The headstone is simple, calling him the best blacksmith in Skowara, a title that feels too small for a man who forged blades capable of slaying ghosts and dragons. But despite that legendary skill, the world didn't care enough to remember his name, and Vlad's search for the man's identity came up empty everywhere he looked. He realizes that a name is just a label, and as long as he carries the memory of the man, the silence of the grave doesn't actually matter. As they leave the cemetery and pass through the town gates, Vlad notices something unsettling about the local children, their behavior triggering a red flag in his mind. They're just staring, not with curiosity, but with wide, vacant eyes that look like the lights are on but nobody's home. Vlad tells them to come closer if they want to beg, masking his concern with a coldness that's second nature to him, but he can't shake the feeling that they're tracking his every move. He asks God if he sees it too, but God just gives him a melancholic look, reminding Vlad that they used to have those same dead eyes. It's a brutal reality check that hits Vlad like a physical blow. They pass a dark archway where the forgotten of the city are huddling together, just trying to survive a winter that's actively trying to kill them. Vlad wants to help, wondering if a few blankets would be enough to keep them alive, but God reminds him that his bank account is currently screaming in agony with only 1 gold coin left. Vlad doesn't hesitate, deciding that this month's savings are already a lost cause and using his last coin to buy blankets for the huddle, while telling God to make the people pray for Otar in exchange. Jemina, moved by the gesture, promises to convince the madam to provide some food so they don't freeze on empty stomachs. Vlad knows he can't fix the whole city overnight, but he's determined to change the slums bit by bit. The undecorated sword is gone, buried with the man who made it. But the star Otar created, Vlad himself, is now the only thing brightening those black alleys. The mood shifts instantly from charity to carnage, starting with a heavy boot stepping directly into a pool of fresh blood. Sir Gregory is disgusted by the squalor, noting that the back alleys are a breeding ground for epidemics, and decides that simply closing down businesses isn't enough. They need a proper measure to sanitize the area. Vlad doesn't see the point in debating the ethics of it. He's already locked onto the Black Bear, and he knows exactly how to create the justification for a massacre. Gregory realizes that Vlad hasn't been playing the good soldier role at all. He's been planning this purge from the very start. They arrive at a hideout marked by a goat skull and chains, which is basically the universal sign for everyone inside is a degenerate. The guards are set, the perimeter is locked, and Vlad is ready to stop playing nice. He takes one deep breath, centering himself before the storm. He doesn't sneak in. He screams his identity to the entire building, announcing that he's come to arrest the Black Bear for disturbing the city's order. He unrolls the official scroll, listing the hits: murder, scams, and human trafficking. He's not just arresting a boss, he's serving a death warrant. Total silence follows. The Black Bear isn't coming out to negotiate, which is exactly what Vlad wanted. The talking phase is officially over. Vlad and Gregory agree that the only language the syndicate understands is violence. They approach the heavy wooden door, the air thick with the smell of dampness and fear, knowing that anyone inside is essentially a dead man walking the moment that door opens. Vlad calls Aggie and Otar to the front, trusting his most loyal muscle to breach the line. He asks if they should just scare the thugs like they did at the gambling den. But the intel coming back is far more sinister. An insider reveals that the Black Bear has been selling pregnant women and their unborn children as ingredients for black magic. Vlad's eye flares. The mission just shifted from arrest to complete eradication. The breach is a bloodbath. Blades are swinging and red energy is tearing through the room. The syndicate thugs are getting absolutely cooked in the first wave, their screams filling the air as the Bayezid forces tear through them. Then, a new player enters the fray. A warrior with a ponytail and colored bands steps out of the mist, looking at the remaining thugs like they're just target practice. The guards are losing their minds, terrified that a barbarian has somehow infiltrated the heart of Skora. He corrects them with a lethal calm. He's not a barbarian. He's from the Budat tribe, and he's here to clean house. He doesn't waste words, launching into a whirlwind of curved blade strikes that leave the room painted in red. Two more thugs get sliced open in a split second, their defenses completely useless against the Budat's speed. A man with glowing orange eyes lunges in, calling the warrior a beast, but he's just adding himself to the body count. He's immediately met with a wall of spears, the combat turning into a high-speed meat grinder. An axe wielder leaps from above, trying to end the fight with one heavy blow. But the white-jacketed fighters are just as brutal, chopping through the opposition without a hint of hesitation. Vlad watches the carnage with total detachment, observing the flow of the fight, even taking a second to compliment the skill of the people he's about to kill. The enemy commander tries to rally his men for a desperate jump attack, but Vlad releases a massive arc of energy that shatters the man's sword instantly, turning his grand plan into a pile of scrap metal. The shockwave sends the remaining thugs flying back, their confidence replaced by absolute terror. Vlad's sword begins to glow with an ethereal green-white light, signaling the end of the line. He tells the survivors that if they can still stand on 2 feet, they're still in his way. He looks at the crowd of terrified men, his aura expanding to fill every inch of the room, and gives them one single, absolute command: kneel. A blinding flash of blue light consumes everything, ending the fight in one singular, devastating stroke. The dust is still settling over the ruins, with the soldiers moving in to secure what's left of the facility. And Vlad decides he's seen enough. He tells Sir Gregory it's time to leave the cleanup to the grunts and head back. They make their exit, but as soon as they step through the door, the voice hits Vlad with a massive warning. He's not alone. Waiting for them is a priest in white robes, calmly performing a blessing over a kneeling, muscular man. The man welcomes Vlad with a politeness that feels completely wrong given the location, leaving Vlad genuinely confused about who this guy even is. He introduces himself as a representative of the church, claiming he's operating under the direct orders of the Lord Bishop. The priest starts talking about Black Bear, calling him a clear sinner, but his tone suggests there's a catch. Because he claims that in the name of God, Black Bear's sins have already been absolved. He flashes a holy indulgence scroll, basically a divine get-out-of-jail-free card that makes the man's crimes legally non-existent. This is the church's whole brand, telling the masses that God is everywhere and his grace is infinite. But in reality, that light is a luxury. It only reaches the people at the top of the food chain, while the people at rock bottom are left to rot in the fog, watching the wealthy buy their way into heaven. To the church, an indulgence is just a transaction. You pay the price, and the sin vanishes. The priest is smug about it, knowing that because the Lord Bishop himself signed the paper, it's an absolute law. Even the other knights are baffled. Blood is actually confused why the bishop would waste a high-level favor on a trivial back-alley boss. Vlad doesn't care about the paperwork. He's looking at that single piece of parchment with pure disgust, because he knows exactly what's behind him, a room filled with the bodies of women and children who died in terror. And the absolved man has the nerve to ask if he's innocent now, acting like a few words on a page erase the blood on his hands. Vlad plays along for a second, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he agrees that a faithful heart can wash away any sin. Black Bear takes the bait, smirking because he thinks he's finally untouchable. He tells Vlad he walked all this way for nothing. But Vlad is seeing the faces of the women Black Bear sold off, the ones who died shaking in the dark while this monster stayed smiling. The rage hits a breaking point. Vlad knows this isn't just wrong. It's an insult to every soul lost in this place. He asks the priest if anyone can truly be forgiven for this, challenging the very foundation of the church's mercy. The priest doubles down, claiming that divine forgiveness washes away any guilt, no matter the crime. Vlad just listens, absorbing the lie. Then he turns to Sir Gregory, reminding him of the lesson from the Foggy Village, that when the people in power refuse to take responsibility, you do it yourself. Gregory realizes exactly where this is going and starts to panic. He's too late. Vlad invokes the code of the Swordmaster and moves. He doesn't give the absolved man a chance to pray. One singular, devastating strike clears the air. The surrounding knights are frozen. They just watched a dignified knight commit a cold-blooded execution in front of a priest. Black Bear's sword clatters to the floor, and he follows it shortly after, ending his innocence permanently. The priest is absolutely losing it, screaming in terror as he realizes the holy indulgence provides zero protection against a blade. Vlad stands in the center of the carnage, his aura pulsing as he delivers a deadpan reality check. He admits he's a sinner, then asks the priest to grant him the chance to be absolved. It's the ultimate power move. He's not apologizing, he's mocking the entire system. Meanwhile, in a high-end study, a dark-haired official is processing the news. Sir Gregory is absolutely devastated, admitting he rushed Vlad's training for his own family's gain, which means he basically raised a weapon he can't control. The official notices a subtle detail. This wasn't a mistake. The purple-eyed man realizes the bishop just tried to play them. He's disgusted that the church thinks the Bazids are that easy to manipulate. He asks where Vlad is, and the mustachioed aide explains that Vlad is currently hiding in his office to avoid being seen. The official doesn't hesitate. He orders the immediate arrest of Knight Vlad on charges of murder. The subordinates are shocked, but the official is already 3 moves ahead. He knows the bishop used Black Bear as bait to provoke Vlad into a crime, creating a legal excuse to purge the church's influence in the city. Sir Jair accepts the order with a nod, while the other knight is left reeling. Gregory is in a spiral of regret, insisting that he's the one who should take the fall for raising him incorrectly. It's a brutal irony. The teacher is now the one signing the warrant for his own disciple's arrest. Gregory's guilt is eating him alive. Knowing his greed for his family's status pushed Vlad toward this edge. The superior doesn't care about the emotions. He tells Gregory that since he's involved, he's also on the hook, and orders him to head to Varna immediately to deliver a sealed letter. Gordon is visibly shaken by the destination, realizing the gravity of who this letter is for. But he's a soldier. He shuts down the doubt and vows to ride without stopping. The official shifts gears, ordering a mage to be summoned so he can contact his father and San Logino. He tells Maxim and Cade to cancel every single mission and assemble the most prominent soldiers they can find. Standing alone by the window, he reflects on the bishop's openness. He's not worried, he's excited. He decides it's time to stop playing defense and respond as the righteous Bayezid. He looks out over the moonlit city, imagining a future where the church is gone, and Skawara belongs completely and exclusively to the house of Bayezid. The Lord Bishop is absolutely loving the report, confirming that Vlad didn't just defeat his target, he cut him down without a single second of hesitation. A cleric flips through the records, noting that Vlad is far more hot-headed than the intelligence suggested, while confirming that Priest Andrea is the one who vouched for him. Cleric closes the book with a thud, convinced that shaking Vlad was the right move, because if this plan lands, they can wipe out everyone in their way in one go. Meanwhile, a dark-haired commander looks down on a group of kneeling figures with pure disdain, mocking Joseph Bayezid for relying on his bloodline, and sneering at some bastard pretending to be a faithful cleric. He watches Vlad walk through the town square, viewing the vagrant-born knight as the lowliest link in the chain, and decides there's no longer any reason to hold back. The bishop is fully in his villain era, declaring that the will of the papacy is effectively the will of God, which is just a fancy way of saying he does whatever he wants. He orders a subordinate to contact the mayor immediately, demanding that the foolish knight, who ignored his holy indulgence, be delivered to him in chains. But he isn't just sending guards, he orders them to be prepared, referring to a hooded figure holding a glowing blue orb, a move that leaves the subordinate visibly shaken. The bishop's mind drifts back to the beginning, remembering the exact moment a young Vlad was struck by that mysterious black lightning. He doesn't buy the natural talent act for a second, convinced that Vlad's impossible rise to knighthood in under a year means some kind of dark shadow has been induced within him. A disembodied voice echoes through a swirling vortex of energy, warning that once the truth comes out, everyone who vouched for the rookie is going to pay the price. The bishop reaches out with a predatory grin, basically telling the world that he's the one holding the leash now. Night falls over Skawara, and the atmosphere shifts instantly, as a group of white-cloaked figures begins a synchronized march through the streets. A knight in white armor leads the charge, flanked by soldiers with red banners, making it very clear that this isn't a friendly visit. They form a rigid wall of shields, blocking the path, and the leader announces that they are operating under the direct orders of the Lord Bishop. They surround the building, with a blonde soldier screaming at the top of his lungs, accusing Vlad of ignoring the bishop's indulgence. He calls the act blasphemy against the will of God, demanding that the doors be opened immediately or everyone inside will be treated as heretics. The doors creak open, and a white-haired figure looks out at the army, realizing the situation has escalated way beyond a simple misunderstanding. Vlad steps out, completely unfazed by the shouting, calmly asking who exactly is making all this noise so early in the morning. Maxim, one of Joseph's knights, steps forward to claim they're investigating Rose's smile by the mayor's order, but Vlad immediately shuts him down, noting that Maxim doesn't have the authority for such a move. A church official interjects, claiming that everyone in the vicinity is now a suspect for blasphemy, which is a wild reach even for the church. The dark-haired commander finds the accusation absurd, but the official doubles down, claiming there's a line of inviolability between the nobility and the church that cannot be crossed. The commander doesn't buy the Holiness Act, and as the guards snap into formation, the tension reaches a breaking point. The two forces face off in a dead heat, while the church official formally activates their judicial power to blockade the entire area. The commander stands his ground, telling the church they can try to enter, but only if they get the mayor's permission first, warning them that they'll deeply regret it if they don't. Somewhere in the shadows, someone questions if a mere knight can actually stand up to the church's authority, and the dark-haired commander smirks, admitting he's in too much debt to have any other choice but to try. The cost of that debt is revealed to be horrific, as a spectral purple entity looms over two slaughtered armored figures, claiming this violence is the only way to pay back the price for its own life. The commander stares forward with a cold, dead gaze, knowing exactly what kind of monster he's dealing with. Back at the castle gatehouse, Sir Jair is already ahead of the game, reminding his men that they should have seen this move coming. He visits Vlad in a damp prison cell, rubbing it in that Lord Joseph now has to spend his time cleaning up Vlad's massive mess, and asks what actually makes him different from a basic squire. Vlad just bows his head in genuine remorse, whispering a quiet apology. Jair isn't buying the sadness, analyzing that if Vlad had just looked at the bigger picture, he never would have fallen for such a transparent trap. He realizes the problem wasn't Vlad's combat skill, but his complete lack of experience navigating the political tightrope between the nobility and the church. Jair warns him that Bishop Pierre picked the perfect target, and that Joseph can only buy him a week of time before he's forced to give a formal testimony. Vlad accepts his fate with a submissive "yes, sir," while Jair walks away, offering a thick blanket as a small mercy for the freezing cell. As a dark-armored figure passes by, they tell Vlad not to beat himself up, because he did what he had to do. Vlad reflects on the situation, knowing that while his actions were morally right, the outcome is entirely his fault. He clenches his fists, realizing that the rules of the back alleys don't apply to the world of knights, and he needs to be certain of how this new world actually works. He remembers a lesson from his past, when a bearded man told him that a knight's sword must be heavy because it's sharp. Sitting alone in the dark, Vlad finally understands that the weight isn't the metal, it's the responsibility and the consequences that come with the power. Outside, the cathedral looms through the falling snow, a cold monument to the power that now holds him captive. The bishop watches the town from behind a grid window, wondering why the Bayezid family held out for a whole week before surrendering Vlad. The town has turned into a riot, with protesters screaming that the trial is a sham. They're absolutely losing it, praising Vlad for taking down the traffickers, and calling out the church for giving indulgences to actual murderers. The crowd declares Vlad the pride of Skora, openly rejecting the papacy's authority and claiming this is the North's land. They demand a bishop with northern blood, while the Lord Bishop looks on with a disgusted frown, calling the locals nothing more than barbarians. He's offended that they think public opinion can shake him, convinced that their trickery will vanish the moment they face the one true name. The bishop smirks, declaring that this trial will be the ultimate manifestation of the papacy's will. Vlad is led before a glowing golden altar, a place where the light is so intense it feels more like a weapon than a blessing. The hall is filled with a low, anxious murmur, until an announcer screams for everyone to stand as the Lord Bishop enters. The dark-haired observer watches the procession, and his eyes widen in genuine shock. He sees a group of inquisitors marching in, each holding a glowing blue orb, and he realizes this is way beyond a standard trial. He's never seen a witch hunt this excessive, and realizes the church has been planning this specific execution from the very start. He worries that they've run out of time, as Vlad is surrounded by the inquisitors and locked into wooden restraints. The observer laments the rush, while a cleric orders Vlad to place his hand on the Bible and swear to tell the truth. The moment Vlad's hand touches the book, it erupts in a blinding golden light, confirming the magical nature of the oath. He's placed in the center of a runic magic circle, surrounded by hooded figures who are channeling energy through their orbs. The runes on the floor flare up, and the orbs pulse with a rhythmic, hissing energy. Locked in a wooden pillory, Vlad is hit by a flash of light that leaves him in a state of total shock. The surrounding nobles watch with tension, as the bishop warns that if a single lie is told, the light in the crystal will instantly go out. From a balcony, the green-eyed elderly man watches the glowing figure of Vlad, with a cold, calculating gaze. The dark-haired observer is sweating now, knowing he has to prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. The bishop mocks the northern bloodline, claiming it's completely powerless when faced with the true name. Vlad stands small and alone before the elevated platform, facing a man who views him as nothing more than a specimen. And then, the official announcement drops. The trial of Bayezid's knight, Sir Vlad, has officially begun. The trial kicks off with a heavy accusation. Vlad's accused of murdering Black Bear, a man who technically had a divine pass for his sins. A hooded figure holds up a glowing orb to verify the truth, and Vlad doesn't even try to lie. He just admits it. Bishop Pierre immediately twists that admission, claiming Vlad just admitted to defying God. Vlad is completely blindsided by the logic jump, and when he tries to defend himself, the bishop just shuts him down with a cold, next question. Vlad is left standing alone in the center of that runic circle, feeling the absolute weight of the dread in the room. Even the people watching are disgusted. This observer realizes the bishop isn't looking for truth, he's just using leading questions to force a confession. Then comes the trap. The bishop asks if every single kill Vlad ever made was perfectly righteous. Vlad, being honest to a fault, says yes. The orb immediately flags it as a lie. It's a total gotcha moment. The bishop knows that nobody's record is 100% clean, and by hiding that ambiguous standard in the question, he's basically coercing Vlad into lying. The interrogation pivots to the black lightning strike from a year ago, specifically the report of a boy in the Squara back alleys who was hit by that ominous light. Vlad confirms it's him, and the bishop immediately labels him a walking bad omen. Vlad is visibly shaken, realizing the bishop is digging into the one thing he can't explain. The bishop pushes further, asking if that lightning caused Vlad to start hearing voices or receiving revelations from some unknown being. The memory of that day flashes back, showing the moment the voice first entered his life. The court is in an uproar now, wondering if a bad omen has actually seeped into one of their nights. The onlookers are already writing him off, assuming that if the voice is real, all of Vlad's achievements are just fraudulent. The observer in the gallery is just as concerned, noting that while Vlad's growth is insane, it doesn't prove he's not in contact with something evil. Vlad knows exactly what they're talking about, because he's seen the brilliant gleam of his own sword, a power that defies everything they believe in. The bishop grows impatient, demanding an answer while Vlad is paralyzed by the stakes. He's stuck in a lose-lose loop. If he says yes, he's a demon. If he says no, he's a liar. Vlad decides to take the risk and say yes, planning to frame it as a temporary mental break from the trauma. The voice warns him that lying is the more immediate danger, but it also promises there's a way to navigate this without losing everything. Vlad is still processing that when the bishop starts screaming at him for his silence. He tries to keep his composure, telling the court to just trust him. But as he starts to explain the voices, the doors to the hall are slammed open. Someone has stormed the trial, shouting that the entire proceeding is a sham. It's Priest Andrea, marching in with a young assistant and a level of confidence that catches Vlad completely off guard. Bishop is livid, screaming about the lack of permission to enter the restricted chamber. But Andrea doesn't care about the rules. He declares that he's the one who vouched for Vlad's name. He reminds the court that he picked up Vlad's identity when it was rolling in the dirt and presented it before God. The bishop is forced to allow his entry, though he's clearly annoyed that his perfect trial is being interrupted. Andrea makes his way to Vlad, the tension in the room shifting as a real defender finally enters the chat. He reaches out to Vlad, acknowledging the struggle the boy has been through, and tells him to leave the rest to the professionals. Andrea steps up to the bishop, demanding that the questions be asked once more. The bishop tries to restart the bad omen narrative, bringing up the black lightning again. Andrea is just standing there, completely unfazed by the bishop's intimidation tactics. The bishop claims that the voice will always accompany Vlad's actions, effectively labeling him a permanent outsider. The crowd is confused, not knowing if this voice is a blessing or a curse. The bishop tries to frame the voice as something impure, but Andrea is ready to flip the script. He brings up the evidence. Vlad cutting through pitch-black darkness with a light that only the pure could wield. He lists the feats, protecting pilgrims from the fallen dragon and saving children from evil beings. Andrea argues that Vlad's record is a testament to his character, regardless of how he got his power. The court starts to murmur, realizing that the bad omen might actually be a divine gift. But some of the nobles still cling to the low-born argument, trying to find a way to keep Vlad down. Andrea hits them with a history lesson, citing the great Frausen, who rose from rock bottom to become the one and only sword master. He points to the founding king of the empire as proof that God's blessing isn't about where you're born, but about the path you choose to walk. The bishop is momentarily silenced, but he's not giving up. He moves to the next line of attack. He brings up Vlad's crimes in the back alleys, trying to paint him as a common thug. Vlad's response: he calls it emergency relief. The bishop is losing it, screaming because crime and relief aren't the same thing. Andrea steps in again, describing the slums as a place where you have to choose tragedy just to see tomorrow. He calls out the church's hypocrisy, stating that if the parish had actually provided support, the crimes wouldn't have happened. The bishop is shaking with rage, unable to handle the fact that a nobody like Vlad has grown this fast. Andrea reflects on the day it all started. The moment a single mercenary split the night sky with a white light that everyone saw. The bishop tries to claim there are no witnesses to this shining world, calling it a baseless claim. That's when the dark-haired observer finally moves, slamming 3 scrolls onto the table. These aren't just random notes. They're witness statements from the biggest names in the north, Duncan of Hainel and Holy Knight Yeshja. And to top it off, Volkov Baranov, the inheritor of the North's ruling clan, has also vouched for him. The bishop is internally spiraling. He's weighing the lowliness of birth against the weight of these names. He's realized that his perfect net has a massive hole in it. And now he has to figure out how to pull Vlad out of the light. The mood shifts instantly. The bishop orders the seal to be brought in. Holy Knights march in, carrying a massive, ornate chest that looks more like a coffin than a piece of furniture. The crowd is buzzing, wondering why the papacy's elite knights are personally delivering a relic. The cloth is ripped away with a heavy thud, revealing the object inside. It's a massive, gold-framed mirror. Pierre claims this is the only way to clarify the suspicions through direct action. The room goes silent as someone recognizes it. The mirror of Saint Morelloy. It's a holy item that reveals every single truth about the person looking into it. No lies, no excuses. The bishop's grin returns. He doesn't need questions anymore, because he's just started the exorcism. Vlad stands in the center of the hall, completely blindsided by the bishop's sudden pivot to an exorcism, which makes zero sense given the charges. But Bishop Pierre just plays the divine duty card, pretending he's only trying to clear up any lingering suspicions. The dark-haired observer in the gallery isn't buying it for a second, recognizing the bishop's linguistic gymnastics for what they really are. A calculated move to brand Vlad with a permanent symbol of dishonor, effectively turning the trial into a weapon to pressure anyone still vouching for the boy. The mask finally slips as the bishop admits the truth. This whole trial was just a convenient excuse to seize control of the North. Down in the depths, the inquisitors prepare the ritual, while Priest Andrea desperately pleads for a fairer method. But the bishop shuts him down with a shout, arguing that if Vlad's soul were actually innocent, he'd have nothing to fear from the mirror. The tension is suffocating as the bishop insists that the only thing Vlad needs to do is stand before the holy item. And Andrea realizes the trap. If Vlad refuses out of fear, the church will treat it as a confession that evil has already taken root. Andrea knows he can't stop the ritual, but he gives Vlad one last bit of reassurance, telling him the mirror only finds the truly wicked, and that his belief in Vlad's purity is absolute. Just as the pressure peaks, the voice speaks, reminding Vlad that it's been watching his every truthful step, commanding him to stop hesitating and face the mirror. Vlad takes his position, the glowing runes beneath him humming with power. And while he's terrified, he accepts the risk, knowing there's no other way out of this cage. The moment he looks in, his consciousness is ripped from the room and cast into a cosmic void, where the voice tells him to keep walking toward the light. Just as he's done his entire life, Vlad stops fighting the pull and steps deeper into a reflective, stormy expanse of energy and lightning. The environment shifts, bubbles rising through a dark abyss as Vlad looks up in total shock, finding himself face to face with a mysterious knight in polished silver armor and a flowing white cape. The two stand in silence amidst the swirling chaos, and as Vlad looks at the stranger, he finally understands the look in Otar's eyes. He realizes the old blacksmith didn't judge him. He just feared that his own unsightly sword would be a burden that dragged Vlad down. The silver knight smiles, his presence calm and radiating a quiet authority. He tells Vlad that he's taught him everything he can, but his time as a guide is over. Because to avoid being detected by the mirror in the waking world, the knight must sink into a deeper world. He explains that the path of a knight is as vast and unpredictable as the ocean, and that everything Vlad has achieved so far was just dipping a toe in the water. It's time for him to dive into the depths. Vlad protests, feeling like he's still too weak to handle that kind of power, but a dark-haired figure appears, telling him that he'll reach that depth eventually. But for now, he has to walk the path alone to create a world that is truly his own. Vlad is overwhelmed, doubting if he can ever actually reach that level. But the figure gives him a final, knowing smile, telling him, "I trust you," before fading back into the nebula. The connection severs with a flash of light, leaving Vlad drifting for a moment in the silence of the void, until the pull of reality drags him back. He snaps back into the hall, standing before the gold-framed mirror, while the bishop screams in frustration, demanding that he open his eyes and finally face the judgment of the mirror. Vlad just stays quiet for a second. Then he opens his eyes, promising the spirits in the void that he'll see them again, and his irises erupt in a blinding blue glow. The mirror doesn't just reflect him. It explodes in a pillar of pure, white light that consumes the entire room. Bishop Pierre is absolutely floored, his face twisting in a mix of horror and disbelief. The entire gallery is paralyzed, the onlookers and the dark-haired observer staring in total silence as the light intensifies, until they realize what they're seeing. The mirror of Saint Morelloy is emitting the light of dawn. This is the rarest phenomenon possible, a noble radiance that only manifests for those whose souls are completely devoid of shame or embarrassment. The energy is so massive that it doesn't stay in the room. Outside, the citizens of Squara stop in their tracks, as a colossal, swirling vortex of clouds forms directly over the cathedral. The entire city is engulfed in a supernatural mist, leaving the people in the markets and on the canals staring up in absolute dread, as a single, piercing beam of light descends from the heavens, pinning the cathedral to the earth. Inside the light, Vlad stands before the trembling bishop, who is now sweating through his robes. Vlad just drops the hardest line of the trial, telling the man he can't find a single thing he did wrong. The weight of the moment finally hits him. All the years of being called a rat, a sinner, and a mistake. It all comes pouring out as he screams at the top of his lungs, finally vindicated by the very system that tried to destroy him. A massive bolt of lightning slams into the church spire, punctuating his cry, and the truth echoes through the entire city. The boy did no wrong. The light fades, leaving Vlad and Priest Andrea in a shared moment of quiet relief. He didn't win through some legal loophole or a bribe. He just survived and did what he had to do. The great bell of the cathedral tolls, announcing the result to everyone. A final witness proving that the voice had been protecting the boy's truth all along. As the dust settles, the people of Squara remain gathered in the square, knowing that everything they thought they knew about the sinner was a lie. The mirror is absolutely cooked. One look at Vlad's soul, and the papacy's most prized holy relic just gives up and shatters. Bishop Pierre is staring at the wreckage in total disbelief, because this wasn't just some random accident. This was a divine item, a direct gift from the papacy, and it just got deleted because it reflected the soul of a rookie knight. His assistant tries to make sense of it, arguing that if Vlad were actually evil, the inquisitors would have clocked it immediately. and that the lightning strike on the steeple proves Vlad is just a powerhouse who can warp reality. But Pierre is spiraling. He can't tell if Vlad is a saint or something way more dangerous, because while the light was pure, the energy was far too violent to be a standard blessing. He knows he can't keep this quiet, so he decides to report this oddity to the papacy himself. Just as he's considering putting Vlad through another rigged trial, he gets interrupted. An aide rushes in with a notice from San Logino, and the tone shifts instantly from, "I'm the boss," to "I'm in trouble." The document is a direct attack, demanding Pierre explain his sketchy ties to the Black Bear and the dark mages he's been protecting with fake indulgences. Pierre is losing it. The notice ends with a threat that if he doesn't comply, he's the one going under investigation. He's actually shaking with rage, realizing that the northern clans are backing San Logino, which means the power dynamic just shifted in a way he can't control. Because if the North actually sticks together, the papacy's influence is basically nothing. He's desperate now, ordering his staff to call in a mage. And he decides he needs to send a high-priority warning to Duke Dragonblood. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the capital, two operatives are already laughing about the chaos. They've seen the notice and realize San Logino moved way faster than expected. They know exactly why this is happening. The papacy has been treating the northern parish like a doormat for years, and they're enjoying the fact that the center finally pushed the north too far. A new balance of power is arriving, and it's not going to be pretty. This is the birth of the alliance of northern lords and San Logino, a unified front designed to stop the church's bullying once and for all. Borden updates Lord Joseph on the condition of Priest Andrea, who basically ran a marathon through a blizzard just to get to them. Joseph tells him to treat the priest like royalty and keep him far away from Varna for the winter. Because while Vlad was the excuse to bring Andrea into the fold, the priest is the real weapon. He's a heavy hitter in the church hierarchy whose mere existence puts a target on Bishop Pierre's back. Joseph is just finishing his thought when a knock hits the door, and Vlad is brought in, flanked by the eye-patched knight and the masked man. The atmosphere is freezing. Joseph doesn't even look at him at first, just asking what he's supposed to do with a wild card like Vlad. Our boy just looks down, feeling the weight of everything he's messed up. Joseph admits that he likes meticulous plans, but Vlad is a walking glitch in the system, completely unpredictable from day one. But now, that unpredictability is a liability. The papacy is officially watching Vlad because he didn't just break a mirror, he got in the way of their entire operation. Joseph brings up the God's blessing theory, but he's not buying it. He doesn't care if Vlad is actually blessed or not, because he's decided he'll just force the world to believe it. Then, Joseph drops a gray sack on the table. Vlad's confused, not knowing if this is a reward or another trap. It's special pay, a massive bonus for everything Vlad has accomplished so far, with a price for honor promised at the end of the year. Vlad does the math and realizes this is way more than he expected. It's over 300 gold. He's genuinely shocked, but Joseph just tells him it's a calculated reward for every single day of service. Joseph explains that since Vlad is officially a knight now, he has the right to claim the value of his past deeds. And for a second, Vlad actually lets himself be happy. But the mood shifts instantly. Joseph reminds him that being a knight isn't just about the title. It's about having a place to take responsibility for. Then comes the hammer. Joseph brings up the fact that Vlad ignored the bishop's indulgence, effectively spitting in the face of God's will. And because Joseph can't have a liability this big on his books, he delivers the killing blow. Vlad is exiled from Shoera. Vlad is completely floored. He just got a bag of gold and a title, and in the same breath, he's being kicked out of the city. He's spiraling, trying to process how the world just flipped on him, while the people around him just watch in silence. He tries to question the decision, but the answer is cold. There is no other choice. If there's even a tiny mistake left in his record, the papacy will use it as an excuse to tear him apart. Joseph's logic is brutal. Sloppy generosity is poison. He's not being mean. He's removing Vlad from the board so the bishop has nothing left to attack. The sentence is final. Vlad has 1 week to pack his things and leave Shoera for good. Cut to a local tavern, where some randoms are dreaming about what they'd do with 100 gold. They're talking about buying land, starting a business, and finally escaping the grind, completely oblivious to the guy listening in. They argue about whether trading is easier than farming, and then they ask the newbie what he'd do with the money, only to realize the newbie is actually Vlad, currently mopping their floors. The fall off is actually insane. Vlad doesn't even bother with the fantasy. He just tells them that if he had that money, he'd have to pay his debts back first. The guys are shocked. 100 gold is a life-changing amount of money, and they assume he's already a gambling addict. Vlad denies the gambling, just stating he has things he needs to settle, while the clock ticks down on his exile. But Vlad isn't just mopping floors. He's actually sitting on a mountain of gold now, ready to settle every single score. He starts with the people who actually cared for him. He visits an innkeeper who tries to refuse his payment, because she knows how much he struggled to help the vagrants in the city. She's worried about the cost of turning the place into an inn. Vlad doesn't see it as a payment. He sees it as an investment. He tells her to use the money to improve the service, and just pay him back the profit later. He's playing the long game now. Marcella is touched, but she's also heartbroken. She's seen him come and go too many times, and she knows he's leaving again. They exchange a few final, quiet words, both knowing that this goodbye feels different. Vlad thanks her sincerely, leaving her confused by the sudden tenderness. The scene shifts, showing a glimpse of the life he's leaving behind, and a memory of a knight and a young boy. This is the core of everything. For a kid who grew up in the dirt, this person was the only one who brought color back into his world. turning a life of ash and gray into something worth fighting for. The scene opens in the quiet, arched corridors of the church, where a young acolyte is struggling to carry a heavy bucket of water, until Vlad steps in to steady the handle. The kid is completely blindsided, but Vlad isn't looking for thanks. He's just making sure the boy doesn't soak the entire floor. As they walk, the boy asks if Priest Andrea is doing all right, and Vlad tells him the man likely needs more time in bed to recover. The acolyte explains that the cold weather was already taxing for Andrea, but the man pushed himself to meet with the Lord Bishop immediately after arriving, which obviously didn't end well. The boy offers to help with anything Vlad needs, but Vlad declines, noting that Lord Joseph is already handling the logistics. Then the boy brings up the rumors, asking if it's actually true that Vlad received a divine blessing. Vlad's immediate reaction is tension. He knows that blessings in this world usually come with a heavy price, and he's not about to let the kid romanticize a curse. The boy doesn't take the hint, mentioning that Priest Andrea has grown genuinely fond of him since he became a full-fledged knight. He doubles down on the blessing talk, but Vlad is just over it, trying to shut down the conversation before it gets any more delusional. The kid is practically glowing with excitement, asking if he can brag to his churchmates about praying with a legend like Sir Vlad. Vlad gives a soft sure, though he's internally wondering why the hell praying with him is considered a flex. He hands the bucket back and heads out, passing other acolytes on his way. He wanted to give Andrea his greetings in person, but the man's condition makes that impossible. Suddenly, Vlad stops dead. His connection to the voice flares up, but instead of the usual guidance, he hits a wall of absolute silence. He's pulled into that dark, watery void, but this time, there's no one there. No advice, no mockery, just an oppressive, echoing emptiness. It's a crushing realization. He spent so long relying on that entity that the silence feels like a physical weight. He forces himself back to reality, deciding that he needs to start getting used to the feeling of being truly alone. The scene shifts to a local tavern, a place where the real business of the slums gets done. Gregory is in his feelings, lamenting over a drink that every time he and Vlad team up, they end up getting disciplined. They're just killing time now, with Vlad planning to leave the city in 5 days, or sooner, if he can wrap things up. Gregory admits that while the process was chaotic, the results were undeniable. They actually got the job done. Because the Black Bears organization is gone, the Canner family finally has a clear path to enter the Shoera market, and the deal with Lord Joseph is already locked in. Gregory tells him that the Canner patriarch is so grateful he wants to sponsor Vlad forever. Vlad's immediate thought is that he's just secured a lifetime supply of free sausages, which is honestly the only kind of sponsorship he cares about. Gregory gets serious, recalling the day Vlad acted with more genuine knightly honor than any actual knight he's ever known. It was a moment of pure, raw determination that left an impression on everyone who saw it. Back at the bar, Gregory reflects on how the world has changed, admitting he can't even remember the last time things were simple. He misses the era where knights just followed the code of the swordmaster without worrying about religion, politics, or climbing the social ladder. Gregory admits he was ashamed of his own compromises, but seeing Vlad's purity makes him genuinely proud. It's a rare moment of vulnerability from the veteran, ending with a simple warning to stay safe on the road. Vlad responds with a respectful smile, knowing that Gregory is one of the few people in this city who actually gives a damn about him. They clink their mugs in a final toast, sealing a bond of mutual respect. The scene moves to the harbor at sunset, where Vlad meets up with Harvin to look at some ships. Vlad starts geeking out over a Neo-class ship, noting how expensive it is and how the captain must be losing his mind with the river frozen over. He asks Harvin if he still has that dream of sailing far beyond the borders of Shoera. Harvin confirms he does, but he thinks Vlad is acting weirdly sentimental today. They spot a cog-style vessel, which is much cheaper and more practical for merchants. Vlad notes that its affordability is exactly why it's the most popular choice for traders, which is exactly why he bought it. He tells Harvin that since the man knelt to keep him and Gemina alive during their darkest days, it's time to pay that debt back. It's a beautiful gesture, giving a man who can barely walk on land the freedom to glide across the ocean. Vlad hands over the ship's certificate, telling him to sign it in his own name. Harvin is completely floored. He's staring at the deed like it's a hallucination. He's struggling to process the fact that he actually owns a ship now. The voice finally chimes back in, tapping the book and offering a rare, genuine congratulations. The entity is actually smiling, officially naming him Captain Harvin. Harvin completely loses it, weeping with gratitude. It's the first time in years he's felt like the world isn't just trying to crush him. Vlad continues his rounds of closure, visiting the graveyard to say a final goodbye to Otar. He thanks Sir Maxim and Sir Borden for holding down the fort and protecting the Rose's smile while he was gone. He spends a final quiet moment with Gregory and Cade, mentally checking off every debt he's owed. There are some debts that can't be paid with gold or favors, and he stands before the cathedral, reflecting on those impossible burdens. He's already coordinated his exit with Gregory, keeping things low profile. The plan is simple. Once the river melts, Otar will handle the Canner clan's meat shipments in Sturma. Vlad is just making sure the logistics are set before he bounces. He tells Otar to help Harvin with the business, ensuring his friends are taken care of long after he's gone. Otar asks if he said goodbye to the mayor, but Vlad knows better. The mayor is too busy pressuring the bishop right now, and a formal farewell could give the papacy the justification they need to start more trouble. Everything is settled, except for one last person. He finds Gemina holed up in her room, curled in a ball and consumed by a melancholy she can't shake. He knocks, but she stays silent. Vlad isn't in the mood for games, so he starts getting blunt. He warns her that he's going to break the door down if she doesn't open up. He mentions Captain Hoover's demolished hideout, knowing that's the only thing that'll get her attention. The countdown begins. 1, 2, and Jimena scrambles away from the door in a panic. 3. Vlad kicks the door wide open and steps in without a shred of hesitation. Jimena tries to play it off with her usual aggression, telling him to say what he wants and then piss off. But Vlad isn't playing. He tells her he tried to be patient, but he's officially out of time. He demands she understand the situation, his voice leaving no room for argument. Before she can even process the threat, he just scoops her up in his arms. He cups her chin, looking her dead in the eyes, and tells her they're going somewhere together. He's not asking for permission. He's taking her with him, finally pulling her out of the darkness of that room. The night is cold and quiet in Skawara, but Vlad is on a mission, and he's not taking no for an answer, which is why Jimena is currently screaming for her life while being carried away. She spent an entire week holed up in her room, and Vlad has officially decided that enough is enough. Jimena is losing it, demanding to know what kind of midnight fuckery this is, but Vlad just drops the bombshell. He's leaving tomorrow. The anger vanishes instantly, replaced by a hollow kind of shock. Jimena knows the cycle. Vlad ran away once before, but this time, it feels different. This time, he's actually being kicked out. She tries to mask the pain with her usual insults, calling him a moron, but the tolling bells remind them that curfew is already here, which is exactly why Vlad is moving at Mach speed. He spots a young woman with reddish-brown hair and doesn't even give her a chance to process his existence before he launches himself at her. She's absolutely terrified, probably wondering why a silver-armored lunatic is suddenly airborne and heading straight for her. Vlad just scoops her up and bolts through the archways, leaving her to scream for someone to put her down while he treats her like a piece of luggage. The girl finally goes quiet, completely stunned by the sheer audacity of the situation. Because they aren't heading for a dungeon, but a tailor shop, where a shimmering, dark dress is waiting on a mannequin. The girl is floored by the quality of the garment, while the mustachioed tailor greets Vlad with the kind of energy you only get from someone who knows exactly how much a night of Bayezid can spend. Vlad keeps it professional, asking if the order is finished, and the tailor confirms he was already planning to deliver it since Vlad had basically ghosted him. Without asking for her opinion, Vlad tells the tailor to let her try it on, leaving the girl completely bewildered that she's even part of this transaction. The snow continues to fall over the quiet town, masking the chaos Vlad is causing in the name of care. Someone is moving through the drifts, their thoughts drifting toward the girl in the red dress, commenting on how well that dress suited her. A single footprint in the snow marks the path of someone who's been watching from the shadows. Vlad catches the girl, Rose, looking awkward, and he can't help but smirk at her discomfort. He decides to lean into the bullying, joking that he got her exact size, because she's clearly never going to get any taller. He tells her to stop borrowing clothes from Madam and start wearing her own, which is his weird way of telling her she deserves better. Rose goes quiet, mentally calculating the cost of the necklace, shoes, and makeup Vlad just provided. She knows this isn't just a gift, it's a massive investment. She points out that the shoes alone cost more than the sword from the smithy, and she even suggests Vlad should have gotten his hair done. Vlad claims he's been too busy, but Rose isn't buying it, reminding him that he only got busy because he was kicked out like a moron. She asks if he's gone for good this time, and Vlad deflects with a joke, asking if she'd actually come with him if he were. Rose is visibly flustered, but Vlad just drops a truth bomb. Madam intends to leave the entire inn to her. The news hits her hard. She never expected to actually own the place. As they walk through the snow, Vlad jokes that he has to come back eventually, if only to make sure the place doesn't go bankrupt. He tells her to take care of our home, a phrase that hits Rose harder than any of his insults. Then, the mood shifts. Vlad reaches into his cloak and produces a white handkerchief, explaining that he's just following noble customs, even if he doesn't fully get them himself. He drops to one knee in the snow, formally addressing her as Lady Jimena and asking for her handkerchief. Vlad looks up at her with a genuine, soft expression, leaving Jimena completely speechless. In this world, there are two ways a knight gets a handkerchief. One is tied to the sword as a mark of favor, but the other is a direct exchange, hand to hand. In the silence of the plaza, Vlad makes his move. The exchange happens, hand to hand. Jimena likely doesn't realize the weight of this moment, but Vlad does. By taking the cloth this way, he isn't just accepting a favor, he's taking on a lifelong responsibility. It's a silent, sacred vow. I will protect you. The scene pulls back to the frozen town, a place Vlad is finally ready to leave behind. Horse hooves crunch through the snow, while somewhere in the dark, a woman looks into a mirror, sensing the shift in the air. The city is empty and cold, reflecting the void Vlad is leaving in his wake. Vlad rides out, his white banner cutting through the mist as he heads toward the horizon. He's not alone for long. A shivering man in a gray cloak is waiting for him, complaining about the freezing dawn. Vlad asks why he's even there, and the man reveals he's a squire serving a bastard knight. Vlad tells him to stay put and find his own way to survive, but the squire isn't having it. The kid argues that he's invested too much in Vlad to just walk away now. He warns Vlad that the world is full of scammers who will bleed him dry in a week, to which Vlad dryly notes that a scammer is the last person who should be giving financial advice. Still, the squire insists on following, wondering if Vlad will take care of him the way he took care of his friends. Vlad smirks, telling him it depends on his performance, before asking for their destination. The answer is simple, east. The squire is confused by the suddenness of the direction, but Vlad is already locked in. The pommel of his sword begins to glow with a warm, golden light, reacting to something only he can perceive. He sees it, a massive, golden tree in a sunlit field. There is something there he needs to find, a goal that transcends any order he's ever been given. The squire agrees that having a goal is better than wandering aimlessly, while Vlad keeps his eyes on the prize. He takes one last look at the looming castle of Skora, telling his companion to take care. As he rides away, the name of the city lingers in the air. Skora, the place that raised him and the place he's finally outgrown. They pass through the gates, leaving the safety of the walls for the uncertainty of the road. As they disappear into the snowy wasteland, a dark figure watches them from an archway, their presence heavy and ominous. The man in the fur cloak comments on the cold, but his mind is elsewhere, wondering if the weather is as cold as his own empty heart. He watches Vlad ride away without a single backward glance. He realizes Vlad has a goal, and that means things are about to get very busy for everyone involved. He's not just looking for a goal, he's looking for a power overwhelming enough to ensure he never loses anything ever again. Sir Jair pledges his loyalty, but internally, he's terrified. He knows Vlad is an unpredictable wild card. As they walk through the stone corridors, Jair questions why Vlad wasn't given a specific mission or destination. The man replies that he wants Vlad to experience the freedom of moving by his own thoughts, especially for a man who spent his entire life as a tool for others. It's an old tradition, one not seen in generations, where a knight journeys alone to find his own path. Fostered by the slums and raised by the Bazids, Vlad is now a knight banneret, a man who raises only his own honor. The chapter ends here, leaving us with the image of a boy who became a legend. But the story shifts. We move to the imperial capital, Brigantes, a city of Gothic spires and oppressive red banners. Vlad is here, dressed in a red cloak, standing in a vast hall before a shadowed figure on a throne. He asks the figure's opinion on Bishop Pierre's offer, framing it as a perfect plan for both justification and profit. The figure on the throne agrees, praising the old bishop's commendable idea. The figure reveals himself, long blonde hair, glowing blue eyes, and a smirk that screams imperial elite. He decides it's time to stick his flag in the north. So, Vlad kneels before this towering shadow and a sea of white-robed figures, entering a world where the stakes are no longer just survival, but the fate of an empire. We're heading to the northernmost edge of the Central Empire, where Baron Debrecti is currently having a complete and total meltdown. The man is absolutely losing it in his study, demanding to know who the hell is sabotaging his barley fields. His subordinates try to explain that the seeds vanish the second morning hits, but the Baron isn't in the mood for technical difficulties. He's stressed because in a place this bleak, barley farming is the only thing keeping the village from starving. He knows his current guards are useless, which means he's perfectly fine with just shackling the peasants to the land to get the job done. Bro really thinks he's in a different century. He's convinced some forest monsters are behind the theft, and he orders his men to scrape together every last bit of manpower to protect the crops. But the stress is clearly hitting him hard. He's staring out into the woods, wondering if he should just hire a mercenary to handle the mess. Because the forest is oppressive, and survival out here is a full-time job. Meanwhile, Vlad and his companion are just trying to exist in the wilderness. They've got the snacks and the gear, but there's one massive problem. Vlad completely forgot to bring a flintstone. His companion is rightfully losing his mind, pointing out that Vlad didn't just forget it. He actually smashed the only one they had. Vlad finally hits his limit with the manual labor. But before he can even complain, something shifts in the shadows. A sword hilt appears out of nowhere, and the companion immediately switches into survival mode. Vlad doesn't even flinch. He just asks the intruder if they happen to have a spare flintstone. The man is genuinely confused by the request, until a massive, muscular bandit emerges from the trees. The companion is panicking, but the bandit leader is just smirking, already imagining how much money he can make selling a pretty boy noble into slavery. He's basically treating Vlad like a high-ticket item on an auction block. The other bandits join in, trying to figure out which noble house they can extort for a ransom. The leader asks if he's actually a noble, but Vlad just looks at him and repeats the request for the flintstone. The bandit thinks he's actually insane. Vlad isn't crazy though. He just spotted the flintstones hanging right around the bandit's neck. He decides looking for a stone is too much of a hassle, so he decides to just take everything the bandits have. He unleashes a surge of power that makes the bandits realize they are completely outclassed. The aura is suffocating, and Vlad makes it very clear that their lives are worth less than the animals they hunt. He taps into that blue-green energy, moving so fast the bandits can't even process the attack. One single, piercing scream echoes through the valley. That's all it took. Fast forward to the village gates, where the guards are just vibing and complaining about how creepy the forest is. They're talking about rumors of things lurking in the mist, until they hear something approaching and immediately snap into a defensive stance. A monstrous black horse with human-like teeth emerges from the fog. The guards are terrified, but the rider is completely calm, telling the horse to settle down. He tells the guards to lower their weapons, and announces that he's brought the bandits who have been terrorizing the region. The guards are stunned. These aren't just any bandits. They're the same monsters who massacred a nearby village, and Vlad is leading them in as a collection of broken bodies and severed heads. The guards are shaking in their boots while Vlad calmly asks for an audience with the Lord. He introduces himself as Vlad of Skora, a knight of Bayezid, and the aura he's radiating says he's not here to play. The village of Debrecti is a modest place, but it's about to get a very high-profile visitor. Baron Debrecti is absolutely thrilled. He drops all the formality, welcoming the man who just did his job for him. He starts by confirming the body count. And Vlad clarifies that if you count the heads, the total is 15. The Baron promises a handsome reward, pouring a drink to celebrate the victory. But then comes the catch. The Baron mentions he has a specific task he wants Vlad to handle. Vlad instantly clocks the move. He knows the Baron is trying to get high-tier labor for free, so he plans to take the gold and dip before the favor starts. The Baron explains the mystery. Their barley seeds are disappearing overnight, even with guards on duty. He mentions that the local elders believe spirits are responsible. That one word triggers a memory for Vlad. He remembers a time of innocence, a young girl picking raspberries in a sun-drenched forest, thinking about how much her mother would love them. But the peace is shattered by a low, rumbling growl and two glowing yellow eyes appearing in the dark. Back in the present, another young girl is picking berries in that same forest, only to be hunted by a shadow creature with a single, slit pupil eye. A scream rings out, and the girl vanishes, leaving nothing behind but an overturned basket and scattered fruit. Blood really thinks the mission is a wash before it even starts, claiming the whole situation is pretty much hopeless. They're walking through a village that's basically one big poverty simulation, and the companion is already warning Vlad that the local lord is a professional money grabber who'll probably ghost them on the payment. He's convinced the guy is just going to make excuses when it's time to pay up, telling Vlad he should have secured a down payment. But Vlad just hits him with the do-it-yourself energy. Then we see this mustachioed man just vibing with a mountain of pastries, looking like he's living his best life while the village starves. Turns out this is Swindler Borden. The name literally tells you exactly what's up, and Vlad is just confused how a dude that dopey is still in business. Vlad isn't even bothered, though. He knows that looking like a complete idiot is actually the perfect cover for a high-tier scammer, and that's exactly why Joseph keeps him around. The companion tells Vlad he's on his own when it comes to collecting the bag from now on, which is a bold move considering who they're dealing with. But Vlad just smiles, mentioning he's fluent in the northern tongue, which is just a fancy way of saying he knows how to scam the scammers. Cut to the forest of Debrecti, a place where the legends are as old as the trees and just as dark. Vlad's on a mission because a child vanished this morning, and all signs point to the woods. They're staking out a raspberry bush where a deep hole was found, but some soldier can't stop yapping, which is a death sentence during a stealth mission. The soldier describes the girl as well-behaved, her mother absolutely devastated. And that's when Vlad clocks something. He doesn't let him finish the sentence, just slams a hand over the man's mouth, cutting the noise dead before whatever is out there hears them. They spot a group of soldiers in white armor, and the local guy is visibly shaking. This isn't a normal patrol. There's something seriously wrong here. Vlad and his crew are holding the line, but suddenly, he feels a vibration in the earth, and he just launches himself into the air, moving way faster than any human should. The commander is losing it, screaming for everyone to run, because following Vlad is the only way they're getting out of here alive. Vlad hits the ground hard, completely locked in and ready for whatever just triggered the alarm. The soldier catches up, confused by the sudden move, but Vlad just drops the bomb. Something's already taken the bait. The seeds they spread as bait are just gone. No trace, no struggle, nothing. Vlad doesn't waste time asking questions. He just grabs a shovel and starts ripping into the dirt. He hears something, but there are 0 footprints, which means whatever this is, it's not walking. He asks exactly where the kid vanished, his expression getting more intense by the second. They find it. A dark, circular abyss that looks like it was ripped straight out of the earth. The companion is spiraling, realizing that no human could have dug a hole this deep or this perfect. He's completely out of his depth, so he begs Vlad to take the lead. Vlad's focus is absolute. They're heading straight for the site of the disappearance to find the source. Meanwhile, back in Skora, the local authorities are starting to get nervous. A cloaked figure reports that Vlad's been spending his time collecting the elderly, which sounds weird even for him. He's digging into the local traditions, the kind of old-world knowledge that usually stays buried. The administrator is stressed out of his mind, hoping the old folks don't leak anything that makes the nobility look bad. He notices the emblem of San Logino on Vlad's flag, realizing the church is backing this kid, which makes him almost impossible to stop legally. But he's still paranoid. He decides Vlad is poking around too much and orders a shadow to start tailing him. Cut back to the village, where the atmosphere is heavy and the locals are tight-lipped. One of the locals is practically sobbing, haunted by the thought of that frail child stuck in total darkness. They take the conversation to a tavern, where the village elders are just staring blankly, refusing to talk. Eventually, one of them cracks, mentioning that barley disappearing isn't a new problem, and that they used to perform specific rites to stop it, until the church showed up and banned everything. Vlad asks what those rites were, but the room goes dead silent. The fear of the church is still stronger than the fear of the forest. The companion tries to guilt-trip them, reminding them that a child is literally freezing to death while they play the silent game. Finally, a mumble breaks the silence. A ground ghost. An earth ghost. Something ancient and hungry living in the woods. Vlad wants the full story, but the tension is too high for a long chat. Companion tells Vlad to step outside, because the elders are terrified of the church emblem he's wearing. Vlad agrees to handle the intel gathering himself, stepping away from the group, only for his companion to catch up, looking like he's about to have a panic attack. He warns Vlad that these rites are straight-up idolatry, and the church will absolutely end him if they find out. The companion is genuinely terrified, but Vlad is just not bothered. Vlad's eyes flare. He knows the church's rules, but he also knows the rules of the land. and the land's rules always come first. He makes a formal, magical vow to God that he heard nothing, basically using the church's own logic to lie to their faces. Then he addresses the spy following him, telling them to stop watching and just report his compliance to the Lord. The spy is actually impressed, bowing an apology for the annoyance. Vlad meets up with one of his guys to get a status report on the ghost. The subordinate explains that the ghost isn't actually evil. It actually helps the soil stay rich as long as the rites are kept. Vlad finds the whole thing nonsensical. He compares it to a snake living in a tree. Weird, but possible. But the real kicker is that he dug his hole exactly where the rites used to be held. The companion concludes that the creature loves barley and dark, underground spaces. Vlad starts connecting the dots. Rites, tributes, spirits, it's all the same game played with different names. He doesn't care about the lore, he just cares about the result. He tells his man to go find some barley immediately. The companion is confused, but Vlad reminds him that he's already brought something out from the depths before. He's not just hunting, he's manipulating the environment. He's setting up the playing field to force the creature's hand. The forest is dead silent under a full moon, the kind of atmosphere that usually means something is about to get absolutely cooked. A small pile of seeds sits on a flat rock, acting as the perfect lure for whatever is lurking in the dirt, and Vlad's companion is already questioning the strategy. But Vlad isn't guessing, he's calculating, knowing that if the entity can't phase through solid rock, it'll be forced to surface right where he wants it. The companion tries to play devil's advocate, wondering if the creature just prefers the dirt, but Vlad shuts him down immediately because he can feel the presence. He taps into the voice's perception, locking onto a target that's finally making its move. Right on cue, something erupts from the ground, scattering the seeds in a violent burst of energy. It's a direct confirmation of his theory. The entity is physically blocked by the stone, leaving it exposed and vulnerable. Vlad doesn't give it a second to recover, slamming his blade into the rock to force the creature's hand, only for the terrifying monster to be a round, smiling, tan-colored potato with ears. The silence that follows is deafening. Bro really spent an hour stalking a glorified garden ornament. Some other guy in the woods starts screaming, wondering why the elders lied about ground ghosts, when it's clearly just a mole. But Vlad knows the difference between a pest and a power source, identifying this as a shining mole. Before the creature can even process the situation, Vlad lunges. He moves with a precision that doesn't leave room for escape, closing the gap in a blur. And just like that, the mole is captured. Vlad's actually smiling. He just found a living flashlight. But the forest isn't done with him, as a glowing, bird-like spirit manifests out of nowhere. A subordinate rushes in on horseback, shouting for his boss, but Vlad has already vanished from the spot. The man stops dead, staring at the empty space where Vlad was standing a second ago. He starts panicking, looking left and right, wondering how a grown man just deleted himself from the map. He calls out one last time, but the only response is a sudden, ominous realization that something is very wrong with the ground beneath him. He looks down to find a perfect, dark circular abyss where Vlad used to be. Suddenly, the darkness below erupts in a violent surge of motion. Vlad is in full freefall, clutching the glowing mole and plummeting into the unknown. He crashes through a ceiling of rock and tangled roots, hitting the bottom with a massive shockwave of energy. He lands in a crouch, surrounded by a cloud of debris and ancient, organic structures. He's barely processing the fact that he's still breathing, wondering if he just fell for an eternity. He stands up and takes in the surroundings, realizing he's trapped in a claustrophobic, root-filled cavern. He spots a tunnel and immediately starts questioning the mole's navigation skills, wondering where the hell he's been dragged. The creature just screeches back at him, and Vlad realizes that since it's a spirit, he can't even physically shake some answers out of it. He accepts his situation, preparing for a fight because in this world, a new tunnel always means a new way to die. He ignites his sword, filling the darkness with a brilliant blue flame to light the way. The mole looks on in surprise as the cavern is suddenly illuminated, revealing the oppressive scale of the roots. But as he walks, the frustration sets in, realizing the climb back up is a complete impossibility. Then, he catches a faint breeze, which means there's a connection to the surface somewhere in this maze. He threatens to eat the mole if it doesn't help him find the exit, which is a pretty standard way to motivate a spirit. He keeps trekking, but the tunnel is unervingly long, with no end in sight. The light starts to dim, and Vlad's patience is officially gone, demanding the mole light up again. The creature obliges, flaring into a blinding beacon of golden light. Vlad's mood improves slightly, though he's still blaming the mole for his current subterranean vacation. The creature continues to scream, and Vlad just stares at it, wondering why he's traveling with a noisy light bulb. He senses the wind getting stronger, signaling that the exit is finally within reach. He spots a beam of natural light piercing through the ceiling and actually lets out a laugh of relief. He sprints toward the opening, but the moment he reaches the top, his instincts scream a warning. He freezes, sweating, as he realizes he's not the only thing that just arrived at the surface. Even the mole is trembling in fear, which is the universal sign for we are in huge trouble. He feels heavy tremors shaking the earth, a level of power that tells him whatever is out there is a heavyweight. He decides to play it safe and peek over the edge, knowing that the next few seconds will determine if he survives. He slowly climbs out of the hole, keeping his profile low to avoid being spotted. He looks out into the misty forest and sees something that makes him go completely silent. A shaggy, gray humanoid is perched on a branch, casually swinging a massive axe into the wood. The creature's speed is insane. The axe strikes, creating flashes of light that illuminate the fog. It turns around, revealing a face full of tusks and glowing yellow eyes, a monster that definitely isn't from the north. Vlad holds the trembling mole, realizing this thing is a predator far beyond anything he's dealt with recently. He watches the creature's movements, then his eye flares blue as he notices a luminous, golden tree nearby. That tree is the origin of the spirits, a divine focal point that the monster is currently guarding. Vlad sighs, realizing that his life is basically a magnet for these high-maintenance, supernatural problems. He tells the bird spirit to hide, because he's about to do something incredibly reckless. He drops into a low combat stance, channeling everything into a single, decisive intent. He lunges, moving so fast he becomes a blur, going straight for the monster's blind spot. The creature tries to react, but Vlad's perception is on another level, reading the monster's movement before it even happens. He connects with a dark blade, the impact ripping through the creature's gray skin. The force of the blow creates a massive shockwave, sending debris flying in every direction. He leaps into the air, his sword erupting in a blue-green aura as he prepares the final blow. His eye flares with absolute focus, and he cleaves through the monster in one clean, devastating arc. He lands in a crouch, the fight over in seconds, though he's already sensing a new presence. A swirling, dark purple entity manifests, an ethereal horror that makes the previous monster look like a puppy. Vlad looks up at the thing and just says, "Aw fuck," because he knows he's just gone from a mid-boss to a final boss. A massive shadowy figure looms over him, holding a giant axe and asking why they're back for more. Then it strikes. A silent, crushing impact of purple energy that leaves Vlad completely engulfed in darkness. The companion is absolutely losing his mind, screaming into the void, while staring down into the pit where Vlad just vanished. He's practically begging for a response, but the silence from below is deafening. Panic starts to set in, and he begins to spiral, wondering if he should jump in after him. But he quickly realizes that if Vlad is dead, he's just adding another body to the hole, so he decides a rope is the only logical move. Meanwhile, Vlad is just confused as hell, noticing that Noir is casually strolling away, just as a sound rips through the forest that stops him dead in his tracks. It's a cry that doesn't belong to any human or animal, a local legend that the elderly villagers warned him about, and suddenly, the pit in front of him feels a lot more ominous. Vlad is on edge now, his instincts screaming that something is very wrong, and he's honestly just trying to cope by trusting that Noir is a divine beast, because the alternative is way too terrifying. He pushes forward into the mist, dreading every single step, until a massive entity wreathed in black energy drops the hammer on him. Vlad doesn't even blink, lunging forward with a strike that should have ended the fight immediately. But the impact sends him sliding across the dirt, leaving him breathless and struggling to reset. He doesn't let up, swinging again in a desperate attempt to find a weakness. And he actually connects, piercing the creature's shoulder with a blast of blue-green energy, thinking he's finally crippled the thing. But the monster doesn't care about lethal wounds, swinging a jagged blade that catches Vlad completely off guard. The force of the clash is absolute, throwing Vlad backward and sending him flying through the air like a ragdoll. He hits the ground hard, gasping for air while trying to figure out how the hell he's even still alive. Vlad clocks the aura surrounding the beast and realizes it's the same thick, suffocating malice he's encountered before. A level of hate that turns a simple fight into a slaughter. The creature isn't even fazed by the damage, just staring back with those empty, predatory eyes. Vlad realizes the terrifying truth. This bastard has a passive regeneration that makes standard attacks useless. If a mid-tier strike won't work, he knows he has to stop playing around. And he decides to dive deep into the metaphysical void to call upon a power that doesn't miss. This is the exact moment the voice gives him the green light to merge their worlds, triggering a surge of white lightning that rewrites the rules of the engagement. The synchronization is absolute, enveloping Vlad in a blue aura that transforms him from a survivor into a predator. The beast thinks it's still the apex predator in this forest, until Vlad closes the gap with a speed that defies physics. He leaps into the air, his blade crackling with electrical energy as he prepares to dismantle the monster. And the beast tries to react, but it's already too late. Vlad carves a purple wound straight through the creature's torso, the impact shaking the very ground they're standing on. He doesn't stop there, moving past the monster in a blur of steel and lightning. And as he resets, he looks the beast in the eyes and promises to rip every single limb off its body. The sword is practically screaming with energy now, ready for the next cut. For a second, the forest goes quiet under the full moon, before Vlad unleashes a sequence of slashes that turn the monster into a pincushion. The creature is bleeding out, but it's still standing, which is a problem because Vlad is starting to hit his limit. He's taking damage now, blood splattering across his face as he trades blows with the beast, trying to find a way to put this thing down for good. He's panting, his lungs burning, and the exhaustion is starting to cloud his vision. Then he sees it, the purple energy flaring up again, and the wounds he just carved are closing in real time. He's literally dismantled this thing's entire anatomy, but it just keeps coming back. Vlad starts to spiral, wondering if his world is just too shallow to kill something this broken. But he doesn't have time for a mid-fight crisis, so he decides to stop overthinking and just focus on the swing. He goes full savage, deciding that if the monster won't die, he'll just keep cutting until there's nothing left to regenerate. The beast tries to smirk, but Vlad's expression is pure hatred. Suddenly, he notices a glowing object embedded in the creature's arm, and he realizes the source of the immortality. He braces himself, channeling every bit of energy into his blade, just as Noir charges through the trees like a living comet. The impact is massive, and Vlad is shocked to see his horse actually joining the fray. Noir hits the monster with a blast of dark energy that actually leaves a mark. The shadowy tendrils wrap around the beast, pinning it down, creating a shockwave that clears the mist and leaves the monster vulnerable. Vlad just starts laughing, because having a deified horse as a wingman is the ultimate cheat code. He checks on Noir, wondering how the horse even tracked him to this hellhole. But the moment of peace is short, as a hulking shadow manifests right behind him. Vlad touches the creature's skin and realizes something crazy. The regeneration has stopped. He looks at Noir and realizes the horse's spirit power is the perfect counter to the monster's immortality. With the solution found, he mounts up and prepares to finish the job. He enters a state of total focus, his eyes glowing as the world around him fades. The voice reminds him that holding on to something beautiful is pointless if you aren't strong enough to keep it. Because this world is built on the backs of people who were robbed of everything. And that's where Vlad comes in, the one who raises a sword for those who can't fight back. He charges forward, a beacon of white light in the darkness, embodying the very essence of a protector. And in that moment, he isn't just a survivor from the slums. He's a knight.